You can easily make money online by selling products on Amazon. And I'm going to show you step by step how you can do this with Amazon FBA in this complete course video that you're watching right here. And right now, Amazon FBA is the easiest way to make money online because Amazon is a $1.9 trillion company and they allow you to sell your products on their website. In fact, last year alone, there was over $575 billion in sales on Amazon's website. And 60% of all the products that are being sold on Amazon.com are being sold by third-party sellers. That's people like you and me that are making money by selling our products on Amazon's website. And what's crazy is over 40% of all Amazon sellers have made at least $100,000, which makes sense because every single month there are over 2.4 billion people going to Amazon.com looking to buy products that you could be selling. So this is a huge opportunity for you to create a passive income online business. And this video right here is going to be the most in-depth step-by-step video showing you how you can take advantage of this trend that's actually continuing to grow every single year. And right now, around 18% of all retail sales are happening online, which is smaller than you might think, but that number is growing every single year. In fact, next year it's projected to go up to 20%. The year after that, it's going to go up to 22%, and it's going to continue to grow every single year. As you can imagine, more and more people are buying things online. So right now is the perfect time for you to start selling things online because this opportunity is only going to continue to grow. And this video is going to be a complete Amazon FBA course where I'm going to show you from A to Z, step by step, how you can actually make money selling products on Amazon. And there are three most common ways that new sellers try to make money by selling products with Amazon FBA. The first way to sell on Amazon is by finding products that are being sold at a discounted price and reselling them on Amazon for an increased price and keeping all the profit. For instance, this ride-on car is being sold on Walmart.com for $161. But this exact same product is being sold on Amazon.com for over double the price, $347. So what you can do is you can go to Walmart.com and buy this product for the discounted price and then list it for sale on Amazon for the increased price and keep all the profit. And this is a great way to use Amazon to make some quick cash. But there are some cons with this way of selling on Amazon that we're going to go into depth about later in this video. The second way to sell on Amazon is called wholesale. And you can go to sites like globalsources.com where you can buy products with a bulk wholesale discount and then you can flip it on Amazon for the full retail price. Like this product right here, it's a microfiber spin mop and bucket. And this mop is being sold on globalsources.com for $16. And the very same product is being sold on Amazon for $40. And so what you can do is you can buy this product in bulk with a wholesale discount and then flip the products individually on Amazon for the regular retail price. And once you make a sale, you get to keep all the profit. And the pro with wholesale and this way of selling on Amazon is it is very easy to get started, but there are some cons that we're going to go into depth about later in this video. There are some better ways to sell on Amazon that we're going to be talking about soon. The third way of selling on Amazon is called private label. And this is where you slap your brand on an existing product, you private label it, and you can make a ton of money doing this. In fact, this product right here is making over $1.6 million in sales every single month. And you can find out how much any product on Amazon is making by using this free tool that I'm going to show you. And all you have to do is scroll down and copy the best-selling rank number that's here on the listing. You then go to the Jungle Scout Sales Estimator tool. You select your marketplace, which is the United States, as well as the category, which in this case is tools and home improvement. And then you paste in that best-selling rank number. And we can see that every single month, this product is being sold over 47,000 times. And then when we take that number and we multiply it by the cost of the product, which is $34.51, we can see that this product is doing over $1.6 million in sales every single month. But here's where things get crazy and why selling on Amazon is so powerful. If you go over to Alibaba.com, you can find this exact same product being sold for $3.60 a piece. So what you can do is, again, buy this product in bulk, except for this time, you're gonna slap your own brand on it. And there's some big benefits to doing this that we're gonna talk about later in the video. And after you slapped your brand on this product, you can sell it on Amazon on your own listing and make a ton of money in profit. As you can see here, the profit margins for this product are pretty crazy. These are the 3 most common ways that new sellers try to make money by selling products on Amazon. But there's actually a 4th way to sell on Amazon that is by far the most powerful way and the best way I know of to actually make passive income by selling products on Amazon. And I've actually been selling on Amazon for over 10 years. And my name is Travis, and I've done over $7 million in sales selling products on Amazon using the exact method that I'm gonna be showing you in this video. So make sure to smash that like button, because this is going to be the most in-depth free course available on the internet. And I've used the method that I'm going to be showing you in this video to start multiple businesses. I've also taught this exact same method to a ton of my students that are in my Amazon FBA training programs, and they've gone on to make hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not even millions of dollars, every single year. And I could easily charge over $1,000 for all the content that I'm putting in this video, but I'm giving it to you absolutely for free. So again, make sure you smash that like button. But I do want to be honest with you about something. What I'm going to show you in this video is the easiest way to make money online, but still, it is going to take some research and some hard work on your part in order for you to start your Amazon business. Once your business is up and running, it actually doesn't take a lot of work to make it continue to run, but there is going to be some upfront work in order for you to get your business off the ground. And once you get your business up and running, it's easy to run because Amazon is getting all the customers to their website for you. And on top of that, with the Amazon FBA program, when you get an order, Amazon will do all the picking, packing, and shipping out of the product to your customer. And for those that don't know, FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. And this is where you send in the products that you want to sell on Amazon's website into Amazon's warehouse. And when you get an order on Amazon's website, Amazon's going to pick, pack, and ship out your product from their warehouse to your customer. This also makes it so that all the products that you're selling on Amazon.com become Prime eligible, meaning that when a customer buys your product from Amazon, they can receive that product within just 2 days. And when you're selling a product that's Prime eligible, you're going to make a lot more money because customers know that they're going to be able to buy it and get the product quickly. And Amazon actually promotes Prime products to the top of the search results. And we're going to talk about why that's so important later in this video. But when you take advantage of the Amazon FBA program, it also makes it so that you can travel and live anywhere in the world that you want to live, and you can keep running your business from anywhere in the world because you don't need to be in the United States in order to ship products to your customer. And let me show you how this process works and how you can do it. This product right here last year did over $1 million in sales. And it was started by one of my students, Brent. And what's crazy about Brent's story is he didn't have a lot of free time or a lot of money to start an Amazon business. He is a first responder helicopter pilot, and he has 2 beautiful children to take care of. But he joined my Amazon FBA training program, and I showed him what I'm going to be showing you in this video, and he learned that he could buy this product from overseas for around $20 per unit and then sell it on Amazon for around $99 per unit. And he saw that this was a huge opportunity and a lot of people wanted to buy his specific product, which led to him, as I mentioned, doing over $1 million in sales. And yes, he was able to start this business while he had a full-time job. So if he can do it and all the other students that I've taught can do it, you can do it too if you follow this simple 5-step formula that I'm going to be showing you in this video. And the first step is to figure out exactly what you're going to sell. And I have a step-by-step method that's going to guarantee that you find the exact product that you should be selling on Amazon. I'm going to be sharing that with you today in this video. The second step is sourcing your Amazon product, figuring out where you can get your product manufactured. And you can go to sites like Alibaba.com if you want to find a manufacturer's overseas, or you can go to thomasnet.com if you're looking to find a manufacturer here in the United States. And there are a couple other ways that I'll talk about that you can find a manufacturer as well. You're then going to buy your product at a discounted price because you're going straight to the manufacturer. And I'm going to share with you some of my negotiation techniques that help you to get the lowest price possible. After that, the next step is for you to build your listing on Amazon's website. And to be clear, creating your listing on Amazon's website is extremely easy to do, and I'm going to show you how to hack the system so that you'll get as many sales as possible for your product. Because if you know what you're doing with Amazon, there's some little tricks that you can use to get more sales, and I'm going to share all those with you in this video. After you've done that, you're going to ship your products from your manufacturer into Amazon's warehouse. And by shipping your products into the Amazon warehouse and using the Amazon FBA program, it's going to make it so that you don't have to do any of the hard work of running your business, because Amazon has over 300 million Prime customers, and Amazon has spent billions of dollars marketing to get people to come to their website and buy products from them. The fifth and final step for having success on Amazon is launching your product. And the goal is to get as many sales as possible from day one. And when you do this, Amazon's gonna see that you have a winning product, and it's gonna put your product to the top of the search results. And we'll talk about later in this video why that's so important. But if your product's at the top of the search results, that means people are going to buy your product, you're gonna be making money, and you're gonna have free time to do whatever you want to do, whether that's travel the world or spend more time with your family, or take that extra time and work on making more money with your business. And I've taught over 2,000 people the exact method that I'm going to be showing you in this video. People like Brent, AJ, Calvin, and hundreds of other students that have successfully followed this formula and started making money by selling products on Amazon. And towards the end of this course, I'm actually going to be interviewing some of my students, and they're going to walk you through exactly how they created their business, and they're going to share with you their real honest results. Now, I do have a huge warning. I know you might be wondering, is it too late to sell on Amazon? Is Amazon FBA already too saturated? And the truth is, yes, it is too saturated. If you're going to try to do the same old school methods of selling products on Amazon that used to work 5, 6, 7 years ago. Things like private label and wholesale and retail arbitrage, they just don't work anymore. It's too easy for other sellers to steal the idea. It's too competitive, and it's not really even passive income, some of these different ways of selling on Amazon. But in this video, I'm gonna teach you my method for selling on Amazon, a method that still works right now, and it's the only method that's going to continue to work as more Amazon sellers come in and Amazon continues to get more competitive. And it's true that Amazon has over 10 million sellers, and there's 4,000 new sellers joining Amazon every single day. So right now, you might be thinking that Amazon is super competitive, but keep in mind, of those 2 million Amazon sellers in the United States, only around 1.1 million sellers are actually active sellers. But keep in mind that Amazon has over 180 million Prime customers in the United States alone. That means for every Amazon seller, there are 163 customers, and those customers are going to be buying multiple products. And keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, over 40% of all Amazon sellers are still making over $100,000, and most of them have never even received formal training like you're going to be doing in this video. So by watching this video all the way till the end, you're going to be way farther ahead of most Amazon sellers. But the biggest reason why I know what I'm going to be teaching you in this video still works as a way to make money on Amazon is I recently launched a product on Amazon, and my goal was to launch this product with only 7 days worth of work. And this business in the first 6 months has done over $110,000 in sales. But keep in mind that revenue is not profit. When you're selling a product, especially selling a product on Amazon, there are going to be some costs. And once we subtract out all the costs, in just my first 6 months, this product from passive income has made me over $46,000. And sales for this product have actually grown every single month. Last month, I did around $28,000 in sales with around $14,000 in profit. And it looks like those numbers are going to continue to grow, meaning that I was able to launch a 6-figure passive income business on Amazon with only 7 days worth of work. And this was just a few months ago. So I know that this method that I'm going to be teaching in this video of selling on Amazon still works, and that you can make a ton of money by doing it. There is a secret to making money on Amazon that no one is talking about though. And if you learn the secret, you can use it to hack the algorithm. And the secret is that Amazon is basically just a search engine. That's it. Think about it. people go to Amazon to search for things that they want to buy. And since it's just a search engine, they're then shown a list of possible results, possible products that match their search. And if you know how to hack the algorithm, you can make it so that your product shows up at the top of the search results. And products at the top of the search results get most of the clicks and most of the purchases. And that's one of the big themes of this video, is I'm going to show you how you can hack the Amazon algorithm. And as I've mentioned, I've taught over 2,000 people how to use this technique to sell on Amazon. And I've also seen a lot of failures that could have been avoided. And I'm going to show you every single mistake I see students making. And I want to be transparent. I also am going to share every single mistake that I've made selling on Amazon. And some of these mistakes have cost me $50,000, $100,000, and all the way up to a mistake that actually cost me over $500,000. But I've made these mistakes and I've learned from them, and I'm gonna share them with you so that you don't have to make these same mistakes. And by watching this video all the way until the end, it's gonna save you thousands of dollars. And by learning everything I'm gonna teach you, not only are you going to save money by not making these mistakes, you're going to end up finding some secrets that are going to skyrocket your product's success, meaning more money in your pocket. And I'm going to be sharing all these secrets and this step-by-step way that's guaranteed for you to have success on Amazon in just a couple minutes. But first, I want to show you all the pros and cons of each method of selling on Amazon so you can figure out which method is right for you. Because even though I did say that private label and wholesale are dead, sometimes you can get lucky and you can find a private label or a wholesale product and make a little bit of money. If all you want to do is keep your 9 to 5 and make a little extra change on the side, then those might be good options for you. And let's start with retail arbitrage, which is, as I mentioned, where you find a product that's at a huge discount, either in a retail store where you actually go and you physically buy the product, or on an online website where the price is hugely discounted. You would then buy that product at a discount, send it into the Amazon warehouse, and sell it on Amazon.com for the increased price. And this works because a lot of people only buy products from Amazon.com. Now, the big con with this method of selling on Amazon is you're going to be constantly needing to go out and hunt for deals, find new products, buy them, and sell them on Amazon, and it's a lot of work. But a big pro for this method is it's relatively quick and easy to do, and it doesn't take a lot of money to get started. The only money that you need is the money that you're going to use to buy the products that you're going to flip on Amazon. But a huge con for this method of selling on Amazon is that it's not gonna give you passive income. And my goal with this video right here is to teach you how to build a business, how to build a machine that's going to print you money even when you're traveling or sleeping. With retail arbitrage, you're going to constantly need to be putting work into your business to keep it going. The next common method is wholesale, where you buy products in bulk with your wholesale discount and then flip them on Amazon for the increased price. And the biggest con with this way of selling on Amazon is there's nothing stopping other people from contacting that same wholesale manufacturer and selling the exact same product as you on the exact same Amazon listing. Now, one big pro with this way of selling on Amazon is that you don't need to create a product or create a brand. It's pretty easy to do. All you have to do is contact a wholesale manufacturer, buy their products in bulk, sell them on Amazon, and make some money. And yes, sometimes you can get lucky and find a manufacturer or a wholesaler that no one else knows about, buy a product in bulk, and sell it on Amazon. But this is really rare. There's also nothing stopping the manufacturer from selling their own product on Amazon and cutting you out as the middleman. And I've seen a lot of people that get into wholesale, they start selling a product, but then other people start buying that same product wholesale, selling that product on the exact same listing as them, and they end up not getting any sales. So one solution to this is private label. And this is where you buy a product in bulk, but the difference here is you slap your own brand on it, which allows you to create a brand new listing on Amazon. And that is one of the pros of private label, is that no one else can sell your product because you own your brand, and no one else can sell your branded products on Amazon. One of the biggest cons with private label is if all you're doing is taking a product that's on Alibaba, slapping your brand on it, and selling it on Amazon, there's nothing stopping other people from creating a copycat of your product, and that'll make it so you have a lot of competition in the Amazon search result. But the biggest con with both private label and wholesale is that 85% of all Amazon sellers are either doing wholesale or private label. So these ways of selling on Amazon are really saturated. And that leads me to the fourth way of selling on Amazon, which I call creating a passion product. And this is where you create a unique product and make it better than the competition. And I'll talk about in depth how to do that in this video, but this is the best method to actually make money on Amazon right now. I was probably in a similar situation to where you are right now. When I first heard about selling things online, I was stuck in a dead-end corporate job. I was exhausted, depressed. I hated my life. And when I first heard about the opportunity that selling things online is, I was scared. I was scared to quit my job. I was scared to take that leap because I didn't want to make mistakes. And this is why I've put together this massive video. I understand what it's like to be exactly where you are, and I don't want you to make the same mistakes that I made. I want to show you the path so you can have success. Since quitting my job, I've been able to start multiple successful Amazon businesses. I've been able to travel the world, spend more time with my family, and do things that I never thought was possible. And I want to show you exactly how you can do that for yourself in this video. All I ask is that you smash that like button right now, because when you hit the like button, it lets YouTube know that I did a good job making this video. And I've spent hundreds of hours putting together this one video for you right here. So if you haven't yet, hit that like button and let me show you why I chose to sell on Amazon and why I think you should too. Because there are a lot of different ways that you can make money online. There's dropshipping, affiliate marketing, starting a social media marketing agency, and even freelancing. But I still think that starting an Amazon FBA business is the best way to create a passive income business. And that's because with dropshipping, affiliate marketing, and a lot of the other ways to make passive income out there, they're just too saturated. If you start a dropshipping store, there's nothing stopping other people from dropshipping that exact same thing. Same thing is true with affiliate marketing. You might become an affiliate for one website or one product, and there could be hundreds of other affiliates all competing. When you start an Amazon FBA business, you can create your own brand. You can own that brand, and you can get a trademark or a patent, and no one else can sell the same product on you. I've seen other people that want to make money by doing a social media marketing agency or freelancing. The problem with this is you're trading your time for money. And when you're trading your time for money, that means that you need to keep working. And one of the biggest reasons I like to create an Amazon FBA business is the business can be run without me. Amazon's handling all the fulfillment and handling getting all the customers, so that if I want to grow my business, I can spend my free time growing my business, or if I want to spend my free time just laying on a beach, I can do that as well. And Amazon is projected to grow every single year. So by starting to sell on Amazon right now, you're gonna actually be getting in at the perfect time, because it's easier than ever to start an online business if you use Amazon. On top of that, this is a growing segment. People are buying things online more and more often. And since Amazon is the #1 e-commerce retailer in the United States, that means that by starting an Amazon business, you're gonna get to take advantage of this huge opportunity. And I've taught people like AJ, who did over $500,000 in his first year ever selling this product on Amazon. But I do wanna set realistic expectations for you before we get started with this video and before I really show you step by step the process for selling on Amazon. There are a few things that you should know, including one of the biggest reasons why people fail on Amazon. Most people, when they're learning how to sell on Amazon, they go to YouTube and they watch one video from one person, another video from another person. They watch videos out of order and they watch people that are teaching different methods. The reason I created this video that you're watching right now is because I wanted you to have the most comprehensive, the most complete guide for selling on Amazon in one place. I also put a lot of work making sure that every step of the process is laid out in a linear A to Z fashion. So if you haven't yet, save this video to a playlist or bookmark this video right now, because you're going to be coming back to this video again and again. And I recommend the first time you watch this video, don't worry about taking notes. I've set up this video to be as easy to follow as possible, and I actually recommend that you watch it all the way through so you have an idea of how all the different pieces connect. Then on your second time watching this video, take out a pen and a paper and take notes, because the only way you're going to be successful watching this video is if you actually pay attention and take action on all the things I'm going to be teaching you in this video. And if at any point I'm talking too quickly or things are going too fast, you can go down into the settings and you can slow this video down. If, however, it's too slow for you, you can play this video at 2x speed, and you may want to do that on the first time you watch this video just to get that overview of how this video works. Or if you ever need to work on a specific part of your Amazon business, you can click on the timestamps down below and it will take you to the exact spot you need to go to. But for now, I'm going to give you this 10-hour course completely for free. But something that I've seen over and over again is usually people that don't pay for things don't pay attention. So I need you to pretend like you just spent $1,000 for this free course that you're watching. And the truth is, I've spent over 10 years learning everything that I've condensed down into these 10 hours. And I've spent hundreds of hours of my own time writing scripts, as well as I've hired editors to edit this video, and that's cost me tens of thousands of dollars. So I easily could have charged $1,000 for this video, but I'm not gonna charge you anything. This is completely free. But this video is only gonna work if you actually treat it as if it has value, which it does. And you need to actually pay attention. That's one of the reasons why, at a minimum, I'd say smash that like button to show me that you appreciate this video and to make a commitment to yourself that you are gonna take this seriously. But even though I am giving you this 10-hour video for free, I know you might be sitting there struggling with analysis paralysis. You obviously wanna make money online, you wanna get freedom, you wanna change your life, but you're probably scared. I was scared. It took me a long time before I got up the courage to quit my corporate job. And one of the biggest reasons I was scared is I didn't want to waste money. I thought that starting an online business was going to be really expensive. And I was scared about making a mistake because if I made a mistake, that could cost me thousands of dollars. Now, first off, I'm going to show you a way that you can sell on Amazon even if you have $0. I helped AJ launch cocktail cards and he didn't have any money to invest in his business. He was able to raise over $100,000 using Indiegogo without spending a dime. On top of that, the biggest lesson I've learned in my entrepreneur journey, the way to kill analysis paralysis is to understand that every minute you are waiting to start your online business, you are losing money. Most people think that the only way to lose money is by spending money and making mistakes. It's not true. I'm gonna tell you right now that eventually, if you follow the steps in this video and you launch an Amazon business, eventually you could be making over $100,000 profit per year. That's around $10,000 profit every single month. But the longer you wait, the longer you're gonna have to wait to make that $10,000 profit per month, which means every single month you were waiting to start your online business, you were losing $10,000 that you would have had if you would have started that business now. So get started now, take action. As I mentioned, watch this entire video, come back, take notes, and do the work. But now let me share with you some of the biggest mistakes that I see new Amazon sellers making, because if you're suffering from analysis paralysis, it's probably because you're nervous about making mistakes. And one of the biggest mistakes I see new Amazon sellers, new entrepreneurs making is they don't have a mentor. They don't have someone showing them step by step how to do it. As humans, we learn from other humans. So go find someone that's already done exactly what you want to do and follow their method step by step. And I'm happy to be your mentor, even if you don't pay me, by watching my YouTube videos and watching everything that I have. In a way, I get to be your remote mentor. But if you do want a little bit more one-on-one help and a little bit more guidance from me directly, as I mentioned, I do have that Amazon FBA program, link in the description down below. The next mistake people make is they don't set realistic expectations. You are not going to become a millionaire overnight. This is not some kind of a get-rich-quick scheme. This is the best and easiest way I've ever found to start a legitimate online business. And since you are starting a real online business, it is gonna take some hard work up front. Don't think that in 1 or 2 months you're going to be a millionaire. Now, what is a realistic expectation? I do firmly believe that within 6 months, you could create and launch a business that'll be making you over $10,000 profit per month. I've done it, I've helped a lot of other people do it, and you can do it too. In fact, let's take a minute and let's set a goal for you right now. And the reason that you need to do this right now is because people that set goals are 42% more likely to actually hit their goals. And by writing down your goal, you're even more likely to hit your goal. So right now, I want you to think about what is it that you want from your Amazon business and type it down below in the comment. For example, you might want to make $100,000 a year in passive income so that you could travel the world and do whatever you want. Or maybe it's so you can spend more time with your family. And that's an important part of setting a goal, is asking yourself why. Most people think, I want to make an extra $100,000 a year, but why? Why would that change your life? Because when you get excited and emotional about what you want, your entire body, your entire subconscious is going to move you forward towards your goal. Because if your brain knows that one day, once we start this Amazon business, you're going to get to lay on the beach in Thailand, it's going to get really excited. It's going to start producing more dopamine, more serotonin, and it's going to start moving you in the direction of actually accomplishing this task. So right now, if you haven't yet, close your eyes and ask yourself, what is it that you want? Do you want to be able to travel? Do you want to be able to spend time with your family? Do you want to be able to pay off all your student loan debt? What does that look like for you? And write it down in the comments down below. When I first quit my corporate job, as I mentioned, my goal was to make 6 figures passive income, because in my head, if I could be making $100,000 a year automatically, but I also had all my free time to do whatever I wanted to, I could live the life of a millionaire. Because most people think they want $1 million. But the goal is not to have $1 million in the bank. The goal is to get to live like a millionaire should live. I myself am a millionaire. I know a lot of millionaires. And let me tell you, most millionaires are miserable because they're working extremely hard. They're working 80 hours a week. That shouldn't be your goal. Your goal shouldn't be to just have a certain amount of money in the bank. Your goal should be able to live a life that excites you. And what I'm going to be teaching you in this video is one of the ways you can get to that kind of a life. So let's start right now with an overview of what's going to be in this video. And as I mentioned, there are timestamps down below so you can skip around. But before you go any further in this video, watch this overview so you can have an understanding of what you're going to be learning. And the first thing I'm going to show you is how to start your Amazon seller account. And it's easy. All you're going to have to do is go to sell.amazon.com and follow all the instructions that I'm going to give you in this video. But warning, there are some common mistakes that lead to people getting banned from being able to sell on Amazon. So make sure you watch that section to know those common mistakes so you can avoid them. Then I'm going to show you a complete product research guide. It's over an hour of me showing you how I find real Amazon products. And I'm going to have some different ideas that are really $100,000 plus ideas that you can take. And I've done product research where I find real ideas. And what's funny about it is no one actually ends up taking that idea and going to start the business. So I've actually taken that idea 6 months later and started the business. So what I'm showing you in this section is ideas that you can take for free to start your Amazon business. I know a lot of people struggle because they can't come up with an idea. Well, I'm going to show you step by step how to do that. But if you still can't come up with an idea, then use one of the ideas I'm going to show you in that section. We're then going to talk about how you'll know that your product will sell. Before you spend any time or money on it, I want to make sure that you know for sure that you're going to be creating an Amazon business that will actually lead to money in your pocket. After that, we're going to be talking about how you can brand your product, including how you can create a logo and a box design. Because when selling on Amazon, people can't actually pick up your product, hold it in their hands. All they're able to do is look at the photos that you've created. And by doing proper branding, it's going to make it so you can charge a premium for your product, which means more profit for you. For instance, these two products are the exact same product, but this one has way nicer branding, which means that this company can charge more money for this product, and that ultimately means more profit for them. And since that both these products cost around the same amount of money to make, that means more profit for this company. You want to be like this company. You don't want to be like this company. I'm then going to show you a cheat code shortcut on how you can create social media for your Amazon brand. And this is how AJ was able to do over $500,000 in sales in his first year, even though he started with $0. And you can use the power of social media. I'm going to show you step by step how you can do that in this section of the video. We're then going to talk about every single step of finding a manufacturer and all the different ways you can do it. Whether you're looking to find a manufacturer in China, in the United States, or in any country in the world, there are different websites that can help you to do that. And I'm going to show you all those websites and how to use every one. And Alibaba.com is one of the most amazing websites that I've found in the last few years. And the reason is you can buy products for such a huge discounted price from overseas, ship them into the United States, and sell your products on Amazon for an increased price. But obviously, if you're looking to get a product made in the USA, then there's websites for that as well. We're going to talk about every aspect on how to find a manufacturer, talk with your manufacturer, how to negotiate the best price for your products. Everything you need to know will be in this section of the video. Next, we're going to talk about all the legal aspects of starting an Amazon business, and it's so much easier than you think. I remember when I was first quitting my corporate job and I was nervous. I'm like, I've never started a business. It's going to be so much work, so much paperwork. It's super simple, and I'm going to show you how. And you have a couple different choices. You can do an LLC, a DBA, or an S Corp. I'm going to show you which one you should choose and why. I'm also going to share with you all the legal documentation that you need, how to get it for free. A lot of this stuff people pay money for. You don't need to pay money for it. I'm going to show you how you can get all the different paperwork for free. And I'm going to show you how you can get a bank account, even if you live overseas, how you can still get a US business bank account. After that, we're going to be talking about how to create a product listing on Amazon, and they make it so simple. It's so simple. All you have to do is type in what the title is, upload some images, type in your bullet points and a description, and you're pretty much done. But there are some secrets to actually creating an effective product listing that's going to make you money. As I mentioned, the key when selling on Amazon is to get your product ranked at the top of the search results. So one of the things you're going to want to make sure you do is include the things people are searching for in Amazon in your title. These are called keywords. I'll explain in depth during this section how to do this. Another thing to keep in mind that I'll talk about in depth in this section is you want to make a high quality main image, because when people are searching for things on Amazon, all they can really see is the main image, the title, the price, and the amount of reviews. But most people make the decision on whether or not they're going to click on your product based on the main image. So you want to make a main image that's going to stand out, that's going to get people's attention, that's going to look professional. And it doesn't cost a lot of money to do this. I'm going to give you all my secret techniques during this section. I'm also going to give you an in-depth overview of Amazon Seller Central, so you can know what to expect, as well as some different little hidden features that a lot of Amazon sellers don't know about. There's some different reports that are going to make it a lot easier for you to sell on Amazon, and it's going to make it so that you can end up making more money. There's so many secrets in the Amazon Seller Central, and most people don't really know what they're doing. I'm going to show you a complete overview of this so that you're prepared when selling on Amazon. After that, we're going to be talking about shipping your product into the Amazon warehouse. And there are a few different options when shipping a product into Amazon. You can do sea shipping or air shipping. And sea shipping is going to be cheaper, but it's going to take longer. Air shipping is going to be faster, but it's more expensive. We're going to talk in depth about how to find a company to ship your products, even if you're shipping from China into the Amazon warehouse, how to deal with customs and duties and all that stuff that seems like a big pain in the butt. It's not. It's very easy to do, especially if you follow the step-by-step method I'm going to give you during this section. After that, we're going to be talking about launching on Amazon. And this is one of the most important things that most Amazon sellers, even most Amazon gurus, don't really talk about. You need to get as many sales from day one as possible. And I've got some secret hacks on how you can do that, how you can spike the algorithm to make sure you're getting a ton of sales. Most people will tell you you have to spend money on Amazon PPC. It's not true. I've launched a lot of products without spending any money on Amazon PPC, and I've still had a ton of success. Now, there are a lot of different secrets I'm going to give you during this section on how to spike sales. So make sure you make it all the way to this point in the video. After that, we're going to be talking about brand registry and trademarking your product. This is optional, but I highly recommend it. Amazon has a program called Brand Registry where if you have a trademark, which is very easy to get, I'm going to show you how you can get a trademark. If you have a trademark for your brand, you can apply to Brand Registry. This is going to make it so your product's more secure and so that people can't come in and change your listing or do a lot of the malicious things that people used to do on Amazon. It's also going to make it so you're going to have a ton of extra features that are going to lead to more sales. If you have Brand Registry, it gives you access to A+ content and makes it so you can upload videos of your product, which is going to ultimately lead to more sales and more profit for you. After that, I have a huge in-depth section about Amazon PPC. PPC stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise on Amazon where you pay Amazon every time someone clicks on your ad. That's why it's called pay per click. And what's great about this is once you get this working, you might spend $1 per click but end up with $5 worth of sales. This is a huge hack that a lot of beginner Amazon sellers don't know about. It's amazing that you can actually advertise on Amazon's website. This is where people go to buy things and you can advertise on that website, and I'm going to show you how in this section of the video. After that, I'm going to share with you 5 Amazon FBA tips that I wish I knew when I first started. And as I've mentioned, I've made thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars worth of mistakes. So this section is really important. If you are a beginner seller, I highly recommend making it to this section of the video. Then towards the end of this massive course video that I'm creating for you, I'm going to have an FAQ section and answer some of the questions that I get over and over again, including I'll take some time to explain the Amazon FBA fees, as well as talk about how much it will cost you to start your Amazon business. We'll break down all the different costs. Then we'll talk about, can you start even if you have $0? Spoiler alert, the answer is yes. Now, I will say, before I go any further, that if you spend some money starting your Amazon business, it's going to make it easier. But if you don't have any money, that's okay. I'm gonna show you techniques that you can use to start an Amazon business even with $0. I'll also be sharing the top 10 biggest mistakes that new Amazon sellers make. After that, I'm actually gonna share all my mistakes, exposed every single mistake I've ever made and exactly how much money it cost me. And I've had some very successful students that volunteered to tell their entire story, to share all their numbers, including their product costs, their Amazon selling fees, everything, their revenue, their profit, all of that. So you can actually follow along step by step during their journey and see exactly how they did that. And Brent's gonna come on during this section and share his story on how he was able to do over $1 million last year, as well as AJ's gonna share a story, Jeremy's gonna share a story. We're gonna have a bunch of very successful Amazon sellers showing you exactly how they did it. So this section I highly recommend. The most important section of this entire video comes at the end, and this is how you can guarantee success when selling on Amazon. And during this section, I'll also give more information about my Amazon FBA mentorship program if that's something you're interested in. And I'm so confident that my Amazon FBA program will work for you that I will give you $2,000 if you join my program, follow all the steps, and don't make at least $1,000 profit in your first year. I will personally give you $2,000. On top of that, this program does have a 14-day unconditional money back guarantee. In this free video that you're watching right now, I go into way more detail in my paid Amazon FBA program. In fact, there's over 150 step-by-step screen recorded lessons showing you every step of the process of launching your Amazon business. In addition to that, you'll get access to weekly Q&A calls where you can join and ask whatever questions you have to either myself or a coach. And I sometimes go on the calls, sometimes I have coaches go on the calls. Right now, AJ from Cocktail Cards has been doing a lot of the Q&A calls. But another bonus when you join my Amazon FBA program is you get 2 one-on-one private coaching sessions. And this is gonna speed up your results. And one of the biggest things that people don't think about is when you invest in yourself, you're investing in getting to your result faster. When you join this program, you're also gonna get access to a private Facebook group just for students in my Amazon FBA mentorship program, as well as a bunch of other bonuses I'll talk about at the end of this video. And I do limit the amount of people that can join my program. I will be opening up registration next week, but I'm only gonna be allowing in 50 people to join this program. And that's why I recommend, if you are interested, to get on the wait list right now so you can be one of the first people that know as soon as I open up this program. And one of the biggest reasons why I'd recommend you join my Amazon FBA program, as I mentioned, is that people that don't pay for things don't pay attention. I wanted to learn how to surf. I got a surfboard, I got a wetsuit, and I never really ended up going surfing until I ended up spending $1,000 to pre-purchase 10 surfing lessons. As soon as I actually spent some money, it guaranteed that I was going to have success. The same is true with starting a business. And let me tell you, starting a business is harder than learning how to surf. You're gonna need to put more energy, more effort into it. But I'll also say that the rewards are 100% worth it. Starting an Amazon FBA business has completely changed my life. And let's jump right into it. Let me show you how to start your Amazon seller account. But really quickly before we do that, I do want to introduce myself a little bit more, because if you are new to the channel, you may not know my story. And the thing is, when I had my corporate job and I was depressed and I quit my corporate job with that goal of making $100,000 per year in passive income, I didn't have success right away. I actually first started an online dance clothing company with my mom. I wasn't passionate about it. I didn't really care about dance clothing. I just wanted a way to make money. And I spent the next several years struggling. It was hard for me to make money online because I was doing something that I wasn't passionate about. Then I found out about the idea of selling on Amazon, and I launched my first passion product. And as I mentioned, within just 2 months of launching this product on Amazon, I was doing over $30,000 in revenue per month. That's over $10,000 in profit. And the reason I was able to have so much success with this product is because I followed the formula I'm gonna give you in this video. So let's jump right into it, and let's start off by showing you how you can start your Amazon seller account. The first step to starting your Amazon FBA seller account is to go to sell.amazon.com. And then you're gonna go down and click the sign up button. Now, warning, be careful here, because there are actually 2 different ways that you can sell on Amazon. You can sell with a professional account, which is going to cost you $39.99 a month. Or you can go with the individual account. And the individual account is actually free. And they actually hide this feature. In order to sign up for a free individual seller account, you have to scroll all the way down to the bottom and click on sign up to become an individual seller. Now, the catch with signing up as an individual seller is you are gonna have to pay an additional 99 cents for every item that you sell. And I've been selling on Amazon for over 8 years. And my advice to you is if you plan on selling more than 40 units per month, sign up for the professional plan. Don't sign up for the individual seller plan. I'll talk more about the differences between the individual and the professional plan later in this video, but there are a bunch of features that you get when you sign up with the professional plan. Before I go any farther in this tutorial, I do want to let you know that there are 5 really common reasons why people end up getting denied from being able to sell on Amazon. They get their account banned and they're never able to sell on Amazon. So you're going to want to pay close attention and make sure that you avoid these common mistakes that people make when applying for their Seller Central account. And to sign up for the professional plan, which is what I recommend, go ahead and click on the sign up button. If, however, you do want to go with the individual seller account because you're only going to be selling a few items, as I mentioned, just scroll down to the bottom and click on this sign up to become an individual seller button. And the truth is, you can start off as an individual seller and you can always upgrade to the professional selling plan later if your business starts to grow and you start selling more items on Amazon. Another thing that people don't realize is you can sign up for the professional Amazon seller plan, and that is going to cost you $39.99 a month. But here's another secret that a lot of people don't realize, that Amazon will charge you for that first month, but they won't charge you again until you actually start selling products. And I say this because if you're planning on selling on Amazon, but you know that you're not going to actually get started for a few months, it's a good idea to sign up for your seller account now, because sometimes it does take a few weeks or months before your account gets fully approved. And if for any reason Amazon charges you during those months that you're not selling, you can just message seller support and they'll refund you all that money. So once you're ready, you're going to click sign up. I'm going to share with you right now one of the reasons why people get banned from selling on Amazon. This is one of the most important steps of this entire tutorial, so please make sure and pay attention. One of the most common reasons why people get banned from being able to sell on Amazon is they already have an Amazon seller account. Maybe they started one back a few years ago when they were in college to sell some used textbooks, or maybe someone else in their house has an Amazon seller account and they didn't even realize. And when you go to start your new Amazon seller account, this is a red flag for Amazon because Amazon is wondering why you're starting a new Amazon seller account when you already have another one. Now, there are very specific situations where it is allowed for you to have a second Amazon seller account. For instance, if you have a new legitimate business that needs a separate account, that's a separate entity, then you can do it. But before you start your second seller account, I recommend reaching out to Amazon and letting them know about the situation so that it's documented that you're going to be doing this. And Amazon used to be a lot more strict with this, but still it's not worth the risk of being banned. I always recommend letting Amazon know that you're going to be starting a new Amazon seller account. So at this point, if you already have an Amazon account, you're going to go ahead and log in with that Amazon account. However, if you are creating a new account for your new business, click create your Amazon account. You're then going to put in your name, email, and a password. But before you go any further, I do have a really important tip when it comes to what email address you use. And this is another one of those things that people get in trouble for. They get banned, or a lot of times Amazon will deny them from getting a seller account. A common mistake I see people making with the email that they choose when signing up for their seller account. A lot of people make the mistake of using a Gmail account or a Yahoo account. And you can do this, but again, sometimes this is a red flag for Amazon that you're not a serious seller. It's much better if you have a business email address. And I'm going to use travis@passionproduct.com because that is my business address. I'm not going to use my personal Gmail account. So then you're going to type in your password and you're going to hit next. They'll then ask you for a phone number, which should be easy. But if for any reason you don't have one, or you've already used your phone number with a different account, you can always get a Google Voice number and use that instead. They'll then send you a one-time password to your mobile phone. You'll enter that and you'll click create your Amazon account. I do have a complete checklist that you should go through before you start to sign up for your Amazon seller account. And there are some things on this checklist that you may not have thought about. Obviously, as we've already mentioned, you need to have an email address and you want to have a phone number that you would use for your Amazon seller account ready. But at this point in signing up for your seller account, they're going to start asking more serious questions and they're going to be asking you for some other information. And one of the first things they're going to ask you about is your business information, as well as what is your best contact address. So you're going to want to make sure you have all your paperwork ready for that, as well as the mobile number, a chargeable credit card, and a few other things that we'll be going over. And don't worry, even if you live outside the United States, I'll be talking about how you can still sign up for an Amazon seller account and be able to sell things within the United States. But be careful, a very important part about this step is do not sign up for an Amazon seller account with a debit card. If you sign up with a debit card for an Amazon seller account, they will suspend your account, they will ban you, and they're not gonna tell you why oftentimes, but I will tell you why. It's because they don't like it when people sign up for debit cards. They want you to sign up with a credit card. Also, at the end of this process, they're going to ask for some different identity details. Some information such as either a picture of the front and back of your driver's license or a picture of your passport. Now I'm gonna walk step by step through this with you because I've seen a lot of people mess up little small details that end up getting them in a lot of trouble. It ends up making it so their account is banned, they're denied from selling before they even get a chance. So the first thing we're going to do is we're gonna go here and we're gonna select the business location. And for me, that is in the United States, but if you're not located in the United States, don't worry, you can still sign up to sell on Amazon from pretty much anywhere in the world. And I'll go into more details about that throughout this video. But if you want me to do a dedicated video just talking about how to start an Amazon seller account from outside the United States, leave a comment down below and I'll consider doing that as a future video. At this point, you're going to select what is the entity type of your business. Now, if you don't know the answer to this, you're probably gonna put none and select I'm just an individual seller. And you can sell on Amazon even if you don't have a legitimate business structure. You're just gonna have to use your social security number if you're located in the United States. And they need this information for tax purposes because when you make your first $1 million off Amazon, they're gonna report it to the government and Uncle Sam knows where to go and collect that. But one thing that I wanna note is that if you are located outside the United States, I do recommend setting up an LLC. It's gonna make it a lot easier for you to sign up for your Amazon seller account. And an LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. It's a way for you to legally start a business within the United States. And whether you live outside the United States or inside the United States, starting an LLC makes a lot of sense because it does give your business legal protection, meaning if someone sues your business, they can't come after your personal assets. However, if you don't need the legal protection, but you still want to start a business account, you can do what's called a DBA instead, which stands for Doing Business As. And this allows you to open up a business bank account, a business credit card, which is very helpful because it allows you to keep your business and your personal finances separate. Though I will warn you that if someone sues your business, they can come after your personal assets. So I would recommend signing up for an LLC if you're selling something that people consume or that has a high chance of someone wanting to come sue you. You can always sign up for a DBA first and then later on upgrade to an LLC to get that legal protection. Now, if you are outside the United States or you're just looking for an easy way to sign up for an LLC, you can go to wyregisteredagent.net to set up an LLC based in Wyoming. And Wyoming is a great place to set up an LLC. Another option is to set up an LLC in Delaware, and LegalZoom can help you do that. I'll put links to both of those down below in the description. However, I do want to warn you that if you live within the United States, you should just set up an LLC in your home state. For me, for instance, in California, that does cost $800 a year in order to have an LLC, but it's worth it for the legal protection. Now at this stage, for most people watching this tutorial, you're probably gonna select privately owned business. However, if you're a charity, obviously click on that option. There's also a spot for state-owned business and a spot for publicly listed business. And a publicly listed business means a giant company with stockholders. So most people watching this video, you're probably just gonna select privately owned business. You'll then want to enter your business name and confirm that your business location type and everything are correct. Then scroll down and click Agree and Continue. They'll then ask for your company registration number, which for most people watching this video, that is just your EIN, which stands for Employer Identification Number. And an EIN is basically a social security number for your business. If you have a business, you don't have to give Amazon your social security number, but you do have to give them your EIN, again, so that when you make your first $1 million, Amazon knows where to send the tax bill to. And getting an EIN is very easy to do. It's free and really fast. You can go to this website right here, and I'll include a link to that down below in the description. And to get your EIN, it's very simple. You just fill out some information about your business, and then you tell the IRS, tell the government about your company, and it will give you an EIN number in just a few minutes. I do recommend printing out the page that they give you with your EIN information because you are going to need this later in the future, and it's just really good to keep for your records. And once you have that, you're going to go here and you're going to paste that number in. And obviously, I'm going to blur out a lot of the information throughout this tutorial because this is private information. And while you're entering all this information, you're going to want to make sure you double check that all your details are correct, because if you type in the wrong information, again, this could lead to Amazon not approving your account, and any little small mistake could cause a ripple effect of issues. Next, they're going to ask for your registered business address, and it's okay if it's your home address, but I will warn you that it's only okay to use your home address if your business address is registered to your home. However, if you're not located in the United States, or if you want to keep your home address private, you can hire a company to be your registered agent, and it's relatively inexpensive. There's a lot of different websites that offer this service, including LegalZoom, and what they're going to do is they're going to provide you with a legitimate address that you can use as your business address. They'll then ask for your business phone number, and you can use the same phone number that you gave to them earlier, and then you'll click send in SMS. They're going to send you a text message to your phone. You're going to take that PIN number, you're going to paste it in, and click verify. Next, you're going to put in either your name or the name of your registered agent if you prefer to use a registered agent. Then you're going to fill out this next section with some personal information like the country of your citizenship and the country of your birth. Again, if you're from outside the United States, don't worry. About half the people that join my Amazon FBA program are from outside the United States, and they're able to sell on Amazon without any problems. Now, at this point in setting up your Amazon seller account, you're gonna have to put in some information about your passport or your driver's license. And I chose to use my passport, so I'm gonna have to put in my passport number as well as the date of expiration. I'd recommend if you have a passport to use your passport, but if you don't, you can use a driver's license or some other type of government ID. Amazon is very strict about who they let become sellers on their platform because there are a lot of scammers out there that try and start an Amazon seller account and then scam Amazon customers. And Amazon has become very good at catching those people, but sometimes they make mistakes and they end up thinking that you're gonna be a scammer even though you're not. And at the end of this video, I'm gonna share with you the two biggest reasons why people get denied from being able to sell on Amazon. And oftentimes, they will get banned for life for making this mistake. And you don't want to make these mistakes. Again, I'll talk in depth about those at the end of the video. But in general, if you're following this video and you make sure that you fill out everything the way that I'm telling you to fill it out, you're going to be okay. And after you're done with that, you're going to scroll down here and click if you're the owner of the business, or click on this box if you're actually using a registered agent and you're just putting information about the legal representative of your business. In this case, I am the owner of the business, so I'm going to click right here. And if you're the only owner of the business, you're going to click yes. If you're not the only owner of the business, you'll click no right here, and it'll ask for some more information about the other owners of the business. Now, before we go into the next step, Amazon is going to warn us that we do need a few really important things. For instance, we do need a valid bank account number. Obviously, the point of selling on Amazon is to make money, and so you need to have a business bank account that they could put the money into. But don't worry, if you don't have a business bank account, you can easily get one. All you need to do is take your business paperwork, whether it's your DBA paperwork or your LLC paperwork, and go into your local bank, give it to them, and they will start a business bank account for you. I personally recommend, if you're in the United States, to go with US Bank because you can get a free business bank account. However, if you're outside the United States, you can go with a bank like Payoneer or World First Bank. Now, another really important thing here is you're going to want to make sure that the name on your bank account matches the name of your business. And if you don't have a business bank account and you're just signing up as an individual seller, that actually is okay as well. You can use your personal bank account, but I do recommend trying to keep your personal and business bank accounts separate. And it goes on to say, to verify your bank account, you're going to need to provide some documentation. For instance, you're going to need to provide at least a bank statement. They'll also tell you that you're going to need to have a valid credit card number for the next step. And as I mentioned, I would avoid using a debit card or any kind of like prepaid credit cards. You're going to want to get a valid credit card. And this credit card is going to be used to pay your monthly fee or pay for any kind of other costs that you might have, such as advertising costs. Also, if you're signing up for an individual seller plan, this will pay for the 99-cent charge for every product that you sell on their website. So once you have all the different documentation ready, you're gonna click I understand, and the first thing that they're going to ask is what is the name of your financial institution? And they have a list of banks here, but if for any reason you do not see your bank, you can click on others and then specify the name of your bank. For me, I'm using US Bank, so I'm gonna select US Bank. They then ask for your 9-digit routing number as well as your bank account number. And you can find out what your routing and bank account number is by looking at the bottom of a check. And you can see the routing number as well as the bank account number. And again, I'll blur these out for obvious reasons. And since my bank is not eligible for instant verification, they're going to require me to upload a bank statement later in this process. We'll go ahead and click continue. You'll then be asked to provide your credit card information. And after you enter your credit card information, hit next. Now at this point, they're going to ask you what you want your store name to be. A lot of people get tripped up on this part. They're confused, they're not sure what they should put, but I'm gonna explain exactly what you should put as your store name right now. And the secret with your store name is, it doesn't really matter. You can put whatever you want. Now, if you are planning on selling a certain category of products or one specific product, put as your store name whatever your product is. So for instance, with Carnivore Electrolytes, we put the store name as Carnivore Electrolytes. You literally can put whatever you want. You could put your name. I could put Travis's Passion Product Store. And you can always change your store name later. So we started off with Carnivore Electrolytes. We're actually probably gonna change that to something like Passion Product Store. And it really doesn't matter what your store name is. When people are buying on Amazon, they don't really care. You can make it the same name as your LLC if you want to, but you don't have to. Amazon is not gonna flag you if your store name is different than your LLC name or different than your brand name. So don't overthink this step too much. Like I said, I recommend just making it the same as your brand name if you only plan on selling one product, or make it the same as your LLC if you plan on selling a lot of different things. But don't get tripped up on this stage. Just pick something and know that you can always change it later. After that step, Amazon's gonna ask you a few important questions. The first thing it asks is, do you have a UPC code? And UPC stands for Universal Product Code. And a UPC code is those little barcodes you see on products that they scan at Walmart, at Target, and pretty much every product that's being sold in retail stores has a UPC code. And if you're gonna be selling your product on Amazon, it needs to have its own UPC code. And you can get a UPC code for just $30 by going to gs1.org. If, however, you're selling other people's products like used textbooks, or you're doing the retail arbitrage or online arbitrage method, which is where you buy products online at a discount and you flip them on Amazon, those products will also have UPC codes, so you're also gonna say yes. Then it's gonna ask you, do you have any diversity certifications that you would like to add to your business account? This step is specifically if you're a minority-owned business, a woman, if you're a veteran, or part of the LGBT+ community. Amazon will sometimes highlight these businesses, and it helps customers to know that they're supporting a small business that has certain diverse qualifications. Now, I don't have any of these qualifications, so sadly, I'm gonna have to go ahead and put no. But I did know a person that didn't qualify for these certifications, but was married to a woman that did qualify for one of these, and they registered the business under her name and got that qualification. Now, this question also scares a lot of people, it trips a lot of people up, but here's what you need to know before you say yes or no. If you are selling your own product on Amazon, let's say you're either creating a passion product or doing a private label product that no one else is selling on Amazon, you're going to hit yes. But if you're doing wholesale or retail arbitrage, meaning that you're selling other people's products on Amazon, then you're gonna hit no. And for those that don't know, private label is where you take a product that some manufacturer is making and you just slap your brand, your own private label on that product, and then you sell it on Amazon. And you can find manufacturers that will do this for you on websites like Alibaba.com. You can even find manufacturers right here in the United States using a website called Thomasnet.com. And I've done a ton of videos about how to find a manufacturer for your product right here on this YouTube channel. Now, for the purposes of this video, I'm gonna go ahead and put yes, because that's what I recommend doing. I recommend, as I said, creating your own unique passion product and selling it on Amazon. And in my opinion, it's the best way to make money on Amazon right now, especially if you wanna create a legitimate passive income business. But as I mentioned, I'm gonna go ahead and put yes here. And if you do put yes, it's gonna ask you, do you own a registered trademark for the branded products that you're going to sell on Amazon? And I do recommend, if you're doing private label or selling your own unique passion product, to go ahead and get your product trademarked. And I have other videos on my channel showing you exactly how to do this. But at this point, since this is just a dummy account that I'm creating, I don't have any trademarks, and it's okay to say no, and you can always get your trademark later. And the reason why I recommend having a trademark is it does give you access to Brand Registry. And Brand Registry is a program within Amazon that allows you to tell Amazon that you are the owner of this brand. It allows you to register your brand with Amazon, and it makes it so that no one else can mess with your Amazon listing. It gives you a ton of different protections, and if you are selling your own unique product or a private label product on Amazon, you really should get Brand Registry because it's going to protect you in a lot of different ways. Because if you add a product onto Amazon and you don't have Brand Registry, anyone can come in and change your Amazon listing, which could cause a lot of issues for you. On top of that, by having your product and your brand registered, it gives you access to a ton of other features, including something called enhanced brand content. Specifically, it allows you to add these images down below in the description section. Everyone, when selling on Amazon, can add images at the top part and add the bullet points, but it allows you to more customize your Amazon product listing, which is going to result in more sales for you because it allows you to show the benefits of your product and convince people to buy your product instead of the competition. So I highly recommend spending the money on a trademark. It's only going to cost you around $250. You don't need to hire a lawyer in order to get a trademark. And to sign up for a trademark, you'd go to uspto.gov. I have step-by-step videos showing you how to do it, including some different tips to make sure that your trademark does get approved. But the cool thing is, it actually doesn't matter whether or not your trademark gets approved. You're able to apply for Brand Registry as soon as you apply for your trademark. You're just going to give Amazon your application number for your trademark, and they will approve you for Brand Registry. Now, keep in mind, it does often take 6 months or more for your trademark to get approved. And back in the past, you would have to wait until your trademark was approved before you could sign up for Brand Registry. But as I mentioned, that's not the case anymore. I still do recommend, if you are going to get a trademark, to sign up as soon as possible because, like I said, it does take 6 months. I've even seen people that have had to wait 12 months, 18 months before their trademark was approved. But once you're done filling this out, let's go ahead and click next. And I will reveal the biggest reason why new Amazon sellers have their account denied in just a minute, but there are still a couple of questions in your application before you can submit it for approval. And at this point, they're going to ask you to upload your identifying documents. Now, I chose a passport, and I do recommend picking a passport. It's a little bit more professional, but don't worry if you don't have a passport. You can upload a photo of the back and front of your driver's license. And you don't have to have a scanned copy. You literally can just take out your phone and take a picture of your passport. They're also going to ask you for a bank account statement. Now, I don't recommend taking a picture of your bank account statement. I recommend going to your bank's website, downloading the PDF, and uploading it right here. And once you're done with all of that, you can go ahead and click submit. And once you've submitted your application, it's going to take you to this page, and it's going to ask you if you want to do a live video call with one of their agents to verify all your information. And I'll show you an example of what this call looks like later in this video. But basically, you're going to get on a call with a live agent. You're going to show them your passport in video, and that way they can make sure that it's actually that your face matches the passport, and they're just double checking to make sure that you're not a scammer. Now, here's my huge warning. A lot of times after you submit your application for your Amazon seller account, they email you and they ask you for additional information, additional documents. Sometimes it's things like a utility bill to prove that you actually live where you say you live. And you're going to have to submit to them a real utility bill showing that address that you claim to be your business address. Now, again, for any reason, if you don't have access to a utility bill, maybe you're a digital nomad, you're traveling the world, or maybe you live in a country where you're not able to get that utility bill, or something that happened to me when I first started my Amazon seller account. I was living with my parents and the utility bills were in their name. Now, for full transparency, I was paying rent to my parents, but that did cause some issues. And if you run into any of these issues, there are ways around it. I've even seen people just Photoshop utility bills, or you can contact Amazon and explain the situation to them, and you can find some other option. But if any of those are the case for you, worst case scenario, you can always sign up and use a registered agent. And there's a lot of different websites out there that can provide this service for you, because you're not the first person that would have experienced this. But now I want to share with you 3 big reasons why a lot of people end up getting denied from being able to sell on Amazon, and sometimes they even get permanently banned for life from ever being able to sell on Amazon. So pay attention in this next section and make sure you watch this before you apply for your Amazon seller account. And even after years of experience doing this myself, I still made one of these mistakes. So again, pay attention. And this one mistake that I made that I'll share with you in just a second could have made it so that I would have been banned from selling on Amazon, or at least made it so that I wasn't able to start a new Amazon seller account. So the first mistake that I see a lot of people making is they'll get approved for a seller account, but then they'll go into the back end and they'll change some details within the first month or two. Maybe they change their bank information, maybe they change their address, and I don't recommend doing this. This is a huge red flag to Amazon. If Amazon sees that you signed up with one address, signed up with one bank account, and then you're immediately changing it, that seems like a scam alert to Amazon. They're going to flag your account, and not always, but sometimes they're going to close your account down and say, hey, what's going on? Now, oftentimes you can contact seller support and ask them what happened and explain the situation to them, and you can get your account back. But if you know that you're gonna be changing bank accounts, if you know that you're gonna be changing addresses, I recommend doing that before you sign up for your seller account, just to make sure that everything goes smoothly. The next mistake that people make when signing up for a seller account is not being patient. Amazon is a big company. They take a lot of time to figure things out, and you want to make sure that anytime you're interacting with Amazon, that you're polite, that you're professional, and that you're patient. Anytime that you're writing them an email or a message, make sure that there's no typos, no grammar mistakes. Make sure that you seem like a legitimate professional business person. Make sure that when you talk to Amazon or you send them an email, that you treat it with the same care as if you were trying to apply for a job. If you're applying for a job, you're gonna double check everything, make sure that the grammar's good, make sure that there's no typos. You wanna do the same thing when interacting with Amazon, because if you seem unprofessional, they're much more likely to not let you sell on their platform. Now, I don't want you to be scared about this. They're not taking it super seriously. They're not checking for grammar mistakes, and they're gonna ban you if you have a grammar mistake. But if you come across as a professional business person, they're much more likely to respond positively to you. And after you've confirmed your identification and submitted your application, you'll get a notification that says, thank you for sharing your information. And keep in mind, it may take a long time for your account to be approved because Amazon is a giant company. And when you apply for an Amazon seller account, they're gonna take some time vetting you, making sure that you're a legitimate business. And now I wanna share with you the issue that I made when launching my new product, Carnivore Electrolytes. And here's a big piece of advice and something that I should have done a better job at, and that is pay attention to all the details. I actually had someone helping me to sign up for the Amazon seller account, and they put their birth date instead of my birth date, and that small little detail caused a ripple effect that was a big pain in the butt. I had to get on a live video call with someone. I had to explain the situation, and you could tell that they were a little bit unsure. They're like, why'd you make that mistake? They were really interrogating me. They were really trying to figure out whether or not they would approve me for my Amazon account. And it was stressful, it was a waste of my time. So you really want to be careful and double check all the information that you're submitting to Amazon. And there is a decent chance that you will have to get on a call with an Amazon representative in order to get your account approved. But don't worry, this is a very simple call, and I'll show you a reenactment of what that call looks like. Amazon doesn't allow you to record these calls for privacy reasons, but I took notes of exactly what was happening. And now I want to show you a quick reenactment of what a call with an Amazon representative looks like so that you can be prepared. Hello, my name is April, and I'm going to be taking care of the process for you. I need to confirm that you are the owner of the passport. Yes, I am. Amazing. Can I see it? The front and the back of the passport. The front, the back. Okay, amazing. So I have your file ready on my computer right now, and I did find an issue. The date that you provided was different than the date that's on your passport. So you need to change it in our system because this is different than what we have in our system. This could take up to 48 hours for you to get approved if you are approved. You've set up your account now, but you need to make sure that you're selling the right product because there's over 4,000 new sellers joining Amazon every day looking to sell products, but 99% of them are going to be selling junk products. I'm going to show you in this next section how to find a product that's going to be profitable, that's going to make it so you are one of those people that actually have success on Amazon. And I'm going to show you 7 different ways to find products to sell on Amazon. And in this next section, we're going to find real products together live. And you can take any of these product ideas that I'm gonna find in this next section, and you can go and you can create your own Amazon business. But before I show you all 7 of the product research techniques and show you all 7 of the real live Amazon products that you can go and create a business around. First, I'm going to show you some examples of products on Amazon that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, as well as I'll show you how you can find out how much any product on Amazon is making. Then I'm going to give you my checklist of what I look for in products that I sell on Amazon. I'm going to give you examples of good things, things that you want in products that you sell on Amazon, and bad things, things to avoid. As well as I'm going to show you some examples of good products and bad products. And then finally, after I do that, in this next section, I'm going to show you those 7 Amazon FBA product research techniques and show you live, as we use these product research techniques, live how I find products to sell on Amazon. And we're going to find real products that I actually think could make money on Amazon. In fact, one of the products that I found in this next section, I ended up creating into a real Amazon business that's doing thousands of dollars every single month. And now let me show you how much money you can make on Amazon. And one of the big questions that I get is, can you still make money on Amazon? And how much money can you make? And so one of the things I like to do when people ask me like, well, how much money can you really make on Amazon, is go to Amazon themselves. And if we go to Amazon and we go into the best sellers, this is something that's just fun for me to do every once in a while. You can see a lot of the different products that are best-selling products in all over the different categories. So here's the best-selling products in beauty and personal care. And let's pick this product because I think they've actually got good branding. It's actually a really interesting story, but let's look at this product. And as you may know, you can find out how much any product on Amazon is making. You go up here to this Helium 10 Chrome extension, and then you click on the X-ray tool. And you can see this product's making over $1 million, and this is per month, $1 million per month. Now, I'm not saying that your first product's gonna be $1 million per month product. Another way that you might wanna double check to see how much any product on Amazon is making, you can scroll down to the best-selling rank number right here, and you can see this is number 2 in beauty and personal care. Wow, I mean, that's pretty high. You go to the free Jungle Scout Sales Estimator tool, paste that in there, put the marketplace, United States, and put the category, which is beauty and personal care, and click estimate sales. I mean, this is an insane amount. This is selling over 100,000 units per month. You'd multiply that by the cost of the product up here, and we can see that's about the same. It's like $1.7, $1.8 million in sales. Now, obviously, these products are established products. They're big products. I'm not saying that you're gonna make that same amount of money, but let's look to see, the second question is, can you still do this, or is it too late? And this is where I like to go to the new releases tabs. And as you're scrolling around the new releases tabs, you'll see a lot of products that are newly released on Amazon. And these are some of the categories, but you can look at some of the other categories here. And one of the categories that I like to look at is pet supplies. The product right here, the first product, look, it's got 7 reviews, 3.5 stars. We're gonna find out how much money this product is making. Let's scroll down to the best-selling rank number. But before we do that, I wanna point something out. This product was first available June 3rd of 2023. It's got a decent main photo. It doesn't have the best branding. I think we could definitely do better branding here. So it's not like it's a big player that you'd be competing with. In fact, their reviews aren't even that great. So I would argue we could make a better product, especially considering if you follow my passion product formula, you're gonna get more than 7 reviews within your first month. But still, despite this, let's see how much money this product is making in sales. So we'll paste that in here. We'll change this to pet supplies. Click estimate sales, and 8,000 units per month, 8,000 times $19, and we got over $150,000 per month. Now, again, I'm not saying that your first product on Amazon, you're gonna be making $150,000 per month, but I am saying it's possible. There's a lot of people doing crazy numbers like that, and if you follow all the steps that I'm gonna be talking about today in this video, then you might be one of those people. You might be able to do some of this stuff. But let's talk about now good products. What kind of products should you be selling versus bad products? What kind of products should you not be selling on Amazon? And this is the first thing you need to understand. In a little bit, I'm going to show you how to actually find a product. But the first thing we need to establish is some ground rules on bad products versus good products. Bad examples, bad products, things you don't want to sell, you probably should avoid, is products under $15. So here's a product, it's being sold for $9. And the problem is, when you sell a product for $9 on Amazon, you have a lot of fees and costs. First, you have the product costs, and you're gonna have to subtract that from your revenue. So for every product you sell, you gotta subtract your product cost. There's also a 15% Amazon fee, an Amazon selling fee. Every product that's being sold on Amazon, whether it's FBA or FBM, no matter what it is, you have to spend that 15% fee. So you gotta subtract that out as well. Then after that, you have to subtract out your shipping costs. Now, if you are using FBA, which stands for Fulfilled by Amazon, you're going to have to pay the FBA fee, and that's the fee for them to pick, pack, and ship your product from the warehouse to the customer. And they charge money for that because they got to charge for postage, they got to charge money for the handling, the storage in the facility, all that kind of stuff. So you have to subtract that out as well. Now, if you are shipping it yourself, it might end up costing you around the same amount of money, and you're still going to have to pay for shipping. So you're going to have to subtract that out. Then there's just other random expenses and other random business fees. And you can see that if you're selling a product for $9, it very quickly can add up where you're not left with a lot of profit. But if you're selling a product for $15 or more, it helps to give you better profit margins. I think the sweet spot personally is around $25 to $30 because you also don't want to sell products that are over $85. If a product's over $85, and there's times where this isn't always true, but generally speaking, if a product's over $85, it's not an impulse buy. It's not something that people are going to go to Amazon and just quickly buy. They're probably going to want to do a little bit more research. Now, I'm not saying you can't have success if you sell a product under $15 or over $85. I have a student, Troy, who sold a product under $15 and he had a ton of success. It was one of my most viral videos. This video's gotten over 1 million views. I'll put a link to that down below. But he, for example, was able to make pretty good money selling a product under $15. Brent with SearPro sold a product over $100 and he was able to do over $1 million in sales. So don't take this as rules brought down from God. These are just general things. The people that I've seen that have the most success tend to be selling products between $15 and $85. You really want to avoid competitive products as well. If there's a ton of people like a can opener here, there's so many freaking can openers on Amazon. I do not recommend selling another can opener unless you have something very unique, a differentiating factor, which, let's be honest, most people do not. Most people are trying to sell the same generic products over and over again. You also don't want to sell products that don't ship well. And this could be products that are heavy or products that might break. And here's an example of one of my first products, a nut butter product. And this was my first passion product. And we would sell it in pouches, but people kept asking for jars. So we decided to sell it in glass jars because I don't want plastic. I don't want, any of that junk or those chemicals. And so we sold it in glass jars. What would happen? The jars would break, they would leak. There was tons of issues. You also want to avoid things like chocolate or anything that might be meltable, because if it melts in the summer, that could cause a lot of issues. So let's keep going here. And another thing you want to avoid is seasonal products. So a lot of people think that, I'm going to sell Christmas decorations or Halloween decorations or something because they do the product research, which I'm going to be showing you later in this video how to do the product research. They do the product research maybe during that season and they're like, wow, this is such an amazing opportunity. But what they don't realize is that you're not going to be making money passively all year round. In fact, you're going to have to buy a ton of inventory and you might sell out of that inventory, which could cause issues, or you might be stuck. You might buy, let's say you buy 10,000 units and then you only sell 5,000 units. Well, what are you going to do with the other 5,000 units? You're going to have to pay for storage until the next season. Now, again, I've seen people that have had a ton of success selling seasonal products. So all these rules are like what I've seen as the best things, what things you should do, what things you should avoid. But sometimes you can find an exception to the rule, and I definitely follow that. So let's keep going here. So we have some good products to sell. I always recommend selling premium products. You don't want to be the cheapest product. You want to be the best freaking product on the market, because what happens is you get better profit margins. And I'll talk later about comparing the profit margins on a premium versus a non-premium product. But trust me, it doesn't cost that much more money to do powerful branding, but you can charge a lot more money. And I mean, imagine this product right here, my first passion product, performance nut butter, versus some generic peanut butter. This product I was selling this product for $28 for a 10 pack versus peanut butter for the same kind of thing would cost like $7. And that's the power of branding. That's the power of marketing. Obviously my ingredients were also better, but my ingredients didn't cost double, triple, quadruple what the ingredients for a peanut butter did. It was because of the branding. And so I want you to think about that. Another thing is you want to be the first one to market. A big mistake a lot of people make is they create products that are products that are already existing, that are already out there, and they try to make another one of those type of products. You don't want to do that. You want to be the first one in your category. You want to be a category of one. I was the first premium paleo keto nut butter product on the market. This product right here, Cocktail Cards, was the first cocktail flashcards. This Sear Pro was the first torch product that it wasn't a small torch. Yeah, you've probably seen like the small torches for like creme brulee. It wasn't a large torch for like burning down, like I've seen torches where people are burning down like shrubbery. It was a medium-sized torch and it fit a very special need. So let's keep going here. Some other good examples, evergreen products. What are things that people need all season long? So fitness equipment could be a little bit, fitness equipment, people buy more of in January, February, but more or less all year round, people are buying this. Pet supplies is a great example of this because people always love their pets. They're always buying, things for their pets. Doesn't matter if it's January, February, March, April, May, June. Doesn't really matter. People are going to want to buy dog beds. So yeah, here's some different good examples of products. Here's some of my students' products. But now you know what type of products you can sell that will be profitable and what types of products you should never sell. And I'm now going to show you my top 7 ways that I use to find products to sell on Amazon. These are my 7 product research methods. And of course, I go into way more depth about how to find products to sell on Amazon in my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula. There is a link to that down below. I also have a 5-day product research challenge. It's only $7 to join this product research challenge. We charge just enough to make sure that you're actually going to show up to the 5-day challenge. And it's a challenge where over the course of 5 days, we teach you. We have a live 1-hour demonstration showing you how to find products. And throughout that program, we're going to walk you through step by step how you can find a product to sell on Amazon. There is a link to that down below. It's just $7. And in 5 days, our goal is for you to find a product to sell on Amazon. But now in this video, let me give you an overview of these 7 different ways that you can use to find products to sell on Amazon. And the first one is probably my favorite method. I've found so many of my most profitable Amazon products using this method. And best of all, it only takes 5 minutes. So let's put 5 minutes on the timer and let's start the timer. Once you've signed up, you're going to log in. And from here, you're going to go up to tools. Now, a lot of people make the mistake of going and using Blackbox, Trendster, or one of these tools because it's under the product research section. But here's the real secret if you want to have success on Amazon. Use this tool down here called the magnet tool. This is a keyword research tool. This is going to tell you exactly what people are searching for in Amazon. But you need to start with an idea. You need to type something in here, and I recommend typing in something that you're interested in. And recently I've been reading about the carnivore diet, and this seems like a diet that's probably going to start taking off in the next few months. So let's type this in and let's see what comes up. And you can see down here that over 2,000 people per month are searching in Amazon for carnivore. And there are a bunch of filters that we're going to talk about in just a second here that are going to help you to find a product. Specifically, title density is the hidden gem. If you're looking to find a successful product on Amazon, this is something we'll talk about in just a minute. But what I recommend doing is coming down here and sorting this list by Magnet IQ score. And the Magnet IQ score tells you how good of an opportunity Helium 10 thinks that this product is going to be. You're then going to go down this list and look at every single keyword phrase until you find a winning product. Now, this first one is butterwort carnivorous plant. It's a type of plant that we're probably not going to want to sell on Amazon. You then scroll down and look at every single one of these things until you find something that you're going to actually want to sell. And I found a product on page 2 that I think is a really good opportunity. We can see that over 400 people per month are searching for carnivore electrolytes. And when we go to Amazon and we search for carnivore electrolytes, there aren't really any electrolyte powders that are specifically being sold for the carnivore diet. There are a lot of generic electrolyte powders, but none of them are branded or marketed towards the carnivore diet, which means that this has the potential to be a huge product. In fact, you could start with carnivore electrolytes, then you could do carnivore ketones, and then carnivore snacks, and this could turn into a multiple $1 million business easily. But the key is starting with that first product that we know people are searching for in Amazon, but there's no product like that being sold. Let me show you another example of how to do this. And I actually had a student that did this method and found a product, and in his first year did over $500,000 in sales. His name is AJ, and he lost his job as a bartender during the pandemic. He ended up joining my Amazon FBA course, and when he told me he was passionate about cocktails, we went into Helium 10, we went to the magnet tool, and we typed in here cocktails. We then went one by one and looked at all these things that people were searching in Amazon that were related to cocktails until all the way down here on page 2, we found that people were searching for cocktail recipe cards. We also saw that people were searching for similar things like bartender flashcards, bartender recipe cards. And what's even better is we went to Amazon, searched for this, and no products like this existed. There were cocktail recipe books, but there was no cocktail recipe flashcards. So we made this product together, and in our first year, we did over $500,000 in sales. And this is the key. If you want to have a lot of success on Amazon, you want to find products that do not yet exist. And the secret to making this easy to find is this trick right here, to use the title density filter. This is so powerful and so easy that later in this video, I'm going to show you how I can find 4 or 5 products using this feature in just 5 minutes. Now let me show you the second product research technique, and this technique is free. You don't have to pay for any tools, and it's how I found this $100,000 per month Amazon FBA product using the second product research technique. All you have to do is click on this bestsellers link right here. And you can see the best-selling products in every single category. But what's really interesting to me is this new releases tab. These are products that were just recently released on Amazon, but are having crazy amount of sales. And you can see the product that I showed you earlier in this video. And when we click on this product, as I mentioned, this product is doing over $100,000 in sales. Now, warning, be careful. You don't want to just take a product that's already selling well and copy it exactly. This is called private labeling. And in my opinion, this way of selling on Amazon is dead. What you want to do instead is try to figure out how you can improve a product or make a better product than what exists. In fact, that's what this product did. Most swimming goggles look like this, and they might leave you with those raccoon eyes, but this product fixed that problem. So when you're looking at the bestsellers or the new releases, always think, how could I make a better product than this? And one key to do that is to look at the 1-star, 2-star, and even 3-star reviews for a product that is making a lot of sales. But now let me show you how I found this $70,000 per month Amazon FBA product using the black box tool by Helium 10. And best of all, it only took 2 minutes. So let's start the clock. And this is the product research tool that Helium 10 has. It spits out tons of product ideas for you. All you have to do is type in the criteria that you're looking for. And one of the first things you want to think about when selling on Amazon is what category do you want to sell in? And not all categories are created equal. There are some categories you should absolutely avoid. For instance, I always recommend avoiding electronics if you're a beginner Amazon seller, because this can get very complicated very fast. However, let's go through this list and I'll tell you which products I do recommend. Also, I'd avoid most appliances because a lot of appliances are electronic. Arts, crafts, and sewing, maybe. Automotive, maybe. Baby products is an amazing category to sell in. Beauty and personal care, another great category. Camera and photo, sometimes. CDs and vinyl and books, I would avoid. Cell phone and accessories is another good category to sell in. Clothing, shoes, and jewelry is okay. Grocery and gourmet food, although this can be tough as a beginner. My first passion product was in this category and it sold really well. You can also look at the health and household, the kitchen and dining, the home and kitchen, office products, patio, lawn and garden, pet supplies, sports and outdoors, tools and home improvement, and toys and games. Then you're going to tell this tool what the price of the product that you're going to be selling is going to be. As I mentioned, minimum you want your product to be priced at $15 and maximum around $85. You can also specify how much money you're looking to make every single month. And let's say $5,000. And for fun, let's put this as a max at $80,000. Remember, your first Amazon FBA product, you don't need to be making $80,000, $100,000 every single month. You can always start with a smaller product that's maybe only making you a couple $1,000s and then repeat that process and sell more and more Amazon products. When using this tool, you can also specify the review rating of your competition. And let's say a max of 3.5, meaning that if a product has a review of above 3.5 stars on average, Helium 10 won't show it to us. And this is because if we can find products that have really poor reviews, but a lot of sales, it might be a great opportunity for us to make a better product than our competitors. After you've entered all this in, you can click on search. After you've filled out all the information in black box that I just showed you how to do, you're gonna hit search. And this tool is gonna show you a bunch of different products that meet your exact criteria, including products that are making over $70,000 a month and don't have any reviews. This is a crazy opportunity, but you're gonna go through one by one and look at all these products until you find an opportunity that's something that you're actually interested in. And on page 2, I found this product, and it's doing over $70,000 a month in sales, and it has a 3.2 star average, which is not very good, which means if this product is getting so many sales, if we can create a competitor product that's actually good, we can steal all their sales. So let's click on this listing and let's go down to the 1, 2, and 3 star reviews and see why people are complaining. So the first complaint is that they put a UPC code over the instructions and that even a razor blade couldn't get it off. So that's an easy fix. We can make a better product than this. Another person said that it wasn't covering their gray hairs, which seems like the whole point of this product. Another thing that we can easily do to fix. The next product research method I'm gonna show you was used to find a $1 million Amazon product. This product did over $1 million in sales last year. But let me show you this product right here that last year did over $1 million in sales. And this product was created by Brent, who's a student in my Amazon FBA program. And he created this product while he had a job as a full-time first responder helicopter pilot, and he was a father to 2 beautiful children. So he was doing this on the side, but still in his first year, he did over $700,000 in sales. And in his second year, last year, he did over $1 million in sales. So let me show you how he found this product and how you can find your own product. And there's a tool on Helium 10 called the Cerebro tool. And this is another powerful tool that you can use to find a profitable product to sell on Amazon. And the way this tool works is you put in an ASIN in the search bar, and it'll tell you what things people are searching for in Amazon in order to buy this product. And ASIN, for those that don't know, stands for Amazon Standard Identification Number. And every product on Amazon has its own unique ASIN number. And to find that, we can go to the product page and we can go to the URL, and it's this information right here. And you can copy that and take it and paste it into the search bar. If you have a hard time finding the ASIN number, just go down to the bottom here and you can see ASIN, and it's this information here. So we go back here, we're gonna click on Get Keywords. And there are a lot of different filtering options here that you can use to filter out what results are being shown to you. But for now, we're just gonna look at what we have here. And let's sort this by the Magnet IQ score to start. And we can see things like Weed Burner Torch has a search volume of over 7,000. Tiki Torch Canister, over 6,000. Butane Torch Gun, over 5,000. Now, I'm not saying all these are going to be good products. You're going to want to go one by one and look at what products are already being sold on Amazon. But using a technique similar to this, Brent was able to find this product that did over $1 million in sales last year. And what's cool about this tool is it's going to tell you exactly how many sales this product is getting from all these different search phrases. Now I want to show you a free product research method that helped me to find this $300,000 per month Amazon FBA product. I also used it to find this $40,000 per month Amazon FBA product. And the way this works is you go to Amazon.com and you start to type something, and Amazon will autocomplete whatever you're going to say. And at the top is going to be the most searched thing, followed by the second most searched thing, third most searched thing that starts with the letter A. And all I did is I went to the search bar and I typed the letter B and then A. Saw what was there, nothing was that interesting to me. I did B, nothing was that interesting. C, D, and when I typed E, I saw something that I've never seen before, berberine. I don't know what berberine is, so I clicked on it to try to learn a little bit more. And up came all these products, and this product right here caught my eye because it's exactly what we were talking about. It's a premium product. You look at all these other ones, the branding is pretty terrible, but this product looks premium. So I clicked on it, and I used this extension from Helium 10 to see how much per month this product is doing. And if I click on the X-ray tool, it's gonna tell me exactly per month how much this product is doing in sales. And it says that this product has a revenue of over $300,000 per month in sales. But what's interesting about this is this branding doesn't really hit the target market. This is super premium, but I'm wondering if you could do branding that's premium, but that hits the target market, which I did some research on what berberine is, and it's something to help with blood sugar. So my guess is that the target market's gonna be older individuals that maybe have some health issues. And I think there's a way to do premium branding that's a little bit more niche down. But I want you to take a look at something here. This product is being sold for $29. And down here, there's this product that's being sold for $20. Now, let's compare these two products, and this perfectly illustrates why you should sell a premium product. The premium product is being sold for almost $30, while the cheap knockoff looking product is being sold for $20. Even though the cheap product has 120 capsules at 1,000 milligrams, and the premium product only has 90 capsules at 500 milligrams. So with that in mind, when we look at the cost, these two products probably cost pretty close to the same amount of money to manufacture the products. And when selling on Amazon, there is that referral fee. No matter what product you're selling on Amazon, you have to pay 15% of the total price that you're selling the product for. So for the premium product, that's a little over $4, and for the knockoff product, that's around $3. The other cost when selling on Amazon is that Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. Again, that's the fee every time you sell an item that you have to pay to Amazon to pick, pack, and ship your product out. And since these two products are roughly the same size and weight, they're both gonna be charged around $4 for the pick and pack fee. Which means in total, this product has a profit of $15 and this product has a profit of $7, which means that the premium product has double the profit margins and that they can spend way more money on marketing, on branding, and getting sales for their product than the cheap knockoff product can. On top of that, if a cheaper product comes along and undercuts this product, they're probably gonna lose all their sales, and it's gonna ultimately be a race to the bottom to see who can lower their price until neither one of these companies are making a profit. But the category of berberine supplements seems to be relatively crowded, and it may not be a good idea to do another supplement. So you can use the search bar product research method and start typing things to see what it auto-completes to. And I typed berberine G, and I saw berberine gummies. And I thought that was interesting, so I clicked on it. And what's amazing is the results. Out of all the products that were listed here, only one product is actually berberine gummies. And the branding and the marketing is pretty terrible. But let's click on it and let's see how much money per month this product is making. So I go back to the Helium 10 extension and I click on the X-ray tool. And I can see that this product is doing over $40,000 per month in sales, even though they have pretty terrible branding, which means that if you come in as a premium product, you can probably steal a lot of their sales. Which leads me to the 4 types of products you should be selling on Amazon. And the first type of product is a premium product. And my first ever passion product that I sold on Amazon has done over $1 million in sales. And the reason it was able to make so much money is because it was a premium product. And within 2 months of launching this product on Amazon, I was making over $30,000 in revenue every single month. That's over $10,000 in profit. And by the end of my first year, I'd made over $100,000 in profit. And this was relatively passive income. And the reason I was able to make so much money and not really have to work that much is because my product was a premium product. It wasn't the cheapest product on the market. In fact, it was probably the most expensive product on the market. And there are some people that go to Amazon that want to buy the cheapest thing. But there are a percentage of customers that want to buy the best, most premium product. And if you sell that product, you can charge a lot more than the competition. My product was priced at almost $28, where some of my competitors were only $6. Which means even if I'm paying more money for my product, when you subtract out all the costs, I'm gonna have way more profit than my competitors, which means I can spend more money on marketing. The other thing you wanna consider when selling a product on Amazon is, are you the first? And if you can't be the first product, can you be the first premium product? And I was the first premium keto, paleo, vegan nut butter product on Amazon. And what's crazy about this is even when you start to get competitors, they end up spending money on marketing and they grow the entire pie, meaning that you're not making 100% of the money in that space, but because there's more customers coming to buy the product, and since you were the first one on Amazon, you're gonna have more reviews and people are more likely to buy your product, which ultimately means more money for you. And in my second year selling this product ever on Amazon, I did over $400,000 in sales over $150,000 in profit. Even though I was spending my time traveling and enjoying my life, I wasn't actually actively working on this business, but because all these competitors came into the space and they grew the entire pie, I continued to make more and more money. But let me show you these 2 free product research tools that almost nobody talks about, and they're extremely powerful. The first one is Google Trends. And this is gonna let you know that if the product you're looking to start selling is trending upwards or trending downwards. And let's take a look at berberine. And this shows how often people are searching for berberine in Google. And you can see that this product recently shot up in popularity. Now, we do want to be careful because this might have been a trend that is dying now, but it also might be a trend that's about to continue to grow. And since this is a term that seems like it is growing over time, we can use this second tool, which is the Google Keyword Research Tool, also known as the Keyword Planner. And since we know that we're interested in berberine, we can click on Discover New Keywords and type in berberine. And it will spit out a bunch of related keywords that it thinks that we might be interested in. And while searching, I came across this phrase, berberine tea benefits, which means a lot of people are searching for berberine tea. In fact, 170 people per month are searching this exact phrase, berberine tea benefits. So I went over to Helium 10 to see how many people are searching for berberine tea in Amazon, because the key thing with this is this will show you how many people per month are searching for something in Google, but just because they're searching for it in Google doesn't necessarily mean they're searching for it on Amazon, and that's what we care about, because people that are searching for this in Amazon are the ones that are likely to buy. And we can see that over 1,000 people per month are searching for berberine tea. But what's crazy about this is when we go to Amazon and we search for berberine tea, there are no products that show up. There is no berberine tea. There's a lot of berberine supplements, but 0 berberine tea products being sold, which means that this is a golden opportunity. And I think this product at a minimum could be doing $10,000 per month in sales. And I think it's a very beginner-friendly product. Now let's talk about the 2 other types of products you should sell. And you should sell this, not this. Most trees that look like this lose all their leaves during the winter. On the other hand, an evergreen tree, even during winter, keeps all of its leaves. It keeps staying beautiful and keeps making all that juicy chlorophyll. Now, your business does not want to make chlorophyll or glucose. It wants to make money, and you want to make sure that your business is making you money all year round. A huge mistake that a lot of people make is they try to sell seasonal products. They try to sell maybe Christmas decorations, and what happens is you end up spending way too much money on inventory, and you may either sell out of your inventory too early and miss out on a bunch of sales, or you might end up buying too much inventory, not selling all of it, and having to pay a ton of money in storage. Either way, seasonal products are something I would definitely not recommend. You do, however, want to sell the 4th type of product, and this is the most important thing. In my 10 years of entrepreneurship, this one idea is the most powerful idea I've ever found, and that's that you should sell a passion product. A passion product combines everything we've been talking about in this video, and ideally, if you're gonna be selling a product, you're gonna wanna sell something that you're actually interested in, that you're actually passionate about. It's the Trend Report 2023. There's a lot of different trend reports I'll be talking about. This is one of my favorite ones, and they talk about how we're entering a new world of chaos, a new era of chaos, and how you can profit from this. And I know that sounds maybe a little bit bad, but how you can help people go and cope through this new era of chaos. And in going through this report, there was a number of different things that I thought you might be able to use to make some brilliant products. And one of the first pages I want to point out is you want to be thinking, how could your brand make its customers' lives easier? We're having some of the most chaotic experiences as humans. Obviously, things are really great. There's a lot of amazing things, but at the same time, things are changing more rapidly than ever before. We have AI, we have social media, we have polarity in political parties. There's a lot going on right now, and you want to be asking yourself, how can you make people's lives easier and better? Another thing that I saw here on page 49 that I thought was interesting is how could your brand better support its customers in their goals? We are a nation of individuals. We are a world of individuals that are starting to have more goals or starting to have more ambition? And how can your product specifically help people? Now, maybe you're selling a healthy food product or a supplement, and you can make it so people feel better. Maybe you're selling sports equipment. We'll talk about that actually in just a second here. And maybe the sports equipment is getting them exercise. So think how you're actually helping your customers. And on page 65, another question to be asking is, how could your brand better adapt to the push for inclusion? This is a big thing that I'm seeing, is that people of all sizes, shapes, colors, whatever it is, we're starting to, and rightfully so, incorporate them more into our branding, into our products, into our world. And one of the things we'll be talking about is, and I actually have it in my PowerPoint here, is sports. How can you create products like this spike ball set? I love spike ball that's a little bit more inclusive. How people love playing games, people love playing sports, but not everyone's extremely athletic. How can you get people to move around, have fun, play games, even if maybe they're not as athletic, or maybe, other different issues? And this is going to be a trend that we talk a lot about, is disabilities or people with different issues. There's a lot more of a push towards mental health and awareness that not everybody is built the same, and inclusion. This is what we're talking about here. Some other products that are going to be really big is climate pledge products. So this is things that help to offset some of the carbon that's being released, and we'll talk about that in the trend report here. Now let me show you an amazing way that you can use to find profitable trends, where you can take these trends and you can make products with them and make money selling on Amazon. And this is where we start to actually get into real products that could make you some monies. Vegan lunch. So kids' lunch foods and snacks are offered in vegan formats. And there's a big push towards plant-based health. And now you could argue whether or not this is healthier for the individual, but a lot of people do believe that, and there is some truth to it. I don't know. I'm not a dietitian. All I know is that this is a trend. More people are buying vegan and plant-based products, and there is also some aspects to this where it turns into a healthier world. People want to support a healthier world, and obviously a lot of people, the reason they'll go vegan is because it's more friendly to the environment. So that's something to consider. But on the other end of the spectrum, if maybe you're not big on the vegan trend, is nose to tail eating. In the past, and maybe still for a lot of people, we only eat certain parts of the animal. Even though almost all of an animal is edible, you can make a lot of money by selling parts of the animal that before people maybe would turn their nose up on. They weren't likely to want to eat. But a lot of these parts, think of liver. Liver is something that a lot of Americans do not eat, but it's actually extremely healthy for you. Same thing, kidney, organ meats, all these different parts of the animal that before we throw away or turn into cheap cuts are actually relatively premium items. And think about, maybe you could do something with that, whether it's a food item or some other type of product. Can you use the parts of the animal that before we were being wasteful and throwing away? And this could actually help reduce climate change as well. And that's going to be a big theme throughout this. So let's go into the next one. This microalgae meats. This is something that's interesting. It may be hard for the typical person to create a product out of this, but could you create a jerky that's a microalgae jerky? Another trend is this idea of eco sweeteners. And a lot of people like sweeteners in their products, but sugar is probably not the healthiest thing for us. So this is another thing that this trend report is talking about. Sustainable bar. And you can see with this next product, sustainable bar, that there is a trend towards more sustainable products. And people still are going to be drinking alcohol, although the trends do suggest they'll be drinking less alcohol, but they want more sustainable, more craft type beverages. And even though I don't really recommend selling alcohol per se, but maybe you can sell bamboo glasses, or maybe you could sell bitters or different mixes that go into the cocktails that could make it more sustainable, more premium, more eco-friendly. And if we keep going down this list, carbon neutral cooking. This is actually a key one, and we're going to talk about this one later. So this trend of carbon neutral cooking actually extends to a lot of different things. I'm going to show you an example later of how you can use this idea of carbon neutral. And basically what this means, for anyone that doesn't know, is that they're going to offset whatever pollution they might create. They're going to plant trees. They're going to do things that offsets that in some way. Now, affordable vegan, also related. You're seeing a pattern here. People want to eat vegan or plant-based, but it can get relatively expensive. So think about how can you make it a little bit easier, a little bit more affordable for people to do it while still creating a premium product. Microgreens is another trend that I see. And it's microgreens, for anyone that doesn't know, they're becoming more popular with consumers. And a lot of consumers are even growing them at home. So this might be something where you could sell a microgreens growing kit or a microgreens bar, a microgreens drink mix. A lot of different options here. And as we go through this different trend report, it starts to get, some of these things aren't necessarily perfect for Amazon products. So I'm going to scroll down to 152 here. And in this section, it talks about fashion and trends and long wear tinted cosmetics products promise long-lasting formula. So people don't want to have to put on makeup every single day. Maybe they can put it on once a week, things like that. Adaptive shapewear is another example where this is kind of going to that idea of more inclusive trends. I think in the past we'd see the Victoria's Secret models and we think that's what everybody needs to look like. But what this is saying is like, can your shapewear adapt to you? Can it enhance your natural beauty? Waterless skincare. This is something interesting that I don't know a lot about, but this is another one of those trends that you might want to be aware of and you might want to start thinking a little bit about. Anti-pollution toner. Again, we're seeing another trend here. People are thinking a little bit more holistically about the earth. In the past, toners, you'd wash it off your face, it'd go down the drain, it would be polluting, but how can we make a more green, a more friendly thing like that? Body blurring is something it's kind of, to me, this seems kind of like Photoshop in real life. It helps to get rid of some of the different issues you might have on your body that you might be worried about. Bamboo apparel. Again, the trend we're seeing here is sustainable things that are going to be helping the world. And let's go down to 172 and let's talk about health and wellness and focused mood boosting. So if you think about like your typical Gen Z person and what they care about, well, they care about mental health, they care about the world. And as Gen Z gets older, and millennials are also taking on a lot of this, and it kind of trickles upwards in a lot of ways where the older generations are starting to become more aware of how some of our consumerist tendencies actually might have a negative effect, but people still want to buy things. People still want to purchase things that will improve their life, especially during these chaotic times. So with all of this stuff in mind, all these trends, let's talk about the idea generator. And the way the idea generator works is you're going to write down everything you interact with today. This would be an example day for me of everything I interact with. And let's say I sit in a meditation chair. I have this 5-minute journal that I do. I have a small notebook where I write down all my to-dos. I have a clipboard that I use. I have like weekly to-dos. This is actually old. I don't do this exactly anymore. I drink tea. So this is something that is interesting. I drink tea pretty much every morning. I have a hot water tea maker. I usually use a French press. I have a mug that I'll drink out of. So again, a travel mug. I have a travel mug and a regular mug. I take a shower. Shower affirmations. I'll say certain things while I'm in the shower. I don't do this as much anymore, but in the past I would say I'd have a list of things that I would say, basically saying like, hey, I'm smart, I'm hardworking, I'm successful. And this served a couple different purposes, but one is for me to really internalize that and feel it like, wow, yeah, I am smart, I'm hardworking, I am successful. I would sometimes even talk about some of my accomplishments just to remind myself, like when I'm feeling low, that like, well, I have done a lot. I'm a very capable individual. And in the past, before, I would also read out my goals. I'd have a list of what my goals are and I would read it. And the reason I would do this in the shower is because every day I take a shower. And so when I'm in there, it's a trigger, it's a cue for me to do this. I eat breakfast in the morning. I have breakfast food. So this again is something that we'll talk about how to turn all these into ideas. Go on the computer, I interact with a mouse, a microphone, a keyboard. I go play basketball. I have basketball shoes, athletic socks, athletic clothing in general. I have a gi because I'll do jujitsu. I eat lunch food. I eat, what is this? Plates? Oh yeah, because I'm eating food off of plates. Cooking utensils, Tupperware, self-help book. I'll read a self-help book. I'll watch TV. I'll be looking through, I was reading a cocktail book when I was talking about this, learning how to make cocktails. So let me show you an example of how to use this information. You can pick any one of these and go down the list. So first off, what would make this item a 5 out of 5 star experience? So for tea, let's say 5 out of 5 star experience would be something like, I love the taste. It makes me feel great after I drink it. And I could keep going on more and more details. It's a premium experience where I feel like I'm treating myself, and it's a great way to start the day. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm going through and I'm trying to think, how could I make the tea that I'm drinking every morning better? What would make, the next question here is, what would make me pay double for this? Okay, this starts to make you think how to make this premium. If I knew everything was organic, if it tasted better, if it made me feel better, if I felt like I was supporting small farms or individual tea farmers. So as I'm actually doing this, I have an idea for a tea company where we have pictures of the tea farmers on the box. And it's like a smiling tea farmer from Indonesia or wherever the tea is made. And in that way, like, and maybe every time we do a production run, it's a new person. And we say that, hey, we're giving a certain percentage of the proceeds to these farmers. What would make me want to tell my friends about that? Actually, yeah, if some money went to farmers or small farmers or individuals, because then that starts to be a story. It's like, wow, when you drink this tea, you can feel good about yourself because you're helping out the world in general. Another thing that might make me want to tell my friends about that, if I felt really good afterwards, or if it tasted great. So what is my biggest pain point and how can I solve it? So with tea, my biggest pain point is I don't always love the flavor. I don't know if it's organic or healthy for that matter. And for everyone watching this, you can make a copy by going File, Make a Copy. And you can't edit the original one itself. But so what you can do is you can go down the list for every single item that you interact with and ask yourself, and this is what I'm trying to do, is to get you to tune your brain into thinking how to make products that are better than what already exists out there. And so, same thing with a French press. What would make a French press better? What would make a better basketball? And I have a friend that's selling a vegan basketball. And this ties back into those trends that we were talking about earlier. So next up is the activities list. Let's look at activities. What do? I meditate. I plan the day. I give gratitude. I have like a 3-minute thing where I'm like, I say thank you to the universe, to whatever higher power for all the different things that are going well in my life. Basketball, jujitsu, lunch, board games, all of these things. And I could go down the list with this, and instead of asking the questions I did in the last one, they're slightly different questions. What is my biggest pain point with this activity and how could I solve it? So meditation, my biggest pain point is my chair is not that comfortable. So I could make a better chair for meditation. What would make me want to tell my friends about this experience? If it was a premium chair that supported small manufacturing or went to a good cause. And I could think of a chair where as you're meditating, you feel good about it because you know that you're sitting on something that was made by a person in a underdeveloped country. And by buying that chair, by sitting on this chair, you're supporting them. And then I want to tell my friends like, hey, there's this really cool company that makes meditation pillows or meditation chairs. Meditation pillows, that's another example. Instead of a chair, you can do a meditation pillow. And again, maybe it comes with some kind of like a printout saying, hey, your chair was created in a factory in blah, blah, blah. Not a factory, maybe like in a small village or something like that. So, and that's a super premium product. What item, invention, or idea would make this a 5 out of 5 star experience? I'd say a chair, a pillow or cushion to sit on, maybe a timer. Maybe there's some kind of a meditation timer that has like a special gong or helps you somehow get into the flow. So again, you can do this with all the different activities here. So for gratitude, maybe my biggest pain point with this is sometimes I don't know what to be grateful for. And so maybe having some kind of a gratitude journal, or instead of, maybe it gives you prompts like, hey, what is something that you took for granted today that worked really well? Or what was something that happened yesterday that you expected to do well, or you expected to happen? So for instance, here's an example. I clicked on a button and an elevator door opened. And it worked. I didn't have to worry about like, oh my God, am I gonna die? Like everything worked smoothly. I turned on my computer and it worked. And so with gratitude, you can do the same thing. Shower. How could I make a shower better? Well, I actually talked a little bit about this in the last example here. Is maybe I could have something that I place on the wall in front of me where it's like a whiteboard where I write down my goals or affirmations. We can just go down this list. Jiu-jitsu. I'm learning jiu-jitsu. And jiu-jitsu flashcards to help me learn jiu-jitsu. So cooking, I mean, drinking wine. We have wine flashcards as well. There's so many different examples here. Board games. Maybe I could create a new board game. My problem with current board games is maybe it's very competitive, and I want to have a board game that's a little bit more fun and lighthearted and good for connecting. And then the last one I have here is, what are you interested in? And what we can do, and throughout this, as you're coming up with your own ideas, anytime you have a product idea, I'd recommend listing it here. So I could go back, what ideas have I had so far? So far I've had tea that supports farmers, tea that makes you feel good, / makes you feel like you're treating yourself. Could do something like the cushion for meditation, chair for meditation, jitsu, flashcards. I just keep going on. Like, there's a lot of things that I already thought of. Now, I'm not saying all these are going to be winners. We'll talk about later in this video how to figure out which of these products will actually be winners. But things that I'm interested in, I talked about this before, the carnivore diet. So right here, now that we know, the carnivore diet is something, and I showed this in a recent video I did, but let me show you how you can take that kind of an interest, plug it into Helium 10, and just start coming up with ideas. Go to Tools and then Magnet Tool. Just going to put it in the magnet tool here. Click Get Keywords. I recommend, again, for title density, putting 0, 0, and clicking Apply Filters. And then going down here and going to the Magnet IQ score, putting it in order, and just start going through this list and start looking one by one. Carnivore flour. That's an interesting one. Let's look at this. Yeah, it's flour made out of meat. And this product is pretty terrible branding. Let's look at this chicken flour. Let's look at how much money this product is making. And it's the only product on the market that's like this. And this product right here is making $11,000 every single month. Just the chicken. There's also beef flour, pork flour, all these different types of flours. So think about how you can take your interest, plug it in this tool, and see what people that have similar interests to you, see what they're buying on Amazon already. If you're still stuck and maybe you don't know what you're interested in and you want an even more in-depth way to find products, I have this Amazon full category list. And this is a list of every single category on Amazon. And you can find these categories if you go to Amazon.com, click on the bestsellers tab here, and these are all the categories over on this side. You can see health and household. If you click on health and household, there's subcategories among subcategories, and as you click on the subcategories, all of them are listed here. There's over 20,000 different subcategories, which is a lot. So what I recommend doing, and there's filters at the top here, I recommend going through and unchecking everything that you're not interested in selling. And I already started doing this in the sample here. So I unchecked all, I only checked a few of them. Beauty and personal care, that sounded a little bit interesting. Grocery and gourmet food, that's an interesting category. Health and household, home and kitchen, office products, patio, lawn and garden, pet supplies, sports and outdoors. I unclicked appliances. I don't want to sell an appliance. That's a lot of money. It's hard. It's technical. Arts, crafts, and sewing, not something I'm super interested in. Automotive, if you're really interested in automotive, obviously, click on that. Baby products, I'm not interested in that product. Books, CD and vinyl, cell phones and accessories, clothing, shoes, jewelry, electronics, industrial and scientific, movies and TV, musical instruments. All these things are things that I'm not interested in. And as we go down this list and we start unchecking things, the list is going to get smaller. Then we can go to the next subcategory. And you can see here, I kept the check marks on some things, but I unchecked things like makeup. I'm not that interested in makeup. I unchecked meat and seafood, ironing products, household cleaning supplies, a lot of different things that I know it's categories that I'm not interested in. And I didn't uncheck everything here, but you can slowly start going down category by category and narrowing down and sharing what you're interested in. Then as you start to get more specific, you can go through this list and put down between 1 to 5 how interested you are. If you're not interested at all, just leave it blank. I think it's easier. And you could write down some notes. So I did find something that I thought was interesting. So when you do find a category that you're interested in, so beauty and personal care, skincare products, body skincare products, body cleansers, bath and soap. When you find something, you're like, all right, that's something I'm a little bit interested in. Maybe it's something I could sell. You're going to go to this bestsellers tab, go into the category. So this is beauty and personal care. Next up, we had skincare products, body, then it was cleansers, and then it was soaps. So now as I'm looking at these soaps, there's a lot of products here. Let's see how much some of these products are making. So this Dr. Squatch men's soap bar gift set. This is a very niche down product. This is exactly what I'm talking about here. Let's see how much money per month this product is making. Now, as a guy, this was probably the type of product I would have made. This product's only existed for, I don't know, 5-10 years. And so if I would have, look at this, almost $900,000 every single month. And that's the power of niching. Remember, the riches are in the niches. So how could we, using the information that we learned from the trends report, how can we create a product that's niched down, that's gonna be a premium product that's perfect? Well, the idea I came up with is a vegan, carbon neutral product. Something that every time you use it, you feel good about yourself. You're like, you're washing your body and you're like, I'm helping to make the world a better place. And this is something that I think would end up doing really well. And you can see there's not really anything that markets itself heavily as good for the environment, good for your skin, something that, you know, hippies would use. There is Dr. Bronner's, but even Dr. Bronner's, I don't think it's not carbon neutral. It doesn't, the branding and the packaging is a little bit outdated in my opinion. So what you can do is you can go down this list and start looking at all the things that you might be interested in. There's about 7,000 different options that I've narrowed it down to. I could continue to narrow it down further and further and further, because a lot of these things I'm not that interested in, but you start to get ideas of products that you might want to sell. Another thing that you could do, and let's go here, let's look at the second best-selling product here. We can take this product, we can go down, we can get the ASIN, and remember Amazon Standard Identification Number. We're going to take this product, we're going to go over into Helium 10, and we're going to figure out what people are searching for in Amazon to buy this product using the Cerebro tool. So we're going to go to Tools, and we're going to go to Cerebro. We're going to paste that in there and get the keywords. We're then going to go to title density. Let's put 0, 0 as well. And this is just going to make it so whatever search phrases come up have as little competition as possible. We're going to go here. We're going to go to Cerebro IQ score and start going down this list. Now, we want to avoid any phrases that has the brand name in it. So Ivory, Dove, these all sound like brand names so far. That's okay. We just keep going until we find a good option. So one product that we found here is baby dish soap. Let's click on that. There are some competitors. Let's see how much this product is making in sales every single month. And so this is bottle and dish soap, dish liquid, plant-based, hyperallergenic. Their listing could use a little bit of more work. What's interesting is they actually don't have the phrase baby dish soap located in the title, even though baby dish soap gets a search volume of around 10,000 per month. So if we made a product that was literally called baby dish soap, maybe it had baby dish soap really big on it, we might be able to steal some of their sales. And let's look here. And I think they're really the only competitor. Well, I'm going to do a double check in a second here, but let's see how much money they're making. And this product's making hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month. And when we go back here, Baby Ganix and Dapple Baby, they're really there might be one or two other ones, but there's really not a lot of good competition. And I think this branding isn't the best. So this is a product that we could potentially make. If you were passionate about babies and baby health and you wanted to make a better product, then you could, again, make it carbon neutral, make it vegan. None of these talk about vegan, even though they maybe are, they're not really adding to that. And you could create a whole social media account. You could create branding around this. You could create all kinds of different marketing around this idea. If you're still unsure about what you want to sell, use this, look at all the different categories, and then go to Amazon, look at the best-selling products in those categories. You can put it into Helium 10, or you could just start using your own brain on how you could make a better product. Like I did with the soap bar that's carbon neutral. I just looked and I saw that this was something that I know I could make a better, more branded, more niche down product than what is out there. So this starts to turn your brain into an idea making machine. And after all of that, if you're still unsure about what your passions are, what you want to sell, here's a couple other ideas that you can do. One, download all your credit card history. Look at where you spend money more so than maybe other people do. So for instance, for me, I've actually been spending a lot of money on this studio, on my business, on working in creating a really amazing YouTube channel. And so I could start thinking, what products do I wish existed for content creators? And maybe it's a certain type of tripod. In fact, I had an idea or a camera. I don't want to create a camera, but I had an idea for a camera that films both in horizontal and vertical. That way I don't have to do two separate filmings. And there's things like that where you can start looking at your own life. So credit card history. The other thing is look at your Amazon browse history. Start looking on Amazon for products that you would buy if you had more money. Because a lot of people I know, or maybe you're not cheap, but I know a lot of people, maybe if they had more money, they would buy products that they aren't buying. And so start thinking about, because remember, there's a lot of people out there that are willing to spend money on things that maybe you're not yet. That's actually with my first passion product, Performance Nut Butter. I don't know if I would have paid $28 a box for the nut butter, but I knew that there was people out there that would. So other things that you can do is also look at your Google browse history to see what things are you interested in. What podcasts do you listen to? And start thinking about all the different categories of products that you could sell in. And that is a quick guide on how to find a product to sell on Amazon, but I go into way more detail on how to find a profitable product in my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula, link down below. And another key part of this program is when you join, you get access to live weekly Q&A calls with either myself or one of my coaches. So if you ever have a question, you can ask either myself or the coach that's on the call. And this is really helpful because a lot of people get stuck. They're like, should I sell this product or should I sell this product? And in the live weekly Q&A call, we answer that. When you join, you also get access to a Facebook mastermind that's only available to students of the program. So there's a link down below if you want to join that. But one of the big questions I get from students is, how do I guarantee that my product's going to sell? And that's what we're going to talk about right now. The first type of product that you should not sell on Amazon are cheap products. A lot of people want to buy in bulk a bunch of cheap products that they're going to sell on Amazon FBA. But the main issue is if you sell a cheap and flimsy product, it's only going to lead to trouble. If your product is faulty, it can lead to bad reviews that can quickly destroy your entire business. As soon as you have bad reviews on your listing, basically sales are going to start to tank. You're going to end up losing all that momentum. The other huge problem with buying and selling cheaper products is there's a ton of competition. If it's cheap, a lot of people can do it, and the barrier to entry is a lot lower, meaning that everyone and their mom are going to be starting to sell that exact same product as you. And here's an interesting fact. There are 4,000 new sellers joining Amazon every day. Most of them are on the hunt for the cheapest, easiest to make products. And if you're also selling those products, you're going to be competing against a lot of other people. I've seen it happen to a lot of sellers. If you sell a product for $10 and you buy each unit at $1, you order 500 units, it sounds great, but you're ultimately dooming yourself because there's too much competition, too many people selling these cheap generic products, and that'll just end up in price wars where everybody is lowering their price, and it will become a race to the bottom of who can sell their product for the cheapest, which means no profit for anyone. Let's say you do want to compete. How are you going to stand out? There's only one answer if you're doing this situation. That's PPC, which is pay-per-click advertising. People are shown your listing at the top of the search results when you use PPC, which is awesome. But every time someone clicks on your listing, you're going to get charged money. And if you're selling that $10 product and each click costs you $1, within just a few clicks, your profit is completely gone. And after selling on Amazon, selling online for over 10 years, and teaching over 1,000 other Amazon FBA sellers, my advice is you should always sell a product between $15 and $85. That's what I've always done, and it's proven itself to be true time and time again. If you sell a product for less than $15, it's not gonna be profitable. There's too many fees, too many other things going on. However, if you sell a product over $85, it's not going to be an impulse purchase for customers. They're going to have to do a lot of research. And people go from looking at a product to checkout in less than 3 minutes, usually on Amazon. So you want your customers to be confident spending their money and going to checkout without any resistance. If a product is over $85, they're going to want to do more research. Another reason to only sell products between $15 and $85 is if you're just starting out, I want you to spend as little money as possible as you can to grow. Maybe you can launch more expensive products in the future, but at the beginning, you need to be aware of every penny you're spending, which we're gonna talk about later in this video, so keep paying attention. The next item you should never ever sell are products you see that are trends. And this is because usually they're a flash in the pan. There's something that's trendy one day and not the next day. So a lot of times they'll be over within a week of getting started. And you don't want to spend a bunch of money ordering some inventory and knowing it's going to take 2 months before it gets into the Amazon warehouse if that trend's going to die. And you might be thinking to yourself that if you could launch your own fidget spinner or your own trendy product, you're going to end up making a ton of money. But oftentimes by the time that you're up and running, you'll have 5,000 units of a product that you're not going to be able to sell, and you're going to start getting charged long-term storage fees from Amazon every month. Another product you need to avoid, like the plague, are seasonal products. Never sell Christmas decorations or Valentine's Day heart buttons or St. Patrick's Day hats because people are only buying that at a certain time of the year, which means you'll only make an income when it's that specific time of the year. You want a passive income that makes you year-round profits. Plus, seasonal products have another huge problem, and that's inventory. You have to guess every year how much inventory to purchase. And if you purchase too much inventory, you're trapped with those storage fees from Amazon, including long-term storage fees. Because if you have a product that's in the Amazon warehouse for more than 6 months, they start charging you extra fees. On the other hand, if you don't buy enough products, you're going to lose money because you should have bought more. So it's a weird game that you're playing with seasonal products, and it's something that I recommend avoiding. Another thing that you need to avoid selling on Amazon are restricted products. And this sounds obvious. Of course, you don't want to sell restricted products, but keep in mind, certain types of products, you need Amazon's approval in order to list. And a lot of times it's going to take some money to jump through all the different hoops. So make sure you review which products are restricted, because for a new third-party seller like yourself, it's not going to be worth it. Here are a list of some of the prohibited products or restricted products. Things like fine out, alcohol, adult products, dangerous goods, lithium batteries, anything that has lithium batteries, tobacco, medication. Don't try and go down that path. I saw a lot of people with CBD trying to sell CBD stuff, but CBD was restricted and they ended up getting banned. They ended up getting in trouble. And boom, already in this video, if you've paid attention of what not to sell, you've saved yourself probably thousands of dollars from making mistakes and doing things that most people do. A lot of people end up making these mistakes. Now I'm gonna show you exactly what you should be selling on Amazon. And I'm gonna break down step-by-step strategies on how you can actually find these particular products, because there is a process, there is a formula. And the first secret I'm gonna reveal might be obvious, but so many people don't do this before they start. And pretty soon they have to quit before they make their first dime. So this is gonna sound obvious, but you need to know your numbers. You need to know how much money you're gonna be making, how much money things are gonna cost you, as well as all the different Amazon fees, because Amazon has a lot of fees. And you need to set a budget before you start selling to make sure you can sustain your business with Amazon FBA. There's things like Amazon's pick and pack fee, the Amazon selling fee, Amazon storage fees, receiving fees, and all these little fees. Now, to be honest with you, they're not that much compared to how much money you can make on Amazon, but there are things that you want to keep on mind. And depending on the size and the weight of your product, these numbers might go up or down. And you as a new seller need to know what you're getting into when you're choosing your product. This includes what are all your landed costs gonna be. This is how much your product's gonna cost to manufacture and get shipped into the United States. And this might sound like a lot, but there are fee calculators that will help you with this. In fact, in my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula, we have an entire section dedicated to this, including some worksheets and other things that are gonna make it very easy for you to figure out how much your product's gonna actually cost you. Do you have enough money? And there is a link to my Amazon FBA program down below. If you are looking for some more one-on-one mentorship and some help in getting your Amazon business up and running, I highly recommend getting on the wait list for my Amazon FBA program. It's not open right now, but I do open it up every once in a while. And I generally recommend keeping a profit margin of at least 30%. Meaning if you're selling a product for $30, you wanna budget about $10 to be the cost of your product and another $10 to deal with Amazon fees. And then the last $10 is profit in your pocket. Obviously, If you can make this percentage higher, that's even better. This is gonna change what products you wanna sell. And again, you'll see how to find the perfect products later on in this video. So keep this in mind. The numbers are very important. The next question you need to ask when choosing a product is, does your product solve a problem? There's a great saying, and that's that dollars follow value. The more value you can bring for your customer, the more money you will make. So if you can find a product that can solve a customer's problem, you're in the money. And if it can solve the problem a lot of customers are facing, you'll get more and more customers, more 5-star reviews, and your sales will snowball. Now, one way to find the best product to sell is to find a product and think what you can do to improve it. One of my students, Brent, did this. He found a large blowtorch, a small blowtorch, but there was no medium-sized torch. And what was crazy about this is he did all of this while he had a full-time job as a first responder helicopter pilot, and he was raising a family with 2 beautiful kids. He didn't have a lot of free time, but still, he found this idea to create a mid-sized torch. And last year alone, he did over $1 million in sales. It's that simple. You find a product that is needed in the market, where there's a hole in the market. But the real key is you need to find a product that you like, that you're passionate about. And what I recommend doing is reading customer reviews on Amazon and see where there are struggles. So you look at other products that are already being sold and see what are people complaining about. Maybe people say the product isn't big enough, or it's too big, or they don't make a version in a certain color option. Sometimes people want colors that aren't being sold on Amazon. Whatever the case is, if you can solve that and clearly advertise that your product is the solution to people's problems, that's when you can really start skyrocketing your success with Amazon FBA. And the last step to finding what product you should sell and to make sure it shines on Amazon is making sure there is no dominating products from a specific brand. Let me explain what I mean here. If you're looking at, say, shoes, there are big brand players in the space. Nike, Adidas, Skechers, Crocs, all these different companies, they kind of dominate the market. You don't want to really create another shoe brand. Competition works both ways. You can't compete in the shoe realm against massive brands. So sell something that's unique and that you love, and you're free and clear to build your own massive brand that can develop a line of future products. And one of the keys to setting yourself up for success is you need to find a category in a niche. And one of my favorite things to say is that the riches are in the niches. So what you'll want to do is build your product where you can shine as the answer to every customer's problem. Now, let's dive into one of the most important things when you're selling a product on Amazon FBA, and that is keywords. This is extremely important. If you're an Amazon seller, you need to understand this concept of keywords. They can make or break your new product. The secret here is something people assume, but they don't truly understand. They don't truly realize how important this is. And that is Amazon is a search engine. People go there to search for things, just like people go to Google to search for things. However, on Amazon, people go to search for something that they want to buy. And if you can figure out exactly what people are searching for in Amazon, you can sell them that exact product. And oftentimes you'll find that there are dozens of ways to describe a certain product, dozens of different things that people might type into the search bar in order to find a specific product on Amazon. Let's say that we have an iPhone case, for example. You could describe an iPhone case in different ways. A slim iPhone case, a black iPhone case, bulletproof iPhone case, drop resistant, waterproof, designed for workmen, designed for small hands. There are a lot of different ways to describe particular products. And all these different things that we're talking about, these descriptions, they're called the search phrases, also known as the keywords. The keywords are the words people are using to search for a specific product. And when people are using those specific words, they want to buy that exact product. And your product needs to be the solution to whatever people are searching for. You want the title of your product to be packed with keywords that people are going to search for. And to show you what I mean, I'm going to reveal one of my passion products, which, as I mentioned, I only launched a couple of months ago, and it's already doing over $10,000 in sales per month. This product is called Carnivore Electrolytes. And as I mentioned, I launched this product only in 7 days. I did a complete video showing you how you can do the same. I'll link that down below in the description. And this product that I'm selling It's electrolyte powder specifically targeted for people that are on the carnivore diet, which I was interested in this diet. And as I was doing some research, I realized that if you want to do the carnivore diet, they highly recommend that you take some electrolyte powder. And when I went to Amazon and I searched for carnivore electrolytes or carnivore diet electrolytes, there was no product that really matched that description. So what I ended up realizing is that there's probably a lot of other people that are also searching for this in Amazon. And I ended up using a tool called Helium 10. And this tool shows you exactly what people are searching for in Amazon. And I noticed that there was thousands of other people that were searching for this exact same thing as well. So I knew that this was a good idea. And by the way, I have the hookup with Helium 10. Highly recommend you use this tool. They have a 7-day money back guarantee. And I have a huge discount code. I'll link to that down below in the description. Honestly, even if you just sign up for this tool and you use it to do product research and within 7 days you cancel it, you might even find your product within 7 days. So I'll link that tool down below in the description. But using this tool, I found that there were a lot of different things that people were searching for, different keywords people were searching for in Amazon in order to find this specific product that we are creating. So I used all those different keywords and added them in the title. This allows Amazon to know exactly what your product is about, and it'll put your product at the top of the search results when people search for those specific things. That's why I named this product Carnivore Electrolytes, because I saw a lot of people were typing that exact same thing in Amazon. And then Amazon looks at all the different electrolyte products. And of course, they're going to put my product at the top of the search results because literally the first 2 words in my title are Carnivore Electrolytes. And this product was the answer to the problem of, is there electrolyte powders out there that are friendly for the carnivore diet? And using Helium 10, this was the title that we came up with, though I think we could probably even do a better title. We called it Carnivore Electrolytes Premium Hydration Powder for Carnivore Diet. Balanced electrolyte support, 0 carb, keto friendly, optimal energy and recovery, 90 servings. So you can see people were searching for things like 0 carb, keto friendly, hydration support, all these different things. So now when people search for hydration powder, we show up in the search results. And using the right keywords helps you to really rake in the sales. It's going to help you to make more money. So I really recommend finding a product that has more than just a couple keywords that describe it. That way you can pack your title with as many keywords as possible. Now, for the most part, that is the case. Most products are going to have a lot of different keywords that can describe their product. But there are certain products where there's only 1 or 2 words that describe the product. And that becomes more difficult because competition can come in, undercut your product, and wipe you out if you just show up under yellow umbrella, for example. And I'm going to share with you in just a minute the perfect tool that you could use to come up with the title for your passion product. But the thing to remember for now is if you can find a product that has a ton of keywords that you can use to describe it, that's going to be a winning product. And I'll also add, if you can find a product where a lot of people are already searching for the product, that's going to lead to a winning product. And ultimately, you can use this product to build your passive income business, which is what we talk about here on the channel all the time. Another important thing you must be aware of when you're doing product research is price disparity. Let me show you a quick example and I'll explain as we go. So if you go to Amazon and search for, say, floss picks, you can see the prices here. This one is $9. This one is $15.99. This one is $2, $4, $3. The cheapest here is $2. Then the most expensive so far is $16. That's a price disparity of $14. That difference in price is relatively tiny, and that's pretty bad. One idea is that you might want to find a product that has one version being sold for $5 and a different version being sold for $95. That's proving that you as a new seller won't have competition based on price. There won't be a battle to sell the cheapest version. There's plenty of room in there for you to make a profit because if you look at floss picks, most customers are just going to buy the cheapest version of the product because they're all essentially the same. But if you can create a product where there's room for you and customers clearly aren't buying based on price, you're in with a great product opportunity. The next important thing to look at for what you should sell on Amazon is, would this product make a good gift? I know this seems like a random thing to talk about, but when it comes time to Christmas or holiday shopping, or even things like buying gifts for birthdays and other things like that, it's important to know that the product that you're selling could be a good gift. It's also important that you have a product that could get a spike in sales during the holidays. Now, not every product I sell has the ability to be a gift, but it's something I keep in the back of my mind is, would someone buy this product for someone else? For instance, carnivore electrolytes is a good example of a product. If you know that someone's on the carnivore diet, you might be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Let me buy this specific product for them. And keep in mind, there's a lot of different holidays: Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day. And if you can find a product that is a great gift, boom, just like that, you have a winning product. And that's going to skyrocket your sales when it comes to Q4 for the holiday season, because your product is going to really pick up some momentum. And a lot of people are going to start buying it. And keep in mind that during Q4, during October, November, December, that's when people are spending a lot of money. Most e-commerce sales happen during that time. I don't know how many people are going to be buying carnivore electrolytes during Valentine's Day, but it can help give you a boost around certain holidays, which will help you live that life of financial freedom. Now, the last essential thing seems obvious, but it's something I've seen a lot of new sellers miss, and it really cuts out any profitability. So please make note: if you want a passive income business with high profits, you need to find a product with high demand and low competition. And don't skimp on the research when you're finding your product. You want to make sure you validate your product. And Edgar, who I've had on the channel before, he didn't properly research parts of his product and ended up launching a product that had non-premium packaging, which was a mistake that ended up costing him around $10,000. But another key part of when you're designing a product is to be thinking about the branding, because if you create premium branding, it's going to make it so that you'll have more profit, because you can charge more money for your product, even though it's not going to cost you that much money. And that's what we're going to talk about right now. But once you have a product idea, something that you want to sell on Amazon, it's time to start creating a brand around this product. And this is an extremely important step that a lot of people skip over. And the reason you want to create a brand is it means you're going to make more money. For example, look at these two products. This product right here can sell for double the price of this product because it has a strong brand and it seems like a premium product, even though both these products cost the same to manufacture, which means every time this product gets a sale, it's actually getting triple the profit of this product, even though it's only double the price. On top of that, you want to have a strong brand for your company because you're going to have a higher lifetime value for your customer. Your customer is going to come back again and again and buy your product. They're also much more likely to recommend it to their friends, and ultimately having a brand is the thing that's going to differentiate you from the competition. And to create a brand, the two things that you're going to need to do is to create a logo and to create cool package design. And out of these two, in my opinion, the logo is the most important one because it sets the tone for all the rest of your branding, your package design, social media, everything else that you're going to do. And this is one of the most common questions my students have is, how do I get a really good logo for my product? Should I go to Fiverr, 99 Designs? Should I hire a friend? Or is there some other option? So I'm going to show you how to create a logo for your brand. And I hired 5 different designers at 5 different price points, starting at $10, going all the way up to $900. And I used different platforms: Fiverr, Upwork, onlinejobs.ph. I also hired a friend referral, and I used 99 Designs, all at these different price points. So you can see examples of what you'll get if you use these different platforms at these different price points approximately. So I gave all the designers the exact same instructions, and I got very different results. And I'll share what the instructions were in just a minute. Let's get started with the first logo that I paid $10 for from the website Fiverr. And this logo is terrible. With logo design, it's true that you get what you pay for. And Fiverr.com is a cheap place that you can go to get logos made. And there are some designers on this platform that are absolutely amazing. But for the purposes of this video, I went with the cheapest designer I could find on Fiverr.com. And throughout this video, as we move up our price point for logo design, we're also going to try out different platforms to help you decide which platform you should use to find a designer, including Fiverr, Upwork, onlinejobs.ph, friend referral, and 99 Designs. But before we get into that, here's the description of the logo I wanted. I told the designer I want to get a logo for my Amazon FBA course, the Passion Product Formula. This is a program where I teach people how to create a product that they're passionate about. I then teach them how they can manufacture this product and sell it on Amazon to make over $100,000 per year passive income. I also tell the designers that they can learn more about my program by going to my website, passionproductformula.com, and that I'd like the logo to be inspiring and ideally include the idea of formula or passion if possible. I also told the designers that I'd like orange, blue, or red to be incorporated in the logo. I posted this description on Fiverr, and I had around 50 different designers submit their bid for my project. And if you are going to go with a website like Fiverr, I highly recommend looking at every single designer and looking at their portfolio portfolio of work. I did not do that for this video. I picked the person whose title said, I will make all kind of logo. So that definitely should have been a red flag, but I wanted to see what kind of a logo you can get for cheap, and it turns out it's not very good. There are a lot of great designers on Fiverr, and if you look through all the portfolios, sometimes you can find a great designer at a reduced price with this website. Next up, for $50, I got this logo made from Upwork.com. And already you can see that this logo is a lot better than the $10 logo. And yes, it's 5 times the price, but the $10 logo isn't really something that I could use, especially for a premium Amazon FBA course that I'm trying to show that this is a high quality program. So at $50, this isn't bad, but it's still not quite what I want. The same thing I mentioned about Fiverr applies to Upwork. You can find a really amazing designer at a discount, but you're gonna have to put in the work to sort through all the different portfolios and really search for that perfect designer for you. But next up, for $100, I had all these logos done. And this next website is my favorite website for finding a virtual assistant. You can find someone that will work full-time just for you for around $3 to $5 per hour. And it's called onlinejobs.ph. And hiring my first virtual assistant using this website completely changed my life. Think about all the extra work that you're doing that you don't really need to do, that someone else could do for you. Well, if you could hire someone for $3 to $5 an hour to do all that work, I bet you probably would. And I did an hour-long tutorial video showing you how you could hire your first virtual assistant. I'll link that video up here. And you can hire workers in the Philippines to do just about anything for you. For instance, all my video editing is done by a team of video editors that I hired from this website. I've also hired people to run my social media, respond to frequently asked questions or frequently asked emails, handle all my customer service, and basically do everything for me that I don't want to do myself. So I can focus on doing what I love, like making these YouTube videos. So I ended up hiring a full-time graphic designer to help with my thumbnails and help edit videos. So I told him I need a logo for the Passion Products formula, and here are all the logos that he came up with. And these logos are a lot better than what I've been getting so far. You can see that he used the orange in a really cool way. He also included the PPF logo into a cube, which you could think about almost as like a little Amazon box. And he created a hexagon ring to make it look like a formula. So this is really the Passion Product formula. But when I showed these logos to the people that are in my Amazon course, they didn't love these. They didn't think this really represented the product perfectly. So I continued my hunt for a logo, and I asked a friend, do you know a designer that might be able to help me design a logo for this program? And at $200, these are the logos that I had designed. And you can see that these logos are professional, but again, when I showed them to my community, they didn't love them. So I gave the designer some feedback, and these are the new logos that he came up with. He turned the 2 P's that stand for Passion Product into a circle logo and put the words Passion Product Formula underneath. And although both these logos look professional, they still don't really capture what I'm trying to convey with this logo. So finally, a little bit defeated, I decided to go to 99 Designs, and I spent $900 on this logo. Now, before I share with you this final logo from 99 Designs, there's 2 things that are really important to know. First thing is that a passion product is this idea that I came up with. And it's a product that you sell online, or a product that you create that you're actually passionate about, something that you love, something that you wish existed in the world. And what I've found in my life is if you're selling something that you actually believe in, that you're actually excited about, you're gonna make more money than if you're just selling some kind of junk. So I wanna make sure this logo conveys that idea of passion. The second thing you should know is that the way that 99 Designs works is they crowdsource your logo for you. And they tell all the designers on their platform, if that designer comes up with a logo that I like, that I'm willing to give them this $900 chunk of change. They do have different tiers starting at $300 going all the way up to $1,300. The more money that you pay, the more designs that you're going to get. And I actually used 99 Designs to design the logo of Performance Nut Butter, which was my first original passion product that was able to make me over 6 figures passive income. So I went through and I submitted my contest. They show me other types of logos to try to get a sense of which logos I like so that they can see what kind of design elements that I want in my logo. They also ask what kind of a color scheme do I want, as well as a description of what I want in my logo. I also shared some images of other logos that I like. And 99 Designs is the perfect platform to use if you want to get some graphic design done or a logo done, but you have no idea what you actually want. Because all these different designers are gonna use their own ideas, their own creativity to come up with a logo design. And with the 99 Designs contest, there's actually 2 rounds. For the first round, everyone just submits all their different ideas, and then you select 6 finalists, and you tell those 6 finalists, hey, here are the concepts and the ideas that I like. And in the first round of my 99 Designs campaign, this was the logo that I liked the most. So I told all the finalists that this was the logo to beat, and that they should try to put their own spin on this logo. And one of the key secrets to using a 99 Designs campaign is you want to get your tribe, you want to get your community to vote on what logo they think is the best. And I had my students in my community, YouTube viewers, vote, and this is the logo for my Amazon FBA course that ended up winning. And branding is another thing that I dive into way more detail about in my program, The Passion Product Formula. This is a key thing that there's just not enough information online. And this is one of those things that takes a little bit of time to learn, but once you learn it, you can charge a premium for your product. But the next section we're gonna talk about is how to use social media to boost your sales, because when you're selling a product on Amazon, it's all about getting as many sales as possible from day one. And you can do that just using your phone, just using social media. And 58% of Gen Z people will buy a product if it's recommended on social media. 56% of millennials will as well. So this is a huge way to market your product. In fact, AJ, he didn't have any money when he was launching his product, and so he ended up using social media, specifically TikTok, to raise over $100,000 in sales, in pre-sales, for his product using Indiegogo. As I mentioned, in his first year, he did $500,000 in sales, and most of that was because he used the power of TikTok. AJ had one TikTok that went viral, and he raised $22,000 in one day for his Amazon FBA business. And in total, he used TikTok to raise over $40,000. And in this video, we're gonna give you 5 secrets on how to use TikTok to make more money with your Amazon FBA business.
Yeah, so I was a bartender for 10 years and wanted to quit my job and try and figure out how to make money online. It was a struggle, but I found Travis, I joined the course, and he helped me create this product called cocktail cards. And it turned out being a lot more expensive than we thought, about $20,000 to create this product. We didn't know at the time, but it was very expensive. So we were able to use TikTok and some other social media platforms to raise over $40,000.
And keep in mind, all the money that was raised with Indiegogo was before production, so he actually didn't have to spend any of his own money. Even though it cost $20,000 to get the product produced and all that, he didn't have to spend any of his own money. And most of that was because of TikTok. And we're gonna share with you the 5 secrets he used to make his TikTok go viral so he could raise all that money. So let's talk about what's the first secret people should know if they wanna use TikTok to grow their Amazon FBA businesses.
Well, first of all, we have to understand that TikTok is a pretty special platform. It's very unique. You only have up to 60 seconds to explain what you want to talk about. So it's really its own beast, and you got to create content that is specific for TikTok.
And it seems like you really have to grab people's attention, because if you only got 60 seconds and people are on their phone scrolling, if you don't get their attention right away, they're going to keep going. How do you get their attention right away?
Really, I kind of follow this method that's really getting a hook, a story, and some sort of ending. So try and get that really, really quick in there. And another thing to keep in mind is set up a creator's account. By having a creator's account, you can use trending sounds and all of the tools accessible for you.
Do not use a business account. This is one thing that AJ told me early on, is don't use a business account, use the creator's account. So what is the second secret people should know when trying to use TikTok and trying to make money with their Amazon business?
Yeah, so I'll be totally honest, for my first month, I completely flopped on the TikTok app. But I also had a personal TikTok that was doing pretty well. And one thing I realized was I was copy and pasting YouTube videos that didn't really make sense on the app. And my personal account was just that. It was a lot more personal. So I decided to start creating content that was more personal about the brand with a lot more interaction and engagement.
And this is one mistake I see so many people making on all platforms in social media. They want to focus on their product and their business, but they don't want to talk about themselves or share their own story. And I highly recommend, no matter what platform it is, to talk a little bit about your own story. So let's get into tip number 3, secret number 3 for using TikTok. What's that?
It's all about trends. It is all about trends. It's a copycat platform. It's fun. These trends are fun, but these things are there to capture your attention, and TikTok wants to share those videos more. So what you really got to do is kind of study the trends, see what people are doing, the sounds that they're using, but what's really important is don't just copy the trends, but add your own flair. your own unique personality, your own story, and your own message.
And this is one thing that's different from a lot of other social media platforms is other social media platforms, I feel like if you kind of copy things, people will call you out and say, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. It's actually like encouraged, and it's part of the fun of TikTok, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. And even some of the content I do, they have this thing called a duet, where you take someone else's video and you react or you respond or you do something to it as well. So it encourages almost copycat trending type personalities.
And that brings us to secret number 4. What do you got?
Gotta be consistent. TikTok, they're pretty picky. If you don't show up every single day, they're less likely to push your content out there. And they're a relatively new platform as well. So random videos do get kind of viral. You would think certain ones would go viral and they don't. So you gotta be consistent. Post every day, it increases your chances of doing that. And not only that, we're not lip syncing, we're not just dancing.
Yeah.
We're creating real content about your product, sharing your story, creating these emotions, these relationships with people. And if you're doing that every single day, it's a lot easier to create those relationships.
And when I first heard about TikTok, I thought it's only people dancing, it's only people doing goofy stuff. But then when I started kind of scrolling through it, I realized you can actually provide a lot of value. For instance, I saw a video that's talked about how to save money on your taxes. And basically they took a 10-minute YouTube video, condensed it down to the most important things. The guy wasn't dancing, he wasn't doing any kind of trends or singing. It was just really valuable content. I also thought with TikTok that it was gonna be a bunch of Gen Z, people that don't have any money to spend. Like, why am I gonna go on this platform? They're not gonna buy my products. But again, I want you to remember that AJ raised $22,000 in one day for his product that's geared to people that are over 21 years old. And these are real people that saw his TikTok, went to his Indiegogo and bought. And the really crazy thing about this is he didn't even have a link in his profile. They had to go and search and figure out how to buy this product. It was on Indiegogo. It wasn't like it was on Amazon with like 2-day delivery. They actually knew that they weren't gonna get this product for 90 days, 3 months, something like that. And they were so excited from this TikTok video that they spent money for something they're not gonna get for 3 months. So I want to reiterate, this is a very valuable platform and it's worth being consistent. And I know you recommend ideally posting 2 to 5 times a day, but you don't need to. Like, it seems like you could post once a day. And you can also, another thing I want to mention is you can film 7 TikToks in like 30 minutes and post them one by one by one. It's not like you have to actually be on your phone every single day posting TikToks. And that brings us to secret number 5 with TikTok. What you got?
Your followers want to be a part of something special, right? By sharing your story and doing all this stuff, they want to help, they want to support. So one thing you gotta do is put some sort of call to action in your videos, whether it's follow me or like this video or go check out and support my product. I can't tell you how many people message me. They don't even drink alcohol, but yet they went and they purchased the product for friends and family as gifts because they wanted to be a part of the story. They wanted to support me and my journey that I've been sharing with them on TikTok.
And the call to action doesn't always have to be to buy your product. It could be something like this video. For instance, right now, if you've enjoyed what AJ's been saying, like this video. Or you could use a call to action to follow you or join the email list or a number of different things. But it's important to remember, if you're gonna use a call to action, there's some secrets to doing that. Which, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so first of all, if you want to have a clickable link, which you talked about before, I didn't have it, and the reason why is because I didn't have 1,000 followers. So you do have to have 1,000 followers before you have a clickable link. So make sure if you do cross that 1,000 follower threshold, make sure you put your link up right away.
But one thing I want to add is, even though he didn't have a clickable link, people were still copying and pasting his URL and putting it in. So even if you don't have a clickable link and you don't have 1,000 followers, you can still get success. What was the other tip?
And also create a simple URL.
Right, very important.
So you could send them there without them clicking it. That helped a lot. And then the second thing would be, use some graphics or arrows or something. Just direct them, where you want the call to action to be. Like the video, follow me, go check out my link. Really simple, subtle things like that really helps people make that decision.
And to me, the most important thing is don't be afraid to ask for the sale. Don't be afraid to ask people to support you.
And in my Amazon FBA program, we actually have an hour-long talk
from AJ, where he shares all the secrets that he used to go viral on TikTok and how he keeps the momentum going. But even if you have a ton of marketing and you have a ton of people coming to buy your product, if you don't have a high quality product, this could be a disaster. So you want to make sure that you're going to find a manufacturer that's going to create a high quality product. And in this next segment, I'm also going to show you how to negotiate with your manufacturer so you can get the cheapest price possible for your product. I'm going to share with you step by step how to get your product manufactured, including an A to Z screen recording showing you exactly how to find your manufacturer. And at the end of this video, I'm going to share with you the biggest mistakes people make when finding and working with manufacturers, including why 99% of people fail with Amazon. So if you watch any part of this video, make sure to watch this last part at the end of the video. It's the most important part of this entire video. But let me show you right now the first most common way that people find manufacturers or suppliers for their product. And that is to use the website like Alibaba.com. And as I mentioned, you're going to type into the search bar whatever you're looking to purchase. Then another secret is you're going to want to go down here and you're going to want to click Trade Assurance, and you're going to want to click Verified Supplier. And by clicking Trade Assurance, Alibaba will only show you companies that are enrolled in the Trade Assurance program. This means that when you pay one of these manufacturers for the product that you're going to be purchasing, Alibaba guarantees that you're actually going to get what you pay for. And the way they do this is they actually hold some of the money that the supplier is going to get. And if there's ever an issue, you can easily get a refund on whatever you purchased on this website. Verified Supplier, on the other hand, means that Alibaba has sent out a third-party inspector to actually go and verify that this manufacturing facility, this supplier, is actually a legitimate company, that they actually exist. And I know a lot of people are nervous about sending money overseas to these manufacturers, but if they have trade assurance and they're a verified supplier, there's nothing to be afraid of, because if there's ever an issue, Alibaba will give you your money back. Now, instead of looking right here, which right now we're seeing all these different types of products, that's not really what we really care about. What we really care about is clicking on this button right here called All Suppliers. And this will show us all the different suppliers. Now, I'm going to be using the word supplier and manufacturer somewhat interchangeably, but technically a supplier is someone that supplies you with a finished good, where a manufacturer is someone that actually is going to be manufacturing the product from scratch. And when you click on All Suppliers, you can see a list of every single T supplier that is listed on Alibaba. And you're going to go through this list and you're going to figure out who you want to contact to purchase your product. And you can click the Contact Us button. Some things to look for is you want to see how long they've been in business. For instance, this company's been in business for 5 years, this business for 8 years. You also want to see how big they are, and you can see the volume in sales that they're doing, as well as how big their staff is. You can also look at their rating and reviews. This is a 4.9 rating with over 200 reviews. This is probably a very reputable company. You can then click on the supplier and learn more about what they do. You can look at their quality control process, their production capacity, R&D capacity, and much more information. And when you're ready to start working with them, all you have to do is click Contact Supplier. And even if you're looking to buy something that's not exactly what they sell on Alibaba.com, oftentimes they can customize the product for you. Now, for a product like tea, I don't want to get it manufactured overseas. I actually want to have this product manufactured in the United States. And as mentioned with thomasnet.com, this is going to show you suppliers that are in the United States. And it's very similar to Alibaba.com. You can see the location of where the manufacturer is. You can see what year they were founded and how many employees they have. And if you click on the manufacturer, you can see a lot more information than just that. Things such as their capabilities, their certifications, even diversity, and all kinds of different things. Another way to find a manufacturer is to simply go to Google and you can type in whatever the product is you're looking for, space manufacturers, space private labelers, or even sometimes space suppliers. Again, start emailing them and getting on the phone, and you can see we have a list of a ton of different nut butter manufacturers. But if it's a US-based manufacturer, I highly recommend calling. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can always send an email. But when you actually call someone, it develops a lot stronger of a connection. It makes you seem like a lot more serious of a potential client. Remember, these manufacturers are busy. They probably get a lot of messages, and by picking up the phone and calling, you seem like a more legitimate business. The other benefit of calling is if they can't help you, there's a higher probability that they can recommend someone that can help you, and it allows you to rapidly ask other questions, where if you send an email or a message and they say, hey, sorry, we can't do this, they're probably gonna end the conversation there. They're not really as invested in helping you find other people that can help you do manufacturing. Now, some tips when contacting a manufacturer: you wanna sound like as legitimate of a business, as serious as a potential customer as you can. Now, I'm not saying to lie. Now, some people do give the advice that you should say that, hey, I'm part of a bigger company. Not call yourself the founder or CEO. Maybe call yourself the COO, which is Chief Operations Officer, or some other ideas is you could be the Chief Purchasing Agent, or come up with whatever title you want. Now, the benefit of this is it makes it seem like you're part of a larger company. Another big benefit when it comes to negotiation, which I'll talk about in just a second, it allows you to say, hey, that sounds like a great deal, but my boss is saying no. So then the manufacturer, when they're negotiating with you, they don't take things as personal. I have had people tell me that when you say that, hey, my boss says it's not a good number, that it's easier to negotiate with that because people don't take it as personal. Now, that's up to you. I've also had a lot of success by doing the opposite and calling up companies and say, hey, I'm the founder, I'm super passionate, I really want to get this thing started, but truth is, I'm somewhat new to this, and asking for their help in educating me. And that's a double-edged sword. I've found that it helps because people, they empathize and they want to help me out as a beginner, but they could also potentially take advantage of you. And now that you know the basics on how to actually find a manufacturer for your product, I'm going to share with you step by step how Willem and I found a manufacturer. And this is Willem. He is the one that actually found the manufacturer for Rocket Tea. How did you find the manufacturer?
So I emailed as many manufacturers as I could find all across the world. I copy pasted the same email template to all of them. Just, hey, I'm looking to kind of create this project. Could this be something that you and I could discuss? And I sent it to 50 to 60 different manufacturers, just copy pasting the email to all the different infos at, or whatever email address I could find on the bottom of their websites. Sometimes I would fill out an online form if that's kind of what the website was steering me to do. I opened the website for every Google search I could find from like the first page to the 10th page of Google, opened them up in different tabs, and just went through each one to email all of them separately.
So there's some key things here. First off, he went to page 10 of Google, which a lot of people stop at the first page and like, I can't find a manufacturer. No, it's like keep going all the way down. Right. I assume did you have some kind of a list of who you had contacted?
Yep, I made a bit of a spreadsheet of who I had contacted, who I hadn't contacted. Yeah. But I also found that not everybody replied to me. I didn't get a reply to everybody. So the ones that didn't reply to me, I sort of wrote off as not paying enough attention to me anyways, and like I could have followed up with them, and in some cases I did if I really identified their business as something that looked like I wanted to work with. But if they didn't reply to me, I kind of didn't really want to work with them anyway, so I kind of just in my own inbox kind of started to filter out who was worth kind of following up with anyways.
And we'll share the exact email that you sent to everyone later in this video, but once you started contacting people, what did they respond to you? What did they say?
Well, a lot of people that replied to me regarding my high caffeine tea project did not want to touch it. They were really not that interested. They were like, we don't do that. We don't add anything unnatural to our teas, or we don't change our teas. Everyone was in the tea industry, it seemed to me that there was a lot of proud owners of these tea blending or these tea manufacturing places, and they're very like proud of where the tea comes from. They don't want to like mutilate their otherwise perfect blends of tea with my high caffeine tea kind of concept. So I got a lot of no's. I got a lot of people saying that they wouldn't do it, that they're not interested in doing it, that it was impossible to do it, that they didn't understand how it could be done. I actually, in my email, gave them links to the current high caffeine tea products that are out there, and I sort of was fishing for information of like, well, how did they do it? Like, they did it. And I still kind of got like, I'm not sure how they did that. I even had one guy sort of tell me that I wouldn't be surprised if they're lying about it.
Right.
Like maybe they didn't actually do it at all, and they're just saying that they did because I don't understand how that could even happen.
A few things right here. So you had a lot of people that told you it's impossible, that this can't be done, because for anyone that doesn't know, Rocket Tea, this company, it's going to be the highest caffeine tea out there. And to do that, you have to add caffeine to it. So it's going to be 200 milligrams per cup of caffeine. And so a lot of people told you this is impossible. You want to talk about why they said it was impossible?
Yeah, well, there's no tea that exists that's 200 milligrams worth of caffeine in a serving. You know, there's green tea and black tea and then matcha, but like all that does not have 200 milligrams of caffeine. My tea required additional caffeine to be added to the tea leaves. And that is what nobody was sure how to do. Like no one had a process of how to do that. A lot of people were saying that that's not the kind of tea that we make. Yeah. So to do that, I basically had to somehow add caffeine powder to these dry tea leaves. Yeah. And to do that, I had to stick caffeine powder to these dry tea leaves, and no one knew how to do that.
A lot of people were telling you that you have to make the tea wet, and if you do that, it's going to ruin the tea. Yeah. And you told me that a lot of people were like upset at you, like you're ruining the integrity of tea, and like you don't know what you're talking about. Yep. And the reason I bring all this up is a lot of people, when you're trying to manufacture a unique product, they might tell you it's impossible, but they don't know what they're talking about.
Yep, sure. Well, I got on the phone with one tea manufacturer who was pretty much trying to steer me away from this project altogether. They're basically trying to talk me out of it, saying like the only way that this can be done is if we spray the tea leaves slightly with water, and by doing so, we're going to ruin the integrity of the otherwise dry, preserved loose leaf tea. And then sticking the caffeine powder onto that slightly wet tea leaf, you know, we could run into an issue with like a rot or a mold or a problem with the tea leaf now being slightly wet. So he was like, this can't be done. That's the only way it could be done. And because we can't do that, therefore it can't be done.
So when all these people were telling you it can't be done, how did you feel?
Well, I was getting a little bit nervous because like I was really planning on this being my product and this being what I'm focusing on. And I already kind of started like a few other gears in motion to like help kind of support this product coming to fruition. Yeah. So when I was hearing no from all these manufacturers, I was starting to think like, okay, well, could I get my tea bag like submerged with caffeine powder? Like I was trying to think like if there's other ways to do this, or I was even thinking like, could I put a caffeine tablet into the tea bag that would dissolve? Like I was starting to think of like other options, but at the same time starting to get a little bit nervous that everybody was basically telling me like this wasn't going to happen, or that they weren't going to help me, or that like, you know, this isn't really what tea was meant to be like anyways. Right. I was getting kind of just discouraging news, so I was getting a little nervous.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that you were kind of discouraged at one point during this entire process, but eventually you found one or two manufacturers that wanted to work with you. What was that process like, and what kind of questions did you ask to the manufacturers?
Yeah, so I finally started hearing back from one or two manufacturers. I was like, I can help you with this. These were specialty tea blenders, like people that would work with you on specialty teas. You know, if I was to say I really wanted like a cinnamon and orange flavored tea, like they would help me blend that. Yeah. So this tea blender was fine with me adding caffeine to my tea using a proprietary process that he still hasn't even told me about. I asked him recently, because my tea is now being produced, I asked him if he could film my tea being produced so that I could use footage of my tea like going through the machine like as part of a video. And he told me no, because all their machines are like top secret. So, you know, so he's doing his thing. But questions that I asked him when he finally kind of presented himself as someone I could work with was, what would my minimum order quantity be? How long would this take to do? What tea we would use? He was asking me a lot of questions about like what kind of flavor I wanted. And I also want to know like what tea bags this could get put into. You know, I wanted to do more of an environmentally friendly tea. So he actually had biodegradable tea bags that we're using with no string and no tag, so there's not excess waste. So I was just asking him like questions about how long it was going to take, what the minimum order quantity I could use is, and then the process of like putting that tea now into tea bags, because it seemed like it was such a process to kind of create that tea in the first place. I was worried that every step of the process was going to be a big thing, but it ultimately wasn't.
And one of the big issues I know that we faced and we talked about is, okay, well, so we have one manufacturer, can they do everything? And it turns out they can do most of it, but one thing that they can't do was the actual packaging that the tea bags go into. How did you find that person to make the actual packaging?
Right. So I was interested to know like what his scope of work could be. Like if he could be like a one-stop shop for like all of my needs. But it turned out that just since he's like a very niche down specialty tea blender, he just blends the tea. And then the tea just sits there in a warehouse and requires packaging to be shipped in from a different packaging manufacturer. And then they take that packaging and they fill the tea with it. So he gave me a recommendation to a packaging house that they use that's actually just here in the United States that has pretty low minimum order quantities. And even though I could have looked for packaging overseas that would have cost less, I went with his recommendation just to sort of keep the process moving along. and I'm using the packaging company that he recommended.
And at the beginning, a lot of times, even if you could save money by maybe going overseas or doing things like that, sometimes it makes more sense just to spend a little bit more money and make it easier. Now, obviously, certain products you still want to make overseas, but with this kind of a product, your most expensive costs were the tea itself and the manufacturing, which kind of needs to be done it doesn't need to be done in the US, but it's very helpful to have it done in the US.
I think so, yeah. Because the tea is essentially being like somehow caffeine powder being added to that, and there's already kind of enough like warning label-ish things to worry about with having like so much caffeine in the tea, and like I felt more comfortable doing that in the United States as opposed to like somewhere else where I didn't quite know like what was going on and how much caffeine was really in it or where the caffeine came from. And like, I didn't want to go into like unsafe territory with my high caffeine tea. So it helped me feel more comfortable that it was out of Florida with someone that I could just call and speak with. And then in terms of the packaging, yeah, like I could have got the packaging done cheaper, but I have like a dedicated account manager who's talking to me about all of my graphic design issues and everything, and you know, the colors and how things can bleed and all of that stuff that I've never done before was much easier for me to do with someone here in the United States.
And so just to keep in mind, some of the other questions that Willem mentioned is, what is the minimum order quantity? You always want to ask a manufacturer that. What was your minimum order quantity? Do you remember?
Well, for the tea bags itself, it was either 1,000 or 2,500, and there's a little bit of a price like discount if you go a little higher.
Yeah. Another question you always want to ask too is, what are all the costs? Because sometimes the manufacturer's like, yeah, it costs $5 per unit. Minimum order quantity is only 100 units. But they're not telling you about all the other costs. What other, I mean, we can save this for a future episode, but did you ask what other costs there would be and what other costs were there?
Yeah, so it did cost like a small amount to initially get the blend going, you know, for me to like hire him to create the blend. And then it cost a small amount for me to receive a sample of the tea from him.
Do you remember how much those were?
It was like maybe like $400 for him to like be hired by me to create the tea, and then to get a sample of the tea made, which was about like 20 servings of tea. I think that was like another like $100 or something.
And I always recommend getting a sample of your product before you go spend thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars on a manufacturing run. The sample allows you to see, is this actually a product that you like or that you want to sell?
Yeah.
What was it like when you got the sample? What did you think about it?
Well, the sample just came into like a package with loose leaf tea. It was not individual tea bags, and it smelled really great. Okay. It had a really nice smell to it. I was very excited about that. I could kind of see how it was dusted with caffeine powder, which was interesting. And I brought samples actually to all the different coffee houses and tea shops in the town that I live in Montana. And I asked for their like more professional opinion of what they thought it tasted like, and they give me some notes. So I left samples with everybody, and they all emailed me back telling me that it tasted great. So it was encouraging, and I tried it, my family tried it, my friends tried it, and it tasted good and gave everyone like a nice, clean, smooth energy. So yeah, that was great.
And one of the biggest things when trying to find a manufacturer is just reaching out to those manufacturers. Now, I do recommend whenever you can, especially if you're dealing with US manufacturers, pick up the phone and give them a call. But if that seems a little too daunting, you can always just send them an email. And we promised that we'd share the actual email that Willem sent. Do you want to share that?
Yep, sure. So I wrote this, and I just literally copy and pasted it to every different email.
60 different manufacturers,
same
like
one
exact
after
message.
the other, one after the other. And the email just said, "Hello, I am creating a brand of tea that aims to have close to 200 milligrams of caffeine per tea bag or serving. The tea will have more caffeine than is natural. Additional caffeine will need to be infused to the loose leaf tea somehow. Do you have any process in which this can be done? A loose leaf tea product with 150 milligrams of caffeine, allegedly, for reference, is Zest Tea, which I gave a link for. Please let me know if this is something we can work on together, and if you have time for a call to discuss this."
What are your thoughts about sending that email versus calling people?
Well, I basically just like copy pasted this to one after the other. I had all the different tabs open, like for all the different like 1 through 10 Google search results. So as soon as I sent it, I closed a tab. As soon as I sent it, I closed another tab. And I kind of just did this as a sort of a passive way of hearing back from somebody, because I just figured like now I have this big net out there and they're going to get back in touch with me. But if there was a few companies that like really seemed like they would be perfect for what I needed, like their website was like exactly kind of aligned with what my mission was, then I would just call them.
Gotcha.
Just to see if I could like just speak with somebody, because it's always nice. Like, I've never done this before, So it's always nice to hear from somebody like why they think this can't be done, or what process is involved in this, or why it's going to cost a lot. Like this is where I learned that it's like the only way to do this was to get the tea wet and then like roll it in powder. Like that was not something that I learned like over email exchange. That was something I just learned on the phone.
And that's another big thing that you were telling me is as you were contacting these manufacturers, you were learning a lot.
Right.
So then the next time you talk to a manufacturer, you seemed a little bit more knowledgeable, like a little bit more of an expert. Another thing that we didn't mention is that when you sent this email, you didn't use your regular random Gmail account. You actually set up a specific email for sending out this email for a number of different reasons. Want to talk about that?
Yep. So I just, like, since I was going to sort of like blast out this email to so many different people, I made a Gmail account that was called like Special Blend 2000. And I used that email to send out to all these different people. And in doing so, I got signed up for a lot of newsletters that I also kind of expected would happen. So a lot of these tea manufacturers now are like putting me on their tea blending newsletters, and I didn't want that on my personal email. And I also just wanted it to be sort of more like an anonymous email kind of, because if they get an email from Special Blend, I could still give them a call as Willem, and it's sort of two different people. So
smart.
if I got information from somebody on email, I could use that information as Willem without them knowing that I'm actually kind of the same person.
Yeah. So that's smart. Another thing that I would do, it's not necessary, but if you have a domain name, let's say you have drinkrockettea.com, you can have Willem at drinkrockettea.com be where the email is coming from. That's like next level professional, but don't think that you need to do that. You can even just do a Gmail account that's just rockettea@gmail.com, and it seems professional, but I actually really like your idea of you could send this emails from multiple different accounts even, and maybe just make sure that the price is going to be the same, or like you said, get on the phone and be like, hey, is this thing you told me actually true? So that's a really smart idea.
Yeah. Yep. And it did seem a little bit more professional. My email Special Blend, whatever, at least kind of made it seem like I was in the industry somehow. Like it wasn't just like random person.
And if you're struggling to find a manufacturer, there are 4 other techniques that you can use to find a manufacturer. You can actually use a tool in Jungle Scout to find who is the manufacturer for almost any product on Amazon. You'll just go to suppliers here and then to the supplier database. Click on the company tab and type in the company that you're trying to figure out who their manufacturer is. So if I type in yoga mat into Amazon, I see a bunch of different yoga mat companies. One of them is this Gaiam company right here. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it into the Jungle Scout tool right here. And we're gonna click search. And you can see this company listed and you can see who their top suppliers are. So if you have competitors in your market and you wanna figure out who they're using as manufacturers, this is an absolutely amazing tool. If you want to search by ASIN. So instead of searching by company right here, we could take the ASIN number, which if we scroll down to the bottom, we can see the ASIN number, and we can copy this and we can paste it in here. And you can find, like I said, the manufacturer for just about any product on Amazon. Now, this tool isn't always 100% accurate, but it's very surprising how often it is accurate. Another way I highly recommend to finding manufacturers is to type into Google whatever your product is, space conventions. Go to the website of the convention that is in your industry, and you can look at who are exhibiting. And you can either go to this convention yourself, walk around the convention and talk to everybody, or you can go to the list of people that are exhibiting at the convention. For instance, we see here, this is the 2023 exhibitor list, and there's a growing list right here. And you can contact each one of those people individually. Oftentimes at these kind of conventions, it's going to be suppliers and manufacturers. Now, I know a lot of people are not based in the United States. Maybe, for instance, if you're based in the UK or in Europe and you're looking for a manufacturer that's based in your home countries, you can use websites like europages.co.uk to find a manufacturer in the UK or in Europe. And it's very similar to the way that Alibaba works. You would just type in whatever you're looking for a manufacturer for, scroll around, and you can see, for instance, this manufacturer is based in France and they're verified by europages.com. You can click on their profile and you can navigate to find out more information about them. But if you're still struggling to find a manufacturer, my last piece of advice before I show you step by step how we actually found a manufacturer for our product is to hire somebody. And you can hire a sourcing agent. And this is one site, Makers Row, where you can hire a concierge service for about $1,000, and they are going to be an expert in the industry, and they're gonna help you to find a manufacturer. Now, Makers Row is a website that you can use to find manufacturers for on your own, and it's about $400 a year, or you can hire a concierge service. In addition to this website, you can just go to Google, type in whatever your product is, space agent, and they'll be able to help you to find a manufacturer. Now, if you're still struggling, you can always go to LinkedIn and find people that are in your industry, send them a message and ask them if you could pay them for their time. Another important thing to note is when you're first starting out, you probably don't want to buy too much inventory. So you may at some point in the conversation want to ask what is the minimum order quantity, or MOQ. You'll see this a lot of times. And that is, what's the minimum that they're willing to sell you, basically. Now, I would not recommend opening a conversation with this because they're less likely to take you serious. In fact, again, a lot of people say you should say, hey, I'm looking to order 50,000 units, even if you're only looking to order 500, because it makes you seem more serious. And then later on down the line, you say, you know what, we could do a test run of those 500 units. And this is a negotiation tactic because there is a chance that the manufacturer is gonna say, well, for $50,000, it's $1 a piece. And then you say, okay, well, let's just start out with 500 and try to negotiate your way into getting that $1 per unit price. That doesn't always work, and in general, I recommend ordering around 3 to 6 months worth of inventory. Figure out how much you think you're gonna sell within that 3 to 6 month range and start with that as an order. And there's a lot of reasons for this. One of the reasons is if there is a problem with the order, well, at least you're not out too much money. It's not that big of a deal. Also, you need to store all that inventory somewhere. If you order more than 3 to 6 months worth of inventory, where are you gonna store it? And you might have to pay storage fees. But you also don't wanna order too little inventory. If you only order 1 month's worth of inventory, by the time you realize that you're selling out, you'll have to place another order anyways, and you might as well take advantage of a discount for buying lots of items. And I haven't mentioned that yet, but generally speaking, the more you buy, the lower per unit price you're gonna get. And this can make it so your business can be a lot more profitable if you can order a larger quantity of items. I have 3 other quick things to keep in mind before we move on to the next step of this process. The first is whenever communicating, whenever sending messages or emails with your manufacturer, make sure to spell check, to grammar check, to make sure your email looks as professional as possible. If you look like a beginner, they're gonna treat you like a beginner. The second tip is make sure to establish a connection with them. This is something I've historically been fairly bad at with my manufacturers. A lot of people treat their manufacturer as just a business transaction, but if you can somehow create a real relationship, maybe send them a small gift. Not, don't do this in a way that seems manipulative, but once you've had your first successful production run, send them a small gift, a thank you, something really heartfelt. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna be more likely that they're gonna wanna help you out in the future. And then the third tip I have for you is the cheapest company isn't always the best. Part of the reason it took me a year and a half to get this product manufactured is my manufacturer that I was working with, even though they were a really good deal and they produced pretty good products, they were not organized. And when I tried to create a new flavor, they were just too disorganized to be able to do it. They had a lot of different moving parts, a lot of other clients that they were prioritizing. So I switched to someone that's slightly more expensive, but they're a lot more professional. And my hope is, even though I'm gonna be paying more money working with these people, that the stress that I'm gonna save because they're more professional is gonna be worth it. Next step is to design your product. And I mean this in a lot of different ways. First off, you're gonna have to design the dimensions, you're gonna have to design the look and feel of what you want, but you're also gonna wanna design a logo and all the different graphical elements. Now, the first step of this that people often get hung up on, and they really shouldn't, is how do they design their product? Do they have to hire a CAD professional, all these different things? First thing I'd recommend is emailing, messaging with the manufacturer and telling them in words, maybe write out some sketches, show them exactly what you want. They can help you. Their entire business model is around helping you because they need to make it as easy as possible for people to work with them. So what you can do is you can email them and say, hey, you've got this product on Alibaba that looks like this. What I wanna do is change the dimensions, maybe make it a little bit longer, maybe make it a little bit taller, change some of the graphical elements. Tell your manufacturer exactly what you want. Now, there is a chance that they're gonna say, hey, that's outside of our realm of being able to help you with this. You need to go hire some kind of a CAD designer or something like that. And that's really easy to do. you can go to Fiverr or Upwork and you can find someone where you can tell them in plain old English exactly like what you're trying to do, and they can help you out. Just keep in mind, the manufacturers, even if you're working with a Chinese manufacturer, they're really smart. This is what they do for a living. They can probably help you out. Chances are you won't need to go hire someone unless you're looking to do something extremely complex. The next part of this is the design and logos of your product, and do not skimp on this. This is an extremely important part that a lot of people forget about. Your logo is gonna represent your company, and ideally, you're not just gonna be selling on Amazon, you're gonna be selling on your own website, and you're gonna be promoting your product in social media. So a logo is really important. I personally recommend doing a 99 Designs campaign, or at least if you aren't gonna do that, hire someone on Upwork. Now you can find people on Fiverr. It's gonna be a lot cheaper to get a logo off Fiverr, but you usually get what you pay for in this scenario. The next step is to get a sample sent to you. And I highly recommend doing this. I have in the past not done this, and every time I've not gotten a sample, it's come back to bite me in the butt. So I highly recommend telling your manufacturer you want a sample. Now, a lot of times they'll send you a sample for free. You'll just have to pay shipping. For instance, I helped my girlfriend start this company. It's called Vino Cards. And with this company, they sent us a sample that was blank. So we could at least see the dimensions, and that was free to do. And if we wanted to get a sample with the logo, the design on all the different cards, that was $300. We decided we didn't want to pay the $300, that we just wanted to get the regular sample. And that was beneficial because we got to see the dimensions of it, but we should have paid the $300. It turns out there were some tiny little mistakes that we would have caught if we would have just paid the $300 for the sample. Now, how much it costs you to get one sample made from your manufacturer is going to depend wildly on a bunch of different variables. Sometimes they're not able to do one for that cheap. It's gonna cost a lot of money. For instance, I've lost about $15,000 in doing the R&D just to get one sample of my product, the new Performance Nut Butter Cacao, how to actually pay for your products, because this is probably the scariest part of the entire thing. Because this is the part where you actually have to put your money on the line. Everything else we've talked about, sure, it might cost a little bit of money here and there, but usually to get your product manufactured, it's gonna be a few $1,000s at least. It could be more expensive if you have a more custom product, and there is of course a chance that it could be slightly less. For me personally, the hardest part has always been when I have to send a wire, when I have to actually send the money to the manufacturer, because that's the moment of truth. That's the black and white moment of entering the cave, and there's no turning back anymore. And there's different ways to send money to your manufacturer. Historically, for all my manufacturers, I've done a wire transfer. And a wire transfer, to be honest with you, is really scary because unlike a credit card transaction where you can call up the bank and say, hey, that was fraud, I want my money back, with a wire transfer, there's none of that. Once you send the wire, even if you send it to the wrong person, you accidentally put in the wrong bank account number, it's gone forever. And I personally use US Bank to send a wire. It costs around, I think, $25 or so if it's domestic. It's something like $75 to $95 to send a wire over to China. And what you do, you can either go into a bank and do this. You also have to give them the routing number or the SWIFT number if it's an international bank account. And again, like I said, it's scary because if you accidentally mistype one of those numbers, they can send it to the wrong person. You're never getting that money back. Now, a little bit safer way to do it is PayPal. And I do know that some manufacturers accept PayPal, some overseas manufacturers. Most of the ones I've worked with, they don't want to deal with that because they know that if you send a PayPal transaction, you can contact PayPal and say, hey, this was fraud, and it's very hard for them to fight. Some manufacturers even do take credit card, though that's pretty rare. Keep in mind, when you pay with something with credit card, there's a transaction fee that the manufacturer would have to pay of around 3%. So most manufacturers don't want to deal with that. They want you to send a wire transfer. And as I said, this is the hardest part of manufacturing a product, at least from an emotional standpoint. It's scary when you have to send that money and know that it's not coming back unless your business is successful. It's really hard. And the reason I'm saying this is just to let you know that this is a common fear that a lot of people have. And to be honest, it's why in some ways I feel like I've lost $15,000 on this product, even though logically I know this product's eventually going to be successful. I'm going to make my money back and probably make a lot more money. In this moment in time, I don't know. And it's terrifying. And I'm just saying this to let you know that there probably is going to be that moment in manufacturing your product where you are terrified, and that's okay. But keep moving on, keep going through it, because once you send the wire, something magical happens. You have no choice but to make your business successful. And that's a really powerful tool. And that brings us to the next step, which is actually getting your product shipped either to your warehouse or the Amazon warehouse. And this is another one of those things that a lot of people aren't sure how to do. It seems really complicated and hard, but it's actually extremely simple. And there's different options, obviously. If you are ordering your products and you're getting them manufactured in China, you can use DHL or FedEx to get your product shipped via air. And that's gonna be a lot faster. It's only gonna take a few days, but it's gonna be a lot more expensive. The other option is you can do sea shipping, which is gonna take about 4 to 6 weeks. And it also has to go through customs. It's gonna be cheaper, but you're also gonna have to pay for an annual bond, which is $100 if you want a single-use bond, or $400 if you want a bond that'll last you for the entire year. And the reason you do the $400 bond is if you're doing multiple shipments from China, then you can use that multiple entry bond. And to be honest with all this, I don't recommend dealing with this yourself. I recommend finding and hiring a freight forwarder. If you want to join my Facebook group, then I do have a freight forwarder I can recommend to you. But otherwise, you can find a freight forwarder, just Google it, someone local in your area that you can talk to, and they can help you find a ship to send your products on. They can help you with the logistics from getting your product from the manufacturer's warehouse to the ship, dealing with customs, dealing with all those different things. And there is, last I checked, I think it's around like a 10 to 20% duty from sending products from China to the US. It depends on your product category, but keep that in mind. Manufacturing in China isn't as cheap as it once was because of the duty, because of the shipping, because of all those other costs. Sometimes manufacturing in the US can be just as affordable depending on the different product category. A lot of things are still much cheaper in China, but that's something to keep in mind. And if you do have a US-based manufacturer, you're gonna have to hire some kind of a trucking company. And a lot of them, they do what's called less than truckload, LTL shipping, which is usually a pallet, 2 pallets, something like that. And that's gonna cost, it really depends on how far away you are. If it's a 6-hour drive from you to your manufacturer, it's gonna be maybe $150 to get a pallet shipped. If it's a 2-day drive, maybe $300. It depends on things like that. And if you wanna get LTL shipments, you can use freightquote.com. You can also get truckload shipments, or the other thing is, if you're doing extremely small shipments, you can ask your manufacturer to ship it to you or to Amazon using UPS, FedEx, USPS, like all those different things. Now, the last thing that a lot of people get hung up on is how do you actually send your products into the Amazon warehouse? But it's extremely simple. Literally, Amazon makes it as easy as possible for you. Basically, you just have to follow a step-by-step thing where you put in the information and they'll send a truck to come to your house to pick up the pallet or your warehouse or wherever the pallet is of your items. Or if you're gonna send in items that are just, smaller than that, it's basically just like FedExing a package to your friend. I've worked with a lot of manufacturers from Alibaba.com, and I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars on products that I've sourced from Alibaba.com, but I've also made manufacturing mistakes that have cost me tens of thousands of dollars. And in this next segment, I'm gonna share with you step-by-step my negotiation technique, how I find manufacturers on Alibaba, just about everything. And by watching this next segment, it could easily make it so you can cut your production costs in half. A lot of people don't know how to properly negotiate when working with an Alibaba manufacturer. I'm gonna share with you some of my tips. There's 7 steps to finding a manufacturer and getting your product manufactured using Alibaba.com. The first step is to search for suppliers, and I'm gonna show you the secrets on how to find the best manufacturers on Alibaba.com. The second step is to identify the best suppliers, the best manufacturers, and there's some really key things that you should be looking for when trying to decide which manufacturer you're gonna go with, and I'm gonna share that later in this video. The third step is to get samples of your product, because once you've narrowed it down to the top 3 to 5 manufacturers that you wanna work with, you wanna get a sample to make sure that they have high quality products. Step 4 is to negotiate. I'm gonna show you how you can cut your cost of your products in half. There's some amazing negotiating techniques that I've learned that I'm gonna share with you later in this video. Step 5 is to place the order, and a lot of people are afraid about sending money to overseas manufacturing companies, but you don't have to worry. I'm gonna show you how you can send money to these companies without having anything to worry about. Step 6 is to get your products inspected. I'm gonna share with you how you can get your products inspected for extremely inexpensive, and this is gonna guarantee that you don't get scammed, that nothing bad happens. A lot of people are worried about that, but I'm gonna show you how to avoid any kind of problems when ordering from Alibaba.com. Step 7 is to get your product shipped from the manufacturer overseas into the Amazon warehouse, and there's a few different ways to do this. I'm gonna share with you a complete guide on how to get your product shipped over from your manufacturer to the Amazon warehouse. Alibaba.com will also be introducing a new section called Trendy Hunter. And this is where Alibaba is going to use its data as well as internet trends to announce the top 10 new products in every category. Now here's a secret. What I recommend doing is taking those top trendy products and using that as inspiration to either make a better product or try to come up with something completely different in that same niche. I do not recommend just copying those products, private labeling those products, and selling those exact products, but this is a great opportunity to use Alibaba's data to figure out what are people going to be buying in the next year. And before we get into all 7 steps of how to find your manufacturer with Alibaba.com, one thing I want to mention is a lot of people are nervous about buying products using Alibaba.com, but one thing they're doing to combat that is they're really trying to focus on high quality suppliers, high quality manufacturers. But now let's get into the first step, which is to find a supplier. And throughout this video, I'm going to use the term supplier and manufacturer interchangeably. Now, I recommend finding someone that's going to create a unique product for you. Do not just find a manufacturer or a supplier off Alibaba.com and private label their product. In the past, that used to work. In the past, people would go to Alibaba.com, find a bunch of junk products, slap their brand on it, and try to sell that on Amazon. Now what I recommend doing instead is to contact the different manufacturers, suppliers on Alibaba's website and to actually ask them, hey, can you customize this product? Can you improve this product? I'm gonna show you an example of that right here. But a mistake a lot of people make is they think of Alibaba.com as just being people that can supply already existing products. That's not the case. A lot of these people have the ability to manufacture something completely unique for you. Now, what you want to do is you want to find people that are already making products similar to the product you're making and ask them if they can change it up. For instance, for this video, I'm going to use an example of a product that I co-created with a student in my course. We partnered up on this product called Cocktail Cards, and it's basically a set of 100 flashcards showing people how to create unique cocktails. So what we did is we went to Alibaba.com and we typed in here flashcards. Obviously, we're not going to type in cocktail cards because no product like that already exists, but there are already people that are selling flashcards, and we're going to click search. And you can see there's all these different products here that you can buy, and you can buy these products in bulk. You can buy 1,000 of this exact product, but what you can do instead, and what I recommend doing, is instead of doing products, click on suppliers. And what this is going to do is instead of showing you all the different products available on Alibaba.com, it's going to show you all the different suppliers. Because right now, let's see, this product right here, it's made by this supplier, and you can see that there's probably going to be some repeat. Like this supplier was listed twice because they have this product and they also have this product. By instead changing it to suppliers of flashcards, we get a list of all the different suppliers, and it focuses on their ability to manufacture products, to supply products, as opposed to the individual products. So it'll give you right here the 3 different products that they're offering. And we can see here's the company that we saw in the previous search results. Now, a lot of people are scared that they're going to get scammed, that they're going to overpay, or they're going to get bad quality products. But I'm going to show you what to look for in a manufacturer to make sure that nothing bad is going to happen, or at least lower your chances of something negative happening drastically. To start with, one of the first things I like to do is I like to click up here, Trade Assurance. I also like to click this verified little button right here. But here's some other things to look for. Another thing I like to look for is how many years have they been in business? This company's been in business for 8 years. This one's been in business for 13 years, 7 years. And if they've been on there for that long, the chances are that they are a legitimate company, a reputable company. They're not going to try to make some quick cash by scamming somebody. Another thing I like to look at is how many transactions have they had in the last 6 months. This one's had 166 transactions, which is pretty good. 90 transactions, 47 transactions. You can even see their total revenue. Their total revenue is $2.5 million to $5 million. So if you're placing an order for a few $1,000s, they have their reputation on the line, as well as years worth of good standing with this website. They're probably going to work with you, and they're going to probably try to make sure that you are happy. Another thing you can do here is look at their top 3 markets. What markets are they selling their products to? And 50% of all the business that this company does is in North America, which means that they're probably used to working with Americans or Canadians, most likely, which means they're probably used to working with people that are English speakers. They also work with 15% of Western Europe, which means that they're used to producing high quality products. Because what I find is in North America and Western Europe, we want high quality products, and if it's not high quality, we're gonna send it back. And this company's done a lot of business with North America, with Western Europe, so they probably make high quality products. They also probably have pretty good English. They're probably used to working with people that speak English. You can also look at their country/region that their manufacturer is located in. This one is in China. A lot of these ones are in China because that's a good place to get products produced for relatively inexpensive. But on Alibaba.com, they also have all kinds of different countries. They have India, they have Vietnam, they have manufacturing companies from all over the place. Now, if you are looking to get a product produced in the United States, I did this video, I'll link up here, which I recommend checking out because Alibaba.com is more for purchasing products that are made internationally, which, let's be honest, it's a lot cheaper to produce a product overseas than it is right now in the United States. When searching for a manufacturer, you really want to make sure you get the best one possible. And so what I recommend doing as well is looking at the main products that each manufacturer creates. And you want to make sure that they specialize in whatever product you're trying to create. So we're creating a set of flashcards, and this company does book printing, box printing, notebook printing, paper bag printing, card printing. Okay, so they do specialize in card printing. Let's look at some other ones here. We have gift box, suitcase box, stationary item, jigsaw puzzle. That's not really exactly what we're looking for. They don't even have any kind of card printing on here. This one, packing box, ring binder, game box. It's loosely related, maybe not perfect. Playing cards. Okay, so this one has playing cards, so they could probably do something like flashcards. And what I recommend you do, as you're looking through all these different manufacturers, on the ones you like, click on the favorites tab. And so far my favorite company has actually been this top one. Now, I'm just doing a quick tutorial video here. Normally what I would do is I would go through all these different manufacturers, all these different suppliers. Look, there's 34 pages worth. If you're trying to get a product manufactured, you want to make sure that you have the best possible manufacturer that you're working with. So take the time to really go through here and look at every single one. But let's dive in a little bit deeper. What you can actually do, if you click on the name of the company, you can see even more information about the manufacturer. Now, before I get into this, one thing I want to note is you can tell a lot about a company based on their name. For instance, a lot of times these companies have the name of the city where they're located. So this one is located in Shanghai, and it's Stone Doing Industry Company Limited. So what we can tell is it's located in Shanghai, which is a good thing. You want to look for companies that are located close to the ocean or close to a port because it's going to be cheaper for you. Because if they're located in the middle of China, it's going to be really expensive for you to ship your product from the middle of China to a port so that it can go across the ocean via a ship. It's just more expensive if it's in the middle of China. So we have Dongguan, which I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. But another thing you want to look for is, look at this company's name is Printing Products Manufacturing Co., which is a good thing because that means their entire company is around printing products and manufacturing products. So they might, even though they don't put as their main products exactly what we're talking about, we know that at least they specialize in printing, where this company right here, it's called Bonroy Cultural Creativity Co. It's very broad. We don't really know what that means. Obviously, we can dig a little bit deeper by clicking here and looking at some other things. Now, one thing I will mention is they have a 4.9 out of 5, which is a really good sign. That means that most people that work with this company are really satisfied. You can also look at video and you can look at different pictures of their warehouse, which I would recommend doing. Make sure that they actually have the machines to produce the products. You want to make sure they're not just a middleman, because sometimes through Alibaba.com, you're going to work with people and it turns out someone else actually manufactures the product, they buy it from them and resell it. We can go down here and there's a ton of other information right here. We can look at some of their main products and see if it fits with what we're doing. And I think it pretty much does. You can also look at the production flow and see the raw materials to cutting, plate making, printing, detecting, everything. They got it all. You can look at what production equipment they have. Now this is really helpful because you can see, do they actually have the stuff to create the products that you're trying to create? And in the future, if you want to work with a different manufacturer, you can say, hey, do you have a plate making machine? Do you have a sample printing machine? Do you have all these different machines? Because this is what's needed to produce my product. Now, these machines are pretty standard, pretty easy. Most manufacturing companies would have them. And if you keep scrolling down, there's so much information right here, all the different transactions, the total amount of transactions they've done. So what we'll want to do is we're going to want to go back here and we're going to want to click on everyone that we think is a good option. We're going to want to click on them, do a deeper dive, make sure that they are a really good company. And for all the ones that we want to potentially work on, we want to hit favorites here. Find the best supplier. So how do you do that? Well, the way to find the best supplier is to, first off, narrow it down. There's probably hundreds of different companies here. Yeah, more than hundreds of different companies that you can work with. What I'd recommend doing is start a spreadsheet. Go through and list out all these different companies and decide what are the top 3 to 5 companies that you want to work with, and then contact them. And you could contact more if you want. You can contact 20, 30, 40 different companies, but I like to try to narrow it down as much as possible first, and then you contact them. What you can do that's going to save you a lot of time is let's just say we wanted this one. We can star it, we can put it as our favorites. And what this is going to allow us to do is we can star some of our favorite ones here, and we can go through and we can actually group them, and we can contact all these people at once, because the next step would be to contact all the different companies. So we're going to go up to favorites here. We're going to click on view all items, and then we can click on suppliers here, and you can see here are the different ones that we have added together, and click on all of them, and we can click contact supplier. That way we can send one message out to all these different companies. Basically what you're going to say is, first off, introduce yourself just like you would in any other email, and tell them exactly what the product is that you're looking for, and tell them the size, the dimensions, tell them how many units you're going to order. So you'll paste in here whatever message you want to send to them, the exact specifications, and you will send the inquiry to those people. Now, a warning, Alibaba.com's messaging service can be really slow, and the reason for that is they might only check it once a day, but then with the time delay, it might take a few days before you get responses, and everything slows down. So what I'd recommend doing is moving people over to WhatsApp, WeChat, or Skype as soon as possible from Alibaba's.com's messaging service. And this will allow you to communicate a lot faster, because a lot of times you can say, hey, let's meet at this time, and let's just have the full-on conversation, ask a bunch of questions back and forth, maybe even do a Zoom call or a Skype call, or a call on WhatsApp or WeChat, or whatever different service you want. Again, think about this as a funnel. You're going to start with a really big list, hundreds of different manufacturers that you find on the website, narrow it down to the top 20, 30, 40 that you actually want to contact. Of those people, narrow it down to the top 2 to 3 that you want to purchase a sample from. And this brings us to point number 3 in the next step, and that is to purchase a sample from the manufacturers that you actually think you want to work with. For instance, with vino cards and cocktail cards, our manufacturer wanted $200 to $300 for a full printed sample. And the reason for that is they don't want to do all this work and basically us just to take this product and be like, hey, cool, thanks. It's really expensive for them to manufacture that type of a custom product, so they charge a decent amount of money. Now, if it's an off-the-shelf product, something that they have tons of samples of, get as many samples from as many different manufacturers as you can early on, because this is one of those things, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You don't want to skimp on the samples and then end up getting the final product and find out it's of poor quality. And that's going to be step number 4. Make sure that you actually do this. Make sure that you actually negotiate with the people. You can leverage the other quotes that you're getting from the other different suppliers and say, hey, Bob over here is willing to do it for $5 a unit. You want $6. We like you better. Can you meet the same price that Bob is doing? And if they can't, then you have to decide, is it worth the extra money for the higher quality? And the answer is usually yes, but it really depends. Remember, you don't want products that are going to have high defect rates. You want to make your customer happy. You want on Amazon to have the best product possible. Also remember that you're building a relationship with this person. It has to be a win-win. If you're trying to take advantage of them and just get the lowest price, they're going to feel that, and it's not going to lead to a long-term successful relationship. One of the keys to having success in business is you're developing these relationships, and you want to make this person happy. You want to get to know them. Ask them about their family. Ask them about their life in whatever country that they're in. Try to actually build a connection and build a deep relationship. And what's going to happen is they might be able to pull strings for you that they wouldn't for other people. And once you've negotiated with your manufacturer, then the next step is to actually pay them for the production run. Now, different companies will accept different forms of payments. One way you can see what forms of payment that they accept is by looking at the products that they sell, and it'll show the different forms that they accept. Now, every company is going to accept wire transfer, but a wire transfer is very scary because when you send a wire transfer, you can't get the money back. You can't call your credit card company. You can't call the bank and say, hey, I want that money back. It's gone. It's gone forever. Now, one way to avoid this issue is, first off, again, if they're on Alibaba.com, they probably are fairly trustworthy. What you're going to want to do is send 30% of the wire up front and then hold off on sending the other 70% until you've gotten the product inspected. But another thing you can do is PayPal. You can use PayPal, you can use Alipay, you can use all kinds of different, sometimes you can even use credit cards. So let's click on one of these products here and see what forms of payment that they accept. Now, a lot of times if you're going to be using PayPal or credit card or some other form of payment that's a little bit more secure, you're going to have to pay higher fees, because if they accept PayPal, there's transaction fees and you're going to have to pay for those. So this company accepts Visa, MasterCard. They accept online transfer, Apple Pay, Western Union. They accept a lot of different things. So that makes me feel a little bit more secure. I could pay with Visa, and then if there's an issue, I can call up my credit card company and get my money back. Now, again, they're probably gonna do an upcharge for that. It's probably gonna be a 3% upcharge. So eventually, once you work with them a few times, you can start doing a wire transfer, which will probably save you some money. But as I mentioned, you only wanna give 30% upfront and save the other 70% until later, until after you get the product inspected, which is step number 6, is to get your product inspected. And there's a lot of different inspection companies out there that you can hire, but basically it's gonna cost you around $100 or so to have someone go to the manufacturer and inspect the product. I'll put a link down below. I believe the name is globalinspect.com. That's the company that I've been told many times is an amazing company. I actually personally have not used them yet, but I have a lot of friends that have, and they've all had great things to say about them. Alibaba.com even offers its own inspection services, and you can go under services into production monitoring and inspection services to find out more information. And that's a really easy option if you don't want to hire a separate company to do inspections for you. And it's around $118 for a full day's worth of inspection. And what happens is they end up sending you a report of your product. They check a bunch of the different random products to see, is the quality up to standards. You want to make sure that the barcode scans, because if it's a poor quality printing job, maybe the Amazon FN SKU won't scan, and that could cause problems down the road. But really what you're doing here is making sure that they actually produce the products that you said, and it's up to the quality standards that you need for your product. And once you get the go ahead, and you can start to arrange to ship your products from your manufacturer over to your Amazon warehouse, whether that's in the US or whatever country that you're in. And now that we've talked about Alibaba.com, and I do want to say the manufacturers on Alibaba end up doing around 58% of all overseas manufacturing, but there are other options. I'm going to share some of the pros and the cons of other websites. If you don't want to go with Alibaba.com, there are a bunch of other websites, and I'm going to talk about that in this next section right here. You don't need to use Alibaba.com to find a supplier. Oftentimes, the best suppliers are not even on Alibaba.com. And I'm going to show you where to find the best suppliers, including 20 different Alibaba alternative websites. And we're going to go over the pros and the cons for every website. So by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly which website you should go to find your supplier. And Alibaba.com owns 58.2% of the entire Chinese e-commerce market. But just because they're the biggest doesn't mean that they're the best. And let's start with the pros and the cons for Alibaba.com. And the first con is that a lot of the suppliers on Alibaba.com are middlemen. They're trading companies. They buy products directly from the manufacturer, they mark up the price, and then they sell it to you. Other websites we're going to be talking about later in this video allow you to buy directly from the manufacturer. Another con with Alibaba.com is 63% of all suppliers are based in China, meaning if you're looking for a supplier that's not in China, it's going to be very hard to find using Alibaba. Another con is slow and expensive shipping. Some of the other websites we're going to be talking about later will have faster and cheaper shipping options. And there are a couple other cons that we'll talk about throughout this video. And let me share with you the first of 20 different Alibaba alternatives. And the first one is called Global Sources. This is a Chinese supplier directory that connects buyers with suppliers all over the world. And it's actually the leading Chinese supplier directory with over 1.5 million suppliers on this website. And it's one of the main competitors to Alibaba. And one thing that they specialize in is electronics. So if you're looking for a supplier in the electronics niche, this is your spot. Another pro with Global Sources is the suppliers on this website tend to be more established. There's also more real manufacturers as opposed to on Alibaba, where there's a lot of trading companies. It's a very easy to access and quick and easy platform to use to find suppliers. On the cons, however, there's usually a higher MOQ. Suppliers on Global Sources are bigger, more established, and they want to work with bigger and more established companies. There's also a lot of unverified suppliers, so the chances of you getting scammed are a little bit higher. It's also also harder to get quotes using global sources because they want to work with bigger companies, which means that they're going to make you prove that you're actually a legitimate company versus Alibaba, where a lot of the suppliers there are willing to work with smaller companies. There's also no shipping or payment channels like there is with Alibaba. With Alibaba, you can actually pay directly on that website a manufacturer. With global sources, you have to send a wire or figure out some kind of other way to send the money to the manufacturer, which makes it a little bit scarier. The second platform I recommend you use to find manufacturers or suppliers is Google, especially if you're looking to find manufacturers in the United States. And the pros of Google is it's the largest search engine in the world, and a lot of manufacturers already have a website on Google. Now, a con is if you're looking for Chinese manufacturers, the chance of them having a website on Google is very low. But another pro of Google is it allows you to find smaller manufacturers that maybe don't know to go onto websites like thomasnet.com, which we'll talk about later. And thomasnet.com is a great website for finding manufacturers in the United States. And since Google is free to use, there's no extra fees, there's no middleman, it'll connect you directly with a manufacturer. And really all you have to do is type in what you want a manufacturer or supplier for in Google and go through the results. And one trick I recommend using is actually picking up the phone and calling manufacturers rather than emailing them. Another unconventional way to find manufacturers is by going to conventions. Almost no matter what your niche is, there is a convention that meets in the United States for your niche. For instance, one of my first products that had a ton of success was a food product. So I went to a convention called Expo West, which is the largest natural food convention in the United States. And oftentimes wholesale and manufacturers are actually at these events looking for people to buy their product in bulk or to private label their products. And one of the largest conventions in the world is the Canton Fair. It's held every year in Guangzhou, China, and it's split into 3 different phases. The first phase is electronics and machinery. The second phase is gifts and toys. And the third phase is building materials and home furnishing. The pros of going to the Canton Fair to find your supplier is they have over 25,000 exhibitors, and over 200,000 people go to this fair every year. It allows you to meet hundreds of factories in the span of a week. And it's a great way for you to actually build a relationship with your supplier because you're going to get to meet them in person, you're going to get to shake their hand and actually get to know them a little bit better than you will from just going to Alibaba and sending a message. It's also going to allow you to see and touch the product samples so you can see if they're high quality material. Plus, a lot of factories that are not on Alibaba actually go to the Canton Fair, so it's going to show you a lot of hidden gems. You can even negotiate and close a deal on the spot, but there are some pretty big cons with the Canton Fair. The first one is you have to actually travel from wherever you are to Guangzhou, China, and airfare in the hotel can be relatively expensive. There's also no detailed guide or magazine for the fair, so it can be a little bit chaotic when you go. The last con is there's way too many buyers with over 200,000 participants. It can be fairly chaotic. The fifth way to find a supplier is to use an import database. And every single sea shipment that's sent from China into the United States is recorded in the import database, which means this is a way for you to find out who your competitors are using as a supplier overseas. And there's a tool that'll actually help you to do this. It's called the Jungle Scout Supplier Database Tool, and it's going to allow you to figure out what any company in the world is importing into the United States and at what quantities they're doing so. It's also going to give you the exact factories that they're using overseas to buy their products. And you'll get to see how often any company in the United States is importing their goods into the US. The pros for this is it's easy to find competitors' exact manufacturer. You can also approximate the sales volume for your competitors, and you can even get product ideas by seeing what other companies are importing into the United States. The cons for this tool is that it's not free. Another con is that some of the manufacturers and suppliers may be relatively large and they may not want to work with you if you're a smaller competitor. Another con is that there is ways that companies can hide their information from this public record, though most smaller to mid-sized companies aren't going to go through the trouble to do that. 6 is using a sourcing agent. This is a third-party person that specializes. Their entire job is helping people like you to find manufacturers in the United States or overseas. And there are people that specialize just in finding manufacturers in China. So if you are looking to go the China route, you can always do that. Pros of using a sourcing agent is it's a lot less work for you. You're going to get connected with pre-vetted companies that this expert already knows about and probably already knows other people that have used them before. They'll help you with quality control and help you with shipping. They basically make the entire process so much easier. They can also help you to negotiate pricing. Because they're an expert at this, they know what things should actually cost. They're also more than likely going to be an expert at the negotiating side of things. And if you're looking for a supplier internationally, these agents will oftentimes have people on the ground in countries like China or India or wherever you're looking for a supplier. And those people can actually go to the factory, meet the owners, and actually vet to see that if it's a legitimate business. Another big pro with using the agent is they can bridge the language gap. Because these agents oftentimes speak the language of whatever country you're looking to get a supplier from, if there's ever anything that gets lost in translation, they can help you out. And keep in mind that some suppliers do not speak English if they're overseas, and oftentimes the cheapest and the best ones do not speak English. So this is a way for you to bridge the gap in the language translation. But there are some pretty big cons when it comes with using a sourcing agent. One of the biggest cons is that it costs money. Usually it's going to cost you around at least 5% of whatever your total cost of the supply that you're looking to purchase. Now, if you're looking to do a relatively small order, they may charge some extra fees on top of that. Another con is once you use an agent to find a factory, it's too late. You can't really bypass the agent. You're kind of stuck with them forever. There's also not as strong of a control of the relationship between you and the supplier. You have a middleman that's helping you to negotiate deals and things like that, but you don't always know if they have your best interest in mind. In fact, sometimes the agents get secret backdoor commissions. They have relationships with existing manufacturers, and even though that manufacturer may not be the cheapest, they're going to get a little extra money from that manufacturer or supplier, so they may direct you to use that company instead of other ones that might be better. And that brings us to Made in China, which is another online directory of suppliers in China. And the pros of this is it's the third largest supplier directory. Obviously, Alibaba is still number one, but this is a contender. It's the third largest one in the world. And they offer a wide range of products. Over 40 million products are possible for you to buy from Made in China. But what they really specialize in is construction and industrial-based suppliers. So if that is your niche, this is the website for you. Another pro is that you can request quotes and place orders with suppliers directly. And they do offer some services like quality control and logistics, which to be fair, Alibaba.com also does offer these services as well. Another big pro is that all of the suppliers on Made in China are verified for quality, but however, there are some cons with using this website. The first big con is they are smaller than Alibaba.com. They are smaller than global sources. Another big con is that the suppliers on this website tend to be more expensive than Alibaba or global sources. Last con is the buying process is a little bit more inconvenient than it is with Alibaba.com, and sometimes this is going to cause issues. Next up is AliExpress, which is owned by Alibaba.com, but a big pro with using AliExpress is that there's lower MOQs than with Alibaba.com. And this website is perfect if you're a first-time buyer, it's your first time ever buying something overseas. They make it easy because they also have an escrow service, which means that you can send your money into the escrow service and it won't be released to the manufacturer until you get your goods. But there are some cons with AliExpress. The first one is it's more expensive than Alibaba.com. Another con is there's a lot of trade companies and middlemen. And with AliExpress, there's a lot higher rate of defective and low quality goods that you might be buying. Next up is Europages.com, which is a supplier database for European suppliers. So if you're looking for a supplier in Europe, this is the website for you. And they have over 3 million companies on their database. And it's very easy to use. All you have to do is search for the kind of product that you're looking to find a supplier for, and it'll give you a list of tons of different suppliers based all over Europe. Another pro is that if you're based in Europe, you're gonna have a local supplier for you. But there are some pretty big cons. The first con is that it's gonna be more expensive than going with Alibaba.com or pretty much any Chinese supplier. Another con is that if you're based in the United States, getting a European supplier is still gonna have a ton of lead time because you're still gonna have to get that product shipped into the United States. India is one of the fastest growing economies. They have over 1 billion people and they're growing like crazy in their manufacturing capabilities. And IndiaMart is the place to go if you're looking for a manufacturer based in India. And the first pro of using a manufacturer based in India and using IndiaMart is there are a lot of products that are not made in China or that you don't want to get made in China that would make sense to get made in India. Another pro of going with IndiaMart is they're not gonna have the same holidays that China does. If you're looking to buy products from China during the end of January, February, during Chinese New Year's, it's impossible. The entire country completely shuts down for about a month, and so it's always good to have a backup, which is another pro of getting an India-based manufacturer, is it's a backup. Because what if something happens to US-Chinese relations? It's good to have another low-cost country that you can get your products manufactured in. On top of that, a lot of people will get products made in India because they don't like the government of China. They don't like all the different negative things that are happening over there. But with that being said, there are some pretty big cons when it comes to using IndiaMart. And the first one is it's going to be more expensive than going with Alibaba or Chinese suppliers. The second thing is sometimes the shipping times are actually longer because India is further away from the United States than China is. Another con with IndiaMart is the suppliers are not verified to the same degree as they are with Alibaba.com, so it can be a little bit sketchy when looking for a manufacturer. And when something goes wrong, you're not as protected with IndiaMart as you are with Alibaba. And keep in mind that Alibaba does have a lot of India-based companies on their website. Now stick with me. If you're serious about finding a supplier, we have a few more websites to go through. And again, at the end of this video, I'm going to share with you exactly which one you should use. And the next one we're going to talk about is DHgate. And this is an online marketplace that connects Chinese manufacturers and wholesalers to buyers like you. And they have a wide range of products, low minimum order quantities, and end-to-end tracking, meaning that when you buy products through DHgate, they're going to track the shipping and the logistics from the time that you buy it all the way till the end destination. But there are some pretty big cons with DHgate. The first is it's not for private labelers. Unlike with Alibaba, the majority of sellers on DHgate are individual businesses, not factories. So if you are looking to do private label, then DHgate is not a good option for you. The quality control on DHgate is very poor, and a lot of the products end up being defective. Overall, the merchandise is relatively cheap with DHgate. And there's lots of trading companies and middlemen, and overall, I don't recommend for most people to use DHgate. TradeKey is an international marketplace that connects suppliers with international buyers and sellers. They have 9.6 million members from over 225 countries, and they have a large list of Chinese suppliers, including a lot of companies that may not be on Alibaba.com. They also offer a bunch of other services like market research and trade show promotion. But for cons, they are quite a bit smaller than Alibaba. They also have a relatively outdated website that's a little bit harder to navigate. And if you want to use all the features that this website has, you have to pay an additional fee. EC21 is another option, and they have over 3 million global buyers and over 5 million monthly visitors. Not to mention they have 2.5 million registered users in over 190 different countries. It's also easy and free to use, but one of the big cons, again, is it is smaller than Alibaba. Now, keep in mind, there are going to be some suppliers on EC21 that are not on Alibaba.com, but overall, it still is quite a bit smaller than Alibaba. There's also no vetting process for sellers, so the chances of you getting scammed are quite a bit higher than it is with Alibaba. 1688.com is a Chinese supplier database, but the interesting thing about this is it's specifically targeted to people that are based in China buying from Chinese suppliers. So this is a website that you're probably not going to use, but it is something that I recommend that you should be aware of because it does have a huge directory of Chinese suppliers, including some that are not on Alibaba, and oftentimes it's going to have cheaper prices. So if you do speak Mandarin or Cantonese, or if you have an agent that does, you may want to have them check this website. But the big cons with this website is you are going to need a translator, and usually they're going to be working with Chinese companies. And let's quickly go over some other websites before I share with you what is the best website for you to find your supplier. China Brands is the best site for people that are looking to do drop shipping, but a cons with this is it takes a long time to ship products from China to the United States. China Vision is great for people that are looking to do wholesale where you buy products in bulk and resell them on Amazon or on your own website in the United States. But they do have poor customer service and a lot of fake products. Wholesale Central is another website that you can use if you're looking to wholesale products, but it is smaller than a lot of the other websites. Worldwide Brands is a directory of wholesale suppliers that drop ship in the United States and Canada. They have a ton of products, but membership is expensive at $299 a month. And eWorldTrade is another platform you can use to find suppliers, but it not only is for physical products, it's also for services, and it caters more to businesses looking to connect with other businesses, and is not as good for individual entrepreneurs. So what platform should you use to find a supplier for your business? Well, if you're looking to find a supplier in the United States, use thomasnet.com. If you're looking to find a supplier in Europe, use Europages. Or if you're looking to find a supplier in India, use IndiaMart. But I will say, no matter what, always check with Alibaba.com. And even though there are a lot of cons to using Alibaba, there's also a lot of pros to using Alibaba. They have relatively low MOQs, which stands for minimum order quantity, meaning that you don't have to buy tens of thousands of units of a product. They also have one of the largest databases of suppliers in the entire world. And last year they did over $130 billion in revenue on their website, making them one of the largest e-commerce platforms in the world. They also have the verified supplier program where they send people to the manufacturer's facility to verify that they're actually a legitimate business. On top of that, they have the trade assurance program, meaning that if a company that you're buying from on Alibaba does have the trade assurance program enabled and you buy from them and there is an issue, you can always get your money back, and Alibaba will be a middleman for you to make sure that you'll be able to get your money back. So I would recommend for you to check out Alibaba.com to find your supplier. But I would also recommend for you to check out some of these other websites to make sure that you'll get the best products at the best price. You should always make sure you have a backup for your supplier. I've had a ton of success using Alibaba.com, but I've also used a lot of other websites and I've had success using those websites as well. And keep in mind, the biggest downside of using Alibaba.com is everyone else is doing it. So that's why I always recommend checking with the other websites and seeing if you can find a supplier that's maybe a hidden gem that other people don't know about. Before we go into the next section, I do want to let you know that in my Amazon FBA program, I have a checklist for exactly what you should be looking for in a manufacturer, as well as I share with you all my exact templates of emails that I send, messages that I send for a bunch of different products that I have released in the past. So if you do want to get those templates, if you do want to get that checklist, there is a link down below to join the Passion Product Formula. But one thing that you should know is that 72% of all manufacturing is done outside of China. And a lot of people think that they need to go with China, they need to manufacture their product in China. It's not true. In this next section, I'm going to show you how you can get a product manufactured here in the United States, in Europe, in South America, in India, in just about any other country other than China. And I'll talk about some of the negative side effects of manufacturing in China and why you might want to avoid it. You're going to know how to find a supplier in the United States, Mexico, Canada, India, Europe, and just about everywhere else in the world. And we're going to go over the pros and the cons of working with suppliers in all these countries. And let's start with the pros of working with China, because China is the leading manufacturing country in the world, accounting for 28% of all manufacturing done. And last year, China exported around $600 billion worth of merchandise into the United States. And they're able to do this because the cost of labor in China is so much cheaper than in other countries, which means the cost of the products that you would be buying is also gonna be lower. But one of the first cons of buying products that are made in China is you are contributing to some unfair labor laws. And that's how they're able to keep their labor prices so low. There can also sometimes be huge language barriers between you and your manufacturer. Now, this is not always the case. I've had a lot of good experiences of working with manufacturers overseas, but keep in mind, sometimes there is a problem. You tell them what you want and they give you something slightly different. There's also cultural differences. For instance, every year around February, they take a month off for Chinese New Year's. And this has driven me and a lot of Americans crazy in the past because during that entire month, China is completely closed down. There's also high import duties. When you ship your product from China into the United States, you're gonna have to pay an extra 25% on top of whatever your cost of goods already is. So even though China seems like it's cheap, once you start adding up things like shipping and duties, the cost of products made in China may not always be cheaper than something made in the United States. This also means that you're gonna have longer lead times. When you buy a product that's made in China, it can take around 6 weeks or more to ship it from the manufacturer into the Amazon warehouse, which means if you see on Amazon that you're running out of stock, you may not even have time to reorder with a Chinese manufacturer because the lead times and the shipping times are so long. There's also an issue of communicating in different time zones. When we're awake, they're asleep, and when they're awake, we're asleep. So everything ends up taking longer because you'll send a message and they'll answer on the next day. You'll send a response and then they won't answer again until the day after that. And before you know it, a ton of time will have passed by. There's also a higher lack of quality control, and you can hire people to go over and make sure and inspect your products and do detailed reports, but still when you get your shipment, there is a chance that there's going to be issues. And the last big con of working with Chinese suppliers is there is IP security issues, meaning there is a chance that your manufacturer in China will copy your product, rip it off, and sell that exact same product on Amazon or on Shopify. Now, there are ways to avoid this. You can have them sign what's called an NNN, and NDAs in China do not work, but this NNN agreement does carry some weight. The other thing you could do is actually file for a patent in China. This costs around $1,000, and manufacturers in China care more about that than they do if you file a patent in the United States. But if you want to be extra careful, you can file a provisional patent in the United States as well. This only costs $75, and it gives you a year before you need to sign up for a full patent. And now let's share the top 5 countries to get your product manufactured in, as well as the pros and cons for each one. And I'm going to show you how to find a supplier in each one of these, because for each country, it's a little bit different. There's a trick that you can use for each country to find a manufacturer. And before we go to the first one, warning, I'm not saying to never buy from China. I'm just saying that there are other and sometimes better options to find suppliers in other countries. And I want you to explore these other countries before you just default to purchasing from China. And the first country we're going to talk about makes up 18% of all the manufacturing in the world. And this industry accounts for a revenue of $8 trillion. And it's the second most popular country to do manufacturing in, and that is the United States. And manufacturing in the United States is actually growing every single year. And there are a ton of pros to getting your product manufactured in the United States. You're going to have higher quality control, no language barriers, faster shipping times. The cost of shipping is also going to be less. Not to mention, you're going to be able to save money on import duties and tariffs. You're also going to have greater intellectual property protection. The chance of a US manufacturer ripping you off is way less than a Chinese manufacturer. And on top of all this, you're going to be able to put the stamp on your product that says made in the USA, which could contribute to more sales. But before I show you how to find a US based manufacturer, you do need to know there are some cons with using a manufacturer in the United States. The first and the biggest one is there is going to be higher costs. Some of the products that I've wanted to produce in the United States would have cost 5 times as much money than having them manufactured in China. There's also limited production capabilities in the United States. There are a lot of things that Chinese manufacturers just do better than US manufacturers. We've lost a lot of our manufacturing capabilities, and China has actually invested in some top quality machines. But keep in mind, not everything that's made in China is cheaper. There are some products that are actually cheaper to make in the good old United States. And that's because by the time you factor in the shipping fees, the duty and tariff fees, and all the other costs that come with buying products in China, it is sometimes cheaper to buy a product that's made in the USA. And there are 3 different ways that you can find suppliers or manufacturers in the United States. And the first is Reference USA, which is now called Data Axle. And this website is 100% free. It's also the best and most comprehensive database of US suppliers in the world. You can actually use it to locate any business in the world and find out a ton of information about them. However, the cons for Data Axle is because there's so much information on this website, you're gonna have to sort through a lot of junk to find the right supplier for you. Another huge con is Reference USA/Data Axle is only available in your local library. So if you want to access this website, you actually have to get a library card, walk into a library, and go onto the website from a computer at your library. And when you're doing searches on this website, it will sometimes include retail stores, and you're going to want to filter those out because you don't want to buy your products from a retail store and then try to resell it. You won't make a lot of money. So to get access to this website, 1, call your local library and ask if they have access. Step 2, get your library card. And step 3 is go to a computer at your library and type in your library card number. And if that sounds complicated, don't worry. The second resource I have for you is a much easier way to find suppliers here in the United States. If you're looking for a supplier in the United States, you can use thomasnet.com. And thomasnet.com has over 950,000 active users and over 500,000 company profiles. And another pro with Thomasnet is they only include real suppliers. They don't include any retail stores, which means that you're not going to have to do as much sifting through the data. In fact, on Thomasnet, the suppliers are very specifically categorized based on what kind of products they sell. And this is an excellent resource if you're looking to create your own product. And this is what I recommend you do, create your own passion product. This is what I've done and a lot of my students have done. Like Brent, who's a full-time first responder helicopter pilot, has a family of 4, and still was able to make almost $2 million in his first 2 years selling this unique product on Amazon. But the last last option I recommend if you're looking for a supplier in the United States is Makers Row. And this is specifically helpful if you're looking to create a more unique product, but keep in mind Makers Row is a lot smaller than Thomasnet. They only have around 10,000 profiles and it has a monthly membership cost, but still, if you're having a tough time finding a supplier, you may want to check out Makers Row. Another popular country to find a supplier in, making up over 1.5% of the entire world's manufacturing, and it just happens to be our neighbor to the south, is Mexico. And it's in 10th place in the world for manufacturing capabilities. But despite being in 10th place, Mexico may still be a great option for you to find a supplier in. And that's because Mexico is so close to the United States that shipping is going to be a lot faster and a lot cheaper. Duties and taxes from Mexico in the United States are also a lot less. And if you're looking for a manufacturer in Mexico, you have 3 different options. The first is called Seasons Way, the second is called Coppel, and the third is called Mercado Libre. You can also look at YaTrade, which is an industry-wide platform that covers all of Latin America, and it's a great B2B platform, meaning that your business can connect with another business. Another up-and-coming country you may want to look at to find suppliers, making up over 3% of the total manufactured products in the world, is India. And if you're looking to find a manufacturer in India, I recommend going to IndiaMart. It's India's largest business-to-business marketplace, and it's a great place to find suppliers. They have over 7.4 million suppliers listed on their website, and they offer over 90 million different products. Another benefit of IndiaMart is they do have a payment protection program, meaning if you're a little bit nervous about sending a payment to a manufacturer over in India, you have nothing to worry about because they have you protected. When you send that money, if for any reason the manufacturer doesn't give you the goods he promised, they will refund your money. However, there is one big con, and that is poor customer service and slow delivery, so be careful. You can also check out the India Sourcing Network or go to India in person and check out the India Handicrafts and Gifts Fair. It's a twice-a-year trade show that runs for about 5 days, and it's a great way to connect with suppliers. The next option for finding a supplier makes up over 13% of the total manufacturing happening in the world, and that is Europe. And Europe is a great place to get certain types of products manufactured. Also, if you happen to live in Europe, you may want to find a supplier that's closer to home. And to find a supplier in Europe, you can go to Europages or eSources. I'd recommend checking out Europages first because it's the most comprehensive database of suppliers in Europe. And although I don't recommend it, one country that I get asked about finding suppliers in a lot is Canada. And if you live in Canada, this might be a good option, but if you don't live in Canada, I don't really recommend it because you're going to have to pay higher prices and you're going to run into other issues of getting your products across the border and things like that. And the fifth option for finding a supplier for your product, and this is something I do recommend looking at, is the entire rest of the world, all the different countries we didn't talk about here. And one of the best ways to find suppliers all over the world is using Alibaba.com. And yes, Alibaba.com is a Chinese company and most of their suppliers are based in China, but they do have suppliers from all over the world. And for the most part, if you're looking for an affordable supplier, this is probably the first website you should go to. When you find the perfect manufacturer overseas, you need to protect yourself. You need to figure out how to make sure that your manufacturer is not going to copy you. And this is exactly what happened to one of my students, Leanne and Logan, and they had a product that was a really good idea. And one of the big mistakes that they made is they didn't move quick enough. They didn't do a big social media push. They kind of just launched the product, and then a few months later, they ended up having manufacturers copy them. And now the key thing here, I do want to stress, if they would have done a big launch and got a bunch of reviews, it honestly wouldn't have mattered if the manufacturers copied them because they would have been so far ahead of the curve. But in this next section, I'm going to show you how you can protect yourself to make sure that you don't get copied. But luckily for you, I'm going to show you the 5 steps that you need to follow to start an online business legally. Whether you're starting an Amazon business or a Shopify store or really any kind of online business, this is the exact method that you need to follow so you can get all your business paperwork in order and to make sure that you don't get in trouble with the IRS or the government. And in this video, I'm going to show you all the steps that I did to launch this new online business that I'm starting. And the first step is to apply for a legal business entity. This could be an LLC, a DBA, or an S Corp. And we're going to talk about the pros and the cons of all of these later in the video. The next step is to get an EIN number. EIN stands for Employer Identification Number. All businesses in the United States need to have an EIN. This is like the social security number for your business. It's quick and easy to do. A lot of places want to charge you money to do it. You don't need to pay a dime. I'm going to show you the free way to do it later in this video. After that, the third step is to get a seller's permit. And this does depend on what state you live in, but this is also free and easy to get, and I'll talk about how to do that that later in this video. Step 4, once you've completed all the legal paperwork, it's time to take that paperwork and go start a business bank account. And by having a business bank account, it's gonna allow you to keep your business and your personal finances separated, which makes it so you're a lot less likely to get audited by the IRS. When you start intermingling these two things, you're asking for trouble. And step 5 is to get a business credit card. And this is one of the most fun parts of this video. I've used business credit cards to get free flights, free hotel stays. Basically now when I travel for free. So make sure you stay till the end of this video to learn how I do it and how you can do it too. And the first step to starting an online business is deciding what kind of legal entity structure do you want to have. And you can do a DBA, LLC, or S Corp. And it just makes it so that you and your business are separate. And a DBA stands for doing business as. This is the easiest and the cheapest way to start a business, but as a con, it doesn't offer any kind of legal protection. Another con is you can't sell shares of your company if that's something that you might be interested in down the road. And a DBA will cost you around $99 on websites like LegalZoom.com. It takes about 15 minutes to fill out the paperwork. It's extremely easy, and I recommend a DBA for anyone that's new to starting a business where the chance of them getting sued is pretty low. However, if for your online business you do want some legal protection to make sure that if someone sues your business, they can't come after your personal assets, you're gonna wanna look at an LLC. LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. And the biggest pro to this, as I mentioned, is it gives you full legal protection so people can't come after your personal assets. And this only really makes sense if you're starting an online business where you're selling something that's consumable or your product or service has a chance of hurting your customers in some way. If you're just selling your services, you probably don't necessarily need an LLC, though there are some advantages. But the biggest con with an LLC is it is expensive. It's gonna cost you around $180 all the way up to $800 depending on what state you live in as a minimum. And for me, being in California, it's $800 per year, even if my LLC makes zero money. And as I start to make more money, the price of having an LLC increases. If you do live overseas and you're looking to start an LLC in the United States, I recommend going with wyregisteredagent.com. It's only gonna cost you around $149. But if you wanna save some money on taxes, you should look at an S Corp. And this stands for Small Business Corporation. Now, the pro of this is you're actually gonna save money on taxes because you can pay yourself a salary. And if you have any extra profits in your business on top of that, you can take it out as a shareholder distribution. And for that, you're not gonna have to pay Social Security or Medicare taxes on that, which means you're gonna save money on taxes. However, for cons, there's a lot of extra requirements, a lot of paperwork, a lot of things that you have to submit to the government if you do wanna have a S Corp. But there is a secret fourth option that almost no one talks about, and this is what you should probably do. And that is start an LLC, but elect to be taxed as an S Corp. And when you're filing your LLC paperwork, there's a little box that you can check and you'll get taxed as an S Corp, but it makes it a lot easier because you don't have to deal with all the paperwork. And this is what I did for Carnivore Electrolytes, the business that I'm launching as part of this 7-day series. Now, in all honesty, since I already had an LLC for my company, Passion Product LLC, I just used that LLC. I didn't need to start a new LLC. And that's a pro tip. You don't need to start a new LLC every time you start a new business. You can have an umbrella LLC and you can have little sub businesses under there and you still have a lot of the legal protection. And in my online program, the Passion Product Formula, I actually show in depth a screen recording showing you how you can get an LLC and make sure that it's taxed as an S Corp. So if you are looking to start your own online business and you want to get on the wait list for this program, there is a link down below. The next step is to get an EIN. And to do this, all you have to do is go to the irs.gov website. There's a link down below in the description with the full website URL, and follow these step-by-step instructions to apply for your free EIN number. It's simple and easy to do. It only takes around 10 to 15 minutes, and at the end, you'll get a PDF with your EIN number. Step 3 is to get a seller's permit, and this is also free and easy to do. Just Google your state name, for instance, I live in California, and then space seller's permit, and go to the official .gov website and apply for your seller's permit. This will be free, so if anyone's trying to charge you money for this, it's a scam. Do not pay money to apply for your seller's permit. You're gonna need a seller's permit in your state for a few different reasons. The first is it allows you to buy goods tax-free, because the government knows that you're buying those goods in order to resell them. For instance, with Carnivore Electrolytes, the packaging and all the ingredients, I don't have to pay sales tax on that because I have a seller's permit and they know that I'm going to be reselling this product to my customers. The other reason why you need a seller's permit is because the government's going to want its money and you're going to use your seller's permit number in order to file state sales tax. Now, if you're selling your product online, you only need to collect state sales tax from people that are buying your product that live in the same state as you. So if I live in California and someone from New York buys my product, I don't need to collect state sales tax from them and I don't need to remit that to my state. Though I'm not a lawyer and I'm sure it's more complicated than this, but from what I understand, you only have to collect state sales tax in the state that you or your business resides. So if you're a big company and you have lots of different locations, you're going to have to collect state sales tax in every location that you actually have a physical building. The next step, step 4, is to open up a business bank account. And this is extremely easy if you live in the United States. All you have to do is take all your paperwork from step 1, 2, and 3 and go into your local bank. I usually go with US Bank when I'm opening up new business accounts. And when I was first starting online businesses, I actually would go in person to my bank to open up the account, and the person working at the bank would walk me through step by step how to do it. But nowadays, I open up business bank accounts online. It's the same exact process that you're gonna go through at the bank, but it's easier and quicker because you can do it from the comfort of your own home. If you're not in the United States and you're looking to open up a business bank account, you can always go with websites like Payoneer or World First Bank. But warning, it is important that you keep your personal and your business spending separate. As I mentioned, it's a red flag for the IRS if they see that you're buying personal things with your business bank account, but also if you have an LLC and you get sued and the judge sees that you're using the LLC to buy personal things, it could mean that whoever's suing you could come after your personal assets as well. So be very careful. On top of that, it's important to keep these separate so that you can see how much profit is your business actually making. Now it's time for step 5, which is the best part, my favorite part of starting a new business. And this is the part of the video that's gonna get you free flights, free hotel stays. Basically make it so you don't have to pay any money out of your own pocket to travel the world, because if you understand how to use credit cards properly, you won't have to pay any money to the credit card company. When you sign up for a new credit card, they have bonuses, 50,000, 100,000 miles or points that you can get. Now, a lot of times these credit cards will have a minimum spend of around $3,000. And let me tell you, when you're starting a new online business, spending $3,000 within 3 months is relatively easy. So I highly recommend signing up for a business credit card. The Amex Gold, the Capital One Venture Card, and there's a Chase Ink card. And all 3 of these I recommend. Link down below. If you're looking to spend a lot of money on advertising, you're gonna wanna go with the Amex Gold card because it'll give you 5x points on all advertising spend. Plus, there is a bunch of other bonuses for the Amex Gold card. It does have a yearly fee of a little over $100, but let me tell you, it's worth it. You're gonna get so much money in points back, and I think they have a sign-up bonus of around 50,000 to 100,000 points. If you want to find out more information about that, there is a link down below. The Capital One Venture Card, on the other hand, will give you 2x points on every dollar that you spend. And there's no fee for the first year, but every year after that, there is a fee of $95. But again, the points are so valuable that you're gonna be getting that paying $95 a year, it doesn't really matter. For Carnivore Electrolytes, we've put everything on the credit card. We've spent around $5,000 to start this business. And when you include the bonuses we got for signing up for the credit card, that's enough miles for a round trip ticket to South America, to Europe, to Asia, to about anywhere in the world that we want to go. But there are a couple other legal things that you're going to want to think about, like do you want to get a trademark or do you want to get a patent? And these things can provide you with an extra level of legal protection to make sure that no one's going to copy your business or come in and steal your customers. And let's talk about the differences between a trademark and a patent, and if you should get both or which one is right for you. Let's start by talking about a patent. And there are 2 main types of a patent. There is a utility patent and there is a design patent. And the utility patent is only for someone that invents something new, and it has to be relatively unique. However, a utility patent can be pretty expensive to get. There's the patent search fee, which is gonna cost you $540. There's also the examination fee, which is gonna be another $220, as well as the application filing fee, which is $330. And on top of that, you'll probably wanna get a lawyer, and that's gonna cost you around $10,000. Now, you can do this work yourself. Jeremy, who's one of the students in my online course where I teach people how to create unique physical products that they can sell online, he was able to file his own utility patent. He did say that it took a lot of work, and if he were to do it over again, he might actually be willing to spend the money on a patent lawyer. So you don't need to hire a patent lawyer, but most people that I've spoke to end up hiring that lawyer. If you have a unique idea or invention, I would say at a minimum, file for a provisional patent. It's only $75. It's very easy to do. And then later, if you decide that you want to move forward with this product, you can file for a full utility patent. The other option is to get a design patent. And you can get a design patent if your product has a unique design to it. For example, the signature Coca-Cola bottle, because there's nothing from a utility standpoint that's unique about it. However, from a design standpoint, it's something that's unique to that brand. And when you see it, you know that it's a Coca-Cola bottle. A design patent protects the form of the product, and it's easier to get a design patent than it is a utility patent, but it doesn't offer as much legal protection. And for carnivore electrolytes, we did not apply for a patent because this isn't a brand new invention. There are other electrolyte powders out there. The only thing that makes our product unique is the design itself. And that's where trademarks come in. And a trademark allows you to either protect the graphical design, for instance, if you have a special logo, a special font, something like that that's unique to your brand, or you can actually protect the words themselves. For instance, Coca-Cola has a word trademark, and that means that nobody else can use the words Coca-Cola, no matter what font or design they're using. And out of these two options, it's a lot easier to get a design mark than it is to get a word mark. So if you're filing for a trademark because you want to get brand registry when selling on Amazon, I would generally go with a design mark. However, if you're looking for more protection for your brand, I would go with a word mark. But keep in mind, when applying for a word mark, it's a lot harder, and when the person's reviewing your application, they're gonna be a lot more strict. For both these options, you will not be approved if there's another business out there that has a similar design or word mark. How do I legally set up my business? What permits do I need? Do I need to start an LLC or a DBA? And the short answer is you technically don't really need anything if you're a US citizen. As long as you have a social security number, you can actually sell on the Amazon platform. But I highly recommend creating some kind of a business structure. And you could do a DBA, an S Corp, or an LLC. This is going to allow you to open up a business bank account and keep your business funds separate from your personal funds. And which one of these three is right for you really depends on your situation, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. So in addition to a business entity structure, you're also going to want to get an EIN and a reseller permit. Both of these are free to get, and for the first one, if you go to irs.gov/ a bunch of different things, you can get your EIN number. I'll put a link to that down below. And an EIN is basically like a social security number for your business. You'll also want to get a seller's permit. And this allows you to be able to buy things tax-free as long as you're going to be reselling those items. This is also free to get, and it depends on what state you live in. For every state, you're going to have to go to your state and get a reseller permit. For instance, I live in California, so I'd have to go to the California IRS government website and apply to get my free state reseller permit. When setting up your business structure, you have three different options, as I mentioned. You can use a DBA, an LLC, or an S Corp. Now, in addition to these, you can just use your social security number if you're a United States citizen, but generally I recommend setting up some kind of a legal business entity. Now, a DBA stands for doing business as. It's gonna cost you around $99. You can go to websites like LegalZoom.com, and there's a bunch of other ones as well, and you can apply for a DBA. This will allow you to go to a bank and open up a business bank account. I'll talk about how to do that in just a minute. So this is going to be your cheapest option, and it doesn't give you any kind of legal protection. If someone sues you and you're a DBA, they can come after all your personal assets. So in response to this, another option is called an LLC, which stands for Limited Liability Company. You can also go to LegalZoom and a bunch of other websites to get an LLC. This is going to give you legal protection. If someone sues your business, they can only take assets from your business. They can't actually take any of your personal assets. Now, an LLC is generally speaking a lot more expensive than a DBA. With LegalZoom, I think it costs around $200 to $250 to apply for your LLC. In addition to that, a lot of states have franchise tax fees. In California, it's an extra $800 every single year if you have an LLC. Plus, as you make more money, they charge you even more to maintain that LLC. A third option is an S Corp, and an S Corp stands for a small corporation, I believe. We can fact check that. But with this, it gives you some tax benefits. Basically, you pay a little bit less tax. It's a little bit complicated. The way it works is you're able to take a salary. So let's say your business made $1 million. You can pay yourself a salary of $100,000, and the rest of the money you can pay yourself out as kind of like a dividend, and that dividend gets taxed at a lower rate. So there are some tax advantages with an S Corp. Now the secret here is you can actually create an LLC, which is a little bit easier to maintain than an S Corp, and then you can elect for the S Corp taxation as far as the IRS is concerned, which means that you get all the benefits of the LLC, plus on top of that, you're gonna pay a little bit lower taxes. So generally, this is what I recommend, but here's the truth. If you're running a business that's not likely for someone to come and sue you, a DBA is fine. You still have all the benefits of having the business bank account, and in Amazon's eyes, it's very similar to having an LLC. So there's no problem. If you want to just do a DBA, if you're not worried about getting sued, a DBA oftentimes is a great option. Now, if you don't live in the United States, but you want to sell in Amazon USA, oftentimes it's not 100% necessary, but I do recommend getting an LLC, and you can pick whichever state you want to get your LLC in. I recommend Wyoming oftentimes. Once you submit for your DBA, your LLC, or your S Corp, whichever business structure you want, the next step is to take that paperwork and go to a bank and open up a business bank account. There's a lot of different reasons you want to do this, but you want to try to keep your personal and your business finances separate. Now, if you have an LLC, you need to do this legally. If you intermix your business and personal finances and someone goes to sue you, they can actually go after your personal assets. But it's just standard practice. It's very smart to keep those two things very separate. And one of the reasons you want to keep your personal and your business separate is you want to know if your business is actually making money or losing money. And if you start mixing personal with business finances, then sometimes it might look like your business is losing money, but it's actually making money, or it might look like your business is making money and it's actually losing money. So keeping those separate is very important. Another way to keep those two things separate is opening up a business credit card. This is one of the best things. This is one of those hidden secrets that no one tells you about. When you open up a business credit card, not only is it gonna help you to keep your business and personal finances separate, but on top of that, there's so many perks, so many benefits with business credit cards. For instance, I rarely pay for flights. I rarely pay for hotels. I make so much money off the points from the credit cards that I am able to pay for my flights and all my hotels. And this is a great hack. And a lot of credit cards give you 50, 60,000 points or 60,000 miles just for signing up. Maybe you spend $1,000 or $2,000, which is very easy to do when you have a business, and you get 60,000 miles. And 60,000 miles is enough miles for a round trip ticket most places in the world. You can get a round trip ticket to Europe for 40,000 miles if you book it properly. So signing up for a business credit card is one of those secret perks that a lot of people don't tell you about that you should absolutely do. I will say the Amex Gold is a classic one. American Express Gold, you get, I think it's like 5x points when you spend money on advertising. So if you spend, let's say, $1,000 on advertising, you get 5,000 points, which is worth like around $50 in flight credits. And I do share with you screen recordings showing you exactly how I get my LLC, taxes and S Corp, my trademark, all that kind of stuff in my Amazon FBA program. Again, link down below. But once you have all your legal paperwork done, the next thing you need to really be considering is how are you going to launch your product? Because you only get one shot at launching your product, and you want to put all your energy that you can into getting a really big launch, because if Amazon sees that your product is selling a lot and doing really well, it's likely that it's going to put it towards the top of the search results, which is going to lead to more sales. And you need to remember that Amazon is a search engine. People go to Amazon to search for things they want to buy. And this is the key to try to get your product to the top of the search results. In this next section, I'm going to tell you a ton of my secrets for launching a product on Amazon. The first thing you need to do when listing a product on Amazon is to sign up for an Amazon seller account. And you can go to sell.amazon.com and click sign up in order to register for your Amazon seller account. Once you signed up for an account, you're going to log into that account and it'll take you to your Amazon Seller Central backend. And this is what this looks like right here. Once you're in your Amazon Seller account, you're going to click on these three lines up here and you're going to go to Catalog and you're going to click on Add Products. This is how you add a product on Amazon. And when you're adding a product that you want to sell on the Amazon website, there are two different options. One is you can add a product that already has a listing that's already being sold on Amazon. For instance, if I want to sell this product, I can see that it already has a listing on Amazon. And in this case, what we're going to do is I'm just going to add this existing product to the current listing that is already on Amazon. However, if you want to add a product for sale on Amazon that is not already being sold on Amazon, what you're gonna have to do is create your own listing by clicking on this button, clicking on Start, and later in this video, I'm gonna show you an in-depth tutorial on how to create your own Amazon listing and add a product onto Amazon that's not already being sold on Amazon. First, I'm gonna show you how to add a product onto an existing listing, and I recommend first watching this section. Even if you are planning on creating your own listing from scratch, the things that I'm going to show you and explain in this next section are going to be very helpful, even if you're creating your own listing from scratch. And if you are selling a product on Amazon that already has a listing, the first thing you're going to do is type in what you're looking to sell. In this case, it's individual packets of athletic greens. You're then going to click submit. You're then going to find the listing that corresponds to the product you're selling. In this case, we're selling a single serving of athletic greens. And so what we're going to do is we're going to select the condition. And since this is a food product, the only option is new. However, if you were selling textbooks or other products like that, there would be option for used. We're then going to click on sell this product. At this point, we're going to fill out this information. And the first optional step is you can put in a SKU if you want. You can leave this blank. And for those that don't know, SKU stands for stock keeping unit. And it's a way for you to keep track of your inventory in Amazon. And for this, you can put whatever you want. So I'm going to put athletic greens packets. Then we're going to put the quantity. And I have 5 of these packets for sale. So I'm going to put 5 here. After that, we'll put the price. And you can make the price whatever you want, but keep in mind if it's too high, no one's going to purchase it. And right now, this product's being sold for $7.49. So we could put that. Or if we want our product to sell faster, we could put it for $6.99. The next step is we already selected the condition type, which is new. After that, we're going to go down here and we're going to select which fulfillment channel we want to use. And when selling on Amazon, there are 2 different options. The first is you can select that I will ship this item out myself. Meaning when someone goes to Amazon and buys the product, Amazon will let you know that you just got a sale and give you the buyer's address and information. You then have to package up the product and ship it out to your customer. This is called FBM, or fulfilled by merchant. And I do not recommend this way of selling on Amazon. What I recommend you do instead is what's called FBA, or fulfilled by Amazon. And this is where you send all the products that you want to sell on Amazon's website into Amazon's warehouse. And then anytime you get an order, Amazon will pick, pack, and ship out the product for you. Now, the benefit of doing this is it's going to make your product Prime eligible. And Amazon has over 300 million Prime customers worldwide. These are people that pay Amazon every year in order to be able to get 2-day shipping. And Prime customers prefer to buy Prime products. In fact, when you're selling on Amazon, if your product is Prime eligible, you're going to get more sales. And in order to use the FBA program, I'm going to select here and say that Amazon will ship and provide customer service. Now we're going to scroll down to the bottom and we're going to click on Save and Finish. And after that, you're going to click on List as FBA and send into Amazon. Now, at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to actually send in the products that you want to sell on Amazon so that you can take advantage of the FBA program. But now let me show you how to create your own unique listing. And if you're new to the channel, my name is Travis, and I teach people on this YouTube channel how to create their own unique products and sell them on Amazon. And I think this is the best way to make money online right now. If you're planning on selling on Amazon, I do not recommend just selling other people's products. I recommend creating your own unique passion product and selling that. And in order to create your own listing, we're going to click on blank form and start. Now, before I show you step-by-step how to do that, I do want to make you aware of a couple other things. When searching for products, if you are selling a product that already is being sold on Amazon, you can search by product ID, and you can find the product ID for a product right here. This is the UPC code, which stands for Universal Product Code. Every product in the world has a barcode. When you go into Walmart and you see them scan a product, that is the UPC code. So if you're selling an existing product and you want to make it really easy to search for that product, you can type in the UPC code here, or the EIN, ISBN, or ASIN number. And I'll talk about what all those different acronyms are later, but you don't have to worry about that. Some other options when creating your own unique listing is if you're already selling your product on your own website. Let's say you have a Shopify website. You can paste the URL in here and click on submit, and Amazon will automatically use AI to create a listing. However, if you're planning on selling a lot of items, another option is you can use a bulk template. And this allows you to upload lots of different products into Amazon using a CSV file, and this is a more advanced technique. It's something you don't need to worry about. It's something I talk about in depth in my Amazon FBA program. And if you are looking for a little bit more one-on-one help to starting your Amazon business, there's a link in the description down below for you to join my Amazon FBA program, which comes with weekly Q&A calls, as well as much more in-depth information on step-by-step how to create your own Amazon FBA business. But now let me show you how to create your own listing. So we're gonna click on blank form and we're gonna click on start. And if you haven't yet, make sure to smash the like button because this is the most in-depth step-by-step tutorial showing you how to add a product onto Amazon. And today we're gonna use a real example. We're gonna be using a brand new product I'm gonna be launching soon called berberine tea. And I'll do a future video showing you how I found this product as well as documenting every single step of launching this product. But the first question Amazon is going to ask you when you're listing a new product is, what is your item name? And this is gonna be the title of your product on Amazon. This is one of the most crucial parts of creating an Amazon listing. This is what all your customers are gonna see when they search for your product and find your product on Amazon. In addition to that, we're gonna wanna make sure we include a lot of search phrases and keywords in this title. And I'll explain what I mean by that, but if you understand how to do that properly, you can game the Amazon system, you can get your product to the top of the search results and make a ton of money by selling products on Amazon. But one really important thing to know is that your title is one of the most important parts of your entire listing. When someone searches for something on Amazon, all they see is a bunch of products. And what do they see with those products? Well, they see the title, the main image, the price of the product, and the number of reviews. That's it. So that's your chance to convince people to click on your product. And I would say, and I'll talk about this later, the main image is probably the most important thing, but the title is a close second or third most important thing. And here is the item name or the title that we use for berberine tea. And we put berberine tea, supreme herbal, advanced metabolic and immune support, antioxidant rich, all natural ingredients, 30 tea bags for holistic wellness. And I'm gonna explain exactly how we came up with that title and why we picked those specific keywords to go into the title later in this video. And I've already talked about this a little bit, but let me explain in depth more why your title is so important. And that's because the way people buy things from Amazon is they go to Amazon and they search for products that they want to buy. Amazon then tries to figure out what products on its giant platform are the most relevant to that search. But Amazon doesn't know what your product is about unless you tell Amazon what your product is about. And the best way to do that is by including keywords in your title, in your bullet points, and in your description. And when I say keywords, I mean the things that people are searching for in Amazon. For instance, I've seen that over 1,000 people per month are searching exactly for berberine tea. So I wanna make sure that the first thing in the title of my product is berberine tea. That way, Amazon knows that I'm selling berberine tea, and if someone goes to Amazon.com and searches for berberine tea, that Amazon should show my product as the #1 product in the search results. And something important to know is the #1 product that shows up is gonna get most of the sales, followed by the second place, third place, and fourth place product. And these results are actually exponential. If your product is not on the first page of the Amazon search results, you're not gonna get any sales. Now you might be wondering, how do you figure out what people are searching in Amazon? And there is a tool called Helium 10, and you can use this tool for free, or if you wanna unlock more features, there is a paid plan, and I do have the hookup with Helium 10. There's a link down below with a coupon code, or you can use that link to sign up for the free account. And I'm gonna show you how to use that tool later in this video. Again, we're gonna do an in-depth analysis where I show you how I came up with that title later in this video, but the next step when selling a product on Amazon is you're gonna select what product type you're selling, which is basically what category your product's gonna be sold in. And Amazon has auto-selected herbal supplement, but that's not close enough to where we want our new tea to show up. So we'll click select other right here. And there are a ton of different categories: appliances, baby products, beauty and personal care, all kinds of different categories. And we're selling a tea. So we type in tea and Amazon gives us the category that it thinks would be a good fit for our product. After looking at them all, I decided to go with this category right here: tea, fruit and herbal tea, herbal, because I think it's the best fit of all the different categories that Amazon has suggested that we might be a good fit for. Now, if you're not sure what the best option is for you, you can look at similar products that are being sold on Amazon and figure out what category they're being sold in. And the way to do this is if you scroll to the bottom of a product's listing page, it'll show you what category they're in, and you can duplicate that. You can sell your product in the same category. There are some secrets with this. Sometimes you might want to list your product in a category that's a little bit not exactly perfect for your category if you think that you can become the #1 product in that subcategory. That's a more advanced topic. That's something I talk about a lot more in depth in my Amazon FBA program. There is a link down below for that if you're interested in getting some mentorship from me teaching you how to sell on Amazon. But once you figure out your category, you're going to select that category, and under that is a new box, which is item type keyword. And it's got that searching direction automatically here from home and kitchen down to herbal tea, where berberine tea can be found. Under that is a box where you can select, does this product have variations? As I mentioned earlier, if you don't understand something, you can hover over the question marks here for more information on any of these different fields. But basically, since we're only selling one flavor of this product, the answer is going to be no. There are no product variations for this. A product variation is if you have your product in different colors, different sizes, different flavors, anything like that, you would select yes. For instance, let's say we were gonna have berberine tea, lemongrass tea, and a bunch of other flavors or types of tea, then we would select yes that there are variations. But again, in this case, we're only selling one product. There's only one SKU, only one flavor, only one anything. So we're gonna select no. And then Amazon's gonna ask for your brand name. And if this is your product that you're selling, you should put your brand name here. Even if you're using a different manufacturing company, or even if you white labeled or private labeled a product, if you put your brand on it, you're gonna put the name of that brand in this section. However, if you don't have a brand name for your product, you're gonna select this product does not have a brand name. For now, we're just gonna select that, even though we do have a brand name for our product, just to make this tutorial easy. The next thing you'll need to fill out is the external product ID. And you can select what kind of an ID you want to use. This is important so your product is trackable throughout the selling process. Do you want to use an EIN, a GTIN, a UPC code, or an ASIN? Now, most people watching this video, you're going to select a UPC code. And UPC stands for Universal Product Code. And just about every product in the world has a UPC code, as I mentioned earlier. Again, this is the barcode that they scan at Walmart or Target. Now, if you're selling your own unique product, you need to go and buy a UPC code. And to get your own UPC code, you're gonna go to gs1.org and select Get Your Barcode. And it used to be that you had to buy 10 barcodes at the same time, which was around $250, which means that you could have a unique barcode for 10 different products. But recently, gs1.org has allowed you to buy just one barcode for $30. And I highly recommend paying the $30 and getting a legitimate barcode. Now, there are websites that offer fake or not so legitimate barcodes, and sometimes those do work. There's, I think, websites like speedybarcodes.com or something like that, where you can save a little bit of money, but I don't think it's worth it because you may end up having issues down the road. So don't cheap out, get a legitimate, authentic barcode by going to gs1.org. And once you get your barcode, you'll add those numbers in here. We'll copy it directly from our purchase on GS1. If for some reason you're selling a product that does not require a UPC code, you can select I don't have a product ID, and Amazon will make you apply for an exemption. If your product does have a brand name, you're gonna have to go through the brand registry process to let Amazon know that you actually own the brand that you are trying to list on Amazon. And in order to go through Amazon's brand registry, you are gonna need to file a trademark. And to file a trademark is actually relatively easy. You can go to uspto.gov. It is gonna cost you $250. And once you file your trademark, you can let Amazon know what your case number is, and Amazon will approve you for brand registry. Or on the other hand, you can just select this box and it won't show the brand name of your product on your listing. But if you are selling your own unique product, I recommend getting a trademark and adding your brand name to your Amazon listing. Once you're done filling out this information, you're going to click on Next. The most important part of listing your product, in my opinion, is the next following things. That's the product description, the bullet points, and the images. Your description is a perfect place to write out a compelling reason why people should buy your product. For instance, for berberine tea, we wrote, elevate your health and well-being with our premium berberine herbal tea, meticulously crafted to offer you a harmonious blend of nature's most potent botanicals. Our tea is not just a beverage, it's a rejuvenating experience designed to support your metabolic health, immune system, and overall vitality. One that talks about the benefits of our product, and you can also see that we've put in some of the different keywords in the description. We put in things like health, immune, herbal tea, because we know customers are interested in these words and they're gonna be searching for immune tea, health tea, herbal tea in Amazon. So now I'm gonna show you how to create the perfect optimized title and bullet points for your listing. First up, you need to figure out what people are searching for in Amazon that they would find your product and wanna actually buy your product. We're gonna figure out what those keywords are, and we're gonna wanna include those words in our title and our bullet points. And right now, I'm gonna show you how to figure out what words people are searching for and how to understand which of these phrases you should actually include in your title and in your bullet points. And this tool, Helium 10, is a crucial tool to use if you're gonna be selling a product on Amazon, because it's gonna help you to figure out those exact search terms. It's gonna tell you exactly what people are searching for, how many times per month people are searching for them. And when you figure out what keywords you should be targeting, you're gonna add them into your title and your description, and you're gonna make a lot of money in sales. Again, I have the hookup with Helium 10. There's a link down below in the description where you can either get a free account, or if you wanna unlock all the features of this tool, there is a coupon code that will get you a huge discount. And once you sign up for Helium 10, there's actually 2 different tools here that are gonna help you to figure out which keywords you should target for your listing. Now, really quickly here, I'm using the term search phrase and keyword interchangeably. They mean the same thing. Back in the day, we used to call it a keyword, but just to make it easier, a lot of times people will call it a search phrase because it is the phrase people are searching for in Amazon. And one of my favorite tools to help figure out what keywords we should target is the magnet tool. The other one is Cerebro. And the way that the magnet tool works is you type in what things you think people would type into Amazon in order to buy your product. I think berberine and tea are the 2 main things that people are going to type into Amazon in order to find our product, because we are selling berberine tea. So we'll type that in here, and berberine tea has over 1,200 searches per month, which is a great sign. There's over 1,000 people per month that are searching exactly for our product. And what's even better is if we go over into Amazon and we search for berberine tea, there are no products being sold that are berberine tea. There's a lot of berberine supplements, but there's no berberine tea. So if we create this product and sell it, those 1,000 people per month are gonna wanna buy our product. So we're gonna wanna make sure that we put berberine tea in our title, as well as we're gonna also wanna make sure we include this in our bullet points. It also turns out that people are searching for berberine over 220,000 times per month. People search for tea over 130 times per month, and we can see people also searching for support here. So let's see here, and immune support is searched for over 9,700 times per month. So you can see that we have a good idea of a product that a lot of people are searching for. But the other thing that this tool does is it actually gives us other ideas that people might be typing into Amazon that we might want to include in our title and our bullet points. Now, not all these keywords are relevant, but you can go through and you can try to figure out which ones are the most relevant to your product that you're going to want to include in that title and your bullet points. And by going through all the different options that Helium 10 gave us, we ended up coming up with this list here. And let's look over some of these keywords here. And I actually had a member of a team, my assistant, go through and find some of these keywords. And honestly, some of these are good and some of these aren't so good. So I'm gonna show you which ones are good and which ones are bad. So berberine is obviously a good one, and I would actually say berberine tea. That's the main thing that we're targeting. Next up is herbal tea. That's also pretty good. It's very competitive. We'd probably wanna get a little bit more specific and try to figure out something that is not so competitive, because there are thousands of different companies trying to compete with herbal tea. Metabolism is too generic. Immune, support, antioxidant. Organic's a good thing for us to include because our product's gonna be organic, so we're gonna wanna make sure we put that in there. Blood sugar. Now we're getting to something. Now see, here is why this is important. You have to understand your product. That's why I always tell people, if you're selling a product you're passionate about, you're gonna have more success. The big thing with berberine tea is it actually is to help regulate your blood sugar. And so we know that, and we're gonna wanna figure out what else are people searching for related to that. And supplement is one thing, because people are typing in berberine supplement. We don't have that here. We should put supplement on the list. Cardiovascular is so generic. That's not something that we're ever gonna show up in the search results for. Health, generic. Wellness, generic. Now these are cool buzzwords that we can use. Detox, I mean, maybe. Weight management, maybe. I mean, it's still a little bit too generic. Glucose, there we go. That is a keyword we're gonna be targeting, because if someone's searching for glucose if they're searching for glucose, maybe glucose regulation would be a better thing here. Digestion, energy, way too generic. Cholesterol, too generic. Caffeine free, yeah, our product is caffeine free. Are we gonna rank at the top of the search results for caffeine free? No, but that is something we can include in our title. So here's an idea of some of the different keywords that we wanted to target. Now, some of these are better than others, obviously. And now that we have our keywords that we're targeting, what we tried to do, and I had my assistant do, was incorporate these keywords into a title. That's how we came up with this title here. Now, originally for the title, my assistant had Berberine Supreme Herbal Tea, but that's not the best way to do it. If we're really trying to target berberine tea, we want to put that as the first 2 words in our title. That's why I changed it to Berberine Tea Supreme Herbal Supplement. Now, another trick that you can do when trying to figure out what keywords to target is look at similar products to yours. Now, we're not a berberine supplement, but let's see what berberine supplements are putting on their listing. For instance, this product, they put high strength berberine. So maybe that's something people are searching for. We could look if high strength is important. They also have HCl. We should probably figure out what HCl means. Maybe we should include that in our listing as well. And they have from the Himalayas. Maybe that's something that people are interested in. On the other hand, we see here glucose support. So that's something people are searching for. They're searching for glucose support. We're gonna wanna make sure we include that as a keyword. So you can get ideas by looking at similar products. For example, these people aren't selling berberine tea, but they're selling berberine products. They're selling something that our customers would be interested in. Now that we've crafted our title, Amazon has an idea of what our product is all about. And if someone searches for berberine tea, they know that our product is obviously berberine tea. So now that we've done the title, let me show you step by step how we're gonna do the bullet points, because it's gonna be a similar process, but it's gonna be a lot more in depth. But a huge mistake that new Amazon sellers make when writing their bullet points is not highlighting the benefits of their product. Let me show you now the bullet points that we're gonna be using for berberine tea. And you can see here, we included a specific formula that you can copy and use for your own product. And these are the bullet points that my assistant came up with. And I'll show you what's good about these, and I'll also show you how I would improve them. So first off, they start with 100% natural and organic ingredients. That's great. I really like the fact that there's a number here, 100% natural and organic ingredients. But for the first one, I think we need to include berberine tea as the main thing. Again, we want to hit Amazon over the head with the idea that our product is berberine tea. So I would change this to make berberine tea be the first 2 words that are in our first bullet point. I do like that it says sourced from pristine environments, but maybe we should say sourced from the Himalayas if that's true for our product. I need to double check that that's actually true. Our berberine tea is made with the highest quality, all natural ingredients, ensuring purity and potency in every sip. So that's good. It's giving a strong emotional feeling to the customer. It doesn't really talk about the benefits yet though. I think we talk a little bit more about the benefits here. Metabolic and immune support. Infused with the power of berberine, known for its remarkable health benefits, including supporting healthy blood sugar levels, improving cardiovascular health, and bolstering the immune system. Again, this is a very common beginner mistake. Right here, we kind of talked about the features. We didn't really talk about the benefits. We should talk about it's gonna give you more energy. It's gonna help you to maintain your weight. It's gonna make it so you can eat more sweets without spiking your blood sugar. But even there, like we talk about supporting healthy blood sugar levels. That's not really a benefit. No one cares about supporting healthy blood sugar levels. What they care about is the benefits of that. Now that is debatable because this is an example where a lot of people are searching for something related to supporting their healthy blood sugar levels, so that's okay. Antioxidant rich blend. No one's really searching for antioxidant rich blend. That's not a good keyword for us to put. I would say instead, blood sugar support could be a good starting keyword. Caffeine-free wellness, that's okay. Eco-friendly packaging, that's okay. One thing that we didn't do here that I always like to do for my bullet points is include a bullet point that says 100% money back guarantee. I like that to be my last bullet point. So people know that if they're not satisfied with the product, they can get 100% of their money back. Now, here's a secret. Every product on Amazon has a 100% money back guarantee. That's one of the things when you buy products on Amazon, you can always return the product. But by explicitly saying that, it's gonna make people feel better. So these keywords could use a lot of work, but you can see how my assistant tried to include all the different keywords here that we're targeting. Let me show you now instead improved bullet points, and you can use this formula for your own bullet points. But once you have your bullet points finalized, you're gonna paste them in here, and then you'll click on add more, and you'll put the next bullet point in after that, and you'll do this for all 5 of your bullet points. Once you're done with that, it's time for one of the most, if not the most important section of your entire listing, and that is your product images. As I mentioned earlier in this video, when people search on Amazon, the first thing they're gonna see is the image of your product. You really wanna make sure you have a high quality image that's going to stand out. For instance, when I search for berberine in Amazon, look at all these different listings here. And to me, the one that stands out, and it is the best seller, is this product. Look, all these other ones kind of look the same. They're kind of boring. They're kind of generic. This looks premium. And that's why it's also one of the most, actually that one's a little bit more expensive, but it's one of the most expensive ones and it's one of the best selling ones. And so many people overlook this part of adding a listing onto Amazon, but I promise you, you need to pay attention and get this right, or your product could end up dead in the water before it's even launched. And if you capture people's attention with your main image, they're highly likely to click on your listing instead of your competitors. So you want to make sure that you have the perfect main image that's going to stand out. And to create a perfect main image, the first thing you want to do is have an image that's going to perfectly match what people are searching for. For instance, about a year ago, I launched a product that was targeting people that want high caffeine tea. So what I did is I took the product packaging and in big red letters put high caffeine tea. I also made it so that this packaging stood out. If you look at the competition, when you search for high caffeine tea, they're all pretty boring. This was the only one that was premium, and I put black packaging. Since I knew the background of Amazon's white, I put black packaging, red letters, and I really made it so it would pop. And for this brand new berberine tea product, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna put berberine tea in big letters right on the front of the packaging. We want, when people are searching in Amazon, for them to see this and know exactly what our product is and know that our product is the perfect fit for them. Also, when you search for berberine tea, you can see that all the other products being sold are more soft colors, whites and pale pinks and yellows. We can guarantee that our berberine tea packaging will stand out because it's big, bold package, which will grab the customer's attention and it stands out compared to our competition. So for our main image, we're just gonna be showing the product packaging, the front of the product packaging. And to upload your main image, you're going to click right here on upload and you're gonna select the image that you'd like to use. In addition to your main image, you can also add up to 8 other side images. And you want to make sure you add as many images as possible for your product, because when people are buying something on Amazon, they can't pick it up. They can't physically hold it. And the only way that they know what it's like to own your product is by looking at all these other images. So this is a chance for you to really sell your product and convince people to buy your product instead of your competition. And some examples of photos that you should use for the other images is to always show a graph or a chart showing how your product is better than the competition. When Mina first launched his brand, he made a huge mistake with his images that cost him over $10,000. Because he posted some really low quality images and he lost so many potential customers. So I don't want you to make the same mistake. Now the next section here is the product details. And we're gonna get into the nitty gritty details here. So really pay attention so you don't miss anything. The first question Amazon asks in this section is, who is your manufacturer? This is basically asking you, who is making your product? And you can put almost anything here. So we're gonna put Treat Yourself Tea. And even if you're using a different manufacturer, you can put the name of your brand or yourself. After that, the next question is number of items. And if we hover over the question mark here for more information, this question is basically asking us how many identical items the customer is going to receive per unit. How many of the product are they going to get? In this case, the customer is going to get 1 pouch of 30 tea bags. So even though they're getting 30 tea bags, they're only getting 1 pouch. So we're going to put 1. Next, it asks for special ingredients, and Amazon does prompt you with a limited list, but none of these here apply. So we'll type in berberine. Pretty self-explanatory why that is a special ingredient in our tea. After that, it asks us, is the item heat sensitive? No. In this case, our product is not heat sensitive, but if you were selling something like chocolate, it is heat sensitive, or a frozen item or something like that. There's also temperature rating. We'll put ambient room temperature here. Then we've got flavor. And from this list, we'll choose nutmeg. It's a limited list, but that's pretty close. Then for the ingredients field, you'll just put in a list of what ingredients are in your product. The next question is it caffeinated? And ours is caffeine free. A lot of the questions that it's asking us right here are specific for a consumable tea product, but you might get prompted with a different series of questions depending on what type of product you are looking to sell on Amazon. The next question asked is about the form factor, and the form factor refers to the physical size and shape of your product. And for this, I'm just gonna put bag because it's a bag of tea bags. Next up, it asks for the unit count. And for unit count, it's basically a way for Amazon to calculate how good of a deal your product is. So depending on how you measure your product, this could be in ounces. If you're selling 16 ounces, you'd put 16 for this and you would indicate ounces. In our case, we are selling 30 tea bags, so I'll put 30 and then tea bags. The next question that you're asked to answer is your product expirable? And the answer is yes in this case, because there is a limited shelf life on a product like tea. It's a consumable product, and by law, you do need to have an expiration date. However, if you were selling something that isn't consumable, something that is shelf stable, you would put no for this. For instance, with AJ, a student of mine, someone I partnered with on a product called Cocktail Cards, his product is made from cardboard and paper. It never expires, so in that case, he would put no here. Then for product expiration type, we'll put expiration date required. That one makes the most sense for us. In this next section for shelf life, we'll put 365. I actually think my expiration is longer than that, so we might actually do 2 years or over 700 days. But if your expiration was around 1 year, you'd put 365, saying that your product can stay in the Amazon Fulfillment Center for about a year before it needs to be thrown out or returned to you. After that, it asks for unit form, and we're gonna click tea bags. Next, we're gonna answer some questions about our product, and one of the first questions it asks is, what is the SKU? And SKU stands for stock keeping unit. And you can put whatever you want here. This is just an internal identifier, meaning it's just a code that you have that only you are gonna see. That if you imagine if you had thousands of different items, you'd probably want to have code names for all those different items. You don't want to just identify it by the title. So you can put whatever you want here so that when you see that SKU, that code, you know what product it is. So for now, we're just going to put berberine as the SKU. I actually don't think this would be optimal. It probably would be better to do something like berberine tea 30 count, or to even shorten that up a little bit. Next up, Amazon's going to ask you how much quantity you have of the products that you're going to sell. And this is only relevant if you plan on doing FBM or fulfilled by merchant, if you're going to be selling the product yourself. Because if you are going to be doing FBA and you're going to be sending the units that you have into the Amazon warehouse, they're going to know how many units you have. However, let's say you only have 100 units. Amazon's going to want to make sure and take down your listing once you sell 100 units because you're not going to have any more units to sell. So they got to make sure that they stop offering your product for sale. It's also going to ask you the condition type of the product you're selling. And for most people selling products on Amazon, it's going to be new. However, if you're selling used things like old textbooks, DVDs, or things like that, you are going to put used or whatever condition your product's in. Amazon's also going to ask you what price you want to sell your product for. Now, I recommend pricing your product at least 3 times more than it costs you. Meaning, if you're paying $10 per unit to your manufacturer, I would sell that product at a minimum for $30 because you're going to not only have to pay for the cost to manufacture your product, you're also going to have to pay for all the Amazon fees. And that usually comes out to be around 1/3 of whatever your sale price is because there is the 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform, plus the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. Now, it's not always going to be 1/3. Obviously, if you're selling a product for $100 and it's a light product, it's probably going to be closer to 20 or 25%. But generally speaking, at a minimum, I like to price my product 3 times higher than whatever it costs me. The higher you can price your product and still make sales, the better, because that's going to mean more profit margin for you. And I generally recommend looking at other similar products, looking at what price point they're at, and try to price your product a little bit higher than your competitors. And that's counterintuitive. A lot of times people think that you should price your product lower, but the truth is, most customers, when buying something on Amazon, they want the best product. They don't want to just save a couple bucks. Now, it depends on what kind of product you're selling. In this case, we're selling a premium product. We're selling the best product. And this is what I always recommend. I recommend selling a premium product, a passion product, when you're selling on Amazon. And if you're selling a premium passion product, you can sell your product for more, which means more profit for you. And keep in mind, a lot of people are always going to want to buy the cheapest thing, but there's a certain percentage of the population that's always going to want to buy the most expensive thing because a lot of people assume that the higher the price is, the higher the quality of the product's going to be. So we're going to put $28.99 as our price because this isn't a low quality brand of Lipton tea. This is a premium product that's going to be helping people out. There's also list price, and this is how much the cost of your product usually is. Now, it doesn't mean exactly how much you're selling it for. It's almost like the retail price. But now we get to an important question, and that is, what is the fulfillment channel of this product? And fulfillment channel, we've talked about this throughout this video. It basically means, are you going to ship it out yourself doing FBM, or are you going to ship the products into the Amazon warehouse and Amazon's going to ship it to the final customer after they make the purchase? And that is, as I mentioned, called FBA. It'll also ask you, is the package level orderable? What this basically means is the package that you're creating a listing for, is it something that people can order? And for us, and most people watching this video, we're gonna go ahead and select yes. If you're selling an ebook or some downloadable content, then you'd select no. Once you're done filling out your bullet points, another question Amazon asks you is there any kind of a mandatory cautionary statement? Look through these different examples here and see if any of these apply to your product. If none of them apply, you can click on no warning applicable. But there is a secret I want to share with you to help your listing get discovered by more customers. Before we click on save and finish, there are some more options that are all hidden that a lot of new sellers miss. All you have to do to get those other options, you can click on all attributes. Now, you don't have to add all these attributes, but here are some of the secret hidden gems that I highly recommend doing. Because by filling these out, it's a golden opportunity for you to help get more sales for your product. And one of those fields is to always fill out the offer start date as sometime in the future. Ideally, you're gonna pick a specific day and you're going to make a big launch for that. If you don't fill out this field, as soon as your listing gets approved, it's gonna go live on Amazon. And the problem with that is you're not gonna get a lot of sales from day one. You need to have a specific date in the future where you're launching it. And on that day, you're gonna send out a ton of emails. You're gonna tell all your friends to go buy it. Amazon's gonna see this and see that you're getting a ton of sales from day one, and it's gonna put your product higher up in the search results. And the higher up it goes in the search results, the more sales you're gonna get, which is gonna create a snowball effect where you're gonna get more and more sales. Another key thing that a lot of people skip is the keyword section. And this is gold. You need to go in and you need to add keywords to your listing. These are back-end keywords. You're basically telling Amazon exactly what searches you want your product showing up for. And in this next section, we're gonna talk first about how to create the listing for your product, because this is a crucial part. As I mentioned, Amazon is a search engine, which means that they don't really know what your product is unless you tell them. And the way that they know what your product is because of the title, the bullet points, the description. And another key component we're gonna talk about is how to make the perfect main image. Because when people go to Amazon and they search for something, all they can really see is the title, the main image, and a couple other things like that. But they're really gonna make their decision whether or not they buy your product based on the main image. This is another thing that I go into way more depth about in my Amazon FBA program. I show you a bunch of different examples of different products and how I would create a listing for them. Also, if you're interested in getting some help for this, I do have a company called FBA Creatives where we design your entire listing for you. Link to both of those down below. But once you have your listing created, it's important to understand the back end of Seller Central. And in this next section, I'm gonna show you a little walkthrough of the entire back end of Seller Central, including some little secret features that a lot of people don't know about, like how to do reports and how to know exactly how much money you're making. So now that you have your listing set up, let me give you a quick overview of Amazon's Seller Central and show you some things that you might find really useful. To start out, when you log in, you're gonna see a few different things here at the top. You're gonna have how many marketplaces are currently being sold in. And in this case, we're selling in the United States, Canada, and Mexico, but we're not actually actively selling in Canada or Mexico. There's also the total number of open orders, which is 78 in this case, today's sales, any messages, any buyer messages, and these are messages that your customers might be sending to you. We have the number of buy box wins, which should be close to 100% if you're selling your own unique product. Sometimes this number dips down a little bit, but that's a more advanced topic. You're also gonna see this, which is really important, which is restock inventory. And it'll tell you how many days of supplies are left. And in this case, it's only 8, which means that inventory is selling out really quickly and we probably need to restock as soon as possible. And it has the recommended number of quantity to send in, and it says a little over 1,000. So that is the basics of the home screen. But then if you come over here to the 3 lines, you're gonna see all the different things that we are going to dive in deep to. Also over here, there is the gear icon, which has your account info, login settings, shipping settings, user permissions and histories, and a bunch of other things. And we'll go into that in more detail later. There's also here, if you do get messages from your customers or from technical support, it'll show up here. You can click on that and you'll see any messages. There's no messages that require a response. Now it's very important, if you do get messages from your customers, you're gonna wanna try to respond to those as soon as possible. Otherwise, sometimes Amazon will dock you some points. So let's go over here to the 3 lines. And one of the first things I like to look at is the inventory. So under inventory, you can go to manage FBA inventory. And this will show you the number of inventory that you currently have available. And right now we have no inventory left. I think we just recently had a bunch of sales, which led to inventory going out of stock, which is not good. You want to try to avoid that. You're also going to see the number of inbound inventory, which is 96. The number of unfulfillable, which is 6, which is damaged inventory, and the number of reserved, which reserved could be a few different reasons. Usually reserved is because people purchased it. but it's not fully left the Amazon building yet. So they're going to be sending this out. Sometimes it's under reserved as well when they're transferring inventory from one Amazon warehouse to another. And I'll talk about later how to send in inventory to the Amazon warehouse. The next thing I'll actually want to show you, one of the most common things I do in Seller Central is I go and I look at the business reports. We can come in here and we can see what the sales have looked like so far. So let's look at the month to date sales. We're going to click apply and we can see so far this month, there's been over $17,000 worth of products sold and over 489 units of cocktail cards in this case that have been sold. And you can see that there was a huge spike, and that's probably part of the reason why we are about out of inventory. And so this also, these lines down here, you can see the red line is last month and the yellow line is the same month last year. So you can see last month is around 13,000. This month is around 17,000. So this month has been doing better than last month. And you can scroll up here. There's a lot more detailed reports that you can look through. You can look at the sales and traffic, for instance, and this will show you the total number of sales. I always like to view by week or by month. So let's look by week. So it'll show you the total number of sales, but it'll also show you things like total page views. So we can see that last week, or actually the first week of June, page views was at around 2,000. And then last week, it was around 4,000. So there's a lot more page views last week. You can also see things like the unit session percentage, which is basically your conversion rate, which means what percentage of people that came to your listing on Amazon actually made a purchase. And even though there was more traffic, the conversion rate was a little bit lower, but that's okay. It still ended up leading to more sales for that week. In the seller menu, there's also pricing. And this is really helpful if you're selling a wholesale product or if you're selling a retail arbitrage product. If you're selling products that you're competing with other people, the pricing and this whole thing is very helpful. But if you're selling your own unique product, you don't really need that. Orders is something that I find very interesting, especially if you're doing fulfilled by merchant, it's going to be helpful for you. But if you're doing fulfilled by Amazon, you don't really need to look at this. You can see that there's been 0 orders. And the reason there's been 0 orders is because this is 0 fulfilled by merchant orders. We don't need to do anything. If we scroll over and we look at view FBA orders, we will see all the different FBA orders. And you can go up here, and if you have the order ID for a certain order that you're looking for, you can paste it in. Sometimes customers will message you and they'll want some kind of a help. They'll want a refund or something like that. You can paste it in there. The next menu item is advertising. And I'm going to go into depth about this later in this video. But if you want to do Amazon PPC, you're going to go into Campaign Manager and you're going to go through, and I'll share all the details with you about that later in this video on how to set up PPC. The next item on the menu is stores and manage stores. And right now for cocktail cards, we don't have a store set up. We're eventually going to go in here and click create store. There's a lot of benefits to starting a store. But I mean, in my opinion, the most important thing to do is just get your product on Amazon and get sales on Amazon. But there is some benefits to actually starting a store. Under growth, it'll show growth opportunities and it'll show some advice on some potential sales lift. For instance, one of the things that's saying right here is that we have the potential to lift sales by over $5,000. And the way that we would do this is by creating better A+ content. Again, I'll be talking about what A+ content is later in the video, but it's basically a way for you to add images, videos, and other more rich content to your product page, which is going to make people more likely to buy your product. Another piece of advice it has for us is to set business to business discounts, and it says it can lift sales by around $200. We already talked about reports, but there's some other reports in here that are very helpful as well, like advertising reports, fulfillment reports, other more advanced topics. I will say though, the advertising report is necessary if you're doing Amazon PPC. Once a month or so, you're going to want to run some advertising reports. Here under performance, we can look at the account health. So let's take a look at that. And this will tell you the order defect rate. And so far it's been 0%. So of the last 743 orders, there's been 0 defects, which is good. No negative feedback, no A to Z guarantee claims, no chargeback claims. Overall, 0 major issues. So this will show you if there is ever problems. It'll show you what the problems are and how to solve them. You can also come in here and look at your feedback. And so far for this product, it's been, mostly 5-star reviews, all positive, except for this one person right here that did have a negative review. So we might want to try to find out who that person was, reach out to them and try to get them to fix their negative review. Under the menu, there's also the partner network and B2B. And I don't really use these two, but if you are looking to set business to business discounts, you can go in here and mess around with it. I honestly don't think it's really, depending on what your product you're selling is, I don't think it's worth your time to really go into depth about that. But I'm sure that there's people out there that have had a lot of success with this. Another thing I'll point out is this brands tab. You can go under Brands Analytics, and there's a bunch of different things in here that you can do. Manage experiments. You can do A/B test experiments, which is something we haven't really been doing that I want to start doing more of. You can also look at the brand dashboard here. And one thing that I absolutely think everyone should be doing that has a brand on Amazon is the brand referral bonus. This is a way that when you send traffic to your Amazon listing page, they actually give you back around 10%. Right here, that's the average bonus is 10%. So let's say you had a $50 item and you drove someone to your Amazon listing page to buy that item. Amazon's gonna give you a bonus of an extra $5, which helps to offset some of the Amazon FBA fees. The last thing on the menu is resources, and they have Seller University, forums, and news. I don't really go into these that often, but if you ever have questions, you can always go into the forums and ask them. Now that you have an understanding of the Seller Central account, let's talk about how to actually get your products from your manufacturer or from your house into the Amazon FBA warehouse. And this is a crucial step because if you're selling on Amazon, you want to make sure that your products are Prime eligible. And the best way to do that is to use the FBA program. FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. And in this next section, I'm going to show you how you can get your products shipped into the Amazon warehouse. It's time to start the process of shipping your product into the Amazon FBA warehouse. But once you have your seller account and your product is added to your manage inventory, you're going to click on manage inventory and you're going to scroll down and find the product that you want to send to the Amazon FBA warehouse and click on this little drop down next to the edit button. You'll then select send/replenish inventory. Now, if you don't see this option, it may be because you currently have your item set to be fulfilled by merchant, and you'll need to switch that. And the way to change that is to click this button that says change to fulfilled by Amazon. And to show you how to ship your products into the Amazon warehouse, I'm gonna use a real example of a real product I'm selling called Carnivore Electrolytes, which is listed here. And we're gonna click on send and replenish inventory. Now, warning, there are 5 huge mistakes I see new sellers making that end up costing them thousands of dollars and delaying their shipments and delaying when they actually start getting sales. But pay attention and I'll show you how to avoid the 5 most common mistakes I see new sellers making when trying to ship their products into the Amazon warehouse. And right here is the first mistake. Most people end up selecting the wrong ship from address. Always double check this and make sure it's correct because I've actually made this mistake before and it ended up costing me $5,000 in lost sales. And if your ship from address is not correct, in order to change it, you're going to click here and you can ship from a different address. You can then click add contact and put a new address here. This is really important because if you're shipping from your manufacturer's address, you'll want to put their address instead of your own personal address. It'll automatically default to your own personal address, but if you have your product being manufactured at a warehouse in some other area and you want Amazon to pick up your products from the manufacturer, you need to make sure that they have their address. However, if you have the products shipped to your house first so you can inspect them, then that's fine, obviously, if you have your personal address. Now, here's one of my secret hacks that's going to save you a lot of money. If you're shipping products from China, if your manufacturer is overseas in a place like China, and you want to ship it directly from them into the Amazon warehouse, you might want to find an address that you can use as your ship from address that's located in California. That way, Amazon is going to pick an Amazon FBA fulfillment center, a storage warehouse that is located in California, and California is very close to China. And this will save you money because if, for instance, you live on the East Coast or in the middle of the United States and you have that as your ship from address, Amazon's going to select a fulfillment center in the middle of the United States or on the East Coast. And that means if your product's being shipped from China, it's gonna have a lot further of a distance to travel. And it would ultimately mean that you'd have to pay more money in shipping fees because you'd have to pay the shipping fees from China to a port probably in California anyways, and then you'd have to pay additional trucking fees and shipping fees from that port into whatever fulfillment center on the other side of the country that you are being told to send your products into. Now, warning, technically, I think this is against Amazon's rules, so do this at your own risk, but pretty much every Amazon seller I know ends up doing this, so it's not something that I'd be worried about doing myself. The next step is to look at the marketplace destination. If you're looking to sell products in Amazon United States, you're gonna wanna select United States. However, if you're wanting to sell products in Canada, the UK, Europe, or some other marketplace, you're gonna wanna select the correct marketplace here. After that, we can look at the fulfillment capability. For most people, if you're planning on only selling on Amazon, click Standard Fulfillment by Amazon. But this really depends on how you're selling your product. If you're looking to sell products on your own website and you want Amazon to be able to ship out the products for you, you're going to want to select a blank box, and you're going to have Amazon ship out products both for when you sell a product on Amazon and on your website. You can do a mixture of both. But because you're probably only selling on Amazon at this point, like we're currently doing with Carnivore Electrolytes, you're going to select Standard Fulfillment, and then we're going to scroll down here, and we've already got a template here for Carnivore Electrolytes. But if this is your first time shipping a product on Amazon, you're going to need to create a new case pack template. And I'll explain the definition of all the words that I'm using, and it's important that you know all these different definitions because Amazon is really specific and it can get confusing. And the first word that I wanted to define here is case pack template. And when I say case pack, it means a container that's going to hold multiple of your units. And with Carnivore Electrolytes, we don't just ship in one at a time. We have a big box where we put around 40 plus of our tubs in. And we're going to be giving Amazon the dimensions of our case pack and creating a template because we're probably going to send in the same number of units and the same size every time we send in a shipment. However, if your product didn't already come in boxes and you need boxes in order to ship your product into Amazon, you can go into your local Walmart, order them from Amazon, or one of my favorite places to order boxes from at a discount is uline.com. And when you're creating your new template, there are a few things that can mess up new sellers. There's some big mistakes new sellers make. And here are some of the things to keep in mind because the Amazon warehouse has some specific requirements. You need to make sure that the case that you're shipping in has no side that is longer than 25 inches. So every side needs to be under 25 inches. And once you put all your units, all your product into the box, you need to make sure that that box does not weigh over 50 pounds. There are some other recommendations on Amazon's website. I'll put a link to all the recommendations down below. And to get started, you're going to give this template a name. So I'm going to call this Carnivore Test. And then we're going to have to select the number of units per box. And we put 45 tubs of Carnivore Electrolytes into every case that we send into Amazon. And then you'll type in the dimensions down here. And our box was 11 inches by 18 inches by 10 inches. And each case weighed 37.35 pounds. You're then going to look at the prep category, and for most products, there's no prep needed, but click on this and just look to see if there's anything special about your product. For instance, is it an adult item? Is it baby products? Is it fragile, glass? Is there liquids or anything where Amazon might need to know that there's more prep needed for your specific product? For us, and for most of you watching, there's no prep needed since we're selling a pretty simple product. So we're going to click to save that. Now I want to tell you about the second big mistake that I see so many Amazon sellers making. And this causes massive problems and delays down the road. So please pay attention here. And this mistake is not properly prepping your products. Now, how you prep your product is different from category to category. So if your product falls under one of the categories we talked about where prep is needed, I recommend you do research and find out what you need to do to prep your specific item. I'll put a link down below to an article that goes over how you need to prep your product depending on which of the prep needed categories it falls into. But another huge mistake I see new Amazon sellers make is labeling their product incorrectly. And I'm specifically talking about labeling the individual units. And labeling your units just means adding on your FN SKU to every single unit, every single product that you're going to be selling. And FN SKU stands for Fulfillment Network Stock Keeping Unit. And this is just a way for Amazon and the Amazon FBA warehouse to keep track of the stock of the products that you're selling. Now, this is different than a UPC code. A UPC code is a barcode that all products have, and it stands for Universal Product Code. And every product being sold has a UPC code. This is the barcode that they scan at Walmart or when you go into a store to identify what the product is. And this is different than an FN SKU. And the way you can think about this is every single product in the world has a UPC code, and that UPC code identifies that specific product. Now, FN SKU is different because let's say I bought a tub of laundry detergent and I decided I want to sell this on Amazon, and you bought a tub of laundry detergent, and let's say that you bought the same tub of laundry detergent and you also wanted to sell it on Amazon. Both these products would have the same UPC code. However, Amazon would give us both different FN SKUs to identify which of the units are your units and which of the units are my units. So you're gonna wanna add on your FN SKU to your product. If you're selling a product that was created by someone else, let's say you're doing retail arbitrage or wholesale, you're gonna wanna put your FN SKU sticker over top of the UPC code. However, if you're selling your own private label or passion product, you can print your FNSKU directly on your product, saving you the cost of having to create the stickers. And in just a minute, I'm gonna explain how to get your FNSKU and how to print them out as stickers if you're not able to print your FNSKU directly on your product. And I'll give you my hack for this in just a second, but I always recommend that you either put the stickers on yourself or you have the manufacturer print the FNSKU on. Just do not have Amazon label the units for you, because they're gonna charge you 50 cents per unit just to put on the FNSKU sticker. And in order to get your FNSKU, you're gonna go here and you're going to print your FNSKU labels. And you can put in how many units you need labels for. For instance, let's say we needed 30, we'll click on print and you'll get a paper that looks like this with a bunch of barcodes. And you can buy sticker paper that you can put into any printer, print out these barcodes and just slap it on your product. It is easy, but it does take a lot of time because you have to do each one individually. So that's why I usually recommend just having your manufacturer do it for you by either printing on the barcode, or you can even ask them, can you just print out the stickers and put it on the products? And they'll usually do that for a small fee. And boom, you've just saved a lot of money and you've avoided making a mistake that a lot of beginners make. And this is what we did for carnivore electrolytes. We didn't want to have to deal with printing out, buying sticker paper and labeling every single unit. We just had our manufacturer print the FNSKU directly on the packaging for us. Once we're done with the template, we're going to click save and we're going to come to this screen and we're going to let Amazon know how many boxes we're going to be sending in. And by boxes, they mean cases here. And we're planning to send in 9 cases, and each case has 45 units. So that's a total of 405 units that we're going to be sending in. And then we're going to click ready to send. The next step is to click confirm and continue. You're then going to go into confirm shipping. We're going to view this down here and we're going to select a ship date. And I'm going to select January 26th as the ship date. But if you look here, there are 2 different options that Amazon gives you. They give you small parcel delivery, what we're selecting, but they also give you the option of less than truckload. And for most people watching this video, you're going to want to select small parcel delivery. And let me explain the difference between small parcel delivery and less than truckload. With small parcel delivery, you're going to use this option if you're planning on putting your units into boxes and then going to UPS and dropping off those boxes, or having a UPS truck come to you to pick up those boxes. And this is most common if you're sending a small amount of inventory. On the other hand, if you're sending in a whole pallet of your product into the Amazon warehouse, you're gonna select less than truckload. And this is where a truck is gonna come to your house or to your manufacturer and pick up an entire pallet or multiple pallets of your product. Just make sure to confirm with your manufacturer, if you go with this option, that they're willing to accept a truck to come pick up the products. You'll also need to let them know to put your products on a pallet and to properly wrap it. And that's something I'll talk about later in this video. Now, this is another mistake I see people making. If you're sending in a lot of products into the Amazon warehouse, don't keep doing small parcel delivery. Start doing less than truckload and start sending in an entire pallet or multiple pallets. And this method of less than truckload is how I used to send my product, Performance Nut Butter, into the Amazon warehouse. We'd send in thousands of units at a time. And if you're sending in that many units, you can actually schedule a truck to come to your house with a lift gate and pick up the entire pallet right from your home. And boom, if you're sending in a lot of inventory, this will cut your shipping costs in half. Another secret that not a lot of sellers know is that it's relatively inexpensive to send your products into the Amazon warehouse because you're using Amazon's discounted UPS shipping rates. We're sending in 9 cases and it's only gonna cost us $26.62. That's a total weight of 336 pounds. If you were to send the same number of boxes with the same weight to just a friend in another city, it would cost you hundreds of dollars. But because Amazon has negotiated down their shipping rates, it's pretty inexpensive to ship it into the Amazon warehouse. And if you click on this button right here, you can use a different shipping service than UPS to ship your products into the Amazon warehouse. But remember, it's gonna be a lot more expensive to do that, so I don't recommend doing that. However, if you did wanna do that, you can click on which service you're going to use, DHL, FedEx, USPS, or another one. But generally speaking, if you can, I recommend sticking with UPS if you're gonna be doing the small parcel delivery. Before I move on to the next section, I do also wanna note that if you select less than truckload as your shipping option, you're not gonna be using UPS. Amazon's going to connect you with a local trucking company, and that process is a little bit different. And that's something that I talk about in a lot more depth in my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Products Formula. There's a link down below to that. But since most people watching this video are just gonna be doing small parcel delivery, you're gonna select UPS as your carrier. And once you've done that, you're gonna click accept charges and confirm shipping. You're then going to need to print out the box labels. And these are the labels that you're going to put on the outside of the cases that you're sending into Amazon. And you're going to get two labels. The first one is the UPS label here, and this is the label for UPS to scan in your package and to be able to track your package. You'll attach this to the box. You'll also attach to the same box the second label over here, and this is the Amazon FBA Box ID label. The purpose of this label is when you ship into the Amazon Fulfillment Center, Amazon will scan this label and know exactly where your package is in their warehouse. And every time your package moves around the warehouse or goes to a different warehouse, they're gonna scan this so they can keep track of your individual products. So this is a very important label, and you're going to need to make sure that you leave this label uncovered. Basically, make sure that you don't accidentally put any tape over the parts that need to be scanned, because sometimes that can cause some issues on this label. It'll make it so it's not properly scanned in. And if Amazon has issues with this, they may lose your inventory, or they may end up just not accepting it, or they may end up charging you a bunch of money in order to properly fix it. Now, before we go any further, there are some really important details you must double check on these labels. Otherwise, there could be issues with your shipment. Amazon could lose your products, or a bunch of other things could happen. In fact, UPS might even charge you more money if you have incorrect information on your labels. The first thing to check is that the weight is correct for each individual box, each individual case. You'll also want to double check that the dimensions are correct for each box. And it's really important to make sure that your ship from and your ship to address are correct, and that your ship to over here matches the ship to address over here as well. And you can see that I have 9 pages here, and these 9 pages correspond to the 9 boxes, the 9 cases that I'm going to be shipping in. Another interesting thing to note is the ship to address on these 2 labels are actually different. And that's because Amazon, in this case, is sending my packages into different Amazon FBA warehouses. You can then print out these labels using sticker paper, or if you prefer instead, you can use regular paper and then just cut out the labels and use tape to attach it to the cases, to the boxes that will be carrying your individual units. In this scenario, we have the case that holds 45 units of carnivore electrolytes, and we'll put all 45 units in that box, and then we'll attach both these labels to the box. We will have 9 boxes in total, all with 2 labels on them. You can then take your boxes to your local UPS store and drop them off. Or if you prefer, you can actually schedule UPS to come pick up the boxes from your house, which can be really beneficial, especially if you don't live close by to a UPS store. This next step is really important. So many new sellers overlook this and end up having a really stressful time before they've even sold their first product. So make sure and pay attention to this next section. It's absolutely crucial. Once you've sent your products into the Amazon warehouse, you need to track them and see the status of them by going to Inventory, Manage FBA Shipments. Here you'll see the status of your shipments in the Amazon FBA warehouse. But in this case, because we're sending in such a large quantity of 9 boxes, Amazon automatically split it up into 4 different shipments. And they did this so that the boxes could be sent into different warehouses throughout Amazon's fulfillment network. We'll click on this one right here to give you an example of what I'm looking for. And you can see the order delivery here. Shipment created January 26th, then in transit, you can see it was received on January 28th. Then it took from January 28th all the way to February 25th for Amazon to check it in and for it to clear the shipment. And we can see that it says no shipping problems found and that they received everything perfectly. And up here under track shipment, it shows every step, each of the 4 shipment processes. Delivered, received, all of that. You'll be able to come here and track exactly where your shipment is at every step of the way. And it's really important that you make sure and stay on top of this and make sure that Amazon isn't losing your inventory. Because sometimes Amazon can lose a package or lose a little bit of your inventory. And if there are any errors, you need to jump on it immediately and make sure that Amazon corrects the issue. And the good news is, if Amazon does lose some of your inventory, they will pay you the full price of your products. But sometimes if you don't catch them, they won't ever pay you. They'll assume that you made a mistake. We can then click contents up here, and we're taken to a page that Amazon uses to double check that all your contents, all your units in this case, all our carnivore electrolyte cases and tubs have been delivered. And they check how many units we said we shipped versus how many they received. And in this case, it says your shipment has been received in full. No discrepancies have been found, which is exactly what we want to hear. Sometimes they will say, hey, you told us that you shipped 405, but we only received 400. And at that point, this is where you want to make sure you document how many products that you shipped into the warehouse, because if you can't prove how many you shipped in, you're not going to get paid by Amazon. And I'll show you that you can see that here there is a tab called Problems. This is where you'd see the notification of any shipment level problems like delays, box level problems like missing or damaged boxes, and product level problems like a discrepancy in the number of products delivered, or if maybe some of your products were damaged. Another key thing to remember is that it's very important to be patient here and to plan accordingly. You don't want to wait until a week or two before you want to launch your product to ship your products into the Amazon warehouse. It takes a few days to a few weeks for the products to get shipped into the Amazon warehouse. And then even when they're at and they've been delivered to the warehouse, sometimes it takes weeks before they check in the products. As a general rule of thumb, at a minimum, I like to ship my products in 3 weeks before I expect them to be checked in, but sometimes it'll take as long as 6 weeks. That's why I always recommend, if you're selling a product on Amazon and you see you start running out of inventory, send in the shipment as soon as possible, because you don't want to run out of inventory on Amazon. And that's another big mistake I see new sellers making. They run out of inventory on Amazon because they mistimed it. They see, oh, I've got 2 weeks worth of inventory. I'm going to ship my replenishment of inventory to the warehouse and it'll have plenty of time to get there and get checked in. It's not true. Amazon doesn't rush or prioritize your products just because you're about to run out of inventory. It could still take up to 6 weeks. So you're gonna wanna make sure that you stay on top of that. You're also gonna wanna be aware that during the holiday season, sometimes wait times are gonna be even longer, but usually 6 weeks is about the max I've ever heard of someone having to wait between shipping their products into the warehouse and the products actually getting checked in. But every once in a while, mistakes are made, inventory's lost, so you're gonna wanna be aware. And sometimes I also recommend only sending in half your inventory and then sending in the other half a couple days later. That way it's 2 different shipments, so if one gets lost, the other one's still gonna arrive okay. And under the status tab, there are a few different things that you might commonly see, and Amazon has a list of them that I'll put in the link down below, along with the definition of what the different statuses mean. Some common ones that you're gonna see for your status are that your product is in transit, which means that it's going to the Amazon warehouse. There's also delivered, which means it was delivered to the Amazon warehouse. But be careful, this sounds like a good thing. It sounds like you're done. That just means that it's been delivered to the Amazon warehouse, but no one's actually checked it in, meaning that they haven't even acknowledged that they've received it. It just means that UPS or your trucking company has said, hey, we dropped it off. The next stage is receiving, which means they've checked it in and they've started opening up your products and checking into your inventory, the individual units. Because what'll happen is Amazon will acknowledge, hey, we have your cases, but receiving means that they've actually started ripping up those case boxes and checking in the individual units. And the last thing that you'll see is closed. And once all your units have been checked in and all the cases and everything has been accounted for that you put in the shipping plan, your shipping plan will be closed. This whole section is really helpful for tracking. In the shipment summary, you're gonna see shipment events. You'll actually see the entire timeline of everything that is happening. But again, something you're gonna wanna be aware of is sometimes there is gonna be discrepancies. And if that does happen, you can actually upload documents and follow up and show Amazon that you did send in all the units that you said you did. And if you submit enough evidence, they'll just pay you as if those units that went missing were sold on Amazon. Another hack that I've actually had to learn the hard way is to keep track of all your paperwork. Every receipt, every piece of paper that might seem unimportant, just trust me, keep it somewhere. For instance, if you're sending in an entire pallet full of your product, you're going to have to go to the individual shipment summary and print out the BOL. BOL stands for Bill of Lading. It's a piece of paper that you're going to have to give to the truck driver when he comes to your house to pick up the pallet. This verifies that he's picking up the correct pallet. If you don't have all the paperwork you need, this can cause issues and you'll be charged a fee. When the truck driver picks up the pallet, he will also give you a receipt. Make sure that you put this receipt in a safe place, because if your units get lost, you need that receipt, you need that proof that you actually did send in that entire pallet. This happened to me. I sent in an entire pallet and Amazon was like, hey, we never received it. And I had misplaced my receipt. And this mistake would have cost me over $10,000, except for a couple months later, Amazon ended up finding that entire pallet. So luckily they ended up putting all those units into my inventory, but it did take a few months. So be very careful about that and make sure you keep all your receipts. Another important thing to note is on the bill of lading, there will be information about which trucking company is going to be coming to your house or your warehouse to pick up your pallet. I highly recommend calling that trucking company the day before they come to pick up the pallet. Because if they're picking up the pallet from your house, you're going to need to let them know that it's a residential address, meaning they're gonna send a smaller truck. Because if they try to send a giant truck, that's not gonna work. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. Also, if you don't have a forklift at your house, you're gonna have to let them know that they need to bring a truck that has a lift gate. A lift gate is a gate on the back that goes up and down and makes it easier to load pallets. If, however, you're sending the inventory from your warehouse, you're gonna wanna call your warehouse and ask them, hey, do you guys have a dock that trucks can come? Or do you have a forklift? Or do I need to send a truck that has a lift gate? You'll also wanna make sure you know what time they're gonna be getting there. If they're picking up the products from your house, you're gonna wanna make sure that you're gonna be home. And if they're picking up the pallets from your manufacturer, you're gonna wanna make sure that your manufacturer or one of the employees is around to help load the products onto the truck. There is one more huge mistake that new Amazon sellers make when sending in inventory, and that's sending in too much or too little inventory. If you send in too much inventory into the Amazon warehouse, your inventory just sits there and you're gonna be charged a fee every single month that you have inventory. So you don't wanna send in too much because you're gonna be paying extra money in storage fees. On top of that, they have what's called LTSF, or long-term storage fees. If your inventory is sitting in their warehouse for more than 6 months, they start charging you even more money. So I always recommend only sending in about 6 months worth of inventory at a time. On the flip side, if you send in too little inventory and start to have a lot of sales for your product on Amazon, you run the risk of running out of inventory, running out of stock. And this could cause a ton of issues. Amazon could even blacklist you or at a minimum lower the rank of your product, meaning that you're gonna get less sales. I've seen this happen to people where they run out of inventory and they never recover. So you wanna be really careful that you don't run out of inventory, especially if you're in a competitive market. So you're always gonna wanna send in around 3 to 6 months worth of inventory. And when you start to get around that 3-month or 2-month mark, it's time to start sending in more inventory. This way you don't run out of inventory, but you also don't have to pay any of those long-term storage fees. Now, if you do have a question about how to get your product shipped into the Amazon warehouse or anything else we've talked about here, remember that if you do join my Amazon FBA program, there is a live weekly Q&A call and there is a Facebook mastermind where you can constantly ask questions and get other students to give you feedback. But now we need to talk about a crucial step of selling on Amazon, and that is launching your product. Because when you launch your product properly, you're gonna get more sales. If you get a ton of sales from day one, Amazon is likely to promote your product, put you higher up in the search results, which is gonna lead to a snowball effect where you get more and more sales. And since Amazon is a search engine, the product that's at the top of the search results gets most of the sales. So that's our goal. And in this next section, I'm gonna show you how to properly launch your product. Using these Amazon FBA launch strategies, you're gonna get sales for your Amazon FBA product from day one. And you're gonna get your product to the top of the Amazon search results, which is going to lead to more sales. And I've used these 10 techniques to launch a lot of products on Amazon, including one product that I launched on Amazon that got over $11,000 in sales on the first day of launching the product. And this is gonna be a complete guide on how to actually launch your product with Amazon FBA so that you're gonna have massive amount of success from day one. And the first technique I'm gonna share with you is how to use social media to get a lot of people following you, following your product, and ultimately getting them from social media to your Amazon page so that they'll purchase your product. And it's important to know that the way that Amazon works is ultimately it's a search engine. People go to Amazon to search for things that they want to buy. And your goal when you're selling a product on Amazon is to try to get your product to the top of the search results, because the products that are on the top of the search results get the most sales. In fact, here is a graph of how many sales every product gets depending on where it is in the search results. And you can see products at the top of the search results get most of the sales. And then as you get to the second place product, you get less sales. Third place product, you get less sales. And as products are lower on the page in the search results, they get less and less sales. And this video is gonna show you how to get your product to the top of the search results, which is gonna lead to the most money for you. The second secret to launching your product on Amazon is to create an email list for people that are interested in buying your product so that when you go to launch your product, you're gonna email out all those people. And I'm gonna show you how to get people to join your email list and how to properly use your email list, because a lot of people, even if they have an email list of 100 or 1,000 people that are interested in buying their product, they don't know how to actually convert that list into people that wanna buy the product. And I'm gonna show you all the secrets on how to do that. The third launch secret is to use a Facebook group. This is something I haven't heard anybody else talk about, and it's crazy because it's so powerful. Basically, you get people that are interested in buying your product to join a Facebook group, before you launch your product on Amazon. You ask them questions, you engage with them, you get them really excited about the product that you're going to launch so that when you do launch your product on Amazon, you're going to post in that Facebook group and let them know that your product is live. They're going to go to Amazon, they're going to buy it. Amazon's going to see that you're getting all these sales. And guess what? Amazon's going to put you to the top of the search results. The fourth launch technique I'm going to share with you is how to use influencers to help you to drive traffic to your Amazon product. And there's a lot of people out there that have massive social media followings. And all you have to do is send them one of your products for free and they'll post about it, share it with their audience. Their audience is then going to go and purchase your product. One of the products that I recently launched, I actually sent out 85 boxes of my product to influencers, and it had a massive effect on the sales of my product. It ended up leading to my product going to the top of the search results and ended up making a lot of money for me. And later in this video, I'm going to show you how to find influencers that want to promote your product. I'm even going to show you a brand new technique, secret number 5, which is Amazon Live. So this is a new thing that just came out recently, and it's basically QVC on Amazon. Influencers go to the Amazon website, they create a live stream where they talk about different products that they're excited about on Amazon. And you can get influencers to talk about your product with Amazon Live. And then there's a link down below that people watching the live video can actually purchase your product. This is an extremely powerful tool because the customers are watching an influencer live talk about how amazing your product is, and all they have to do is click a button and then they can purchase your product. This is one of those secret techniques that only the experts are using right now that I'm going to talk about how you can use this later in the video. And one of the best tools to find influencers to promote your product is Rebate. It's a powerful tool that'll help you to find influencers that will talk about your product on Amazon Live, but you can also find influencers and they'll talk about your product on YouTube, on Instagram, and a bunch of other platforms. This tool makes it extremely easy to find influencers to promote your product. I'm going to do an in-depth tutorial of Rebate later in this video. Technique number 7 is to do giveaways, search, find, buy, and ultimately just get as many people as possible buying your product and leaving 5-star reviews. And that's something we haven't talked about yet. One of the best ways, if you want to launch your product and get to the top of the search results, not only do you want to get a lot of sales, but the other part of it is you want to get as many 5-star reviews as possible, as quickly as possible. And I'm going to share all my techniques on how to do that, including how you can get strangers, how you can walk around town and get people to actually buy your product and leave 5-star reviews. I've seen a lot of very successful Amazon sellers use these techniques that I'm going to be sharing with you later in this video on how to actually not only get sales, but get reviews as well. Launch technique number 8 that I'm going to be talking about is how to use Amazon PPC. And a lot of people right now, as soon as they launch their product, they're going to use PPC to get a ton of sales to their product. And this can work. There are some downsides to this though, because if you're sending a lot of PPC traffic to a product that doesn't have any reviews, your conversion rate is not going to be as high. That being said, Amazon PPC is actually the easiest way to get to the top of the search results right away. All you have to do is give Amazon a little bit of money because Amazon PPC stands for pay per click. And basically you pay every time someone clicks on your advertising. But the benefit of Amazon PPC is immediately you can get to the top of the search results for whatever search phrase that you want to appear at the top of the search results for. Secret number 9, I'm going to share with you some of the best internet marketing principles out there. If you watch any part of this video, this is going to be the most important part of this video because I'm going to be sharing how to actually influence people to buy your product. And there's 6 principles of influence on how to actually convince people to click the buy button on your product. And I'm going to talk about those in depth. And number 10, at the very end of this video, I'm going to share with you the 80-20 of launching your product. If you only could do a couple of these different techniques, what would they be and why? But the other thing that I want to share with you is how the Amazon algorithm works. And a lot of people don't understand this. But as I mentioned, Amazon is a search engine. People go there to search for something, then Amazon shows what it thinks are the relevant products. For instance, if someone goes to Amazon and types in cocktail flashcards, which is one of the products that I've launched with a student of mine, Amazon's then going to figure out which product most closely matches what the person searched for. In this case, cocktail flashcards. Amazon wants to make money, so it's going to put the product that it thinks people are most likely to purchase at the top of the search results. So how does it determine what product people are most likely to purchase? Well, one factor is the click-through rate and the conversion rate. So the click-through rate is out of every 100 times Amazon shows your product for a given search result, how often do people actually click on it and ultimately purchase it? So how do you increase your click-through rate? Well, I've talked about this in other videos, but basically when someone searches for something on Amazon, all they see in the product search results is your main image, your title, the price, and the number of reviews. So you want to optimize your main image and you want to optimize your title. Now, a secret here is you want to make sure your title contains the keywords, which are basically the same words that you're trying to rank for in search results. So with cocktail cards, since we're trying to rank for cocktail flashcards, we have the word cocktail and flashcards in the title, which lets Amazon know that if someone's searching for cocktail flashcards, you probably should show our product because it is relevant. But just because you have an optimized title and optimized main image doesn't mean that Amazon's gonna put your product to the top of the search results. Another very important factor is the number of reviews, because Amazon knows that the more reviews you have and the better the reviews are for your product, the more likely someone's going to purchase your product and ultimately be happy with that purchase. The next factor that we're gonna be talking about in depth in this video is sales velocity. And that's how many sales has your product gotten in the last week or so. And if Amazon sees that all of a sudden your product is selling like crazy, meaning you have a high sales velocity, it's gonna put your product towards the top of the search results because it's gonna say, wow, something crazy is happening with this product right here. And here's the biggest thing to remember from this entire video is that you wanna get as many sales on day one as possible because Amazon's gonna realize that you have a very cool, legitimate product and it's gonna wanna put it at the top of the search results because it sees that people are buying your product like crazy. And so it's gonna say, hey, this product is hot right now. Let's put it at the top of the search results. And I bet you more people are gonna buy it as well. And in this video, I'm gonna be sharing how to get as many sales as possible from day one, which is gonna lead to Amazon putting your product towards the top of the search results, which is gonna lead to even more sales, which is gonna lead to a snowball where you just get more and more sales. And this is the exact technique that I used to launch my first passion product, where within 2 months of launching my product on Amazon, I was doing $10,000 in profit per month, which if you do the math, that's over $100,000 in profit per year to have success when launching your product on Amazon. And the first technique that so many people forget about and so many people overlook is, as I mentioned, social media. And this is one of the easiest ways to build an audience for your product before you launch it on Amazon. This is one of the easiest ways to get a lot of people interested in your product so that they will ultimately buy your product on Amazon. And we have a bunch of different social media platforms. We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have YouTube, we have Pinterest, we have Snapchat, we have TikTok and podcasting and a bunch of other ones that I'm missing. But let me tell you what I think are the best social media platforms. And right now, I personally think that TikTok is the easiest thing I've ever seen to get a lot of views, a lot of marketing on your product, and that's ultimately going to lead to a lot of sales. AJ used TikTok to market his product, and that ended up leading to him doing over $140,000 in sales just in his first 3 months launching cocktail cards on Amazon. And if you're going to be using TikTok, I also recommend using Instagram. You can post videos as Instagram Reels, which are still doing extremely well. There's also the option of doing Facebook, where you can also post videos. So what you can do is you can start posting videos on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, or you can use any platform that you prefer. Maybe you prefer to do YouTube videos, which is another very powerful tool that you can use. Or if you want, you can do things like podcasting. Now, another option, if you don't want to grow your own social media, is you can do collabs with other brands, with other businesses, or as I'll mention later in this video, with influencers as well. Once you start getting a lot of people viewing your TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, whatever it is, your goal is to get them to join an email list, which will be a wait list for your product. And the way to do this is to add a link to your Instagram bio, your TikTok bio, or if it's a YouTube, you can always put links down in the description. Podcast, same thing. Just tell them what the link is to join the email list. Now, the reason this is so important is because you're going to be hyping them up. You're going to be getting them excited. So a month, 2 months, 3 months before you launch your product, you're going to be engaging with these people, sending out emails, letting them know that your product is coming. Just like when they release a big movie in the movie theaters, they hype it up for months before they actually launch the movie. You're going to be doing the same thing. And on the day that you actually launch your product on Amazon, you're going to send out an email letting them know the product is live with a link so that they can easily click on that link and go purchase your product. One of the ways to get people to join your email list is let them know that when they join your list, they're going to be entered for a chance to win a free item of whatever you're going to be selling. And let me show you a powerful way to build an email list if you don't want to do social media, and that's to use rebate.com. And what you can do is you can run a sweepstakes campaign. And this allows you to grow your email list. And you're going to click right here. And let me show you what a live example of what this looks like. So this is what your potential customers are going to see. They're going to see whatever your product is, and all they have to do is put in their email address. So this is an extremely powerful way for you to grow your email list. And it's very easy to set up. You just got to put the name, put the title, put an image right here of the product that you're going to be giving away, and some other information. Technique number 3 is to start a Facebook group. And this is a hack that I learned because it's hard to get people to see your posts in Facebook. But if they're part of a group and you post in that group, Facebook is much more likely to recommend those posts in the Facebook group. Another thing that's really important about this is you start to build a community, because if you have a Facebook group where all the different people that are interested in purchasing your product before you start selling it on Amazon, if all these people are in this Facebook group, what's going to happen is they're going to start to build a community. You can post questions in there. You can ask people, hey guys, this is what my product looks like. What do you guys think? And people are going to comment and give you feedback and suggestions. And ultimately, it's going to lead to you creating a better product. But the other thing is they're going to get to start to interact with each other, and they're going to see that there's other people that are excited about this product. And I think a Facebook group is a lot more powerful than just an email list. The problem with an email list is it's not interactive. It's not really a community. A Facebook group starts to have this feeling of community. Secret technique number 4 is to use influencers. There's a lot of people online that have built up really big social media followings. And I know a lot of people don't want to start their own social media following from scratch, and that's okay. You don't have to. But there's a reason they call people with large social media accounts influencers. It's because they can influence people to do things like buy your product. So the first question is, how do you find influencers? Well, I recommend going to Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok and searching for your relevant niche, your relevant field. Then you can find a lot of people and start messaging them and ask them, hey, if I sent you a free product, would you be willing to post a photo or a video talking about my product? And a lot of people will say yes. Now, the sweet spot with influencer marketing, if you're trying to do it for free, is to find someone that has a following of around 5,000 to 10,000 people. Because at that point, they're still new to the game. They probably have a small dedicated audience, and they're small enough that they're not going to ask you to pay them. Now, sometimes it is worth it to pay people to post about your product, especially if they have really large audiences. And I use this technique to find 85 different influencers. I sent them all out a box of my product for free, and it ended up leading to some massive results for the first day of launching one of my products on Amazon. Now, another secret to connecting with these influencers is to use what I call spotlight marketing. You can create a podcast and you can ask these people if they want to come on your podcast. Then you can develop a relationship with these influencers, and they're much more likely to promote your product for free if they actually have a relationship with you. Now I want to share with you one of the newest launch strategies out there, and that's to use Amazon Live. And so here's what Amazon Live looks like. You can see that we have a person right here talking about the dresses that she loves. And she's talking about how cool they are, how amazing they are. And as people are watching this, and right now there's 640 people watching this live stream, as people are watching this, they can click right down here and they can buy the dress. It's that easy. And that's extremely powerful. Now you can have influencers talk about your product live on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, but the thing that's so powerful about using Amazon Live is that people can just in one click purchase your product. So this is an untapped marketing strategy right now. Technique number 7 is just to do whatever you can to get sales to your product and ultimately to get reviews. I know one person in particular that would just go to bars and pubs and coffee shops and start talking to people and say, hey, if you buy my product, I will give it to you for free. I'll send you a PayPal or a Venmo right now. Like just buy it right now and I'll send you the money, and just promise me that you're actually going to leave a 5-star review. He then would get the people's phone number and information and then follow up with them 1, 2, 3 weeks later to actually make sure that they leave the 5-star review. Another thing that a lot of people do, which is technically against the terms of service, is they get friends or family members to leave reviews. Now, this can get you banned if you're not careful. You need to make sure if someone's buying your product on Amazon and leaving a review that you've never shared an internet connection with them, meaning that you've never logged on with your Amazon seller account to a Wi-Fi or a network that they have also logged in with their Amazon buyer account. But I know a lot of people that will ask their friends to buy it and leave a review, And usually this is absolutely fine. You can even go to your gym or go to whatever local coffee shop or wherever you normally hang out and just tell people, hey, I launched this product on Amazon. If you buy it, I will give you a Venmo or a PayPal giving you all the money back that you paid for the product. Just promise me that you're going to leave a review. The ideal way to do this is to have them actually to search whatever keyword you want to rank for, have them search that in Amazon and then buy the product. So if we were trying to do this for cocktail cards, we'd have people search cocktail flashcards, go through, buy the product, leave a review, and then ultimately Amazon's going to see that a lot of people, when they search for cocktail flashcards, go and they buy the cocktail cards product, and Amazon's going to say, hey, so many people are buying this and leaving a 5-star review. We should put this product at the top of the search results for that search phrase. So get creative. I've heard of a ton of different ways of people going out and getting people to buy the product and leave a review. Again, this is a little bit gray hat and Amazon kind of frowns upon it, but please be aware if you're going to use this strategy that technically it is against the terms and service. So Amazon could technically shut down your account, but it almost never happens for this kind of a thing. Technique number 8 is using Amazon PPC. But at a minimum, when you're launching your product, you can set up the Amazon automatic campaign. This allows Amazon to promote your product to who it thinks is likely to buy your product. And it will pick what kind of search results that your product's going to show up at the top of the search results for. Again, PPC stands for pay per click. You only pay when someone clicks on your ad. So just because someone's seeing your ad doesn't mean anything. Unless they click on it, you're not going to pay. And if they click on it, the chances are that they're going to buy your product. So that's going to lead to you getting sales. And then Amazon's going to see that you're getting a bunch of sales and put your product higher up on the search results. And now let's talk about what I think is probably the most important part of this entire video, and that is the 6 principles of influence. And this comes from the book Influence by Robert Cialdini, and he has studied how people can motivate people, how people can influence people to do things for years and years, and he came up with these 6 principles. And the first one is reciprocity. As humans, if someone does something nice for us, we feel obligated, we feel compelled to do something nice for them. And you're going to want to use this principle when you're launching your product. So think about what can you do? What's something nice you could do for your customers? Something small you can give to them that's going to make them want to ultimately buy your product. Another way of looking at this is maybe you can do something nice for an influencer that's going to make them want to promote your product. And an example of how you can use reciprocity to help your product launch do better is to have influencers on your podcast. You can create a podcast, have them on your podcast. Then the influencer is likely to reciprocate by promoting your product. Now be careful with influence. These principles can be used for good or bad. So make sure when you're using these principles that you're doing it from a healthy and a good place. Principle number 2 is scarcity. As humans, we want things that are scarce. If tomorrow there was a gold bar on every single person's front doorstep, gold wouldn't seem so valuable. The reason gold is so valuable is because it's scarce. So when you're selling your product on Amazon, one thing that you could do is make it so that only 200 are available at a discounted rate. And you can tell your email list, you can tell your social media, you can tell everybody there's only going to be 200 available at this discounted rate, and that once those sell off, the price is going to go back to normal. The third principle is authority. And as humans, when someone that's in a position of authority tells us that we should buy something, that we should do something, we're much more likely to do it. This is another reason why you should hire or use influencers to promote your product. Influence principle number 4 is consistency. As humans, we're likely to do things that we have done before again and again. And if we make a commitment saying that we're going to do something, we're much more likely to actually follow through. And so one way to use this principle to your advantage is get people to join a Facebook group, get people to interact in the Facebook group, because if they're interacting in the Facebook group, they're much more likely to actually purchase your product when it comes out, because they're going to feel like that they need to stay consistent with their behavior. Principle number 5 is liking. We're much more likely to buy something from someone we like. So one of the most powerful things you can do is introduce yourself to your audience, introduce yourself to your social media following, to your email list, maybe even make an About Us video. You can also post About Us videos on your Amazon page. Principle number 6 is consensus, also known as social proof. When a lot of other people like something, as humans, we automatically think that we should also like it. And one of the ways that you can use this is to get influencers talking about your product. You can also get other people in your Facebook group or on your email list talking about how cool your product is. You can share real stories of people that have tried your product. And ultimately, if you utilize all 6 of these principles, you're much more likely to have success with launching a product on Amazon. But the question is, what is the 80-20? If you could only do a few of these things, what are the most powerful things? Well, I think no matter what, you want to get some kind of social media. You can use influencers or you can do it yourself. Then you want to get people on an email list and try to establish some kind of a connection. And lastly, when launching your product, you want to make sure that there's some kind of scarcity. Let people know that there's only 200 products available at the discounted rate, or say that the discount's only going to last 1 week. Warning, theft can occur on Amazon. If you're not careful, if you don't follow the right steps, people are gonna copy your product, sell the same product, hijack your listing. There's a bunch of different issues that can come up, but in this next section, I'm gonna talk about how to avoid a ton of these. And in this next section, we're going to talk about brand registry. And I'm going to show you why you need brand registry, how to apply for brand registry, and what to do after you have been approved for brand registry. And I'm going to be using my new Amazon FBA product, Rocket as a real example on how to apply for brand registry. And to sign up for brand registry, you're going to go to brandservices.amazon.com and you'll sign in to the account that you want to apply for brand registry through. And the reason I say it's crucial to sign up for brand registry before you start selling on Amazon is because all the features that this gives you. And we're going to actually go down here. I'm going to show you all the different features that you get when signing up for brand registry and show you why it's so important that you do it. And one of the first things that you get is access to A+ content. So let me show you what A+ content is. If you go to an Amazon product page and scroll down to the bottom, most products on Amazon just have a normal, boring description that is text. But A+ content allows you to be able to put images, to put infographics, to really sell your customer. And when you have A+ content, it's going to make it so that more people that go to your product listing are going to buy. And Amazon's going to see this and it's going to put your product higher up in the search results because it knows that every time someone clicks on one of your products, they're more likely to actually convert. A+ content also allows you to put videos on your product listing page, which again is going to make it so people will watch your video and be even more likely to purchase your product. When you have brand registry, you can also report a violation. If someone is copying your product, if they're infringing on your intellectual property, you can report it to Amazon and Amazon will know that you're the actual owner of that copyright. And if there's ever people that are listing your product and it's a counterfeit of your product, you can remove those listings by letting Amazon know about that. Another big reason to be part of brand registry, if we scroll up here, we can actually see the new seller incentives, and you'll get 5% back on the first $1 million in branded sales that you do. That's literally $50,000 that you're going to get when you apply for brand registry. You're also able to enroll in the Vine program for free. Usually it costs $200, but if you're brand registered, you can do that for free. And the way the Vine program works is it allows you to get 30 trusted reviews. Basically, Amazon goes out and they find the people that are giving reviews most often and very comprehensive reviews, and they'll message them and say, hey, do you guys mind reviewing this product? And these people write out long, detailed reviews. Oftentimes they include images. So this is a great program that you're getting absolutely for free. And then another feature is you can receive up to 2,000 free transparency codes, another $100 value. This allows that when you send your product into Amazon, you can put a special code on it, letting Amazon know that it's 100% authentic, and anyone that sends a product in that doesn't have that transparency code, they might get flagged. And if they're trying to sell your product on Amazon, they won't be able to because it won't be an authentic version. You'll also get access to sponsored brands, and this is a way to advertise on Amazon. It shows up at the very, very top of the search results, and it's a banner style ad. And so this is a way to set your product apart from others and another way to make more money. When you get brand registry, you can also set up an Amazon store. And this is a way to set up your own storefront on the Amazon website so that if people ever click on your name in your Amazon listing, they can go to your storefront, and it's a custom branded store where you can show only your products and people can learn more about you as a seller. You can share your mission and about us and just some more information on why people should buy from you. This will also help you to increase your sales and get your customers to know a little bit more about you. The next feature is the customer engagement, and this is for brands who want to build better customer relationships. It allows you to increase retention and drive engagement by sending targeted email marketing campaigns. And I'm going to show you step by step how to sign up for Brand Registry in just a minute, but I want to go over all these features first so you know why you're doing it, and also more importantly that once you get Brand Registry, you know how to properly utilize it. So we already talked about the video shopping and the product videos. This also gives you access to the subscribe and save feature. This is where you can offer a discount for anyone that buys your product and subscribes to your product so that they maybe get it delivered every single month, every 2 months, every 3 months. They can pick how often they want to purchase and receive your product, but this allows you to let customers buy your product automatically. And this is especially important if you have a product that people are going to eat or drink or somehow consume, and you know that they're going to want to buy it again and again. And it's a very helpful feature. You also get access to Amazon Brand Analytics. And Amazon Brand Analytics allows you to get a lot more insights and get a lot more reports on who you're selling to. This includes search term reports where you can see what people are searching for in order to buy your products. It also allows you to see the demographics of who's buying your product. And here's all the different reports that you get. You get item comparison report, alternate purchase report, market basket report, all these different things. And all this is going to help you to see not only who's buying your product, but how they're finding you and why they're buying your product. When you sign up for Brand Registry, you're also going to get Amazon attribution. And this is crucial if you're doing marketing off of Amazon itself. For instance, if you're doing Facebook ads, Google ads, social media, you can use Amazon attribution to track how many people are coming from TikTok to your actual Amazon listing and actually making a purchase. And a lot of people use this to run paid ads from off of Amazon to their Amazon listing, and they can track and see how well are these actually doing. Is it actually resulting in sales? And speaking about making sales, the brand referral bonus is one of the most important parts of this entire program that a lot of people don't do. This is going to make you more money because normally when you sell a product on Amazon, you have to pay a 15% referral fee, meaning if you're selling a product on Amazon that's $100, Amazon is going to keep $15. But if you enroll in this brand referral bonus program, the referral fee goes from 15% down to 5%, meaning in the example I just gave, instead of Amazon charging $15 as a referral fee, they would only charge $5, which ultimately means more money for you, more money in your pocket. And this is a feature that's only available if you're part of Brand Registry. But one of the most important benefits of joining Brand Registry that they don't really mention is that by being part of Brand Registry, it's going to help protect you from hijackers. And if you sell on Amazon, there's always a chance that someone will come onto your listing, start messing with things, start changing things around. And if you're part of Brand Registry, it allows you to escalate cases and show that you own this brand, that you're the one that's in charge, and you basically have more proof that it's your product, and it means that you're able to get all those kind of things fixed a lot faster. And so in the long run, it's going to stop hijackers from coming on your listing and making changes. And last year, there was over 2.5 million seller accounts that were fraudulent that this program has stopped. And when you join Brand Registry, there's a team at Amazon of over 12,000 people that are dedicated to helping to protect you and basically give you an advantage over the competition. So again, if you're going to be selling on Amazon, you need to make sure you sign up for Brand Registry. So let me show you how to do this. And again, you're going to go to brandservices.amazon.com. So we're going to click Get Started with Brand Registry. And then you're going to click on Get Started. And to get started, there are 3 steps involved, and there's 3 things that you're going to need. The first thing all brands signing up for Brand Registry must have are a pending or registered text-based or image-based trademark. So there's 2 different types of trademarks that you can get. One is image-based. Basically, this would be if you trademark a logo, a certain type of design. On the other hand, there are text-based trademarks. This is where you would trademark a word like Coca-Cola. No matter what font Coca-Cola is in, Coca-Cola has a trademark on the words Coca-Cola. On the other hand, for Rocket Tea, we did not trademark the words Rocket Tea because it was too competitive, and there was other products out there that had similar style names, but what we did do is we trademarked the logo. So nobody in the world can use this logo except for us. And generally speaking, it's easier to get an image-based mark than it is a word mark. An example of this is for my first passion product company, Performance Nut Butter. I decided to get an image-based mark because I knew that if I tried to get Performance Nut Butter as a word mark, it might cause some issues. Basically, the words Performance Nut Butter are a little bit too generic, but my logo is very specific and it's very unique, so it was easier to get that as a trademark than it was just a bunch of words. The second thing you're going to need to be able to do is verify that you own the trademark. And this is easy. They're basically just going to send you an email. You're going to have a code and you're going to copy that code to show them that you are the owner of the trademark. And the third thing that you're going to need to do is have an Amazon seller account. Now, before I go into the next step, I know a lot of people have questions about how do I even get a trademark? And there are multiple different ways that you can get a trademark, but the most affordable way to get a trademark is just to go to uspto.gov and you can file for your own trademark. And to do that, you'll go over to trademarks and you'll click on apply online. You're then going to follow the step-by-step instructions to apply for your trademark. It is so much easier than you would think it'd be. They ask you very basic questions like what kind of category are you selling your products in? For instance, with Rocket Tea, we said we're going to be selling it in beverages. Then they ask you to upload your image as well as to write out the text that appears on your image. And it's going to cost you around $275 if you apply online for your own trademark. However, if you don't want to do this yourself, you can always hire a lawyer, and that's going to cost you an extra couple $100 depending on the lawyer that you hire. Sometimes lawyers are going to charge $1,000 or $2,000. Obviously, I think that's overpriced, but if it's helpful for you to pay an extra few $100s to hire a lawyer, that is always an option. You can email me at travis@effectivecommerce.com if you want a lawyer that I would recommend. But you can always just go to Google, type in your city, followed by trademark lawyer, and it'll give you a list of people in your area who are good at doing trademarks. Give a bunch of them a call and see who's the most affordable that you think would be a good fit for helping you to get your trademark. But once you've applied for your trademark and it's processing, you can go ahead, scroll down here, and you can click to enroll now. You're then going to pick which country you're located in. And if you haven't yet, make sure that you sign in. You're then going to click on enroll a new brand. There's a few things you're going to need when applying for brand registry. You're going to need the trademark number. You're also going to need an image that clearly shows the branding of your product on the actual package that you're going to be selling, which means that you need the finished product of the product that you are enrolling in brand registry. Or here's a secret hint, you can always just create a mock-up of that product. And that's what I did for Performance Nut Butter. I found some competitors' products that were relatively similar dimensions to my product, and I printed out stickers. I put those stickers on the packaging, and I was able to fool Amazon into thinking that the product was already created, even though we had not yet created it. You're also going to need a few other things, but we'll talk about those as we go. You're then going to put in your brand name. And it's important to note that the brand name is the same name that appears on your trademark. It doesn't have to be the same name that's your seller account, and it doesn't have to be the same name that your title is for your Amazon product. So in this case, we're going to put Rocket Tea. After that, you'll select a trademark office. And if you're in the United States and you applied through the USPTO, you're going to select United States. Then you'll enter your registration or serial number. After that, you'll upload a photo of your product that clearly shows the brand on the product. Then you'll hit next. Next up, they're going to ask you some information about your selling account. And you'll select whether you are the seller, a vendor, or if you're neither. 99% of the people watching this video, you're going to be a seller, meaning that you're selling your products directly to customers using Amazon Seller Central. However, if you are a vendor, meaning you sell your products to Amazon as a third party using Amazon Vendor Central, you use this. And if for any reason you're neither, then you can always select that. And you might select neither if you don't want to sell on Amazon, but you still want to apply for brand registry just to protect your products from being sold on Amazon. But again, for most of us, it's going to be seller that you're going to select. You're then going to select the Amazon selling account that you want to apply through. And you'll scroll down and you'll select what category best describes your product. In this case, it's grocery and gourmet food. Then Amazon requires you to provide your top selling ASINs for each product category where your brand is sold. So basically what they're looking for is you to put in the ASIN number of a product that represents the brand that you're going to be using this brand registry for. And ASIN stands for Amazon Standard Identification Number. And all products being sold on Amazon have a unique ASIN. And when you create a new listing on Amazon, every single product will be assigned an ASIN. So one thing that you need to make sure that you do is that you create your product listing before you apply for brand registry. Even if your product listing isn't perfect, maybe you don't have the perfect main image or the perfect title, you need to have some kind of a listing. You're then going to go into your Amazon seller account, you're going to copy the ASIN number, and you're going to paste it here. Amazon also says that you can provide a URL to your brand's official website if you have a website. And this is optional, but if you do have a website where you're already selling your product product online, I highly recommend doing it. It'll make the process of getting brand registry a little bit easier. The next step applying for brand registry is they're going to ask you some information about your distribution. So the first question they ask you is, does your brand sell to distributors? And in our case, no, it does not, because we're creating our own product, Rocket Tea, and we're selling it directly on Amazon. Then it asks, where are your brand's products distributed? In our case, it's only in the United States, so we're only going to select that. If you have other places, you can add those as well. And then the last question it asks is license information. Does your brand license trademarks to others who manufacture products associated with your intellectual property? In our case, it's no. The only people that are making our product are us. Now, on the other hand, if you're a company like Disney who licenses out their trademarks, you would select yes. But for most of the people watching this video, the answer is going to be no. If for any reason you have gone through the contract and you've sold the licensing rights to your product, of course, you'll just select yes, and it's a little bit different of a process. But now that we're done, we're going to go ahead and click submit. And once you apply, it may take a couple weeks for you to be approved, and sometimes you might need to apply more than once. But once you are approved, you're going to get access to all kinds of new features here. For instance, there's A+ Content Manager, there's Vine, there's deals, there's coupons, there's promotions, there's all these things that were locked before that you now get access to. On top of that, if you go into brands, you'll see brand analytics, brand protection, all this different stuff, including the brand referral bonus, which I highly recommend that you apply for, has all been unlocked. Now that you've launched your product on Amazon and you're making a ton of sales, the next thing that a lot of people wonder is, how do I make even more money? How do I do even more sales? And one of the most powerful ways to do that is to use Amazon advertising, also known as Amazon PPC. This is a way for you to advertise on Amazon, and if you do it properly, for every dollar you spend, you could be making $4 or $5. And in this next section, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. There are 5 steps to setting up Amazon PPC, and I'm going to show you how you can set up Amazon advertising for your business in just 4 minutes. I'm going to put a timer down below to show you how fast and easy setting up Amazon PPC is. And Amazon PPC is so powerful because when people are searching for things on Amazon, you can show up right at the top of the search results. And in fact, the sponsored products, the products that are being advertised on Amazon, show up at the top of the search results. And you can tell that these products are sponsored products because it has the word sponsored right here. So people are paying for these products to show up at the top of the search results. Versus our product right here, it's not a sponsored product. This is the organic result. So by using Amazon advertising, it allows you to show up twice in the listings, and it can guarantee that you show up at the top of search results. And there are 5 things that I'm going to go over in this video tutorial. The first thing we're going to talk about is setting up an automatic campaign, which is the easiest campaign to set up. It's also one of the most powerful and profitable advertising campaigns that you can set up, and it has some added bonuses that I'll talk about later in this video. Then after that, I'm going to talk about how to do keyword research, how to figure out what search phrases people are using in order to find your product. And the way that Amazon PPC works is people search for different search phrases in Amazon. For instance, for my new product, people would be searching for things like carnivore electrolytes. And you can target different search phrases and tell Amazon that you want to show up at the top of the search results for that specific phrase. Now keep in mind that every time your ad shows up at the top of the search results and someone clicks on your ad, you are going to pay money. And that's why it's called Amazon PPC, or pay per click. You are paying Amazon every time someone clicks on your ad. So you want to be careful what search phrases you show up for. You only want your product to show up on searches that are relevant to your product. And I'll explain what I mean by that later in this video. Because if your product is showing up in searches that aren't relevant and people are clicking on your product, just because that's what people do, is people click on random things. If they're not interested in buying your product and they're clicking on your product, you're gonna spend a lot of money, but you're not gonna get a lot of sales. And after we do the keyword research, the third thing I'm gonna show you is how to set up the ads targeting the specific search phrases that we want our products to show up for. Because the automatic campaigns, the campaigns I'm going to show you how to set up at first, they automatically target different keywords, anything that Amazon thinks is relevant to your product. Automatic campaigns are great when you're first getting started because you probably don't really know what people are searching for, and you want to use these automatic campaigns to see what search phrases are actually resulting in money in your pocket. But in the long run, it's going to be more profitable if you set up the manual keyword targeted campaigns. Another secret that a lot of people don't know about, and this is the fourth thing I'm going to show you, is you can actually target specific products. And this is called product targeting campaigns. And it's really powerful as well because you actually show up on your competitors' listings. So let's click on this guy right here. This is one of our competitors. And if I scroll down to the bottom, I can see that all these products here are sponsored products. People are paying money to show up on this competitor listing. And the fifth and last thing I'm gonna show you in this video is how to set up negative keywords. And this is one of the most important things that most people aren't teaching, most people aren't doing. This is a very important way for you to save money. And this allows you to tell Amazon which searches you do not want your ad showing up for. But let's dive in and let me show you how to start your first Amazon campaign, and let's start the clock. So the first thing you're gonna do is click on these 3 lines up here, and you're gonna go into advertising and campaign manager. And you have 3 different options here: sponsored products, sponsored brands, and sponsored display. And what we're gonna be focusing on in this video today is sponsored products. This is the easiest Amazon advertising to set up. It's very beginner friendly. Sponsored brands, on the other hand, is what you see at the top of search results here. These are sponsored brands advertising. Really, you need 3 SKUs in order to properly use this. And this is what sponsored display ads look like. And I'll talk about both these in a future video, so make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet. But we're gonna click on sponsored products and click continue here. Now, the first thing we're gonna do is create a name for this ad group. And I'm gonna call this close match for a reason that will become obvious later in the video. Then we're gonna decide which product we wanna create ads for. And this is the new product that I just launched, and we're gonna click add. Now we have 2 options right here. We can either do automatic targeting or manual targeting. And I'm gonna show you how to do both these, but since the first thing I'm showing you is how to set up an automatic campaign, we're gonna select automatic targeting, and we're gonna scroll down here below. Now, a big mistake that a lot of people make is they just click on this right here, set default bid. What we're gonna do is we're gonna set bids by targeting group, because there are 4 different types of targeting groups. There's close match, loose match, substitutes, and complements. And each one of these should have a different bid price. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn off loose match, substitutes, and complements. And let's quickly go over what the difference here is. So with close match, it's an automatic campaign, and Amazon says, we'll show your ad to shoppers who use search terms closely related to your products. If your product is Doppler 400 count cotton sheets, we'll show an ad when shoppers are searching for terms like cotton sheets and 400 count sheets. So close match is the type of ad that you're gonna wanna spend the most money for. They recommend here 92 cents per click. On the other hand, with loose match, it's 72 cents, substitutes is 13 cents, and complements is 71 cents. So just to show you the difference, let's talk about what loose match is. With loose match, it says, we'll show your ad to shoppers who use search terms loosely related to your products. If your product is Doppler 400 count cotton sheets, we'll show an ad when shoppers use search terms like bed sheets, or even bath sheets, or bath towels. So you can imagine if someone's searching for bath towels and you're selling cotton sheets, it's not really that relevant. I wouldn't want to spend a ton of money on this, but to start off, I always recommend just going with the suggested bids. With substitutes, on the other hand, again, if our product is the cotton sheets, it says we'll show your ad on detail pages that include 300 count cotton sheets and queen 400 count sheets. So that's relatively, that's related. And then there's complements down below as well. It says that we'll show your ad on detail pages that include queen comforter and feather pillows. So we're just gonna select close match for this one, just to keep things simple and allow us to have a little bit more control. We're not gonna talk about negative keyword targeting or negative product targeting yet. And we have a couple options here. We have dynamic bids down only, and fixed bids. It's up to you which one you wanna recommend. If you are a little bit tighter on cash, just go with fixed bids. It's gonna make it so you're only gonna ever spend 92 cents per click in this case, whatever your max click is. But remember, it could be lower as well. However, if you wanna maximize for sales and potentially even profit, dynamic bids up and down is really good. It will change your bid up by up to 100%. It'll make it so if Amazon thinks someone's really likely to buy your product, it will make it so that Amazon could potentially charge you over $1.80 for that bid. This also allows Amazon to lower your bid if it doesn't think that it's gonna result in sales. Another option is you could do dynamic bids down only. For now, we're gonna stick with dynamic bids up and down. Right here is a more advanced filter that allows you to adjust your bids placement. That's something I'll talk about in a future video. We don't need to worry about that yet. And then for campaign name, for this first campaign, we're gonna call it automatic campaign. And the start date would be today with no end date. And for daily budget, I recommend putting whatever you're willing to lose. Remember, in the short run with Amazon PPC, you're probably not gonna be making a lot of money. So maybe that's $5. They recommend a suggested daily budget of $14. That sounds fine to me. Let's start with that. And down here, if we want to launch campaigns in other countries, we could do that as well, but we're really not selling our product in Canada or Mexico, so I'm not gonna worry about that. And just like that, we've launched our first campaign, we've launched our first ad group. And we're gonna click here on sponsored ads and then campaign manager, just so you can see what this looks like. So here's our first campaign, automatic campaign, and then within it is the ad group close match. And the way this works is you have a campaign, and then underneath that, you can have multiple ad groups. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create another ad group. And this time we're gonna change what the automatic targeting is. I'm gonna click paste, and we're gonna call this ad group substitutes. We're gonna go through the same process here. I'm gonna click add. We're gonna go to bidding strategy. We're gonna get rid of everything except for substitutes this time. And we're gonna click add group. We'll do the same thing again with compliments here, as well as with loose match. And now we've properly set up our automatic campaigns, and we have the close match, the compliments, loose match, and substitutes. And that's how easy setting up Amazon PPC is. However, this is just the very beginner version. Let me show you a little bit more of an advanced strategy that's still very easy to do, and it's gonna make you a lot more money. Give me another 10 minutes and I'll show you an advanced way of setting up your Amazon ads. It's actually very easy to do. I'm gonna explain it in a very step-by-step A through Z fashion. So by the end of this video, you're gonna know how to set up your Amazon PPC in a way that's gonna make you a ton of money. But now let's start the timer and let me show you how to set up your Amazon PPC. And as I mentioned, Amazon is just a search engine. People go to Amazon to search for things that they wanna buy. For instance, people might search for carnivore electrolytes or carnivore electrolyte powders, pills, powder, no sugar, all these different things people are searching for in Amazon. And we need to figure out, what are they searching for in Amazon that's related to our product? And that's where this tool, Helium 10, comes in. And I have the hookup with Helium 10. There is a link down below in the description. You can use that link to sign up for a free account. But if you do want to unlock all the features of Helium 10, you are gonna have to pay. As I mentioned, I do have the hookup with them. There is a discount code down below in the description. And I recommend signing up for this tool for at least 1 month to figure out what are people searching for in Amazon in order to buy your product. Because if you can figure that out, you can game the system, you can hack the algorithm, get your product to the top of the search results, and make a ton of money. So use that link down below to sign up for Helium 10 to get that discount code. But once you've signed up for Helium 10, there is a tool called the Magnet Keyword Research Tool. We're gonna click on that. And I know that people are going to Amazon, they're searching for carnivore electrolytes, but what else might they be searching for? I'm not really sure. So I'm gonna paste that in there and we're gonna click on Get Keywords. And we can see that over 800 people per month are searching for carnivore electrolytes. So this is one of those phrases that we're gonna wanna make sure that we're going to target. But our goal here is to figure out what else are people searching for in Amazon that they would search for and wanna buy our product. So one of the first ones that shows up here is electrolytes for water. And what's cool about Helium 10 is we can actually add this to our list of keywords that we're targeting. So I'm gonna click here, create new folder. We're gonna call this carnivore electrolytes. Click save. Now, there are a lot of different results here. We have hundreds, if not thousands of different keyword results. And we're gonna wanna filter these so that it's actually somewhat relevant. And what I recommend doing is sorting by the Magnet IQ score. And before we go any further, one thing that I like to do is go up here and filter out some of the results. For instance, we don't wanna target a search phrase that has a search volume of more than 5,000, meaning that if more than 5,000 people per month are searching for that search phrase, right now, I don't even want to target that because it's probably going to be too competitive. I also want to set the word count to a minimum of 2, and this is how many words are in the search. So if someone's just searching for a single word like electrolytes, it's too competitive. I don't even want to try to compete with them. So we're going to click Apply Filters. And we still have over 5,000 keywords that we're competing on. Next thing we're going to do is look at competing products, and let's put a max of 100 just to try to get some low-hanging fruit here. And just to make sure we're not wasting our time, let's go to keyword sales and put a minimum of 2 sales. That means at least 2 sales per month are coming from those keywords. And after going through this list, I ended up coming up with these as some common things that people would be searching for in order to find our product. So now that we have these search phrases, let me show you how to properly set this up. So we're gonna go back to the sponsored ads here, click on Campaign Manager, and we're gonna create a new campaign. We're gonna click on Continue, and we're gonna call this ad group Manual Keyword Targeting. We're gonna add the product that we're trying to sell on Amazon. Now, depending on how much control you want, you could just create one ad group or you could create multiple ad groups. For now, just to make this easy, I'm gonna show you this process by creating one ad group. we're gonna go down and we're gonna click on manual targeting and keyword targeting. Now, something that's really cool is Amazon actually suggests different keywords for you. It knows what our product's about and it suggests a bunch of different keywords. And we're gonna actually add these keywords as well. Before we do that, we have to explain the difference between broad, phrase, and exact match. And what's interesting is usually exact match is more expensive than phrase or broad match, but in this case, it's actually reversed. So let's explain what broad match is first, then I'll explain what phrase and exact is. So using this example here of electrolyte powder, broad match means that we want to bid on any search that includes the word electrolyte and powder, even if there are other words in there. For instance, a search could say watermelon electrolyte drink powder, and our ad would still show up if we did broad match. On the other hand, with phrase match, the phrase electrolyte powder needs to show up. There can't be any words in between. So it would not show up for someone searching watermelon electrolyte drink powder. However, it would show up for watermelon electrolyte powder or even watermelon electrolyte powder drink mix. As long as the phrase is intact of electrolyte and powder and there's nothing in between those words, then our ad would show up if we did phrase match. The last type is exact match. And with exact match, I actually think exact match is the most powerful. Our ad is only gonna show up if someone types in exactly electrolyte powder. Nothing more and nothing less. Now, generally speaking, I recommend doing all three of these. But if you're gonna be doing broad match or phrase match, you need to add negative keywords, and that's something we'll talk about later. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go through here, and anything that seems relevant to your product, let's go ahead and add this. And you can scroll through here and you could add, there's so many different options it gives you. However, since we already have a list of keywords that we wanna target, we're gonna click on enter list and we're gonna paste our list in here. We're gonna click on add keywords. And it says that 3 of our 24 keywords do not have a suggested bid. And so we're just gonna put a bid of 92 cents for now, but we can look at these later and we can adjust these. But if it doesn't even have a suggested bid, it probably means not a lot of people are searching for that anyways. So this is a list of all the keywords that we're gonna be targeting, meaning every time someone searches for one of these in Amazon, our ad is gonna be showing up. And at this point, we could add negative keyword targeting if we wanted to. Again, I'll talk about that later, but let's go down here. We can adjust our bidding strategy if we want, and let's have a campaign name for this. And let's just call this manual keyword targeting for now. And it says a daily budget of around $14 is recommended. We're gonna go ahead and click launch campaign. Now, I just showed you a very easy way of setting up your campaign, but ideally what you'd wanna do is create multiple different ad groups for each of the different topics that you're targeting. For instance, I'd have one ad group that was just about the carnivore diet, and it would include all the different keywords about carnivore. Another one that's just about flavorless electrolytes, and we would target things like flavorless electrolytes, flavorless electrolyte powder, no flavor electrolyte powder. We could even do another one about meat-based diet because that's a little bit different than carnivore diet. And by having multiple different ad groups, we can more easily control them and we can see which ones are actually creating a profit. But now let me show you how to do product targeting ads. And these are the ads that allow you to target your competitor's product. It allows you to show up right here on your competitor's page. So this is a very powerful type of ad for you to run. And to do this, we're gonna go back into our sponsored ads campaign manager. Then we're gonna click on create campaign. We're gonna go to sponsored products, click continue. We're gonna call this ad group product targeting. We're gonna select the product that we want to advertise. And then we're gonna go to manual targeting, but this time instead of doing keyword targeting, we're gonna click on product targeting. And we have two different options here. We can either target the entire category, which would be every product, every single product that's in the category sports, nutrition, endurance, and energy powders, which I probably don't recommend, but if you wanted to, you could actually refine that. However, if on the other hand, you don't want to target the entire category, you can go into individual products and we can target all the individual products that we want to show our ad for. So I'm gonna get rid of this for now. And we're gonna go through here. We're gonna see which products do we think that carnivore electrolytes is most similar to. And so we can add any one of these that we think is a good mix. And I'd recommend taking some time and actually thinking through which one of these do you want to have your product show up on their listing for. For now, I'm just gonna do this, and this is kind of expensive. I mean, these are very expensive bids, but it's interesting. We can then also do negative product targeting, and this is really good if you're doing an entire category. You could say, I wanna target all the products in this category except for whatever certain ones. We're gonna scroll down here, and we're gonna put a daily budget of $14. We're gonna change the campaign name to product targeting. Again, right now, since this is just a very basic overview, we only have one campaign in one ad group. My recommendation to you is to actually do different ad groups for different types of products. For instance, I know there's a competitor out there called LMNT, and what I would do is create a specific ad group just for that company, and I would add all their products in that ad group. Then I would do a separate ad group for another competitor like Liquid IV, add all their products in that ad group. That way I could easily see that when I advertise on Liquid IV's products, I actually make money versus when I advertise on LMNT, I don't make any money. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and click Launch Campaign. And at this point, you can see that we have 3 campaigns: the automatic campaign, the manual keyword targeting campaign, and the product targeting campaign. And for all of these, we could add what's called negative keywords. And what a negative keyword is it tells Amazon that you don't want your ad to show up anytime a certain phrase or keyword is being searched. For instance, we could go to automatic campaigns, and since Carnivore Electrolytes comes in a tub and it doesn't come in individual packets, I wanna add that as a negative keyword. So anytime someone types in packets, I don't want our product to show up. And first thing I'd recommend doing is using your brain and think about all the things that someone might search for in Amazon that's related to your product that you don't want your ad to show up for, and add that into the negative keywords. But another thing that you can do is use Helium 10, use the magnet tool, go down this list and see everything that's relevant that people might be searching for, that if they were to search for that you don't want your ad to show up for, you can put that as the negative keywords. And Amazon PPC is extremely important. This is one of those things that I go into much more depth about in my Amazon FBA program. We actually show you real examples of a couple different products and how I would set up PPC for them. And I think this is a really important thing. When you're learning something, make sure that you see lots of different examples, because then when you go to do your own product, you'll be able to understand at a deeper level how to properly do it. But I've made over $10 million in online sales, yet I could have made even more money if I would have known these next 5 tips that I'm going to share with you. And these are 5 tips that I wish I knew when I first started Amazon FBA. And I've worked with a ton of different students. I've had over 1,000 students join my program, launch products on Amazon, and I've seen that they make a lot of the same mistakes over and over again. So pay attention to this next section, because these are the 5 things I wish I would have known when I first started Amazon. The first thing I wish I would have known when I first started selling on Amazon is that you should use tools. Using tools will make your life easier in so many ways. And I'm gonna show you all the tools that I recommend you use, but one of the first tools that's gonna make it a lot easier for you to find a product to sell on Amazon is called Helium 10. And this tool is how I found this product that's doing over $40,000 in sales every single month. And you can actually sign up for this tool for free. And once you've signed up, you're gonna use the Magnet 2 tool. And this tool is so amazing, so special. It shows you exactly what people are searching for in Amazon to find things that they want to buy. And if you know what people are searching for in Amazon that they want to buy, you can make a product that they're searching for, sell it to them, and make a lot of money. Because using this tool, you can see that thousands of people are searching for this product every single month, which means that people come to Amazon, search for the product, buy it, and then new people keep coming and coming. And again, you've made a machine that's going to print you money. Another tool that you can use to find out how much any product on Amazon is making per month is the Jungle Scout free sales estimator. All you do is go to a product, you take the BSR number, which stands for best selling rank number, you copy it, you paste it into this tool, and it'll tell you exactly how many units per month a product is selling. Then you multiply that by the amount that the product costs, and you can get the revenue. And you can see how I realized that this product is making over $40,000 in sales every single month. And there are a lot of other tools that I've used to grow my Amazon brands, like MailChimp, Lead Pages, Mandrill, Zapier, and a bunch of others, and I'll talk more about these later in this video. But the problem is most of these tools do cost money. And when I was first starting, I was so cheap, I don't want to spend any money, because in my head, well, if you're spending money, you're losing money. But the truth is these tools will make your life easier. And the real way that most people lose money on Amazon is by making some of the common mistakes. And that brings me into the second thing I wish I would have known when I first started, and that is to avoid the common mistakes. And I didn't know what the common mistakes were when I first started, but I'm going to tell you right now in this video all the most common mistakes. I've taught over 1,000 people how to sell on Amazon. And yes, there's been some crazy success stories like Jeremy, Troy, and Brent, who made over $1 million in his first year. But some students, especially in the beginning when I was teaching this, have failed. And what I did is I learned why these students failed, and I learned the most common mistakes that people are making, and I'm gonna share what those mistakes are right now. And I've also made a lot of mistakes myself, and if you can avoid the most common mistakes that people make when starting to sell on Amazon, you can almost guarantee that you're going to have success. And I've lost thousands of dollars due to manufacturing issues, tens of thousands of dollars due to having too much inventory and that inventory expiring before I could sell it on Amazon, and probably over $100,000 because of the rest of these mistakes that I'm gonna share with you right now. Now, the biggest mistake that's gonna cost you a lot of money if you make is selling the wrong product. A lot of people they do a little bit of research, think that they have a good product to sell on Amazon. They go buy 1,000 units of this product, and it turns out when they list it on Amazon, no one wants to buy it. So you need to avoid trying to sell a product that nobody wants to buy. But how do you know what people are gonna buy on Amazon? Again, that's where a tool like Helium 10 comes into play. You can actually see exactly what people are searching for. But an even more advanced way to do it is to actually validate your product before you sell it. And you can do that by running a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo before you even sell your product. I did that with my first product, raised about $15,000. AJ did that with cocktail cards, raised over $100,000. So we knew that these products were going to do well before we even sold it on Amazon because we had already pre-sold it on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Another mistake I see a lot of people making is they do FBM, which stands for Fulfilled by Merchant, instead of FBA because they think they're gonna save a little bit of money. And it's true, with FBA, there are extra fees. You have to pay Amazon a pick and pack fee, which is the price that you have to pay every time Amazon picks, packs, and ships your product out from their warehouse to a customer. But the truth is, when your product is FBA, it makes it so it's Prime eligible. And people on Amazon are much more likely to buy Prime products, which means that your sales are gonna be 4 or 5x higher than if your product is fulfilled by merchant. On top of that, usually the fees for FBA aren't that much more than you would have to pay in shipping yourself. My first Amazon brand was a dance clothing company, and it was FBM. We did all the shipping ourselves, but when we started taking some of our best-selling products and converting them to FBA, our sales for those products skyrocketed. The third thing I see is beginners trying to save money by paying for low quality designs. They go to Fiverr or some website like that, pay $5 for a logo and their branding and their packaging, and what ends up happening is it looks absolutely terrible and nobody buys their product. This is one of those things where people think that they're saving money by not investing in the high quality branding and packaging, but in the long run, you'll make way more money if you have high quality branding. The third thing I wish I would have known when I first started selling on Amazon is that you should follow a formula. You should follow some kind of a step-by-step guide. Now, when I first quit my corporate job over 10 years ago, I thought I was so smart that I was gonna be able to figure everything out on my own and that I didn't need anybody else's help. And boy, was I wrong. I spent years struggling trying to make money online. I tried tons of different businesses and none of them really worked until I found Amazon FBA. And the problem was, I was trying to figure everything out by myself. What I recommend doing instead is following a formula, follow a step-by-step guide. Find someone that's already done exactly what you want to do. And you need to know exactly what your goal is. When I first quit my corporate job, my goal was to make $100,000 per year passive income. That was it. That's all I wanted. And it took me 5 years to do that because I was trying to figure out everything on my own. Don't make the mistake I did. Find someone that's already hit your goal and ask them, how do they do it? Ask them to give you a step-by-step guide. Now, you might make mistakes along the way and your first business might not be successful, but that's okay. People say that 4 out of 5 businesses fail. Now that's actually wrong. It's actually 4 out of 5 businesses fail within the first 5 years. And when I was quitting my corporate job, people would tell me that stat all the time, trying to discourage me from starting my own business. But what I would say to them is, well, if 4 out of 5 businesses fail, then I'm gonna try once, and if that fails, I'll try again, and if that fails, I'll try again, and again, and again, and by my 5th business, statistically, I'll have a successful business. But another thing to keep in mind is even if 4 out of 5 businesses fail, 4 out of 5 people whose businesses fail, it's because they're probably not watching YouTube videos like you are right now. So understand that you're already ahead of the curve. You're already doing better than most people, but that brings me into the 4th thing I wish I would have known when I was first starting, and that is stack the odds in your favor. Even if you have a chance of failing, how do you make it so you can pretty much guarantee that you're going to succeed? And as I've already mentioned, yes, you want to make sure that you learn about all the mistakes that other people make so you can avoid them. And yes, if you can try to pre-validate your product by doing a Kickstarter or Indiegogo before you even sell on Amazon, that's a no-brainer. But what else can you do to stack the odds in your favor? And this brings up the idea of inevitability thinking. This is where you think about what you want and you set up your entire life so that thing that you want is inevitable. For instance, if you want to create a passive income business, you want to start making money online, you can do some of these tricks I'm about to share with you to stack the odds in your favor. And one of the most powerful ways to stack the odds in your favor and start using inevitability thinking is by putting your money where your mouth is. And the best way to do this is to start spending money on your business, start spending money on your goal. Because as humans, our brains are afraid of change. We don't want to try things that are scary or unknown. And starting an online business is scary. It's unknown. It's going to be hard work. So what you need to do is to trick your brain into thinking it's going to be easy and to trick your brain into already thinking that it's committed to doing this. And one of the best ways to do that is to start spending money on your business. And you can do this in a number of different ways. You can start by paying for an LLC or a DBA, or paying money for a tool like Helium 10 that I mentioned before. And Helium 10 does have a free plan. They also do have a paid plan that comes with some extra features. But the most powerful way to put your money where your mouth is by joining a program or hiring a coach to teach you step by step how to create a successful online business. And the fifth thing I wish I would have known before I started Amazon, and that I think is very important for you to know, is that most people that fail because they never even try. They never even get started. So if you're serious about selling on Amazon, take the leap. Congratulations, you followed the formula so far, but there are 6 questions, and these are the most common questions that I get from people who want to sell on Amazon. And in this next section, I'm going to answer all of these questions. Product research is really important, and one question that I get all the time is what tool should people use? And there are 2 big tools, Helium 10 and Jungle Scout, and I'm going to answer which of these tools is better and which one you should use. The second thing I'm going to talk about is all the different Amazon FBA fees. This is another one of those questions I get all the time. I'm going to go in detail and share with you every single fee that you should expect to pay when selling on Amazon. Related to that, another common question is how much is it going to cost you to start your Amazon business? So there's the Amazon fees, but then there's also other costs associated with starting an Amazon business. Things like your production cost and a bunch of things that maybe you never have thought about. And so that is another question I'm going to talk about, is how much it's going to cost for you to start your Amazon business, as well as how you can start an Amazon business with little to no money, which is exactly what I'm going to talk about in the 4th question, which is, can you start an Amazon business with $0? Spoiler alert, the answer is yes. And in this question, I'm going to share with you exactly how you can start an Amazon business even if you have $0. The 5th question that I get is about mistakes. Like, what are the most common mistakes that beginners make? In the video, in that section, I'm going to share with you all the mistakes that beginners make and how you can avoid them. And related to that 6th, I'm going to share every single mistake I've personally made, and I'm going to share exactly how much each of those mistakes have cost me, including some mistakes that cost me over $100,000. And really, this is one of the most important parts of this video. If you watch any of this video, make sure to watch that section because it could literally save you thousands of dollars. Both these tools will help you find a product to sell on Amazon. Like this product that I found that's doing $60,000 in revenue every single month. And here's the secret. You can actually find out how much any product on Amazon is making using Jungle Scout or Helium 10. But you can do this for free. And here's the trick. You go to the page of the product that you want to know how much it's making. You scroll down to the best selling rank number. You're going to copy that, and then you'll go over into the free Jungle Scout Sales Estimator tool. You're going to paste that number in. You're going to select your marketplace and what category the product's in. And then it's going to tell you how many units per month that product is selling. You're then going to take that number and multiply it by the cost of the product. And you can see that this product is making over $60,000 in revenue every single month. And Helium 10 actually has a free extension that you can click on for any product, and it'll show you how much that product is making in sales per month. Another tool that you can get for free is the Amazon FBA fee calculator. And this will tell you how much profit a product is making, because just because that one product was making $60,000 in revenue, you have to remember remember, when you're selling on Amazon, revenue is not profit. There's gonna be costs. For instance, you're gonna have to pay 15% for the Amazon selling fee. You're also gonna have to pay for the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, and there's gonna be other costs. And there is a free tool, the Amazon fee calculator, that will do the math for you and show you how much profit any product on Amazon is actually making. Now, both Jungle Scout and Helium 10 have a lot of other features in their paid plans, but here's a trick that you can use to get a free Helium 10 account. If you go to the link down below for Helium 10, you click on the link, you click on Get Started Today, and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can actually click the button to get a free Helium 10 account. And I'll share more details about that free Helium 10 account in just a minute. But now let's get into the pros and the cons of Jungle Scout versus Helium 10. And before I do that, I do want to let you know that I have the hookup with both Jungle Scout and Helium 10. I have discounted prices. It's the cheapest price you can find anywhere for both these platforms in the description down below. So if you do decide to sign up, make sure you check out that discounted pricing. But let's get started with the pros and the cons of Helium 10. And one of the biggest pros of Helium 10 is that it does have a free plan. And using the free plan, you can use a lot of the tools, a lot of the features of the paid plans. There is some restrictions, but I actually had one student that was able to find a $100,000 per month product using the free plan. So don't think that you need to pay for either one of these tools. Another pro of Helium 10 is that it does have a lot more tools, and in my opinion, better, more in-depth tools than Jungle Scout, including a keyword research tool called the Magnet tool and the Cerebro tool. And what these tools do is they allow you to figure out exactly what people are searching for in Amazon. And if you can figure out what people are searching for in Amazon, you can figure out what kind of products to sell them. And the Magnet keyword tool allows you to put in what you think someone might be searching for, and it'll tell you how many people per month are searching for that keyword phrase. On top of that, it's going to give you a list of a bunch of other related things, and you're going to end up finding a bunch of different ideas for products and keywords that you could add to your Amazon listing. There's also the Cerebro tool, and this is a reverse ASIN lookup. What that means is you take the ASIN, which is the Amazon Standard Identification Number, and every product on Amazon has this. You're going to copy this and you're going to put it into the Cerebro tool, and it's going to tell you exactly what people are searching for in Amazon before they find and buy this product. And this allows you to look into your competitors and figure out exactly how they're making so much money. There's other tools also like Blackbox that'll help you find a product, as well as X-Ray and a profitability calculator. But one of my favorite tools that Helium 10 has that Jungle Scout does not have is the Refund Genie. And you need to be careful when you're selling on Amazon, because at times Amazon will screw you over. Amazon will not always send you the money that it owes you. Amazon makes a lot of mistakes and it ends up costing you money. And this Refund Genie tool will go through and it'll figure out exactly how much money Amazon owes you, and it'll do all the work and it'll get you that money from Amazon. There's also a ton of tools in Helium 10 that's gonna make it so that your Amazon listing is completely optimized. And you know that it's very important if you wanna have success on Amazon to get to the top of the search results. And Helium 10 has a ton of different tools that'll help you to do exactly that. Another powerful tool that's only available on the Platinum plan or higher is Adtomic. And this is a way to completely automate all your Amazon PPC. And for those that don't know, PPC stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise on Amazon where you pay every time someone clicks on your ad. And this can be really tedious and this can take a lot of work, and Adtomic automates this entire process for you. And Jungle Scout does not have an equivalent tool to Adtomic, so this is a huge feature of Helium 10. There's also an inventory protector tool, and you know if you're selling on Amazon that you do not want to run out of inventory. If you run out of inventory, Amazon might blacklist you because they're going to think that maybe you're not a reliable business, that you're not actually a professional seller. And this tool is going to help to make sure that you never run out of inventory. Another pro with Helium 10 is they do offer monthly pricing, or they offer discounted yearly pricing. And even though I do recommend the yearly pricing if you know you're going to have this tool for a year or longer, for most of you out there, if you're just starting out with Amazon and you're just looking to do some product research, I'd recommend just sticking with the monthly plan. And I do have, as I mentioned, discount codes if you click on the link down below, and they're constantly changing what the discounts discounts that they're offering are. So I'll make sure in the link down below I have the best and most updated discount codes for you. But there are 3 different paid plans with Helium 10. There's the starter, the platinum, and the diamond. And for most beginners, I actually recommend going with the platinum plan, though you can always try the starter plan. The problem with the starter plan is it's a little bit limited in its features, and if you upgrade to platinum, it unlocks everything, and it's gonna make it a lot faster for you to do product research and just use all the tools. But one of my favorite pros with Helium 10 is they do offer a 7-day money-back period. So I recommend if you're on the fence to sign up for Helium 10, do all your product research, and if you find a product in those 7 days and you wanna cancel it, you can always cancel it. But wait a minute, Jungle Scout also does have some pretty big pros. And in my opinion, the biggest pro of Jungle Scout is their supplier database tool. This tool will allow you to figure out the manufacturer for your competitors. So you can go on and pretty much any product on Amazon, you can plug into this tool, and this tool will tell you who your competitor or who any product on Amazon uses as a manufacturer. This tool is magic. If you're stuck trying to figure out who you're gonna use as your manufacturer, this tool can be extremely powerful because not only can you go to your competitors, you can go to products that are kind of similar to yours, even if it's not directly a competitor, put it in this tool, contact that manufacturer, and see if they can produce your product. Jungle Scout also does have some great keyword research tools and some great product research tools. I will say, in my opinion, I like Helium 10's keyword and product research tools a little bit better. I think the data is a little bit better and there's more ways to filter the data. But that being said, Jungle Scout is still a very powerful tool. Another pro is that Jungle Scout is actually per month a little bit less expensive than Helium 10. And if you click on the link down below, you can get 3 months of Jungle Scout for $149, which if you divide it, that's $49 a month. And this plan is pretty much the same as Helium 10's $79 per month plan. But the problem, of course, is that you do have to buy 3 months up front. So it is more expensive up front, even though per month you're actually saving money. Another pro for Jungle Scout is the customer service and the team are extremely friendly, but I've also found that to be true with Helium 10. But there are a lot of cons of both Helium 10 and Jungle Scout, so pay attention because this is where things get really interesting. But the first real con of Helium 10 is that it is more expensive than Jungle Scout. Not by a lot, and I do think that it's worth it, but it's something to be aware of. Another con with Helium 10 is because they have so many tools and the tools have somewhat confusing names, it can be a little bit hard for beginners to navigate. And the last time I checked, Helium 10 does not have a really good mobile app, so if you're doing a lot of work on mobile, it's a little bit clunky in my opinion. Now for the cons with Jungle Scout, one of the first big cons is there's no free plan for you to try it out and see if it's a good fit for you. Another con is that it offers less features, including it does not actually offer any features or tools to help you launch your Amazon product. And if you've ever sold on Amazon, you know how important it is to launch a product on Amazon. When you launch a product on Amazon, you want to try to get as many sales as possible from day one. What this does is it lets Amazon know to put your Amazon listing at the top of the search results. And on Amazon, the products that are at the top of the search results get the most clicks, followed by second place, third place, and fourth place, and it's actually exponential. So getting to the top of the search results is extremely important. And in general, the biggest con with Jungle Scouts is I think the tools just aren't as accurate in their data, and there's just not as many ways to filter the data as there is with Helium 10. And before I announce the winner of which tool is best, Helium 10 or Jungle Scout, let me show you behind the scenes what it looks like if you decide to pay for these tools. And let me show you all the different tools that come with both Helium 10 and Jungle Scout over here. We're gonna go one by one. I'm gonna explain what these tools do. And as you can already see, Helium 10 has more tools than Jungle Scout does. And with Helium 10, the tools are organized in a few different categories. Product research, these tools will all help you to find a product to sell on Amazon. Keyword research, these tools will all help you to figure out what keywords you should put in your title and in your bullet point. But here's a secret, Cerebro and Magnet tool are actually how I do product research now. These are the most powerful product research tools and most people aren't even using them. There's also tools that'll help you market your product like Atomic and Amazon Attribution, as well as tools that'll help you optimize your listing. There's also analytics tools, things like a keyword tracker, and operation tools, things that'll help you avoid hijackers, and Refund Genie, plus the follow-up tool. With Jungle Scout, things are organized by toolbox, product research, suppliers. This will help you to find suppliers for your product, keywords, marketing, sales analytics, and advertising. So let's look at some of these different tools, and I'll share with you what some of my favorite tools are with both Helium 10 and Jungle Scout. But the first one we'll talk about is Blackbox. And Blackbox is a product research tool. This is gonna help you to find products to sell on Amazon. And the way that this works is you can put in criteria of the kind of product that you're looking for, and this tool will tell you exactly what products you should sell. For instance, let's say that you wanna make at least $10,000 per month. You'd put $10,000 minimum per month that these products are making. And let's say you want to find products that aren't that competitive. So you want to say that they have under 400 reviews. And you can even pick which category you want to sell in. Let's say you want to sell in baby, for instance, which is a pretty hot category to sell in. You click search, and this tool will give you hundreds of different products that meet your criteria. And you can go through and you can figure out what kind of products you want to sell. There's also the Trendster tool, which will tell you what are the hot trends for selling on Amazon. Another tool that I like to use is the Cerebro tool. And this is one of the most powerful tools that most people aren't using. What you can do is you can go to Amazon, find a product that you are curious about. For instance, let's look at cocktail cards here. And for those that don't know, cocktail cards is one of the products that I sell. I actually partnered with AJ on this product, and AJ was a bartender. He ended up losing his job during the pandemic. He joined my Amazon FBA course, and I saw that he had a passion for cocktails, and I actually found this product using the next tool I'm going to be talking about, which is the magnet tool. But in his first year, he did over $500,000 in sales on Amazon. And so the way the Cerebro tool works is if you go to any product on Amazon and you look for the ASIN number, and you can see the ASIN number down here. This is the Amazon Standard Identification Number. You take that and you can paste it into this Cerebro tool. And what this tool will do is it'll tell you the exact keywords that people are searching for in order to find and buy this product. And you can see right here, people are searching for recipe card deck, recipe cards, and other keywords like that. This is a really powerful way for you to find products to sell on Amazon. Another tool that I recommend from Helium 10 is the magnet tool. And this is how I found cocktail cards in the first place. With this tool, you can put in any keyword and it will tell you exactly how many searches per month that keyword is getting. So for instance, I see that cocktail cards is being searched over 1,000 times per month. And when you do that, it'll also tell you other ideas of keywords. For instance, you can see that over 200 people a month are searching for easy cocktail recipe book, and there's other things like that. You can actually put this in order of search volume, and we can see things like over 26,000 people per month are searching for card shuffler. There's some other tools here that are also powerful, like the Misspellinator, and that's a tool that's gonna help you to find common misspellings and put them in your back-end keywords, which is gonna make it so you make more sales for your product. There's Atomic, which I mentioned earlier, Amazon Attribution, which is gonna help you figure out how your off-Amazon advertising is leading to sales. There's also Portals, which will help you build landing pages that'll allow you to collect emails and do things like that. The next tools we're going to talk about are the listing optimization tools. There's Frankenstein, which is going to help you to process your keywords, Scribbles, which is going to help you to optimize your listing in general, and Index Checker, showing you how you index for different keywords. So basically seeing what rank are you and are you actually showing up on Amazon search for your different keywords. A listing analyzer, and what you can do with this is you can put your product into the listing analyzer and it'll tell you how good your listing is. You can also put in competitors and see how good they're doing. So if we run the analysis here, you can see it tells the sales for the last 7 days. In addition to that, it gives some historic data as well as giving the listing quality score, and we're only getting a 7.5. So I see that there's room for improvement. So this is a very powerful tool. They even recently added an AI-powered listing optimizer. This is something I've not used yet, but it's pretty interesting. Some other tools in the analytics section is the keyword tracker, which you can put in what keywords you want to rank for, and it'll track week by week, day by day, and tell you where you're ranking for that. There's the market tracker, which will show you how you compare to your competitors. Market Tracker 360, which will actually give you some more new and improved competitor intelligence. And there's a tool that'll help you to calculate your profits. There's also all these operation tools. There's Refund Genie, which I talked about earlier. This is going to help you to get all that money that Amazon owes you. There's the follow-up tool, and this is an automated email tool. So when someone buys a product from you, you can automatically follow up with them and say, hey, make sure to leave us a review. There's also some more advanced tools like the inventory management tool and the alerts tool, which will keep hijackers off of your listing. And you can see overall, there is a ton of very powerful tools here. But let's jump over to Jungle Scout and quickly look over all their tools. There's the sales estimator tool, and this is the same as the free tool. The difference is if you pay, you can use this multiple times a day. With the free tool, it actually caps you. You can only use it so many times before it tells you, hey, nah, you're done. There's also a listing grader, which is very similar to the listing grader from Helium 10, except for, as you can see, this isn't nearly as powerful as the Helium 10 one. It doesn't give you as much insights as Helium 10 does. There's also a bunch of different product research tools. There's the product database, product tracker, opportunity finder, and all these tools are gonna help you define products, category trends. Now, the most powerful tool with Jungle Scout, and the one reason why I would consider Jungle Scout over Helium 10, is the supplier database tool. And I know some people that sign up for Helium 10 and use all the product research tools, all the different tools over there, but then they come and they also sign up for Jungle Scout just because this supplier database tool is so powerful. And I know I already explained this earlier, but again, you can put in your competitor and it'll tell you who the manufacturer is for that competitor. There's also keywords tool, and all these tools are gonna help you to find the keywords that you wanna use for your listing. And let's take a look at Keyword Scout. When I click on this and I put in a keyword that I wanna get more information about, let's say cocktail cards, and click search, you can see that there's not as many filter possibilities with Jungle Scout as there is with Helium 10. If you count it, there's about 11 different filters here, and there's 14 different filters over here. In addition to that, with Helium 10, there's over 1,400 keyword ideas that it gives you. With Jungle Scout, it only gives you 49 keywords. And if we look in the columns, there's just not as many columns that you can filter with as there is with Helium 10. There's just way more information with Helium 10. With Jungle Scout, there's also some different marketing tools like promotions and review automation, which is similar to what you get with Helium 10. There's also some sales analytic data like profit overview, P&L statements, and there's some advertising functionality, but it's just ad analytics. They don't have the equivalent of Atomic, which will automate your Amazon PPC. So now it's time to announce the winner of Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout. And if you're deciding between these tools, keep in mind that they both actually have a 7-day money-back guarantee period. So you can try one tool out, see if it works for you, and if it doesn't, you can try the other tool out, and you can always go back to whichever one you think is best. And keep in mind that you don't actually need to pay for either one of these tools. I was able to find my first Amazon FBA passion product that made over $1 million without using either one of these tools. But if I had to go back and do it again, I would 100% pick one of these tools, pay for it, because the thing about these and any tools is it's gonna make your life easier. The example I give is that you don't need a hammer if you're building a doghouse. You could always just use a rock and hammer in those nails. But if you're trying to build a mansion, it might be worth investing in a tool. It's gonna make the entire process easier. So many beginners make the mistake of thinking that early on in their business that spending money means that they're losing money. But what I actually see is the opposite. Most of the people that aren't willing to spend money on their business in the early days end up making mistakes that end up losing them thousands of dollars later down the line in their business. Drum roll, please. Let's announce the winner of Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout. And in my opinion, I'd recommend that you sign up for Helium 10 because it has way more tools than Jungle Scout, and the tools are better. The data is more accurate. There's more way that you can filter the results. And overall, Helium 10 is a better tool for beginners. That being said, there is nothing wrong with Jungle Scout. Jungle Scout is still a great tool. Now you know which program to use, and I've given you the hookup. I have the best possible rate. Again, there's a link in the description for those discounts. And in this next section, I'm gonna talk about how much you should expect to pay once you've found a product and you're selling on Amazon's marketplace. Because Amazon lets you sell to their 310 million customers, but they do charge you for the privilege. So I'm gonna tell you all the different Amazon fees and how you can get lower fees in this next section. There's 3 big fees when selling on Amazon FBA. The first is the Amazon referral fee, and this is a flat percentage just to sell on the Amazon platform. And this fee will depend on the price of your product. For example, if your product costs $27.99, you would pay a referral fee of $4.20 for every unit you sell. The second is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, and this is the fee that you have to pay every time Amazon picks, packs, and ships your product from its warehouse to your customer's door. And this fee depends on the size and the weight of your product. And this fee is typically gonna cost you around $2.16 per unit, all the way up to $5.68 per unit. And I'll show you in depth later in this video exactly how you can calculate how much you will be paying for this fee, as well as some secrets on how you can save a lot of money on this fee. The third is the Amazon storage fee, and this is the fee that you have to pay to store your inventory in Amazon's warehouse. There's also 4 other smaller Amazon FBA fees that no one talks about, and I'm gonna show you how to save money on all these different Amazon FBA fees with a few hacks that I've learned, as well as show you in depth how much each of these different Amazon FBA fees are going to cost you so that you're prepared to sell on Amazon. And what I usually tell people is assume that you're gonna spend 33% of your margin on your product costs, 33% on Amazon FBA fees, and the other 33% is your profit. For example, in the last 3.5 years of selling this product on Amazon, I've done $1.2 million in sales. And the first fee that I had to pay so that I could list my product on Amazon and make all these sales was $172,000 in Amazon referral fees. I also had to pay over $150,000 in Amazon FBA pick and pack fees. I also spent another $23,000 in other Amazon fees, including storage fees and some other things we'll go into later in this video. I also spent $319,000 on actually purchasing my product that I was selling on Amazon, and another $30,000 on just other random business expenses. And in total, selling this one product on Amazon, I did over $380,000 in profit over these last few years. Now let's break down all these different fees and show you exactly how much it's going to cost you to sell on Amazon, as well as I'm going to show you a bunch of hacks on how you can save money on all these different fees. The first small fee you're going to have to pay if you want to sell on Amazon is the Amazon account fee. And there's 2 different options. There's the individual selling plan and the professional selling plan. Now the benefit of the individual selling plan is that it's free, but every time you do sell an item on Amazon, you have to pay a fee of 99 cents. On the other hand, the professional selling plan costs $39.99 a month, and you can sell unlimited products for free. There are also a lot of benefits to having a professional selling plan. You get access to promotions, reports, and just a ton of other benefits. But I'd recommend starting with the individual selling plan if you're planning on selling less than 40 items a month, but once you plan to get serious about your Amazon business, it's worth it to upgrade to the Amazon professional plan. The next fee is the Amazon referral fee, and it's a flat 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform. But there is a trick that you can use to get that percentage down to 5%, and I'm going to show you that hack in just a minute. And whether you're using the Amazon FBA program or you're using FBM, which is fulfilled by merchant, which means that you're actually packaging up the items yourself and shipping them out to your customer, either way, you're going to have to pay this 15% fee, because this is the fee that allows you to list your product on Amazon, and it allows you to get access to Amazon's 140 plus million Prime customers. Now, a lot of people get upset about this 15% fee and think that it's too high and that Amazon is taking too much of their earnings. But I actually think that paying Amazon this fee is 100% worth it, because they've spent billions of dollars marketing the website of Amazon. They spent billions of dollars getting customers to their website and getting people to actually trust their website. And by paying that relatively small fee of 15%, it gives you access to millions upon millions of Amazon customers. Now compare that with if you were to start your own website, you'd have to spend a lot of money in marketing just to get people to your website. You'd also have to spend a lot of time and energy trying to convince people once they're on your website to trust your website and to actually put their credit card information into your website. Amazon already has built-in customers and built-in trust. So in my opinion, they've earned that 15% referral fee. But here's a hack that you can use to get that referral fee down to 5%. And that's by using the brand referral bonus program. By signing up for this program, you can create a special link that anytime you send a customer to your Amazon store, Amazon will register it and realize that you actually sent the traffic there, and they'll lower that percentage from 15% down to 5%, which again, it's 100% worth it just to pay this small 5% fee, because the chance that someone's actually gonna buy your product if it's on Amazon is a lot higher than if you were to send those same customers to your own website. I have a lot more secrets I'm going to share with you throughout this video on how to save money on your Amazon FBA fees. But the next fee I want to talk about is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. Now, before I get into that, I want to make it clear what Amazon FBA means. FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. And it means that you're going to send your inventory into the Amazon warehouse, and that anytime you get a sale, Amazon is going to fulfill your order. The other option that you can use when selling on Amazon is to be seller fulfilled, which basically means that anytime you get an order, that you have to fulfill the product yourself. This is called FBM, or Fulfilled by Merchant. Now, I don't recommend selling on Amazon using the FBM method, because it means that every time you get an order, you have to pack all those orders up, you have to go to the post office, ship out all those orders. On top of that, by using the FBA program, it allows your product to be Prime eligible. meaning that people can buy it on Amazon and receive it within 2 days. On top of that, Amazon also ranks products higher up in the search results if they are FBA, if they're Prime eligible. And I tested this out. I was selling some products that were fulfilled by me, and then we switched them over into FBA, and the sales increased by 4 to 5x. The other benefit of using the FBA program is you can travel and live wherever you want because Amazon's handling fulfilling all your orders. The next fee we're going to talk about is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And again, this is the fee for Amazon basically to pack up your item in the warehouse and ship it out to the customer. It includes the postage and all the handling, all the different salaries of the Amazon employees, all that kind of stuff. And this fee is going to depend on the size and weight of your product. And generally speaking, there's two different sizes. There's small standard and there's large standard. To be considered small standard, on the longest side, your package can't be longer than 15 inches. On the medium side, it can't be longer than 12 inches. And on the smallest side, it can't be longer than 0.75 inches. It also has to weigh under 1 pound. On the other hand, for large standard, on the longest side, it can't be over 18 inches. On the median side, it can't be longer than 14 inches. And on the shortest side, it can't be longer than 8 inches. And it also has to weigh under 20 pounds. Then depending on how much your product weighs, you can calculate your fees. For instance, for small standard, there'd be one fee if your product's under 6 ounces, a different fee if your product's 6 ounces to 12 ounces, and another fee if it's 12 ounces to 16 ounces. The same thing applies if your product's considered large standard. There'd be different charges depending on how much your product weighs. Now I will show you a really simple way to calculate how much you're going to be paying in your Amazon FBA fees in just a minute. But another thing to keep in mind is that this pricing tier applies to most products, but you'll have a different pricing tier if you're in the category of apparel. It costs around 30 to 40 cents more per item that Amazon ships for you if you're in the apparel category. Same thing if you're selling dangerous goods, there is a different fee for that as well. Now for 98% of people, they'll either be in the small standard or the large standard tier, but there is also an oversized tier. Now an example of how much you would pay for your Amazon pick and pack fee is my product right here. I have to pay a fee of $4.25 every time I get a sale so that Amazon can pick, pack, and ship out my product to the customer. And that's because it's considered large standard and it weighs somewhere between 12 to 16 ounces. On the other hand, this product, Cocktail Cards, actually weighs over 1 pound. It weighs between 1 to 2 pounds and it's still considered large standard. And we have to pay a fee of $4.95 for the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. Now, a really simple way to figure out how much your Amazon FBA fees will be is to use this free Amazon FBA calculator. I'll put a link down below to it. And what you're going to do is find a product that's a similar size and dimension to your product, put in your item price, and click calculate. And this will tell you how much your Amazon referral fee will be, as well as how much your Amazon FBA pick and pack fee will be. It will even tell you how much your monthly storage cost per unit will be, which is the next major fee that we're going to talk about, and that is the Amazon storage fee. And this is something that a lot of people forget about, but it's very important because Amazon actually charges you every month that you have inventory in their warehouse. And from January to September of every year, they charge 70 cents per cubic foot worth of inventory that you have at the Amazon warehouse. And from October to December, they actually charge you $2.40 for every cubic foot worth of inventory that you have stored at their warehouse. Now, the reason that they do this is from October to December, you're going to be making a lot of money in Q4 sales. People are buying things for the holidays, and generally speaking, people see a huge increase in sales during this month. And so what happens is a lot of people want to send in a lot of products into Amazon's warehouse, and to discourage people from sending in too much, they raise the fee that they charge during this time. And the way to calculate how much your Amazon FBA storage fees are going to be is to take the product that you're going to sell on Amazon, measure the height, the width, and the depth of your product. For example, let's say we were selling a product that is 3 inches by 4 inches by 5 inches. That product would be 60 cubic inches. Now, Amazon, as we mentioned, charges 75 cents for every cubic foot. Now, a cubic foot is 12 inches by 12 inches by 12 inches, or 1,728 cubic inches. So we'd simply divide the cubic inches of our product, which is 60 cubic inches, divided by the cubic inches of 1 foot, which is 1,728, and multiply that by the 75 cents per cubic foot that Amazon charges. And you can see that Amazon will charge us around 2.6 cents per unit per month that we have this stored. So if we knew that we were going to store this product in Amazon for 4 months, that'd be 2.6 cents per month. It's going to cost us around 10 cents in storage fees just to store this one product in Amazon's warehouse. And of course, remember that it would cost a little bit more if the product was stored during the months of October through December. Now, here's a way to save a lot of money, and that's to avoid the long-term storage fee. And if you keep inventory in their warehouse for longer than 365 days, they're going to charge you $6.90 per cubic foot, or 15 cents per item, whichever number is greater. Now keep in mind, the long-term storage fee only applies if you send a lot of inventory into the warehouse and your products just aren't selling. If, for instance, you were to send in 100 units into the Amazon warehouse and you sold 50 of them in 1 month, so you sent in another 100 and you sold another 50 the next month, the clock has reset because your original inventory is gone and you're into the new inventory. But on the other hand, let's say you sent in 100 units into the warehouse and you were only selling about 10 a month. Then after 12 months, you'd still have 20 units in there, and they'll start tacking on those long-term storage fees. And one hack that you can use to avoid long-term storage fees is watch your inventory. And if you see it's not selling and you see it's getting close to that 1-year mark, ask Amazon to send you back your inventory, even if that means that you're just gonna package it up again and send it right back into the Amazon warehouse. But ideally, the best way to avoid long-term storage fees is to figure out exactly how much inventory you should send into Amazon. And now I'm gonna get into the 4 Amazon FBA fees that no one talks about that you need to be aware of. The first fee that no one talks about, and that is the return fee. We've already talked about every time Amazon ships a product to your customer, they're gonna charge you the pick and pack fee. But if your customer decides within 30 days that they want to return the product, you have to pay another fee. And this fee, again, depends on the size and the weight of the product that you're selling, but this fee basically covers the cost of the return shipping and the processing in the Amazon warehouse. And if your product is in good condition, you can actually tell Amazon just to put it back into your inventory, meaning that as soon as you get another order, that same product will be shipped out to a new customer. Or you can ask Amazon to dispose of the product, and that's gonna cost around 50 cents per unit, which is another fee that a lot of people don't consider. But both these fees are relatively small, and it's relatively uncommon, depending on what kind of product that you're selling, that you'll have to deal with these fees, but it is something to keep in mind. Another optional fee and a way to save a lot of money is by avoiding the prepping fee. When you send products into the Amazon warehouse, every product that you send needs to have an FNSKU barcode sticker on it. Now, usually you can have your manufacturer put these stickers on the product for really inexpensive, or you can even have your manufacturer print the barcode on the actual box of your product. But if you don't do either one of those and you still want to send in products into Amazon, what you need to do is either put on every single sticker on every single unit that you're sending in yourself, or you can pay Amazon 30 cents per unit to put the FNSKU sticker on the product. Now, I don't recommend doing this. Just pay your manufacturer to do it, or usually what I recommend is just print the actual barcode right on your product. There's also other preparation that Amazon can do for you, like putting your products in plastic bags, but I don't recommend having Amazon do either one of those. They're gonna charge you between 50 cents to $2 to do things like this. Just read the requirements for your product and just make sure that it's prepped correctly. Now, before I share with you some secrets that I've learned on how to save money on all these different Amazon FBA fees from my years of experience, one other thing I do want to point out is there's always just a lot of other fees associated with selling on Amazon, associated with starting any kind of business. And these are things that you want to keep in mind. For instance, you might have to pay for a DBA or an LLC to actually start your business. You might have to pay for a trademark or samples of the product that you're going to sell. There's always little random fees that people generally don't consider. But let's talk about how to save money. And I've already mentioned a few. You want to avoid long-term storage fees. You want to use the brand referral bonus program to send traffic to your listings so you can lower the referral fee from 15% down to 5% on all that traffic and all those sales that you generate on your own. You also want to make sure you start with the individual selling account and only upgrade your account once you're ready to actually send inventory into Amazon and start selling. A lot of people make the mistake of spending that $39.99 a month every single month, and they're not even selling a product on Amazon. They've just thought about starting to sell on Amazon, but they're not even ready to send in their inventory yet. You want to wait to upgrade until you're ready to actually start selling. Another thing that you'll want to do is make your product packaging smaller. For instance, I recently started selling jars of my product on Amazon. Now, most people would probably sell a 16-ounce jar on Amazon of the product, but I realized that I'd have to pay a lot more in fees. So instead we made a smaller jar and made it under 10 ounces so we could save money on the Amazon FBA pick and pack fees. Another hack is if you're selling a low priced, lightweight product, you can use the Amazon FBA Small and Light program to save a lot of money. And if your product qualifies, you would pay reduced fees. For example, you might pay $2.16 per unit once your product is approved for the small and light program instead of $2.70 per unit. That is a savings of 64 cents per unit. And Troy did this with his product and was able to save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. There's also a lot of other ways to save money on Amazon FBA fees, like removing undeliverable products from the Amazon warehouse. You'll also want to make sure that Amazon has the correct size of your product. Sometimes what they do is they put your product in a higher tier than it's supposed to be. You want to catch this as soon as possible and contact them and let them know that they made a mistake, and sometimes they'll even reimburse you for the charges that they've been charging to you. And if you like this section where I'm answering some of the FAQ questions, you may really want to join my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula, because we've collected over 200 of the most frequently asked questions, and we have them listed out there, as well as I mentioned, every single week there's a Q&A call, so anytime you have a question, you can go on and get it answered. But the FAQ section we recently revamped is worth, I think, over $1,000 because all the value that's in there. Again, link to that down below. But now that you know about the fees associated with selling on Amazon, let's talk about exactly how much it's going to cost you to start your Amazon business. It costs at least $3,500 to start selling on Amazon if you're going to be doing private label. About $2,700 to start selling on Amazon if you're going to be doing wholesale. Around $200 to start selling on Amazon if you want to use the retail arbitrage model, and it'll cost you $0 if you're willing to put in some hard work and create your own product. The first thing I'm going to do is break down all the costs to start selling on Amazon with all the different business models, because each model has a different cost associated with starting. Then I'm going to give you a real world example. I'm actually going to show you exactly how much it cost me to start selling on Amazon. People that are interested in this topic are either going to start with wholesale or private labeling. And let's break down the costs to start with both of these. And then later I'll talk about my favorite way to sell on Amazon, which is creating your own product. When selling on Amazon, no matter which method you pick, the first fee you're gonna have to pay is a flat $39.99 a month to sell on Amazon. Now, this is only if you want the professional selling plan. And chances are, especially if you're doing private labeling or wholesale, you're gonna want the professional selling plan because that allows you to send your products into the Amazon warehouse. And then when you get an order, Amazon will pick your product out from their warehouse and ship it out to the customer. This is what Amazon FBA is. Amazon FBA means fulfilled by Amazon. One of the big benefits of this is if you do this, your products will be Prime eligible, which means that customers can buy it and get their product within 2 days. And most people on the Amazon platform want to buy Prime products, and your sales are going to increase a lot if you actually have your product as Prime eligible in FBA. So this $40 fee is totally worth it. So after you do your product research, and again, you don't have to pay for the tools, there's free ways to do this as well, I'll explain later. You're gonna have to design your product. Now, if you're doing private labeling, you're going to have to design a logo and the actual label for your packaging. Because again, remember, private labeling is taking an existing product and basically slapping your own brand on it, slapping your own logo on it. And I highly recommend hiring a legitimate designer to do this. And that's gonna cost you about $150. It really depends. You can cheap out if you want. You can go to Fiverr and get it done for really inexpensive, and maybe you'll get lucky and maybe you'll find someone good. I've not had very good experiences with Fiverr. I think some things are worth maybe spending less money on, like really trying to hunt for a good deal, but your design is really important. It's like, it represents your brand, and you wanna make sure that this is really good. The next thing you're gonna do is you need to go find a manufacturer in either China or a US manufacturer or wherever you wanna find your manufacturer, and you're gonna talk with them back and forth, and they're gonna help you come up with a product. Now, one of the things I recommend doing is getting samples sent over. And a sample, to get it sent over, a lot of times they'll give you the sample for free, but you have to pay for the shipping, and it'll roughly cost about $50 for shipping. And I recommend getting the first sample, and you might want to look at it and make any like changes or improvements, and maybe get a second sample just to make sure everything's okay. So this is gonna cost you about $100 to get samples of your product. Once you've checked your samples and everything's good, it's time to actually buy your inventory. And this is, in my opinion, the scariest part, and it's also the most expensive part. It's gonna cost you about $2,400 to buy that inventory, depending. Now there's so many different variables. I'm saying at about $6 a unit, to buy 400 units, and I'd recommend buying at least at least 3 to 6 months worth of inventory, probably, in my opinion, closer to that 6-month mark. And the reason for this is you do not want to run out of inventory on Amazon. What I mean by this is once you start selling on Amazon, if all of a sudden your sales happen too quickly and you run out of inventory in the Amazon warehouse, Amazon will ding you. They might even blacklist your product listing, and it's gonna be a lot harder to regain that sales velocity. So for me personally, I'd order closer to that 6-month mark. And the reason for this is your manufacturer will probably have some kind of a lead time. And if you only order 3 months, by the time you realize that you're selling really quickly, it might be too late to order inventory and you might run out of inventory. Now, the other part of this equation is how much is each unit of your product gonna cost? So we said probably around 400 units, and that's just a ballpark. It depends on how fast you expect that your product's gonna sell and all that kind of stuff. But then the other thing is, I would say it's probably on average gonna cost about $6 per unit. Now this could depend. You might be able to find a product that's cheaper per unit. A lot of products are gonna be more expensive per unit. But for one of the companies I launched recently, it was about $6. And one other thing to keep in mind is if you're importing products from China, there's going to be an import duty. And I don't remember exactly the percentage on this. I think at the time I did it, it was 10%, but it might have jumped up to 20%. And I think it depends on what kind of a product you're importing and all that kind of stuff. But just keep in mind, I think expecting to pay at least $6 per unit is probably realistic. Now, the more units you buy, the cheaper that's going to be. If you end up buying 1,000 units, it might be $5.50 a unit. If you buy 2,000 units, it might be $5 a unit. You'll have to talk to your manufacturer and figure out exactly how much it's gonna cost you per unit. The next fee is you're gonna need to pay for photos of your product. This is what determines whether or not someone buys your product, whether or not someone clicks on your listing. And I'd say the title and the reviews are also very important, but the main image is probably one of the most important things, and I don't recommend cheaping out on this. And I'd say at a minimum, it's gonna cost you about $50 to get a computer rendering, and a computer rendering is honestly probably better than a real photo. You can pay someone to get a photo and it'll range, it'll be maybe $50, I think is about fair as well to get a real photo. But the cool thing about a computer rendering is you can get angles and you can do things that you can't do with a photo, and a computer rendering looks a little bit more perfect. Now $50 is pretty conservative because not only is there the main image, but there's all the other images as well. Now for the sake of this video, I'm gonna say that you can do these yourself. These aren't quite as important. All the products I've done, the main image, I have a computer rendered like I spend a decent amount of money on it, like $50 to $100, but then all the other images, I just do myself personally. It's probably a mistake. It's probably worth spending money to hire someone to do it, but you don't need to. Another fee, if you're gonna be selling on Amazon, is you wanna create a DBA. A DBA means doing business as. Now, another option, if you're gonna be starting a company, is you could do an LLC, but an LLC is a lot more expensive. A DBA is gonna cost you about $150 or so. You can do that on LegalZoom. Or you could do an LLC, which is gonna cost you about $350 to set up on LegalZoom. Plus in California, it's $800 every year just to have an LLC. And you don't need an LLC unless you're nervous about people suing you. An LLC is a limited liability company. It basically protects you. So if anyone sues you and wins a court case, they can only take money from the company. They can't come after your assets. Where a DBA, if someone technically sues your company as a DBA, they can come after your assets. But if you're selling a product that people aren't gonna sue you over, I would not waste the money on an LLC. Now, my main company is a food product, so I have it as an LLC. But for most companies, people aren't gonna really be able to sue you, and a lot of people don't even have enough assets that it makes worth paying that extra fee. So for the average person, I would say just do a DBA. Okay, we're almost done with all the mandatory fees, and then I'm gonna give you my real world example, like actually how much it costs for me to start an Amazon FBA company recently in just a minute. But there's 2 more mandatory fees that we need to talk about. The first one is UPC codes. So UPC codes are those little barcodes you see on products. And if you're gonna be selling a product on Amazon, Amazon now requires it. Now, I have seen people that get away with buying these UPC codes from eBay for like 10 bucks. And I don't know if I necessarily recommend that. Basically, the way it works is you can buy it from resellers. And it's kind of a gray area. I've had some friends that have done this and they've gotten away with it. For the purpose of this video, I don't want to get you in trouble. I'm not going to recommend that. I recommend going to GS1, I think it's gs1.org. I'll put the real link down below, and buying legitimate barcodes. And you can buy 10 of these UPC codes for $250. And I know it's a lot of money, but that's one of those costs that kind of sucks that you probably need to do. If you want to take a chance and go with one of the eBay barcodes, feel free to try it out and let me know in the comments down below how that works out for you. But let's say $250 for UPC barcodes. And then the last mandatory fee, and I'm gonna be honest with you, is just other costs. There's gonna be other costs associated with selling on Amazon, things that you can't possibly think of. And I recommend having at least $100 for that, for all the just in case things. This is gonna be costs like sticker paper, ink for your printer, maybe gas to go drop your products off at UPS or whatever. There's just all these little things that do end up adding up that you don't think about. So let's say $100 in other mandatory fees. Now another optional fee is getting a trademark for your logo. And this is gonna cost you about $225. Now the benefit of this is it gets you access to brand registry. And brand registry on Amazon does a few different things. One, it protects you. Basically, it protects you so that if other sellers want to try to change your listing, they can't. If other sellers want to sell your product, it makes it very difficult for them, not impossible, but very difficult. And one of, I think, the best parts about this is it gives you access to enhanced brand content, which means that in your description, you can add images, you can change the text, make it bold. It makes your product listing look a lot better. It also allows you to upload videos to your product listing page. So I think it's worth the $225 to get a trademark, but it's definitely not mandatory. Another thing I've seen in other videos when talking about the cost is hiring a trademark lawyer. Don't waste your money. That's gonna cost you about $1,000. You don't need to do that. You can go to uspto.gov, I think it is. I'll put the link down below and just fill out the form. Now, one important part about this is when doing a trademark, do it as a design mark. Do not do it as a word mark, in my opinion. And the reason for this is it's very easy to get your logo as a design mark. It's very hard to get the name of your company as a word mark. An example of this would be for my company, Performance Nut Butter. I was able to trademark the logo because the logo is relatively unique. The name is not that unique. It's basically an adjective with the name of the product. Same thing with the company I'll give as an example in just a minute, Vino Cards. We were able to trademark the logo because it's relatively unique, but the name Vino Cards is basically just wine in Italian, and the trademark office wouldn't trademark something that generic. So if you are doing this to get brand registry, then I highly recommend going with a design mark. The chances of actually getting approved are a lot higher than it is with a word mark. I've talked to trademark lawyers and they say that if someone does use your trademark, even if you have a trademark and you want to go after them and sue them, it's going to cost tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And on the flip side, if someone wants to try to come after you and you want to try to fight them, and maybe someone says that you're infringing on their trademark and you want to try to fight them, that's also going to cost you like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So generally speaking, the trademarks are really meant more for like Coca-Cola and big companies like that to be able to defend their intellectual property. For the purpose of this, it's just to get you access to enhanced brand content. So at a minimum, it's gonna cost you about $3,500 in my opinion to start selling on Amazon. And this is pretty much assuming that everything goes perfect, which it almost never does. And it's also assuming that you find a product that you can put on Amazon and it'll start selling without any kind of marketing, which in my opinion is somewhat unrealistic. I would recommend having at least $1,000 for Amazon PPC. Now this is assuming you're doing a private label style model or a wholesale model. I'd say $1,000 for Amazon PPC, and Amazon PPC, it means pay per click. It's a way for you to advertise on the Amazon platform. And what this does is it allows you to rank first or come up on other people's product pages. And it's a really good form of advertising. So again, using the example I gave earlier, if you wanted to rank first for the term healthy snack, you can pay Amazon a set amount of money, let's say $1 every time someone clicks on your ad. Amazon then says, awesome, you pay us $1, we'll put you at the top of the search results. Every time someone clicks on your ad, give us that $1. And the way this works is you say, let's say hypothetically, that you know 1 out of every 5 times someone clicks on your ad, you get a sale. And so it'll cost you $5 to get a sale. And let's just make up some numbers here. If you were making $10 per sale and it cost you $5 to do the advertising for the PPC, it's a $5 profit. You would do that all day long. It's totally worth the money. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's really hard to rank a product #1 on Amazon, at least with the private labeling model, if you're not spending money on Amazon PPC. Another thing you can do is product giveaways. A lot of people will give away products for free in exchange for reviews, and then that'll help get them ranked #1 on the Amazon search results. Now, it's kind of tricky on how you can do this. There's different things you can do. One thing you can do is you can give people a coupon code. So when they buy your product, they use this coupon code, they get it either at a huge discount or they get it for free basically, more or less. And then you ask them to leave a review for you. And then Amazon sees that your product's getting a lot of reviews, it's getting a lot of sales, and it's more likely to rank you high in the search results. Another thing to do that I've heard of a lot of people doing is they'll go to distant friends and maybe very distant family and they'll say, hey, I'll PayPal you or I'll Venmo you $30, the cost of my product. In exchange, will you go to my listing, buy a product, and leave a review? Now, this is technically against the rules on Amazon, but it'd be very hard for Amazon to catch you. So that's another factor that you're gonna wanna keep in mind, because even if you spend all this money, all this mandatory fees to launch your product, unless you have a really good product launch strategy, it's gonna be hard to start getting sales for your product, and you're probably gonna have to spend money either on Amazon PPC or on giving away products. So in all honesty, I think it takes about $5,000 for you to start selling on Amazon. If someone came up to me and they said, they had anything less than $5,000 that they were willing to lose on Amazon FBA, I would say do not start. Now keep in mind, even if you spend all this money, there is a chance that you're still gonna have a failing product. Maybe you made a mistake early on. If you are doing a wholesale model, obviously it's gonna be a little bit cheaper because you don't have to pay for designs, you don't have to pay for UPC codes. You basically just have to pay for the inventory, a DBA, shipping the product from the manufacturer to the Amazon warehouse, and of course the monthly Amazon professional selling plan. Now, before I talk about like my real world example, I do want to point out that I think that private labeling and wholesale is dead, or at least dying. Now, can you still make money from both these models? Yes, but I don't think it's the best way to make money on Amazon. And that's because of these 4 reasons. The first one is manufacturers are starting to go direct to Amazon. So a lot of private label products, people manufacture them in China and then ship them over from China to the US. China is now going directly to Amazon, cutting out you, the private labeler, the middleman. And so I don't think private labeling is a sustainable model. Same thing's happening with a lot of wholesale. A lot of wholesalers in the past would sell to wholesalers, wholesalers would then sell it on Amazon. Well, now these manufacturers, these wholesalers know how great of an opportunity Amazon is, and again, they're cutting out the wholesaler. The next reason I think these models are dead is because it's getting oversaturated. There's 5 million sellers on Amazon. 4,000 new sellers are joining Amazon every day, and the vast majority of them that I'm talking to are focused on private labeling or wholesaling. And there's only so many products out there that can be private labeled, only so many products that can be wholesaled. And basically, I see a lot of people competing on the same products. And what happens is people are having to lower their price, and then the competitors lower their price. And it's just this war, and it ends up being a race to the bottom, like a race to who can survive on the least amount of profit. And with private labeling, if you do find a winning product, there's Amazon Basics. So Amazon will basically copy your product, make their own Amazon Basics version of it, and that product will rank first on the search results. And in my opinion, good luck competing with Amazon. And that's the private label model. And then the last thing is, the only people I do see doing this really successful are people that have been in the private labeling or the wholesale world for years and years. And there's just these giants in the space, and it's very hard to compete against them because they have more money to spend on these different products. They don't care if there's small margins, and they have better connections to the manufacturers, either maybe in China or the wholesale companies. And so what do I think you should do instead? I think this is the biggest opportunity right now on Amazon, is creating your own product. And this is what I do. And I'll break down exactly how much it costs her to start selling on Amazon in just a minute. But one of the big advantages of creating your own product is you can do a Kickstarter. And this is what I did. I raised about $15,000 on Kickstarter. This is also what my friend did. She raised about $5,000 on Kickstarter. And that can help pay for your initial production run, all your initial startup costs. The other benefit of creating your own product is you don't have any competition because you create something that does not yet exist. Ideally, you'd create something that you wish exists in the world, something that you're really passionate about. So her example is she wanted to learn more about wine. So she created a set of wine flashcards, and nothing like that existed. And this isn't a revolutionary new product, but there's no competition because she's the first one to do something like this. And it also makes her product unique, which means that customers are more likely to buy it. And here's the big thing. Amazon is a $1 trillion company. Amazon has 33 million customers on its platform. Amazon FBA is not dead, but I believe that the way that you sell on Amazon is evolving. And I think this is going to be the big trend. The more unique and more interesting you can make a product, the easier it's going to be. And obviously, the more interested you are in your product, the more you believe in your product, the more passionate you are, the easier it's going to be. So let's quickly break down exactly how much it cost her to start selling on Amazon. So first, she had to pay the $39.99 a month Amazon FBA fee for the professional selling plan so she can be Prime eligible. Then there's the $152 DBA fee, which if anyone that starts a business, I'd recommend doing this. After that, her product is very design heavy. I mean, the entire product is basically paper and design. So we ended up spending $2,000 on the design for this product. We hired a professional designer to do this. Now, you don't have to do this. If we would have shopped around, we probably could have been able to get the design for $1,000, which would have been a lot cheaper. She also hired a sommelier, like a professional wine sommelier, to go over the cards and review them. That was about $150. Now, one thing we didn't do that we should have done is actually get samples sent over from China so we could review them. That would have probably been, like I said, about $100, maybe $50 for the first sample and $50 for the second one. And this was one of the big mistakes we made, is not getting those samples done. The cards ended up having some like very minor spelling mistakes, and we would have caught that if we would have had samples done. The next cost, and this is where we made a really big mistake, is the cost of the product itself. Now, we spent $11,000 manufacturing the product, and the reason for this is we did 2,000 units, and I'm still kicking myself to this day that we manufactured so many products. I wish we would have only done 3 to 6 months worth of inventory. Wish we would have done about 400 units. If we would have manufactured only 400 units, it would have cost us about $2,800 instead of the $11,000 we ended up spending. The reason I did this though is I really believed in this product, and it's shelf stable. Like the product doesn't go bad, and Ariana's parents allowed us to store the excess product in their garage. So in my opinion, let's order 2,000 units, and she has the rest of her life to sell these products. The big reason why I did this though is because if we would have only ordered 400 units, it would have been $7 a unit. At 1,000 units, it would have been about $6 per unit, but we ordered 2,000 units because it was about $5 a unit. So in my head, we were saving money, but that was a big mistake because it's taken us a lot longer to sell the products than I had initially anticipated. And on top of this, there was some very minor mistakes that I wish we would have only ordered the 400 units, then we would have fixed the mistakes and ordered more units. Another mistake we made is we were in a rut, like we were behind and we wanted to get this product out in time for Christmas. So we had to end up doing air shipping for about 500 units, which cost us about $700. And then we ended up doing sea shipping for the rest, which cost us around $1,400. And of course, because we did the sea shipping, we ended up paying a $400 annual bond as well. And as you can already see, it's very easy to make a lot of mistakes on Amazon. And that's why I say you should at least have $5,000 if you're starting out, or around that amount. Now again, if you are creating your own product, you can launch your product as a Kickstarter, and I'll be talking about that in just a minute. And that can make you enough to pay for all your initial startup costs. The next fee was $250 for the UPC barcodes. Now technically, I already had some UPC barcodes, so I let her use one of mine. She didn't have to actually pay for that, but let's say $250 for most people. Then there is the cost of the photos. We spent about $100 getting a computer rendering done. And I think it was 100% worth it. And then all the other photos that we have on our product listing, we just took ourselves. And the last fee for Ariana to get started, there's about $270 and just other random fees. This is things like sticker paper, gas to go to the post office, just little things that you might not think about, tape, all that kind of little random junk, it adds up. So in total, all the startup costs were around $16,000 to launch this product. But of course, we raised about $5,000 on Kickstarter, and after you calculate that in, it costs us about $12,000 to start up. But here's the important thing. We made a lot of mistakes. We could have done this for a lot cheaper. If, for instance, we would have only ordered 400 units, we would have saved a lot of money on inventory. And if we would have properly planned ahead and not had to rush over a bunch of the inventory, we could have just paid the air shipping. And of course, if we would have shopped around and maybe tried to find a cheaper designer, we could have saved another $1,000. And so if we wouldn't have made so many mistakes, it would have been closer to $5,000 for us to start up. Plus, we raised enough money on Kickstarter, like all that money coming in for inventory, we could have started Amazon FBA, creating our own product for only $1,000. And obviously, if we would have marketed a little bit harder for the Kickstarter, we could have started this company for $0. And in my Amazon FBA program, I actually have a template that you can write down all your costs. It'll help you to calculate how much it's going to cost you specifically for your product to create your Amazon business. And so if you're worried about how much it's going to cost you, this worksheet could really be helpful. But as I've mentioned, you don't need money to start your Amazon business. You can start with $0. And in this next section, I'm going to show you exactly how you can do it. But first, I want to show you the 7 tactics that you can use to start your own Amazon FBA business, even if you have no money. And make sure to stay till the end, because tactic number 7 is the most powerful tactic I've ever used, that I've ever learned, and it works even if you don't have any money. But the first thing I'll share with you is, if you don't have the money you need to start your own Amazon FBA business, look around your apartment and sell things. And for instance, out there, I've got a surfboard. Now, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm an absolute beginner at surfing. I'm not good at all. I'm trying to learn. But if I needed some money to start a business, I could sell that surfboard in a minute, get $100 for it. Another example is I got this hammock out here. Now this hammock is one of the best things I've purchased in a long time. It costs around $100, but the cool thing about it is I'll go out there and I'll read a book on the hammock and I'll look out at the palm trees, and it makes me feel like I'm on vacation. And so I absolutely love this hammock, but if I needed some money to start a business, I'd sell this hammock, make another $100. And look around your house, look around your apartment, look for things that you could potentially sell to make a little bit of money. And that's a great way to get some capital to start your business. But here, come with me. I'll show you another example. So this coffee machine right here, I'll be honest with you, I don't drink coffee. I drink like herbal tea. I drink turmeric tea sometimes in the morning. I can't have coffee. I've got too much energy as it is. So potentially, right, I could sell this. But the cool thing about this, and this is tactic number 2, is this coffee machine retails for $300. But we got it for $150. We got it on sale. We got it at a discount. So what we could do is we could sell this coffee machine that we got for $150 for $300 on Amazon, get $150 in profit. Now the truth is there are some Amazon fees, so it would probably only be about $100 in profit, but that's absolutely amazing. Think about that. You can go find things that are on a deep discount and be able to flip it on Amazon and make the difference. And this is called retail arbitrage. And that's where you go to retail stores, you find things that are on discount and flip them on Amazon. There's also online arbitrage where you use coupons and find things online that are a really good deal and then flip them onto Amazon. Now, the third tactic I'm going to share with you, and this is a very powerful one, is you can actually look at how you can start saving money. So for instance, we actually just yesterday, we went to the farmer's market, we got all this delicious food. And the truth is this was kind of pricey. You know, it's a lot cheaper to just purchase food at Ralph's. But I'm starting to do pretty well financially, and I really enjoy supporting local farmers. I enjoy trying local seasonal fruits. This is guava. It's actually pink on the inside. It's really tasty, and I think it's persimmons, and we got some different organic things. But when I was when I had my corporate job, I was not eating $12 a dozen eggs. These eggs they're pasture raised, they're ethical, all that kind of stuff. But when I had my corporate job, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't spending this kind of money on food. Now that I'm doing a little bit better, I enjoy spending the money on high quality fuel for my body, and I enjoy supporting local people. But when you're in that early phase, when you don't have a lot of cash, look at how you can save money. Another example actually is this entire apartment. So I absolutely love this apartment, but it's really expensive. And back when I had my corporate job, even though I was making $80,000 a year at my corporate job, I was living in a little studio. It was maybe like $800 a month in downtown Chicago. And I knew that I wanted to start a business. So I was saving my money. And then when I quit my job, at one point, I even moved back in with my parents. And to be honest with you, I was spending $400 a month in rent at my parents' place. And it was kind of, this is actually a personal thing, it was a huge ego kick to me because all of a sudden I went from making really good money to having to move back into my parents' house. But it was worth it because I was saving money. Every month that went by, I was saving a lot of money by living with my parents' house. If you are going to splurge in one area of your life, I do think rent is a good place to spend a little extra money. Because for me, for instance, living in this apartment, it's not just about, and obviously $2,500 a month for such a small apartment, it's a little bit crazy. But the reason it's so expensive is because it's really close to the beach. And for me to be able to go to the beach, to be able to recharge my batteries when I'm stressed out, or if I'm feeling really down, I can go jump in the ocean. It's completely worth it for that reason. But then the other side of it too is the people that can afford to live in this neighborhood are probably doing something really cool, something really interesting. And I found a lot of my friends in this neighborhood, it's because there are other entrepreneurs that are really successful. And when I was living back home with my parents, that wasn't the case. The people that I was surrounded by in my suburb neighborhood, they weren't really doing anything that interesting. They weren't other entrepreneurs that I could learn from. Another tactic I want to give to you on how you can get the money you need to start your business is you can get a second job. Now, I know that's not revolutionary, but here is something that's I think a little bit more interesting. The second job you get, you shouldn't just go flip burgers at McDonald's. You shouldn't become a barista at Starbucks. Instead, what you should do is figure out how can you learn the skills that you're going to need when you do start your Amazon business. So what I recommend doing is contacting different people that have physical products and tell them that you're gonna help them sell that product on Amazon. A lot of local shops, they sell really cool, unique things, but they're not selling on Amazon yet. You can help them sell on Amazon and either charge them a little bit of money or just take a percentage of the profits. And most companies, if they have any common sense, they're absolutely gonna wanna work with you on that. And so that way, not only are you making some side cash, you're learning the skills you're gonna need. Now, some other examples, you can use Upwork, you can use, there's a bunch of different online job marketplaces that you can go to offer your services, or you can learn different internet marketing skills. But whatever you do, if you do get a second job, make sure that it's something that is actually gonna help you learn the skills that you're gonna need. So now I do wanna share what's in this box. And as I mentioned, tip number 7 is actually gonna be the most powerful tip, but this is a pretty powerful tip as well. So my 5th tip is find someone to invest in your product. So this is Vino Cards, it's her product, and we had this idea for a product, but she didn't have a lot of money to start her business. So I went to her and I was talking to her about it, and I'm like, hey, why don't I give you the money you need to start your business? And some of the best money I ever spent. I gave her, a few $1,000s to start her business, but in exchange, not only have I been paid back my money, on top of that, I was able to help her create her own passion product, her own product that she absolutely loves, and she was able to sell it on Amazon and start creating passive income. And each one of these units, it costs us maybe $7, $8 to produce the unit. And then we sell it on Amazon. We have to pay all the different Amazon fees, and we have to pay some other, just random fees for owning a business. But in total profit, it's like around $15, $20 per unit, and we're selling 50 to 100 units of this product per month. And like I said, it's completely passive. It did take some work to initially design the product, to initially get the customer base to launch the product. But now that it's up and running, all we gotta do is buy these boxes of inventory, send it into Amazon, and Amazon ships it out to the customers. And that is so powerful. So what I recommend doing is looking around your life. Who could you get to invest in your product? And I am starting to invest in more students' products, specifically people that are in my course, the Passion Product Formula. But if you have an idea for a business and you're looking for an investor, leave it in the comments down below. I am looking to start networking and investing into lots of different Amazon businesses. Tip number 6 is you can actually get a loan. I don't recommend this in most situations. You can go to family and friends again, ask for loans. You can also go to banks, and there's also a lot of online services that will give you money to start your business. So with that out of the way, finally, the most powerful tip I got for you, tactic number 7 here, do a Kickstarter, do an Indiegogo, crowdfund your product. And I actually did this. I raised $15,000, which paid for most of my initial production run. And the cool thing about a Kickstarter, the cool thing about Indiegogo or any of those crowdfunding campaigns is it doesn't take any money to start. You will have to put in a little bit of time and energy to get your marketing out there, to get your campaign up and running. But you don't have to pay for the product. The way that crowdfunding works is you do the marketing, you launch your crowdfunding, people give you money. In my case, it was $15,000. I take that money, I go produce the inventory, and then I send the inventory that I produce back to the people. So people are giving you money in exchange for a hopeful promise that you'll eventually send them a product. And this is so powerful. I raised $15,000. Ariana raised over $5,000. I recently invested in one of the students in my course. He made close to $5,000. And you don't really need to, like I said, you don't need to spend a lot of money to raise that money on Kickstarter. I've had a lot of other students that have had a ton of success. And the good thing is, after your Kickstarter, you produce the inventory, and you could be, once you start selling on Amazon, you can start making a lot of money. And TikTok was the key factor that led to success with AJ being able to start his business for $0. And as I mentioned, he did a full hour-long talk at Passion Product Live, which is an event that I hold every year. He did it a couple years ago. We recorded that talk, and you can get that for free when you join the Passion Product Formula. But next up, I'm gonna talk about the biggest mistake that new Amazon sellers make. And pay attention, please, because I've seen so many people make these mistakes and end up failing when they don't need to fail. There's 5 main reasons why 99% of people fail on Amazon. And if you can avoid these 5 things, you can pretty much guarantee your success on Amazon. And I'm gonna start with some of the more technical reasons why people fail, but number 4 and number 5 are by far the biggest reasons why people fail once they get started with Amazon. But number 1, let's start with the biggest reason why I think so many people fail on Amazon is they never get started. Now, this might sound obvious, but a lot of people get stuck in analysis paralysis. I've even got stuck in analysis paralysis, and I'm gonna show you how to get out of that and why it's so important that you at least try, especially if you're interested in Amazon. And one of the biggest examples I have is a lot of people, including myself, are scared to make mistakes. They're scared to lose money. But I honestly believe if you do Amazon right, it can be so profitable that it almost doesn't matter if you make some early mistakes. For instance, my product does about $10,000 a month profit. And what that means is for every month I delayed launching my product, it actually cost me $10,000. So let's say I wanted to save $1,000, but it would take me an extra month to make a decision. That was a waste of money. So an example would be, even if I made a ridiculous amount of mistakes, let's say $30,000 worth of mistakes, which would almost be impossible. But in exchange, I was able to get my product out 6 months earlier because I was doing things fast and I was actually trying. I still would have made a profit of $30,000, as opposed to if I would have waited and waited those 6 months, then I would have made $0. So obviously $30,000 is better than $0. And a lot of people don't get started because they want to know how to do everything perfectly. You're gonna figure it out. Like once you get started, you will figure it out as you go. And don't get me wrong, there are some really big technical mistakes that people make, and I'm gonna share all of them with you in this video. But the last thing I want to say on this is a lot of people I see, they're not really sure how they want to make money online. They're not really sure what the best route is. So they try a little bit over here and a little bit over there, and they're dabblers. Most people, when it comes to making money, are dabblers. Don't be one of those people. You have to have laser focus. You have to focus on this. So for the next 3 to 6 months, focus on this one way of making money. Do it like 100%. And then once you launch your product, you're going to figure out how things go. Now, there are 2 different big technical mistakes, and one is selecting a bad product, and then the other one is having a bad listing. And I've done a lot of consulting, I've worked with a lot of people, and these 2 mistakes are probably, of the people that get started, 2 of the biggest ones that people make. And let's start with a bad product. A lot of people select a product to sell, and from the start, they've selected a terrible product. It's a product that as soon as they show it to me, I look at them and I say, you're never gonna have success with this. For a few different reasons. Sometimes people pick products that are just way too competitive. Other times, people just really don't understand how their margins will work and all the costs associated with selling on Amazon. But by far, the most common problem I see is people are selling junk. People are private labeling from Alibaba. They're just taking standard private label products, slapping their brand on it, and maybe they're not even doing a good job on branding it, which is another thing. Like if you think you can just take a product from Alibaba, slap a sticker on it that's your brand, and throw it on Amazon in 2020, 2021 and beyond, I think you're crazy. Honestly, in my opinion, private labeling, at least the old school way of doing it, is dead. It used to be extremely easy. It used to be you could just go to Alibaba, grab any random product and throw it onto Amazon and you would make money. I think that's dead for at least 3 reasons, and it's China, it's oversaturated, and Amazon basics. But I think nowadays you need to have something special about your product, something that makes it stand out from the competition. And the more unique it is, the more likely you are gonna be to succeed. Don't get me wrong, I think there is still opportunity to make money off private labeling. It's not what it used to be. And so you're gonna have to start thinking about how can you make your product stand out. And maybe that is by just making a really killer brand. Maybe it is by you have a better way to get a ton of reviews. Maybe there's a lot of different little things, but keep in mind the easier it is for you to do this, the easier it's gonna be for someone else to copy your product and do it just as well, if not better than you. So the more unique you can make the product that you're selling, the better. But then there is an issue with that. You wanna make sure that your product's going to sell. And I highly recommend before you sell a product on Amazon, test it out. Start an Instagram, start some kind of social media. See if people are interested in your product there. Maybe even do what I did. I did a Kickstarter. I raised $15,000 for my product before I ever launched on Amazon. And the whole point of doing this was to test the market, see are people actually interested in this. And my product was relatively unique. So I had to, I couldn't just jungle scout and figure out what the sales numbers were for an existing product. I had to actually test the market by doing a Kickstarter. But in exchange, that $15,000 helped me pay for my first production run. But even if you have a perfect product, you found the perfect product that's really an amazing product, it shocks me how many people show me listings of their product and it's just terrible. One of the first things you want to look at is the keyword research. Really try to figure out what are people searching in Amazon to find your product? Like, what are the perfect keywords that you want to rank for? Like, that's the foundation, and there are tools, Helium 10, Jungle Scout. You can also try using the Google keyword tool. It's not perfect, but what it basically allows you to do is figure out what is the search volume? How many people are searching for certain keywords on Google? So it's not how many people are searching for those keywords on Amazon, but it can still be helpful. Some other ideas for doing keyword research is figure out what your competitors, figure out what similar products, what keywords are they going after? Look at their title, look at their bullet points everywhere. Maybe even talk to some customers. Find some people that would buy your product and ask them, what would you search for on Amazon? And keep asking them questions until you get every single keyword that you can think of. Then once you have these keywords, and this is the next big mistake people make, is in the title. Make sure you put those keywords in the title. And now that might sound obvious, but let me tell you this as well. The closer to the front of the title they are, the better. Also, something very important is your title needs to be something that people want to click on. When they're searching for those keywords, your title needs to reflect what people are searching for. A lot of people make the mistake of putting their brand at the beginning of their title. Nobody cares about your brand unless you are Nike or some majorly established brand. But even then, if you're Nike, what does Nike do? They put the product first. Like, what is the product? Now, technically this might be against the rules for Amazon. Amazon has weird rules on how you're supposed to format your title, but I'm gonna tell you from experience, they don't really care that much as long as you're not being totally scammy about it. So don't start with your brand. Think about what is the main keyword you're trying to go after and put that at the beginning of your title, because think about this. First off, Amazon weighs that more heavily, but from the user perspective, if they're searching for rustic wooden table and the first 3 words of your product title are rustic wooden table, then they know that it's a good match. Like, if they have to search through your title to try to figure out what your product's about, they're not gonna be as interested in clicking it. One of the big principles of online marketing is don't make your users think. Don't make other people think. The more obvious things can be, the more likely they are to purchase your product. Related to that is your main image. Your main image should be as clean, as clear, as big as possible. You wanna make sure there's not too much white space on the outside. I see so many people do this. You wanna also make sure that your product image is going to pop. Remember that your product is gonna be shown on a white background, so as little white space as possible is gonna help make your product pop, and you wanna make it very clear from your product image, what is it? Don't show your branding and your logos, like, at least predominantly. Like, that could be a small subset of it, but that shouldn't be the main thing. I've seen a lot of people that they have their brand logo or the box as the big thing, and then the product really small. Nobody cares about what your box looks like. I mean, they do, but that's not as important as what's inside the box. It's the product that they're going to buy. The third biggest thing is reviews. So many people come to me and they've got 3 reviews and they're like, hey, why is my product not selling? I'm like, it's got 3 reviews. You can't find some people that can review your product. Now, this is against terms and service, but can't you find someone at your gym, someone that maybe you're a coworker or someone that you know loosely that can review your product? I know a lot of people that do this and I've never seen anyone get in trouble. Amazon can crack down on reviews in certain situations, but honestly, as long as they're not sharing the same internet you log into Seller Central, it really shouldn't be a problem. Now, a lot of people might disagree with me on this one, so go for it at your own risk. But if you can only get 3 people to review your product, or 4 or 5, then honestly, I wouldn't believe in that product. And most customers feel the same way. So you need to get a ton of reviews. There's a lot of different ways to do it. My favorite way in the world to get a lot of reviews from day one, it's how I got 75 reviews from day one, or actually probably the first week I got 75 reviews, is a product launch group. Get a lot of people into a Facebook group. It could be Instagram. Get a long email list. Get people really excited about your product before you ever launch it, so that when you go to launch it, you'll get a spike of sales from day one. You'll get a spike of reviews from day one, or it might take a few days for them to receive the product, but from at least the first week. Amazon's gonna see this and it's gonna shoot your ranking. It's gonna shoot your product to page 1, maybe even the first result, because it sees that, oh, wow, this product just came out and so many people have already bought it. So many people have already left reviews. So there's really no excuse not to be able to get reviews. Some other things I've seen people do is talk to maybe influencers in your space, like go on Instagram or wherever, YouTube, and ask those influencers to buy it and then reimburse them via Venmo. Again, technically against Amazon's terms of service, but what's the chance that Amazon could find out about it? In worst case, The worst case I've ever seen is if Amazon does find out about something like this, they remove the review. And it would be very difficult for them to find out about it. Now, again, proceed at your own risk, but this is a huge reason why people don't fail. Look, the title, the main image, and the amount of reviews you have, those are the three most important things, other than, of course, selecting a good product. Those are the three most important things. And if you can do those right, people will click on your product, and the chance that they will buy is really high. Amazon's conversion rate's really high, but to guarantee that you have a high conversion rate, some other things you might want to consider are bullet points. So what are the bullet points that represent your product? Now, in these bullet points, try to integrate your keywords, but remember, don't write your bullet points for the search algorithm, write them for the customer. Write them so that when customers look at your product page, that they're like, wow, this is an amazing product. Make sure to highlight the benefits. What are the benefits? Not the features, what are the benefits of your product? For instance, this product, like my product, I might say, it will give you energy all day long, sustainable, long-lasting energy. The feature would be 19 grams of fat. No one cares about 19 grams of fat. What they care about is that 19 grams of fat is going to lead into sustained, long-lasting energy. So make sure you hit the bullet points. Make sure your bullet points stand out. You can use things like 100% money-back guarantee if they're not satisfied. Here's a hint. All products on Amazon have a 100% money-back guarantee if they're not satisfied. So by putting in that guarantee as one of your bullet points, you're gonna make customers feel more at ease to buy your product. But here's the truth, I've had that on my product for a year. I've only ever had one person say, hey, I wasn't satisfied with this, I want my money back. And honestly, that person was just kind of a scammer anyways. He probably would have found some other way to get money. It's very rare that people take you up on this guarantee, but it makes them feel better about buying your product. Some other things to help sell your product are the other images. This is probably the next most important thing, is all the other images. You want to show people what it's going to be like to own your product. Remember, they're buying your product online. They have no idea. They never held it in their hands. They don't know what it's going to be like. You have to convince them so they can mentally in their head imagine what it would be like to own the product that you're selling. And you do this through the other images. Again, try to highlight the benefits of your product. Show them what it would look like in the real world. Show real humans interacting with it. Show all the different benefits and try to highlight it in image form. For instance, for my product, I tried to show people how you could eat this, like all the different ways, because that's a big question people have. I try to show people like being active and fun recipes that they could make with it. The last element that I see people making is a description. You know what? Descriptions aren't as important as everything else we've talked about, but just put a little bit of effort into it. You know, maybe spend a few hours and think, how can you make your description unique and stand out? But 99% of people are going to be buying based on the main image, the reviews, and the title, and maybe the bullet points, or in the other images as well. Those 5 things are what 99% of people, that's how they make their decision. Next time you're on Amazon, try to figure out, like, why do you buy the products you buy? For me, I've noticed all these things. Reviews are so important, the main image is so important, like all these things determine which product I buy when I'm searching around on Amazon. Now, the next 2 reasons I'm gonna talk about are by far the biggest reasons why I see people fail on Amazon. And really quick, before I jump into that, I do wanna note that there are other technical reasons why people fail, such as Amazon PPC. Maybe their Amazon PPC is not dialed in. But honestly, if you have all the principles down, you have a good product and you have a good listing, you're gonna have success with Amazon as long as you follow these next 2 rules I'm gonna talk about. And one of the other reasons why I see so many people fail with Amazon, it's honestly one of the reasons I haven't been as successful on Amazon as I probably should have been, is fear. Fear cripples new Amazon FBA sellers for so many reasons. And I see this so often in the comment section of my YouTube videos. So many people that have this negative mindset, but the truth is, I've even been guilty of this at times. And I've talked about this before on this channel, but I've waited probably a year to launch my second Amazon FBA product, which is gonna be a cacao version of my original product. And the reason I've been holding back for so long, honestly, was fear. I was nervous I was gonna waste money. I was nervous that if it messed up and it didn't do well, I'd look bad because I'm very public, like I share everything. But recently on this channel, I've been getting a lot more negativity, a lot more negative comments, a lot more haters, and it really hurts me because when I see that, I know that those kind of people are never going to succeed. They're going to fail. And I know that from firsthand experience, because when you have that mindset of everyone's out to get you and everything's going against you, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to fail. And I'm going to talk about at the end of this video how to guarantee success. But one of the biggest things is, if in life you constantly think about, wow, like, this is amazing that this happened because it's going to open up some other door. If you have the theory that the entire universe is conspiring to help you achieve your dreams, it's almost guaranteed that you're gonna succeed. And I'm gonna point out something really quick. If you're watching this video, you're already successful. Like, you've got running water, you've got food. For 99% of human history, you're living in paradise. And there's gonna be some hard times with selling on Amazon, which leads into the last point I wanna talk about. Amazon is not a get-rich-quick scheme. You're not gonna become a millionaire overnight, but it is the easiest way to make money online. I've tried a lot of different ways to make money online. In my opinion, it's the easiest way to start a legitimate business that you could sell, that you could go travel and be on vacation, and it would still keep making money. It's like one of the only ways I've found that actually works to make passive income. And they say that 4 out of 5 businesses fail, but this is another mindset shift I want you to have. When I was quitting my corporate job, it was about 7 years ago, I had a corporate job, I got really depressed, I was hating life, and I was gonna do anything I could to quit so I could get my own freedom. Because the truth is, in my opinion, if you're in the corporate world, if someone's telling you when to wake up, when to go to work, you're a slave. And I wanted to get my freedom. And when I would tell people that, when I would tell my coworkers that, they would all say the same thing. 4 out of 5 businesses fail. And my response was, cool, I'll start 5. By the 5th one, statistically, I'm gonna be successful. And obviously I was joking by that, but that's the kind of mindset I think you need to have to be successful on any kind of business. Because the truth is, the first time you do something, it very well might be successful, but you know what? The second time you're gonna do it better, the third time you're gonna do it better. If you keep going and you start 5 businesses, I would bet $1 million on you if you were willing to start 5 businesses and that one of those 5 would eventually be successful. And let's talk about how to guarantee success on Amazon, how to guarantee success on business. And I do have some principles I wanna share with you that if you follow these, I can guarantee that you'll be successful on Amazon. But really quick, before I do that, I do want to ask a favor. If in my future videos, if you see people like leaving negative comments, be nice to them, but just let them know in a nice of a way as you can that, hey, that's a failure mindset. Like, that's a negative mindset. Because I firmly believe when you are willing to waste your time to leave negative comments, when you're willing to waste your time to try to put someone else down, the chances of you being successful, or I should say of that other person being successful, are almost 0. But if you're the kind of person that's willing to let people know and be gentle and remind them about that, and you're trying to build other people up, the chances of you being successful are almost 100%, because there's just this thing in your mind that switches. When you're trying to help other people, it helps you be successful. And that's, I think, one of the first principles. If you want to guarantee success on Amazon, you need to have a bigger purpose than just making money. Maybe it's like you're trying to help the world out by releasing a really cool product, or maybe the bigger purpose is you really are enjoying it, you're really loving it. But if your only goal is to purely just make the money, it's gonna be hell. It's gonna be hard. And the truth is, if your only goal is just make money, you're a slave again. Like, I was a slave to the corporate world, and then for the next 5 years, I was a slave to myself. I was a slave to my business. But if you can have a bigger reason why you're trying to do it, you'll be successful. Another thing is that starting a business on Amazon, starting a business in general, and again, even though Amazon is way easier than typical businesses like brick and mortar business or any other business model I've found, it's like climbing to the top of Mount Everest. It's not easy. And you don't want to be the first one to try to do that. You're not the first one to try to do that. But one thing I would highly advise is get a mentor. Again, if you're gonna climb to the top of Mount Everest, you might wanna talk to someone that's done it before. You might wanna get some feedback along the way. And related to that is, you don't wanna try to do this by yourself. Like, you want a community around you. My biggest success started happening when I started getting mentors and when I started surrounding myself with a community of people that were all doing the same thing. But I think the biggest way to guarantee success on Amazon is to get a good map. And I was too stubborn to do this. My entire entrepreneurial career, I thought I could do everything myself. I wanted to be the first one to blaze the trail, and that was so silly. And one of my biggest regrets was not investing in some kind of course. Like, other people have already done it. I should have learned from them. Again, don't think that you need to necessarily invest in a course or spend a ton of money, but what you should do is figure out someone else's method and just, if it's your first time doing it, copy it step by step, and along the way, maybe try to make it your own, maybe try to make it better, but for the most part, you should follow the map. And my last piece of advice for you is it's gonna be a struggle, but remember to enjoy it, enjoy the journey. Now, at the end of this video, I will talk about how you can guarantee success. I talked about some of the biggest mistakes people made, And to be completely honest, one of the biggest mistakes I see people making is they don't ask for help. They're not getting help. And I'll talk about that more at the end of this video. But now let me share with you something very vulnerable, very personal. I'm gonna go down the list and share every single Amazon FBA mistake that I've personally made. And this has cost me well over $100,000. Probably cost me closer to $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. But at a minimum, it's cost me over $100,000, all these mistakes that I've made. So pay attention to this next section. We're gonna learn how to avoid all these mistakes and save a lot of money. Let's start with number one. And this is the biggest mistake I made. And it is the most common mistake I see beginner Amazon sellers making, and that's waiting. Every month you wait to start your business, you're losing money. For instance, my first real Amazon business made about $360,000 in revenue in its first year, or around $120,000 in profit once you subtract out all the expenses, which is around $10,000 of profit per month. So if I would have launched my business a month earlier, I would have made an extra $10,000. If I would have launched my business a year earlier, it would have been an extra $120,000. And the problem is people are so afraid of making mistakes that they delay the start of their business. And the thing about Amazon is, if you do it right, it can be so profitable that it doesn't even really matter if you make mistakes. For example, let's say I was deciding between two different manufacturers and I took a month in deciding that. I lost out on a potential profit of $10,000. So even if I picked the wrong manufacturer and the manufacturer I picked ended up costing me $5,000, and if I would have spent a month researching it, I would have been able to figure that out. It doesn't matter because I launched my business a month earlier, which was $10,000 in profit, subtract the $5,000 mistake, and I still made $5,000 more than if I would have spent a month in analysis paralysis mode and eventually picked the correct manufacturer. Mistake number two is another mistake I made, and probably the second most common mistake I see new Amazon sellers making, and that's selling the wrong product. The first e-commerce business I ever started was a dance clothing company, and originally we were only selling our products on our own website. When I saw the opportunity that is and was Amazon, I started selling the products on Amazon and ended up making a decent amount of money. But the problem is this wasn't the right kind of product to sell on Amazon for a number of reasons. I'm gonna give you a checklist on everything you should look at when deciding on what kind of product you're gonna sell. But one of them was, it's a product that's so easy for Chinese manufacturers to copy pretty much exactly and sell for a lot cheaper on Amazon. There was another reason that's even more important why this was a bad product to sell on Amazon that I'll get to in just a minute. Another product that was a mistake to sell on Amazon was jars of my product PNB. And the reason that this was a mistake is because the jars were glass jars that would break during shipping. On top of that, the seal on the lid in the bottom wasn't tight enough, and so sometimes the jars would leak. Because the jars were leaking, I ended up having to throw away half of my production run. I had to throw away 1,000 units of this product. So I lost around $5,000 or $6,000 of product that I had to throw away. But the crazy thing about this is, even though I threw away 1,000 units, I did a total production run of around 2,000 units. And since I was able to sell the first 1,000 units for around $18 a piece, after all the different Amazon FBA fees and everything, with those first 1,000, I made a profit of around $6,000, $7,000. So even though I lost money on all that product I had to throw away, in total, I actually didn't lose any money by pursuing this product. Even though I made a major mistake and had a product that was leaking, I still broke even and I learned a very valuable lesson. So if you're selling an item on Amazon, make sure that it's easy to ship, that it's not gonna break, that it's not gonna leak, that it's gonna be easy for Amazon to ship this product to your customers. And there's a number of other things that you're gonna wanna look for when finding a product to sell on Amazon. But a few things that you wanna make sure that your product has when finding a product to sell on Amazon is make sure that it's a product that you can sell for $15 or more, at a minimum $15. The problem is, if it's $15 or less, you're gonna have to pay all the Amazon fees, all the shipping, all the other stuff, and it's very hard to find a profitable product under $15. You also ideally wanna sell a product that's under 20 pounds, because if it's over 20 pounds, the shipping expenses, the Amazon FBA fees start to get really high. I also recommend selling a premium product. You want your product to be the best product on the market, because if your product's the best product on the market, that means that you can charge the most, which means more profit for you. But in my opinion, the most important thing to look for in a product that you're gonna sell on Amazon, and the reason why the first products I sold on Amazon kind of failed, is I highly recommend selling a product that you're actually passionate about. Because if you're passionate about the product, you understand the product, and it's something that you would buy yourself, it's gonna be a lot easier to market. And here's the truth about starting an Amazon business. It's hard. There's ups and downs. And when you're in the down phase, if it's something that you're really excited about, it's gonna be a lot easier to overcome those obstacles and get your product launched on Amazon. I have a complete checklist of everything you should look for in a product product that you're going to be selling on Amazon in my free Amazon FBA course that I'll link down below. The third mistake I made, and a mistake that probably cost me over $100,000, is selling my products using FBM instead of FBA, because I had a warehouse for the dance clothing company and we already had people that could ship things out, and I didn't want to pay the FBA fees. I also didn't want to send product into the warehouse because I was nervous that they would charge storage fees and things like that. And that was a huge mistake, because the thing is, when you send your products into the Amazon warehouse and you take advantage of the FBA program, your products all become Prime eligible, meaning that people that buy your products on Amazon can get that product shipped to them in 2 days. And most people that shop on Amazon are Prime members, and most people that are Prime members only want to buy Prime eligible products. So eventually we stopped doing FBM and we switched over a lot of our products to FBA, and our sales for those products increased by 4 to 5 times. And the truth is, the Amazon FBA fees were actually less than we were paying in postage. So we actually saved money by switching to FBA. Mistake number 4 is manufacturing issues. And I've lost a lot of money with different issues with manufacturing my product and working with manufacturers. And I'm gonna share all the most common ways that people end up running into issues with manufacturers and how you can avoid them. For instance, with P&B, the first production run that my manufacturer did, there was no tear notch. That cost me $2,000 because I had to hire people to come in and individually cut tear notches on every single pouch. They also sent me pouches that were leaking, which meant I had to throw away a lot of my product, and on top of that, I had to hire people to come in and clean the other pouches. I had another $5,000 I lost on the leaky jars. I also had the film that my product goes in damaged during shipping, which cost me $2,000. I also picked a manufacturer that ended up having long lead times, and I ended up running out of inventory, and I lost out on around $5,000 in sales because my manufacturer was taking so long to manufacture my product. But probably the biggest way that I lost out on a lot of money with the manufacturer is I got scammed by a manufacturer for $10,000. But keep in mind, it's actually not that common for a manufacturer to scam someone. And the manufacturer that scammed me was actually located in the United States. Now, to their credit, they didn't completely scam me in their eyes, but what they did have is a long, complicated contract, and it turned out that there were some fees buried in that contract that they didn't really make that clear to me. I even hired a lawyer to look over this contract, and even the lawyer didn't see that this was a potential issue. So some things to consider when finding a manufacturer is you want to make sure that they have simple pricing. Most manufacturers that you're going to work with, they're going to tell you how much it's going to cost per unit. I at one point picked a manufacturer that told me, well, it depends on how long it's going to take us to make this product. We think it's going to take about a day, but you pay per day. And then later they said, no, it took like 5 days. You're also going to want to find a manufacturer with as short of a lead time as possible, because as soon as you see that you're about to run out of inventory, you want to place an order and know that you can get it as quickly as possible. But no matter what, if you're looking to find a manufacturer, it's actually a lot easier than you would think. I also have a complete checklist on everything that you should look for when working with a manufacturer. Now, I know that this is a lot, but trust me, you're going to want to finish this video because I've made a lot of mistakes that you can avoid. Mistake number 5 is inventory issues. Specifically, at times, I've ordered too much inventory and had to pay a lot of fees, or on the other side, I have not ordered enough inventory and lost out on a lot of sales. And one of the big things is if you run out of inventory, that's usually really bad. Amazon's not happy if you run out of inventory. And sometimes they can even blacklist you or make it so you show up lower on the search results, which leads to less sales for your product. Now, the first mistake I made in this category is ordering too much inventory. The bad thing about this is if you send in too much inventory into the Amazon warehouse, you're having to pay storage fees every single month that your inventory is in their warehouse. And those fees depend on a few factors, but it costs around 75 cents per cubic foot per month that you have inventory in Amazon. But another thing that's very important that you want to watch out for is if you have inventory in the Amazon warehouse for too long, you start getting long-term storage fees. And these long-term storage fees are a lot more expensive. We're talking around $6 per cubic foot. Now, that only applies if you have the same products, the actual same units in the Amazon warehouse for over a year. If, however, let's say you sell out of some of them and then you replace them and you keep selling out, you will never incur that long-term storage fee. It's only if you send in more units than you sell within that next year. And I've spent a few $1,000s by mistake on these long-term storage fees. What you want to do is if you see that you have product that's been in the Amazon warehouse for too long And you can easily check this in Amazon Seller Central. You want to contact Amazon, have them ship the products back to you, and then just send them right back into the Amazon warehouse. That way you can avoid the long-term storage fee. And the truth is, the cost of the shipping back and forth is usually going to be less than the long-term storage fee would have been anyways. So even though there's a little extra cost in the shipping, you're going to save money in the long run. I also had a product that I had to throw away a bunch of units because they expired. It's actually this product right back here. I ordered too much, I didn't sell them fast enough, and what ended up happening was I had to throw away a few hundred units. But the interesting thing is, again, even though I made a mistake and ordered a little bit too much of this product, I still ended up doing $80,000 in revenue from the production run of this product. And once you subtract out all the fees and the startup costs, I still made a profit of close to $10,000, even though I had to throw some away. So it's another example of how you can make mistakes with Amazon and still end up making money. So obviously it's bad if you order too much inventory, but the other really common problem that people run into is they actually order too little inventory. And the first time this happened to me was with my first real Amazon product, P&B. It ended up selling way better than I thought it would have. And I ended up selling out of all my inventory within about 2 months. I thought that inventory was gonna last me 6 months. And selling out of all your inventory a lot faster than you think you were going to is a good problem to have, but it's still a problem. You see, my product was out of stock for about a week. And during that week, I lost out on at least $3,000 worth of sales. But another example, and an even bigger example of this, is AJ and I partnered on this product called Cocktail Cards. And he crushed it. He did such an amazing job marketing this product that in his first month alone, he ended up doing over $50,000 in sales and $20,000 in profit after you subtract all the expenses. But the problem is he ended up running out of inventory. In fact, he's ran out of inventory multiple times. And again, that sounds really cool that the product sold faster than he thought it would, but every time he runs out of inventory, he ends up losing out on a ton of sales. So you want to make sure that you order around 6 months worth of inventory, because if you see that it's selling really fast, you have enough time to go to your manufacturer and place another order. All right, we got 2 more common mistakes, and stay with me because trust me, I spent a lot of sleepless nights because of these mistakes, and I'm going to show you how to avoid all of them. Mistake number 6 is issues working with Amazon. And trust me, anyone that's ever worked with Amazon, ever sold something on Amazon, knows that sometimes you can run into some issues, especially if you don't read the terms of service, if you don't know all the different rules and regulations, but I'm gonna break it down for you right here. A very common issue that people have when selling on Amazon is that Amazon will overcharge them for all kinds of different fees, storage fees, FBA fees, you name it, you have to watch Amazon. And I've probably lost over $3,000 on Amazon overcharging me for fees. Now the good news is, usually if you catch them overcharging you, you can call them out and send them an email and they'll usually fix it for you. But if you wait too long, sometimes they won't reimburse you for the overcharge of fees. And there are software programs that will go through your account and try to figure out where Amazon's overcharging you or where Amazon owes you money and handle it for you. And sadly, when I was first selling on Amazon, I didn't know about these software programs, so I ended up losing out on thousands of dollars of Amazon overcharging me. But this tool and other tools like it go through your account and make sure that Amazon's not overcharging you. Another issue I had with Amazon is I sent them a pallet of my product into their warehouse and they claimed that they never got it. They lost this pallet and they asked me for the BOL, which stands for Bill of Lading, which is the piece of paper that the truck driver gives to you when he picks up the pallet from your warehouse. Now the problem is I actually wasn't there when the pallet was picked up. I had someone else that was handling this for me because I was out of the country, and sadly they weren't sure where they put this paper. And this is a big warning. Anytime you have any kind of paper or receipt or anything like that for your business, make sure that you keep it safe. And I know that this sounds obvious, but this is just a reminder that you want to keep every single scrap of paper that you ever get associated with your business. And finally, mistake number 7, and this is probably the most expensive, biggest mistake that I've ever made in my life, at least when it comes to business. In my first year selling this product on Amazon, as I mentioned, I did over $360,000 in sales, $120,000 in profit. But in my second year selling this exact same product, I did over $400,000 in sales, $150,000 in profit. But something interesting happened by year 3. My sales actually went down. I did around $200,000 in sales, around $60,000 in profit. The big question is why? And the reason is I had always dreamed about making $100,000 per year passive income, because I figured if I could make $100,000 per year, but I had the freedom to spend my time doing whatever I wanted to do, I could travel and really enjoy life. And after launching this product on Amazon, I pretty much automated and systematized my entire business. And as I said, I did $120,000 in profit. And even though I wasn't actively working on my business, in my second year, my profit actually went up. So instead of working on my business and trying to increase my revenue, increase my profit every single year, I coasted and I enjoyed life. And that is the benefit of Amazon. Once you launch your product, once you get the sales going and get everything automated, you can spend your time traveling, enjoying life, and doing whatever you want to do. But the key thing here is eventually your sales are going to drop. That's not going to last forever. And for me, it led to me having 3 years where on average I was making over $100,000 profit per year, and I wasn't really having to work that hard. But the truth is, if I would have doubled down on my business, I probably could have blown this up to a multi-million-dollar company. So even though I had a lot of success with this business, it was kind of a failure because it could have been a lot bigger. Those mistakes I made cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I made them so you don't have to. But I get asked the same question from new sellers every day. Is it too late to start selling on Amazon? And I'm here to tell you, spoiler alert, no. Not only have I seen unemployed people go from being unemployed to earning $500,000 in 12 months, but as I've talked about throughout this video, I wanted to prove to you and the entire YouTube audience that it was possible. So I launched a brand new business in just 7 days, and within 6 months, it was making 6 figures in passive income. But let's talk about some of the major reasons why people think that it's too late to get started to sell on Amazon. And I'm gonna talk about the truth of some of these, as well as show you how to overcome some of these barriers. The first reason why people say it's too late to sell on Amazon is because Amazon is oversaturated. And we've talked about that a lot in this video. As I've mentioned, over 9 million sellers, but there's only really 1 million active sellers. And considering that over 43% of all sellers have made at least $100,000, I don't really think that Amazon is oversaturated. The problem is, it's not that Amazon's oversaturated, it's that certain products, certain product categories are oversaturated, and everyone's trying to sell the same thing. And if everyone's zigging, you need to zag. And the way to do that is to find a unique product, an interesting product that no one else is selling. Ideally, you want to create what I call a passion product. This is a product that's better than the competition. It's not just the same product as everyone else with your own brand on it. This is where you make a product that's better than everyone else. Now you might be wondering, how do you find these products? And there's a tool called Helium 10. And you need to understand that the key to success on Amazon is to understand that Amazon.com is just a search engine that people go to and they type in what they want to buy. If you can find out what people are typing into the search bar in Amazon, you can find out what they want to buy. And if you know what they want to buy, you can sell them that exact same product. And that's what this tool, Helium 10, does. I do have the hookup with Helium 10. There is a link down below with a discount code. You can also use that link to sign up for the free version of Helium 10. And let me show you how to use Helium 10 to find a profitable product to sell on Amazon. And AJ was an out of work bartender. He lost his job during the pandemic. He didn't know how he was going to pay the rent. So he ended up joining my Amazon FBA program, and I helped him find a product to sell on Amazon that he was actually passionate about. He knew that people were interested in learning how to make cocktails, and we went to the Helium 10 tool and we typed in cocktails, and it gave us a bunch of ideas for products related to cocktails. And one of the ideas that it came up with was cocktail flashcards. And we saw that thousands of people per month were searching for things like cocktail recipe cards, bartender flashcards, and other related phrases. So we took the idea that we found using Helium 10 and turned it into a real product. And the key here was there was no other product like this on the market. There was a lot of other cocktail recipe books, but people were specifically searching for cocktail recipe flashcards. So we created the product for them, sold it on Amazon, and in his first year, AJ ended up making over $500,000 in sales. And I've since repeated this process over and over again. So how worried should you actually be that Amazon is oversaturated? And I would say that this is about a 4 out of 10. If you follow all the advice that I give to you on this YouTube channel and in my Amazon FBA program, you don't really need to be that worried about people copying you because your product and brand are going to be better than theirs. Plus, because you are the first to market, it doesn't really matter if competitors come in. For instance, with my first real Amazon FBA passion product, in my first year, I did over $300,000 in sales, over $120,000 in profit. The next year, I had a bunch of competitors come in and it actually increased my sales. That next year, I did over $400,000 in sales, over $150,000 in profit. And that's because when you're the first to market, when competitors come in, they don't steal your market share. They actually grow the entire pie. My product was the first keto nut butter on Amazon. And when other people started marketing their keto nut butters on Amazon, it actually made it so that there was more customers and that everyone ended up winning. The next fear people have when selling on Amazon is China. And this is a 10 out of 10 thing that you should be concerned about. But I'll share with you some tips on how you can get this down to a 2 out of 10 about how concerned you should be. And the problem with China is if you have a successful product, they will copy your product, they will sell it for cheaper, and sometimes your own manufacturer will even rip off your product idea and sell it on Amazon for a discounted price, making it so you will pretty much go out of business. But there are solutions to stopping your manufacturer or anyone in China from copying your product. The first option is to get a patent on your product, and you can actually get a provisional patent which gives you protection for up to a year for just $75. Another option is you can have your manufacturer sign an NNN. An NNN stands for non-disclosure, non-use, and non-circumvention. This is basically like an NDA, but NDAs don't actually work in China, where the NNN will effectively stop your manufacturer from copying your product. You can even go as far as getting your product patented in China. But the real secret here, and the reason that in the long run, China won't win, is because you are better at branding and social media than China will ever be. When you're selling your passion product on Amazon, you will understand the market. You'll understand the customers better than China will, which means that you can create better branding. And if you want to, you can create better marketing using things like social media that'll promote your product. And so even though you should be worried about China when you're selling on Amazon, if you follow all the steps I talk about, you really shouldn't be that worried. Not to mention that you can use sites like thomasnet.com to find a manufacturer here in the United States. But I know a lot of people are concerned that there's going to be a recession and that inflation is getting out of control. And it's true, the stock market was crashing, crypto was crashing, but a lot of those things are starting to rebound. Though according to experts, we're still not out of the woods yet. But one thing you should understand is that 50% of all Fortune 500 companies, these are the 500 most successful companies in the world, 50% of them were started during a recession. So just because there's a recession doesn't mean that you can't start a successful business. In fact, when we look at how the stock market performs compared to how Amazon sales have been, it doesn't matter. Whether it's good times or bad times, Amazon sales have been going up every single year. And that's because even if people are buying things less, every year they're buying more and more things online. So it ends up balancing out and making it so that right now is the perfect time to start selling your products online. Now, inflation is a whole nother thing. Shipping costs have been going up like crazy. They're up 23%. On top of that, a lot of raw materials and goods have been going up in price as well. And this is one of the best parts about being a business owner, because if you have a salary job and prices go up, tough luck. You're probably not going to get a raise. But if you're a business owner and prices are going up, guess what? You get to also raise your prices, which means that your profit margins are going to be about the same. And this is why I always tell people it's better to be a business owner than work for a business. And I would rate this a 5 out of 10 as far as concerns, because there are certain categories that during a recession will go down in sales. But there's certain products that you can sell that even during a recession, people are still going to want to buy. Things like groceries or items for their babies or pets. And during a recession, people still want pleasure, so they'll buy things like candy. So if you really think that there's going to be a recession, create products that will thrive during a recession. The truth about this is none of us actually know. Every single year, people are saying the economy is going to collapse, and then it continues to go up. So don't focus on the worst case scenario. That's what most people do. They get stuck in analysis paralysis and they never actually start their online business because they're too afraid that it might fail. And I understand that it's scary because there are a lot of costs involved. And this is the fourth reason why a lot of people say that it's too late to sell on Amazon. And yes, when you're starting an Amazon business, it does cost money. Though, I will share with you in just a minute a technique that you can use to start your Amazon business even if you have $0. And that's actually what AJ did. When he was starting this business, he didn't have any money, but he was able to raise all that money in pre-sales before he ever did his first production run. But the question is, how much do you actually need to start selling on Amazon? And around 11% of people were able to start on Amazon for less than $500. 13% of people were able to start their Amazon business with between $500 to $1,000. 15% were able to start it with between $1,000 to $2,500. 18% with between $2,500 to $5,000. 19% between $5,000 and $10,000. And around 22% of Amazon sellers started their business with more than $10,000. And when selling on Amazon, not only do you have the startup costs, you also have the 15% Amazon selling fee. When you sell on Amazon's platform, they charge you 15% of the total cost of your product as a fee. Though there is a trick, you can use the brand referral program to get that percentage from 15% down to 5%. There's also the optional Amazon FBA fee, and FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. If you're selling on Amazon, you want to take advantage of the FBA program because when you use the FBA program, it allows the products that you're selling to be Prime eligible. And Amazon is more likely to promote Prime eligible products because people love buying Prime products because they can get the products shipped to them within 2 days. And Prime products end up getting 5 times as many sales as non-Prime products. And the way that the FBA program works is you have the products that you want to sell on Amazon's website that you want to be Prime eligible. You send those products to Amazon's warehouse, and when you get an order, Amazon will pick, pack, and ship that product out to the customer. But of course, this is not free. You're going to have to pay the FBA fee. And the cost for the FBA fee depends on the size of your product. For instance, for my first passion product, it was around $4 per unit that I sold. And the Amazon FBA fee covers the cost that Amazon has to pay for an employee to go and pick your product off from the shelves, wrap it up, get it ready to be shipped out. It also covers the cost of postage. A lot of people think that Amazon is ripping them off because they're charging so much money. But let me tell you right now, I used to send all my products myself to customers, and it was a lot of work. Plus you still had to pay for postage. So yes, even though Amazon does charge a fee for this, it makes your life so much better. I would send all my products directly from my manufacturer into the Amazon warehouse, which meant that I didn't even need to live in the United States. I actually spent the first few years of my Amazon business traveling the world, living in a bunch of different locations. I even, with the money that I made from my Amazon business, bought a beach house down in Mexico, lived there for about 6 months, and my business kept running. And so overall, I would give this concern of costs a rating of 3 out of 10 because a lot of people tell me Amazon is taking so much money. But last year alone, Amazon spent over $40 billion getting new customers. So they spend a lot of money to get those customers. They make it easy for you to sell on their website. Think about that 15% Amazon selling fee as a cost of marketing. And trust me, that's a lot less money than most people spend on their marketing. The 5th common reason why people say it's too late to sell on Amazon is because it used to be easier. And it's true. 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was easier to sell on Amazon than it is now. But 66% of Amazon sellers say that they wish they would have started sooner. And every year for the last 4 years, people have asked me this question, is it too late to sell on Amazon? And every year I say no. Get started now. And most of those same people end up coming back to me the next year and say, oh, I wish I would have started last year. What about now? Now is it too late? And the truth is, it's not too late to start selling on Amazon. But every single moment, every single year that you wait to start your journey, it's gonna get a little bit harder. Most people, including myself, struggle with analysis paralysis. You hear about a great opportunity and you think to yourself, oh, this must be too good to be true. So you wait and you analyze and you try to figure out, do you wanna jump into the deep end? And I wanna let you know that this mistake is costing you hundreds of thousands of dollars. I did this with my first Amazon FBA product. I had the idea a year before I ever launched it. And when I launched my product, I made over $100,000 in profit in my first year, which means that if I would have actually taken action and launched my product a year earlier, I would have an extra $100,000 in my bank account today. But I was scared because I didn't know if my product was going to be successful. And I was so focused on the small amount of money that I had to spend to start my business, and I was afraid that I was going to lose it, that I didn't think about the possibility about how much money I could actually make. As I mentioned to you, I started an Amazon business in just 7 days and turned it into a 6-figure passive income business. And I recorded the entire time of me doing this. And this next video is showing you day by day for 7 days how I was able to start a 6-figure business. And this video, if you're still unsure about how to do it and you want proof that it can be done, watch this next video. It's extremely helpful because not only is it going to show you step by step how it's done, I'm also going to show you some of the mistakes I made along the way. Can you start a successful online business in just 7 days? Well, I'm going to try to do just that by creating my own Amazon FBA business. And I'm going to share everything with you, including how I find a product to sell on Amazon, how much it costs me to manufacture my product, and my honest results after I launch this product on Amazon, if hopefully I can do this within 7 days. It's day one, and today we're going to try to find a product to sell on Amazon. We only have 7 days, so if we can't find a product today, we might not be able to start this business in time. But luckily, I have a secret tool that helps me to find products to sell on Amazon. And I'm going to show you step by step how to use this tool and how to find products to sell on Amazon in just a minute. But my assistant said to me the other day,
"You haven't launched a new Amazon business in a couple years now, so how do we know that Amazon FBA is still a good opportunity?"
And if I can't start a profitable Amazon FBA business during this 7-day challenge, I'm going to stop teaching people to sell on Amazon, and I might even delete my entire YouTube channel. So we better find a product to sell on Amazon today so that we can get this done before the 7 days are up. So let me show you how to find a product to sell on Amazon, and hopefully I find something good. And there are 5 secrets to selling on Amazon that I've learned over the last 10 years of selling online. And the first secret is understanding that Amazon is just a search engine. And people go onto Amazon to search for things that they want to buy. And the tool I'm going to share with you in just a minute will show you exactly what people are searching for in Amazon. And if you can find out what people are searching for in Amazon, you can make that product and sell it to them and make a ton of money. But before I show you my secret tool for finding products to sell on Amazon, let's find out how much people are actually making by selling products on Amazon. And Amazon actually tells you what the best-selling products on their website are. All you have to do is click on this bestseller tab right here, and you can see the best-selling products in a bunch of different categories. And let's take a look at this product. Here's the secret. You can find out how much any product on Amazon is making every single month. All you have to do is scroll down to the best-selling rank number right here. And this product is the #1 best-selling product in its category. Then you're going to go to the free Jungle Scout sales estimator. You're going to select the marketplace, select the category, which is beauty in this case, and put in the sales rank number here. Click calculate, and we can see that this product is selling over 170,000 units every month. Then what you need to do is multiply that by the cost of the product, which is $10.77. And we can see that this product is making over $1.9 million every month, which means that you can make a lot of money selling on Amazon. But I don't want to sell a pimple patch. I want to find something to sell on Amazon that I'm passionate about. So let's look at some of the other categories right here. And something that I am very passionate about is health. So I'm going to click on health, and I would love to create my own supplement. So I'm going to click on sports nutrition. And let's take a look at the #1 best-selling product in sports nutrition. Using the same method we did before, we're going to take the best-selling rank number and paste that in the Jungle Scout sales estimator, click calculate, and we can see that this is doing over 145,000 sales per month. And when we do the math, this product is making over $3 million a month, which means you can make a lot of money selling supplements on Amazon. But we need to find our own passion product to sell on Amazon's website. This is my secret weapon for finding products to sell. It's called Helium 10, and there's a link in the description down below where you can sign up for a free Helium 10 account. But if you do want to unlock all the features, I do have the hookup with Helium 10. There are discount codes in the description. But once you've signed up for your Helium 10 account, click to log in, and you're going to go to the magnet tool here. You're then going to type in something you're interested in. And I recently tried out the carnivore diet. So we're going to type that in, and we're going to click on get keywords. And we can see that over 11,000 people per month are searching for carnivore diet, which means there's a lot of people that are interested on Amazon in buying things related to this diet. And what makes this tool so special is it gives you a bunch of related ideas of products that you can sell. And the first step that I do is I click on the Magnet IQ score here, and this will rank products in order of how good of an opportunity Helium 10 thinks that a product is. And the first one that comes up is air fryer. But when we search air fryer in Amazon, we can see that there is a lot of competition. There's already a lot of other air fryers. I don't want to create and sell another air fryer. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find something that a lot of people are searching for, but that when you go to Amazon, there isn't any product that perfectly matches that search. So I'm going to go through this list one by one and see if we can come up with a good idea. I've been searching through here for about 30 minutes and I think I found our product. Right here we can see that over 2,000 people per month are searching for carnivore electrolytes on Amazon. And when we search on Amazon, there's no product that perfectly matches that search. Yes, there are a lot of different electrolyte products, but a lot of these have sugar, they have artificial flavors, and things that are not allowed on the carnivore diet. So what we're gonna do in the next 7 days is create a product that is electrolytes that are perfect for the carnivore diet. And what's really amazing is if we go back and look at the best-selling supplements, 4 out of the top 8 best-selling supplements are electrolyte powders. This one's doing $3 million a month in sales. This one is doing another $3 million a month in sales. This one's doing $2 million in sales per month. And this one is doing over $1 million in sales every single month. So we might have just found a product that's gonna do really well.
But there's already a lot of electrolyte products out there, so why would someone choose ours?
There's 2,000 people per month that are searching exactly for carnivore electrolytes on Amazon. If we can make a product that's perfect for them and sell it on Amazon, those people will buy it.
Okay, 2,000 people searching, how much do you think we could actually make?
If we don't make at least $3,000 in our first month, I think I need to stop teaching people how to sell on Amazon, maybe even quit YouTube. It's day 2, and here's the second secret to making money with Amazon. You need to make sure that your product stands out. When people search on Amazon for something they want to buy, they get shown a ton of different images of different products. So if we want to have any success on Amazon, we're going to need to create a brand that will pop, that will stand out, so that when people see our product next to our competitors, they will click on our product and ultimately buy our product. And since people are already searching for carnivore electrolytes, let's just name our product Carnivore Electrolytes. This way, when people search for carnivore electrolytes and they see our product, they're going to know that it's the perfect product for them. So in order to do that, today we're going to work on our branding, creating our logo, and the packaging for our product. Looking at the other electrolyte products that come up when we search for carnivore electrolytes, we see a lot of blues, whites, a lot of greens, which are all calming colors. And when you're designing your brand, blue is more of a relaxing color. Think about insurance companies. On the other hand, red is heart pumping. Think of car companies or fast food, and red really stands out. So I'm thinking for this product, we're gonna do all black packaging with the words carnivore electrolytes in red, because that's really gonna contrast all the other products here. And it's gonna make it so that your eye gets drawn to our product instead of the competitors. And the first thing we're gonna do is design our logo, and then we're gonna design our packaging. And to design your logo or your packaging, there are a couple different options. The first one is Canva. And if you want to do it yourself for free, you can use Canva. However, if you want to hire someone for very inexpensive, there's a website called Fiverr where you can hire a graphic designer for as little as $5. But be careful because you usually get what you pay for. And here's an example of a logo I had designed on Fiverr for just $5. If you want to spend a little bit more money, you can use Upwork, and this allows you to hire freelancers. I spent around $50 for this logo. You can also crowdsource your design by going to 99designs.com. And this is going to cost you around $300, but you're going to get hundreds of different designs and you can pick the one that's a winner. But if you are specifically creating products for Amazon, I recommend going with FBA creatives, and we actually use this for all our products. And I'm gonna write out a quick thing explaining what we want our logo to look like and send this to a designer at FBA Creatives. And I have the hookup with FBA Creatives. Use code Travis to get 50% off your purchase. And while the designers are working on our logos and our packaging, since we only have 7 days to launch this business, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna sign up for an Amazon seller account because time is running out faster than I thought. It's already day 2. We only have 5 more days to launch this business. And to sign up for an Amazon seller account, you're gonna go to sell.amazon.com. And there are actually 2 different types of accounts that you can sign up for when selling on Amazon. There is the professional selling account, which is gonna be $39.99 a month, but there's also the individual seller account, which is free. But they hide this from you. It's all the way down at the bottom. You have to click on sign up to become an individual seller. Now, the problem with selling as an individual seller is you have to pay an additional 99 cents for every item you sell if you're an individual seller. So if you plan on selling more than 40 units a month, it makes sense to sign up for the professional selling plan. And my goal is to sell way more than 40 units a month. So I'm gonna go ahead and click up on the sign up button. From there, the process of signing up is pretty easy, but there are a few things that you're gonna wanna have before you sign up for your seller account. You'll need a valid ID or passport, a recent bank account or credit card statement, a credit card, and a mobile phone number. I'm now gonna go through and fill out all the information that I need. They're gonna ask some different questions about my business, as well as I need to give them a credit card in order to pay that $39.99 a month fee. And I have to give them a bank account where they're going to send me the money that I make off Amazon. They're also gonna ask for some kind of proof of identity. A driver's license or a passport is all you need for this section.
It's day 3, and today we're gonna find a manufacturer to create our product.
There are 4 main ways to find a manufacturer for your Amazon product. The first one is to go to Alibaba.com, and this is the #1 website for finding manufacturers overseas. The second way to find a manufacturer is to use Thomasnet.com, and this is a great website if you're looking to find a manufacturer in the United States. The third way that you can find your manufacturer is just to go to Google, and all you have to do is type in whatever you're looking for, space, manufacturer or private labeler, and you'll get a list of a ton of different companies that can make your product. Now, since I'm looking to make a consumable product, I would not get it manufactured overseas in a place like China. So I'm not going to use Alibaba to find a manufacturer. I would recommend, in this case, to either use Google or Thomasnet to find your manufacturer.
Since we only have 7 days to find a manufacturer, I'm going to use the 4th way that I recommend for finding manufacturers for Amazon products. And that is to ask a friend, to find someone that's already made a similar product to you and ask them who they use as a manufacturer. Now, if you don't have any friends that have sold products on Amazon before, don't worry. I actually have a complete Amazon FBA training program where when you join, you get connected with over 1,000 other Amazon sellers. And one of the big features of this program is we have a list of manufacturers that I've worked with and other students have worked with. And one of my students, Mina, launched an electrolyte powder a couple years ago, and I asked him, who did you use as your manufacturer? And he ended up hooking me up with his manufacturer, which is good because we only have 4 more days to create and launch this Amazon business. And this is one of the reasons why I always recommend to people that are trying to create a new business to find other people that have already done it and learn from their successes and their failures. So I'm gonna email the manufacturer that I found from Mina, and I'm gonna see how much this manufacturer is gonna charge us.
All right, the manufacturer just got back and they said the price per unit would be $8 if we do 500 units and $7 if we do 2,000. So how many should we order?
I think we should order 3 months worth of inventory. I only think that we're gonna be selling like 3 to 4 units per day. So I think if we start with the 500 units just to test things out, that's probably the way to go. It's day 4 and we ran into a huge problem. I talked with our manufacturer and it's gonna take 4 to 6 weeks for them to make our product carnivore electrolytes. This means it's gonna take more than 7 consecutive days for us to start our Amazon business. But to make this an honest test, I'm still only gonna work on this business for 7 days. Even though those days are not gonna be in a row, this still is gonna answer the question, can you start an Amazon business with only 7 days worth of work? And this is extra scary because the fact that it's gonna take so long to manufacture our product might mean that we're not gonna be able to launch in time for New Year's resolutions. We're hoping to launch this product by January because that is the biggest month for supplement sales because everyone has their new diet that they're trying out. If we can't get this product launched before January, this may end up being a total failure. So this doesn't give us a lot of time to be able to launch this product. But we did just get back our initial designs, and to be honest, the designs aren't great.
So I'm gonna work on the designs today, as well as work on the 3rd secret for having success on Amazon, which is to grow a tribe. When launching a new product on Amazon, you wanna get as many sales as possible from the first day that you launch your product. And in order to do this, before you launch, you wanna start social media for your brand so you can get followers. And I'm gonna use the exact same technique that I teach in my Amazon FBA training program in order to create the social media for this brand. First, we're gonna start an Instagram and then a TikTok account for carnivore electrolytes. and we're gonna work on some videos. And to make this as easy as possible, we're gonna take existing viral videos about the carnivore diet and just splice in our product. For example, here's a video talking about what someone eats daily on the carnivore diet. Well, let's just add in there carnivore electrolytes and we'll post it on our own account. It's day 5 and I have good news and I have bad news. I woke up this morning and checked our social media and we're already starting to get views and followers. But the bad news is I just heard back again from the manufacturer and they said that there is more delays. He originally said it was going to take around 4 to 6 weeks for manufacturing, but now he's saying it's actually going to be closer to 6 to 8 weeks before the production run is done. And once the production run is done, we still have to ship it into the Amazon warehouse and they need time to be able to process it, which takes another couple weeks. So it's going to be really close whether or not we're going to be able to make it in time for our January launch. So if we're going to have any chance of creating this Amazon business in 7 days, we're going to have to create the Amazon listing today. And in order to create the Amazon listing, we're going to have to upload all the photos that we had created with FBA creatives, as well as create a title, bullet points, a description, and fill in a few other details. In order to add this product onto Amazon, we're going to log into our Amazon seller account. We're going to click on these 3 lines at the top of the screen and click on add a product. Then you're going to click on I'm adding a product not sold on Amazon, and you're going to select what category you want your product to be in. You're then going to fill in the title, the brand name, the description, as well as the bullet points, and then you'll upload all your images and add some other information like the price. And boom, just like that, our listing is ready to go on Amazon. All we need is our product. And Joe said that our production run should be done by December 13th. So if that happens, we should be able to get the product into the Amazon warehouse and up for sale by January 1st. So now all we have to do is wait and see what happens. It's already the end of December. Our production run is still not complete. And Joe said that it's going to be at least another couple weeks, which means we're not going to be able to launch carnivore electrolytes for the beginning of January, which is the biggest month. We may not even be able to launch this in time for February. It might not be until March that we're able to launch this product, which means this may end up being a huge failure. I am going to share with you though, when we do launch this product, the actual honest results to see how much money you can make if you work on an Amazon business for just 7 days. So keep watching and hopefully we'll have some good news soon. Just got off the phone with Joe. Our production run is finished. I'm gonna have Connor go to the manufacturer and pick up the boxes. And now that we have the boxes, we need to ship our product into the Amazon warehouse. To do that, we're gonna go to Amazon Seller Central account. We're gonna find the product, click on send/replenish inventory and enter in the dimensions of our boxes as well as tell them how many units we will send in. We then have to print out the labels for each box and tape the labels onto the boxes. We then take the boxes to UPS and UPS will ship them into the Amazon warehouse. And from there, it will take a couple weeks for Amazon to process everything in their warehouse before we're ready to launch this product on Amazon. We're finally ready to launch carnivore electrolytes tomorrow, except for Amazon just banned our product. They mistakenly thought that this product is a diet product. It's not a diet product, it's just an electrolyte product, but because it was flagged in the system because it's related to the carnivore diet, we now have to submit a certificate of analysis, a COA. And what this basically is it's verifying that what we say the ingredients are in the product are the actual ingredients, because Amazon is scared if it's a diet product that maybe we're sneaking some weird chemicals in there. We're not. It's just all natural electrolytes and vitamins, but we need to get a COA. And in order to do that, I have to contact Joe. And Joe told me it's going to take about a week to get us that certificate of analysis. And the truth is, I don't trust him. Everything that he said, it's taken longer than he said. So we'll see how long it takes, and I'll give you an update in just a second. It's been 3 weeks since my last update. Joe finally got us this COA, and now I'm gonna submit it to Amazon and see how long it takes for them to approve us. Once they do, we're gonna launch on Amazon. Today is finally launch day for carnivore electrolytes, and I'm gonna share with you exactly how many sales
we get for this product at the end of the day. But when launching a new product on Amazon, your goal is to get as many sales as possible from day one, because Amazon is just a search engine and your goal is to show up at the top of the search results. So when someone types in carnivore electrolytes or electrolytes for carnivore diet, I want to make sure that our product shows up at the top of the search results. And the way to do that is to get as many sales as possible from early on, because Amazon's going to see that. They're going to see that you have a legitimate product and put you up to the top of the search results. The other thing in the long term that you want to do is get as many 5-star reviews as possible. And there is a link to carnivore electrolytes down below. If you want to buy it, support the channel, and make sure to leave that review, ideally 5 stars, but technically you're not allowed to ask for a 5-star review on Amazon, so I'm not asking for that. But hey, it helps out the channel, so you decide. But because of all the issues we've had and how many times we've had to delay the launch of this product, we actually aren't doing a huge launch for this. I did find some people that said that they were down to buy the product and leave a review. Normally what I like to do is do a big social media campaign and collect a bunch of emails and email everybody leading up to the launch and on the day of the launch. But I didn't really do that. I did actually message a bunch of people that are part of my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula. I let them know that I'm going to be launching this product. So I'm hoping that a lot of the students in my program decide to support this product, because the truth is, for students that are in my Amazon FBA program, I always support their products. I always buy their products. I always leave reviews. And that's one of the reasons why I highly recommend people join my Amazon FBA program, is because we're a family. We all support each other. When a student in that program launches a product, all the other students like to also support them. At least all the nice ones do. And one of the things I recommend you do for the first week of selling a product on Amazon is to discount it. And that's why I know that a lot of the people that I told about this product are going to buy it now and on the first day, because I told them there's going to be a discount for the first week. So let's see how many sales we get on day one. It's been 6 months since we launched carnivore electrolytes, and I'm gonna give you the real honest results right now. I'm gonna talk about how much money we made in revenue, as well as all the costs and the final profit. And in the first day selling on Amazon, we did over $500 in sales. Obviously that's revenue, not profit. We're gonna break down all the costs and the final profit in just a minute. And in our first month, we did over $6,000 in sales. But what's crazy is the amount of money we've been making with carnivore electrolytes has actually gone up every single month. And in total, in the last 6 months of selling this product on Amazon, we've done over $100,000 in sales in just 6 months. And this is a business that only took us 7 days to set up. Again, that is revenue, it's not profit. I'm gonna break down all the costs and go month by month and share with you the honest results for this business right now. And I'm gonna talk about how our sales continued to increase, as well as some mistakes we made along the way. So let's start with the first day. And on the first day, as I mentioned, we did over $500 in sales. But like I said, that's revenue and not profit. The first cost we had was paying for the products that we sold. And we sold over 33 units on that day, which is a total cost to us of $264. The next fee is the Amazon selling fee, also known as the Amazon referral fee. And this is a flat 15% that you need to pay to Amazon just for the ability to sell on their website. And I know that sounds like a lot of money that you have to give to Amazon, but when you think about it, it's really worth it, because Amazon has spent billions of dollars in marketing to get people to come to their website and buy products. Plus, they've had to spend a lot of money building their website and everything. So when you think about 15% in order to sell on the world's #1 e-commerce platform, that's really not a bad deal. The next fee is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And this is the fee that you have to pay to Amazon every time Amazon picks, packs, and ships your product to one of your customers. And even if you were to sell on Amazon and you didn't want to use FBA, which stands for Fulfilled by Amazon, you could instead use FBM, which stands for Fulfilled by Merchant. This is where you ship the products out yourself, but you're still gonna have to pay for shipping, and you're gonna have to waste your time actually packaging the product and going to the post office. So spending the money for the FBA fee is well worth it. It's a little over $4 per unit to use the FBA program for carnivore electrolytes, and the price will depend on the size of your product. Obviously, if it's a heavier product, you're gonna have to pay more in the FBA fee, but for about $4 per unit, it's 100% worth it, because that's about how much it would cost me to ship it myself, and that doesn't even include the time that it would take for me to ship it myself. On top of that, by using the FBA program, it makes it so that the products that you're selling on Amazon are Prime eligible, meaning that Prime customers can get the product delivered to them in 2 days or less. And if your product is Prime eligible, you're gonna get way more sales. In fact, I used to sell products that were FBM and were not Prime eligible, and then I transitioned those products to being FBA, and my sales went up by 5 times. So if you're planning on selling on Amazon, I highly recommend taking advantage of the FBA program. And once we subtract out all the fees, we were only left with $75 in profit in our first day, which is actually really good because I discounted the price of carnivore electrolytes all the way down to $16.99. Normally I had planned to sell this product for around $24.99, but we discounted it for the first week so that we could get a ton of sales from day one, because that's a really important thing. When you're selling on Amazon, you want to get as many sales as possible within the first day, within the first week. This lets Amazon know that you have a cool product, and it's going to make it so that your product goes to the top of the search results. And if your product's at the top of the search results on Amazon, then a lot of people are going to click and buy your product, and it creates a snowball effect where you're going to get more and more sales. And it worked because in month 1, we ended up doing over $6,900 in sales. Again, that's revenue and not profit. We spent around $2,000 on the products we sold, about $1,000 on the Amazon selling fee, another $1,000 on the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. Plus, after the first week, after we had gotten some reviews, we spent around $300 on Amazon PPC. This is a way for you to advertise your product on the Amazon platform, and it makes it so that your product is at the top of the search results automatically. And you only have to pay when someone clicks on your ad. That's why it's called pay per click, because you're only paying for clicks. Now, just because someone clicks on your product doesn't guarantee that you're gonna make a sale. So it's your job to figure out what searches you want your product to show up on. And if you do a good job of this, it's basically like printing money. And in total, in our first month ever selling this product on Amazon, we did a profit of almost $2,000, which is pretty good, but that's nothing compared to the next few months. But something really scary happened during the first month. We realized that we had already sold 288 units and that we only had 500 units in stock, and that we're selling a lot faster than we thought we were going to, which meant that we were gonna run out of inventory. So we scrambled and we talked to Joe and we said, hey, we have to order another production run. But based on how long it took him in the past, we were pretty sure that we were not going to get the production run in time. And at the beginning of month 2, Joe actually got back to us and said that he completed the production run, which meant that we still had to send it into the Amazon warehouse. We got it sent in, and literally the day before we were about to run out of inventory, they checked in our inventory, which was great news, because one thing you do not want to do is run out of inventory when you have a product that's growing like crazy. And carnivore electrolytes has been growing like crazy. In month 2, we did over $10,000 in sales. And once you subtract out all the costs, we did over $3,800 in profit. And when we saw that our inventory was running out, we actually increased the price from $24.99 up to $29.99, and sales stayed the same. In month 3, we did over $15,000 in revenue, and once you subtract out all the costs, we did over $5,000 in profit. But again, we had another problem. Because our sales were increasing even faster, we were gonna run out of inventory again. I freaked out. I'm like, how does this keep happening? And the reason it kept happening was because we didn't order enough inventory. We didn't believe in our product enough. And so I called Joe up and I said, we need to order more inventory. Whatever we can do to rush it, please rush it. Again, we were gonna run out of inventory and our price was at $29.99. So I thought, you know what if we put it at $34.99? That might slow down sales, which will make it so that we don't run out of inventory. And what ended up happening was sales stayed the same, which meant even more profit. And sales kept increasing. In month 4, we did over $20,000 in revenue, almost $8,000 in profit, which is crazy. That's more money than most people make at their full-time job. And honestly, I know people hate to hear this, but this has been passive income. Yes, it did take some hard work to get this business set up, even though it really only took me 7 days, but running this business has been pretty passive. The only thing that I've been doing work-wise is calling up Joe when we need to order more inventory and getting it shipped into the Amazon warehouse. We've been doing a little bit of PPC, but really not that much. And again, we ended up getting in our inventory checked into the Amazon warehouse literally the day before we ran out of inventory. Now, this is a mistake that we're not gonna keep making. I'll talk more about this mistake later and how I'm going to fix this. And in month 5, we did over $28,000 in sales. Once you subtract out all the costs, it was over $12,000 in profit. And in month 6, we did over $28,000 in sales, over $14,000 in profit. And the reason in month 6 we had more profit was I wanted to test out what would happen if we turned off PPC. And you can see sales were about the same. They did dip a little bit, but our profit was actually higher. So warning, be careful with Amazon advertising and PPC, because if you're not careful, it could actually lower your profit. And in total, in just the first 6 months, we've done over $110,000 in revenue, over $46,000 in profit. And I fully believe by the end of the first year selling this product, we're gonna do over $200,000 revenue, over $100,000 profit. But there are 3 really big mistakes that I made that I wanna let you know about so you can avoid these mistakes. The first was not pricing our product high enough. I thought a fair price for this was $24.99 based on my costs. However, when I looked at all the other electrolyte supplements out there, they were selling for closer to $34.99. And when I raised the price, it didn't hurt sales at all. And that's one thing to keep in mind, is by raising your price a few dollars, you could double or triple your profit. The second mistake was almost running out of inventory. Luckily, I did not, but the truth is I didn't really think that this product was gonna do that well. I just thought this would be a fun example to use in a video tutorial for YouTube. I didn't actually think that this was gonna be a business that was gonna be making me 6 figures. And because of that, I didn't order enough inventory. And the third mistake, and the biggest mistake I made, this is a mistake that easily cost me over $100,000, is I wish I would have launched this business and other Amazon businesses earlier. And yes, I started my first e-commerce store over 10 years ago. We launched on Amazon around 8 years ago. I launched my first real passion product on Amazon around 6 years ago. And since then, I partnered with a couple of my students that are in my Amazon FBA program on different Amazon products. But this is the first product that I've launched on my own in about 6 years. And honestly, I've been putting a lot of energy and effort into this YouTube channel and into my coaching students. But when I see the results of this product, that in just 7 days, I was able to create a 6-figure business, I wish I would have been launching more Amazon businesses all along the way. And if I would have easily been making an extra few $100,000 per year. So I've given you a tested, proven path for having success on Amazon, and it's very achievable. You just saw how easy it is. In just 7 days, I was able to create a passive income business. And this method for making money by selling products on Amazon has not only worked for me, it's worked for over 1,000 of my students that have joined my Amazon FBA program. And that program is called the Passion Products Formula. And in this next section of the video, I'm gonna show you real life success stories, real people just like you, just like me, that launched products and had success on Amazon. And I'm gonna share with you their actual products, what they're selling, the costs, their revenue, their profits, literally everything. They're pulling back the curtain, and these students are gonna share every single thing with you, step by step, how they found the product. But first, I do need to warn you, if you're a new seller and you try to do this alone, 99% of the people that I've seen that try to do this alone end up getting stuck in analysis paralysis. And of the people that eventually do get started with their Amazon business, most of them end up making mistakes that cost them thousands of dollars and possibly even leading to their business failing. And I see a lot of new sellers thinking that starting an Amazon business is easy and they can do it on their own. And it is true that it's relatively easy, but I want to warn you that a lot of people that end up doing this on their own without some kind of training program or without learning from someone else, they do end up failing. And I can guarantee you, if you have a mentor, if you have someone teaching you that's already done this before, that you are going to have more success. In fact, in my Amazon FBA program, I have a double guarantee. I guarantee that you'll make at least $1,000 in profit in your first year. And if you don't, for any reason, if you follow my program and you don't make at least $1,000, not only will I refund you 100% of the money that you paid for the program, on top of that, I'm gonna give you $1,000 out of my own pocket. No other teacher, no other mentor out there is gonna do that for you. That's how confident I am in my Amazon FBA training program. And there is a link down below in the description if you wanna get on the wait list for the next time that I open this program. But with this program, you get over 100 step-by-step screen recorded lessons. And I know that I have this video out for free here on YouTube, but I can't share everything in this video. There's a lot of things that I save for my training program because I don't want everyone to know about it. If I put everything that I had in my paid course for free on YouTube, it wouldn't make sense because I share a lot of the things that I actually use to make money on Amazon that I don't want to share for free publicly. And I am going to be opening up registration very soon. You can click the link down below. It may even be open by the time you're watching this video. And when I open up registration, I'm only going to be opening up 50 spots. That's because I want to keep the training group relatively small. and registration will only be open for 1 week. So make sure you get on the wait list so that you can be one of the first ones to know when it opens up. And in this next section, I'm gonna share with you some real success stories of students that went through my program. But let me rapidly share with you some of the top people that have used the Passion Products formula to have success. Edgar followed the Passion Products formula and he ended up taking his family's lime juice business, putting it on Amazon, and doing over $200,000 in his first year. Then in his second year, he did over $8 million in sales. But he didn't stop there. In his third year, he ended up doing over $5 million in sales, and now he's doing around $6 million in sales every year. Another story is Jeremy. He quit his 9-to-5 job and he needed a way to pay his bills, so he ended up joining my Amazon FBA program and created this product, Slim Caddy. And in just his first 6 months, he ended up doing over $100,000 in sales. Fred was a salesman who didn't love his job and he wanted a side business that he could be passionate about. So he joined my Amazon FBA program and created cable caddies and doing over $10,000 in his first 6 months. Brandy created the product Stay Fresh, did $20,000 in her first 3 weeks selling on Amazon. Brent did over $800,000 in sales in his first year, $1 million in his second year, and we're gonna be talking about his story later. Carla created these teas and did over $40,000 in sales in her first year, and then over $80,000 in sales in her second year. This was enough money that she could quit her job and focus on her business. Andrew, another student, did over $100,000 in sales in his first year. Willem joined my Amazon FBA program. We actually partnered on a product and he did over $60,000 in sales in his first year. And that's actually something that I want to share. That's one of the big benefits of joining my Amazon FBA program is when you join, if I see that you have potential, I will either give you a product that I think would do really well, or if I see that you have a product idea that would do really well, I'm open to partnering with students of mine and helping them to get their business off the ground. In fact, I did that with AJ. AJ lost his job. He was a bartender. He needed a way to pay the rent, so he joined my Amazon FBA program. I partnered with him on cocktail cards, and in his first year, he did over $500,000 in sales. And actually, I did a video with AJ. We're gonna go in depth talking about his story and how he did it. But first, I wanna share with you Brent's story. And Brent is one of the best success stories out there. I've talked about him a few different times, and I actually want Brent to share in his own words his story. So now I'm gonna have him share that with you.
I've made over $1 million selling this product on Amazon, even though I have a full-time job and I'm a husband and a father of 2 children. I'm going to share with you what my product is, how I did it, all my startup costs, revenue, profits, and the 3 biggest mistakes, including one mistake that cost me over $1 million. I sell this product on Amazon called Sear Pro. To give you guys a baseline of who I am as a person, a troubled kid growing up, barely graduated high school. Fast forward 20 years later, I'm now a first responder helicopter pilot that flies for the hospitals. And the reason that I invented my product was there was nothing on the market like it. They had big torches and small torches for searing sous vide steaks, but no one had a big small. So I went to Home Depot, I spent $25 on parts, started selling them on eBay for $50 each, started making money immediately. And then as I was selling down the road, I was receiving emails from customers asking me, is there one with an igniter? Is there one with a handle? After about the second or third message, I realized we could start selling this product on Amazon. And the reason why is because they have over 100 million customer base. Once I realized I wanted to sell it on Amazon, I knew that I needed more knowledge, and the best place to go was YouTube. Obviously, there's online courses. I did my due diligence. I looked into multiple courses, and that's one of the reasons I took Travis's course, because I knew, based on all the videos I had saw, that his course was legitimate.
So Brent, once you had the idea, what was the next step?
I then found some manufacturers like he recommended on Alibaba. I contacted 5 manufacturers, sent the letter to them. I found out the perfect fit for me. So our first production run was around $14,000. We also paid $2,700 for our shipping costs, but we were able to pay for all of this because we raised $15,000 on Kickstarter.
And a Kickstarter is where you show people an idea for a product that you want to create. People then pre-purchase your product before you spend any money on your business. And if you hit the certain amount of money that you need to start your business, you'll take that money and you'll go start your business. You'll spend it on a production run or whatever you need to get your business off the ground. So Brent, what happened after your Kickstarter?
So we finally launched on Amazon. We made $16,000 our first month, ran out of inventory and only sold 16 on our second month, got it back in stock and sold 44,000 on our third month, 66,000 on our fourth month, and it just kept scaling from there.
So within 4 months of launching, Brent had made over $100,000 with his first Amazon FBA product ever. But he did make 3 mistakes that ended up costing him close to $1 million. Brent, what was your first mistake?
About 6 months in, We had 2 attacks on our site on Amazon from outside sources, and that cost us around $50,000 to $70,000. So my first year selling on Amazon, I sold almost $750,000, and I'll break that down for you guys. About $160,000 was for the cost of the product itself. Amazon has a selling fee, several of them. One of them was about $70,000.
And this is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. It's a fee that you have to pay to Amazon every time you get an order so that Amazon will pick, pack, and ship out your product to the customer. And I know it sounds like a lot of money to spend on this fee, but keep in mind that includes the shipping and handling, and it actually doesn't cost that much more money than if you were to ship the product out to your customer yourself.
They also have a 15% FBA fee. We paid $55,000 for that one. PPC, which is our ad spend, we spent $50,000 on our ad spend, and other fees like our insurance, our logistics, shipping it inside, our quality control, inspecting of the product. That costs about $150,000. Most importantly, our profit for that 1 year on Amazon was almost $250,000 in profit for me and my family. In addition, we also had other sites, which one of them sold $113,000. That was our own personal website. And the other ones are like eBay and Etsy and e-commerce sites, and that sold almost $70,000 in sales. We would have made even more money if it wasn't for our second mistake, which was running out of inventory during Christmas. During Christmas, you will sell triple the amount of volume. So how I fixed that was I used more of the proceeds of the money that I made and leveraged more of my house. And fast forward, we've never ran out of inventory ever again, and now we're sustainable. And in our second year selling on Amazon, we did over $1 million in sales. To break that one down for you guys, this year we spent $300,000 in our product costs. Our Amazon selling fee was now almost $90,000. The FBA fee is about $220,000. And then our PPC, our ads, was almost $80,000. But getting to the profit, $300,000 our second year in profit for my family and I.
On top of that, Brent made an additional $57,000 selling his product on his own website and another $34,000 selling his product on other platforms such as Etsy and things like that. And in just 30 seconds, Brent is going to share the biggest mistake he made with starting his Amazon business. It's a mistake that cost him close to $1 million, so pay attention. But I want to be clear that Brent did almost $2 million in sales in his first 2 years selling on Amazon. And this is why I recommend selling a passion product. Because not only can you make a lot of money selling on Amazon, but when you're selling your own unique product, you can also sell it on your own website and on other platforms. And if you want to, you can even go into retail stores and wholesale your product to retail stores. This is the biggest opportunity I know of to make money online. So Brent, what was the biggest mistake you made with starting your Amazon FBA business?
One of the biggest mistakes I honestly feel like I made was I didn't launch my product soon enough because the money that comes in was incredible. I make about $20,000 to $30,000 a month. And yes, a lot of people that are watching this, you can do this on your own and you can fine tune your product and get your website up in 2 years by yourself. But why would you want to do that when you could take a course and get it done in 6 months? The product sat out in my garage for 2 years. And had I taken the course and not delayed, each month that I sell my product, I make about $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Imagine 2 years lost, not with those sales. So I would tell most people, if you think the course is some kind of scam, it never was. It's like anything else, like college. When you go there, you learn. When you go to take these online courses, they will teach you. Instead of learning something in 2 years, instead of delaying, you can learn it immediately. Within 3 to 4 months, you can get your product going quicker. You can get the profit and revenue. And overall, what I would tell people, this money and this course and being an entrepreneur has financially changed our lives forever. And my family's thankful for it.
Now that you've seen Brent's story, let me show you another example. And this is AJ, who I've been talking about throughout this entire video. But let me have him explain in his own words how we created this product.
I've done over $500,000 in sales, and I've only been selling on Amazon for 1 year.
Now that's revenue and not profit.
I'm gonna share with you guys all of my numbers, including my product costs, my Amazon FBA fees, other expenses, and also my final profit today.
And selling a product on Amazon right now is a huge opportunity. Last year, there was over $400 billion of sales on Amazon. And the cool thing is 2/3 of all those sales were third-party sellers selling their products on Amazon. And AJ is one of those sellers. AJ, what do you sell on Amazon? And tell us your story, how you got started.
So I created a business called Cocktail Cards that teaches people how to make cocktails at home. And honestly, I made this because I was a bartender for 10 years and I lost my job because of the pandemic. And I was out of work for a year. It was so rough. And honestly, I just needed to figure out a way to make money, but I still wanted to do something I was passionate about. So I found Amazon FBA. I found your content online talking about creating a business, you're passionate about things that you really enjoy. And I thought, hey, let's try and teach people how to make cocktails at home.
And we're gonna share all the costs that AJ had when starting up this business, but I got all these costs paid for by the method we're gonna talk about later in this video. AJ, why don't you share how you started your Amazon business and how much it cost you to start your Amazon business?
Yeah, well, starting a business does cost money. This was a little bit higher than most, and the startup costs were actually over $20,000.
But you had just lost your job. How were you able to afford that? Because that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I couldn't afford that. There's no way. I had very little money to play with. So I actually used one of your tips, a really cool hack where I actually put zero of my own dollars into starting this business.
You were able to get other people to pay for your business. We're gonna share how you were able to do that in just a minute, but let's go all the way to the beginning. How did you find this product? Because a lot of people at home struggle with how to find a product to sell online.
Yeah, really, we had this a little bit of an idea. It's something you kind of recommended.
And I found this product using a tool called Helium 10. And when you are looking for a product to sell on Amazon, it's important to remember that Amazon is just a search engine. Amazon has over 150 million Prime customers, and they all go to Amazon, they type in what they want to buy, and if there's no products there, when they type that in, that is an amazing opportunity. And tools like Helium 10, you can actually see what people are typing in to Amazon. And we saw that people were typing in cocktail flashcards, cocktail recipe cards, bartending flashcards. And when people went to Amazon to search for this, there were no products. So I saw this and I said, AJ, you gotta make this into a product. And the first cost you really had was the prototype.
Yeah, so doing a prototype was actually free. This is kind of a fun point of making a product because you're just really trying to create something, an idea. And I would take blank flashcards, took out some Sharpies, and literally started writing designs on flashcards until something looked like it might look cool. So after that, we had to come up with some sort of sample, right? We need some sort of physical product. And really the way I did that was I went to Google searching, went to Alibaba, and really just tried to find a manufacturer. Now, a really cool hack for you guys, if you want to get a sample of a product, search for manufacturers that already make products similar to what you want. So we reached out to paper manufacturers, flashcard makers, all types of stuff until we finally found one that can make the specs of what we wanted. And I asked them to give me a sample and they were willing to do it for free. So they gave me like a dummy sample. It's blank from older projects that they had. I just had to pay for the shipping and that was about 50 bucks.
And you can easily find manufacturers overseas by going to Alibaba.com, type in, like AJ said, whatever you're looking for. So we typed in flashcards and they'll give you a list of dozens of different manufacturing companies over there. All you have to do is contact them, tell them the approximate dimensions, tell them what you're looking for in a product, and they'll say if they can make it or not. And like AJ said, they'll send you a sample if it's a product that they're going to make. So what was the next step in the process after we got the sample, we knew that the dimensions were right, what's the next step?
So the next step is I got to turn this blank box into something with information and design. And the keyword,
looks good too.
It looks good.
Yeah.
Keyword is design.
Yeah.
So I had to seek out a designer. And that's one thing where I actually got lucky because being sort of in your network, you had a designer that you worked with in the past that I really liked their artwork. And so I reached out to him. The only problem I had was I didn't have any money to pay him. So we were able to get some samples from him first to make sure it was going to be a good fit. And of course, you know, a lot of these people you work with, you're not going to give them all the money up front. So I was able to do a small deposit if we were going to work with him. So he sent me a sample. He did a logo, a little box design, and like a couple cards as a sample. Well, that was enough for me to print out on a printer and glue it to the sample box. And that right there was my first real prototype of the product.
And that was enough for you to go to Indiegogo. And Indiegogo is a place where you can tell people, hey, I'm trying to make this product, but I don't have enough money. And people will pay you money to buy the product as a pre-order. before you even have the product. You can then take that money and go pay for design, pay for manufacturing. Talk about that process and how much money you raised and how that whole thing works.
Yeah, so a lot of times when you do an Indiegogo or a Kickstarter, you have a goal in mind. My goal was $1,500 because that was the down payment for the designer. I utilized that sample that he gave me, did a bunch of videos, made some cocktail videos, and I was really building up a social media platform as well. I was doing a lot of cocktail videos on YouTube, I was doing videos on TikTok, Instagram, and really was hoping that that would bring a little bit more people over to my Indiegogo. And we actually ended up raising over $1,500 initially.
And then it kept going from there, right? So after $1,500, I think you ended with over like close to $4,500 on your first Indiegogo. And that was enough money to pay for the design. How much did the design cost?
So the design was around $3,600. And that was awesome. The whole, like, I got a lot of YouTube traffic, I got some Instagram traffic, and I got a lot of friends and family that pitched in early. So that got us over $4,500, which was probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me because I was able to fully pay for that design.
On top of that, with that money, you were able to pay for a printed sample of the final product. And this is where the magic really happens. What did you do with that printed sample? And let's talk about how you raised the money, because next up was manufacturing. And manufacturing the product can get really expensive. In fact, I think it was gonna cost around $10,000 to manufacture 1,500 units. And you didn't have that money at the time.
No.
So how were you able to pay for that manufacturing even though you didn't have the money?
Yeah, you want to talk about emotions. I went from the scariest point of my life to the most ecstatic point of my life. And this is where that real hack sort of plays in. I was posting on TikTok, had no followers. No one's watching my content. It just was not really popping off. But once I got that final sample, I did a TikTok talking about my journey of losing my job and really designing this product, and then showed them a finished sample. And it went viral. It got over 600,000 views. And I kid you not, everyone wanted to pre-order these things. And it shot it up to, gosh, I think it was over $37,000, $22,000 in a single day.
Wow. And that was enough money to pay for manufacturing, which cost, I think, around $9,000, and enough money to pay for shipping. Because that's another thing, when you make a product overseas, you have to pay for shipping from China into the United States. And you really have two options. You can do air shipping, which is gonna be way more expensive, but a lot faster. You'll get it in around 5 to 7 days. Or you can do sea shipping, which is gonna be slower, but it's gonna save you a lot of money. It's probably gonna be around $2 per kilogram, but it's gonna take 6 weeks minimum. And we chose to do air shipping, which I believe cost around $4,200. Do you remember why we did air shipping?
Well, we did half and half.
Oh, it was half, that's right.
Half and half. I think me being my first product, one, I was excited. I wanted it as fast as possible. Two, I felt like I had an obligation to get the Indiegogo backers the product as fast as possible. Air shipping, unless you really, really need it, you're kind of throwing money down the drain. And I also had a lot of damaged units at the same time.
But then something, again, very magical happened when you finally received your product. And I think it was when you first launched it on Amazon. Talk about that process.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So when I first got my shipment of cocktail cards, we had to send out over 700 orders. So I'm boxing up, I have friends, family over helping me. That's a lot of work, shipping out 700 orders. But I ended up having 200 left. I'm like, let's send it into Amazon and like actually make this happen. And so I sent it in. It took about a month for them to check everything in. So I created my Amazon listing, did all that stuff, but I was still going pretty heavy on the TikTok. And when I was sharing with people that I was shipping out a product, it was here. We got all of our inventory and now it's live on Amazon. That video went ultra viral. I couldn't even imagine what happened next, but it ended up getting over 5.7 million views.
Wow. And you ended up selling out of all 200 units that you have sent into Amazon in like a couple hours, basically?
2 hours, and they were gone.
And for people that don't know, Amazon FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. And it's a way for you to sell products on Amazon.com, on Amazon's website, where you send in the inventory into an Amazon warehouse. And when someone buys the product, Amazon picks, packs, and ships out the product to you. So it's a lot better than having to pick, pack, and ship all the units yourself. And another big feature about this and why it's such a cool opportunity is when your product is in the Amazon FBA system, it makes it so your product is Prime eligible. There's over 150 million Prime customers. They prefer to buy products that are Prime. So this is a huge opportunity. But AJ, you sold out of all 200 units within a couple hours, but your video was still going viral. What did you do?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So those 200 units went in 2 hours. And then I'm like, what else can I do? I have to sell them this product while everything's going viral. And I thought, hey, I'll just send them back to Indiegogo. We'll just continue raising money on there since they're waiting for the product to be available. And that actually ended up doing $57,000 in one day. And I think it brought the Indiegogo campaign all the way to about $107,000.
And amazing as that is, you'll see that this is one mistake that was kind of repeatedly made, is running out of inventory. If we had infinite product on Amazon, you would have probably done $100,000 in sales just in that one day.
Oh, easy.
It would have been crazy because so many people were looking to buy this product. Now, AJ eventually did get back in stock on Amazon, and we're gonna talk about month by month his revenue, all his costs, and his profit when he finally did get back in stock on Amazon. But what did you do once you ran out of inventory? For months you were out of inventory. What was that process like?
I did one really, really big thing during this time, and that's start an email list. And if people wanted to buy it on Amazon, well, I had them join the email list, so I let them know when it was available.
It's a huge deal because when you do launch on Amazon, you want to try to get as many sales and as many reviews from day one as possible. And when you do that, Amazon's going to notice this and it's going to put your product higher up in the search results. And as I mentioned earlier, Amazon's a search engine. The higher up in the search results you get, the more sales you're going to get. In fact, it's exponential. The number one result gets the most sales. Number two is less, less, less. And as you know, if you've ever bought something off Amazon, you rarely go to page 2, 3, or 4. So you need to be on page 1, ideally in that first position. So finally, you ended up getting that inventory and you launched on Amazon using that email list. What happened in your first month? Let's break down all the numbers.
Yeah, email list was pretty big. We ended up doing 1,500 units the first full month on Amazon.
And how much in revenue is that?
So that was just shy of $55,000 in revenue.
Now, again, revenue is not profit. There's a lot of costs associated with running a business. How much did you have to pay for all those products that you sold during that month?
So the cost of the product that I sold was around $17,000.
On top of that, there is a fee to sell on the Amazon platform. It's a 15% fee. How much did you spend on that fee?
That was over $8,000.
Now, a lot of people complain about this 15% Amazon fee, but what are your thoughts about having to pay 15% to be able to sell on Amazon?
So that's a referral fee.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are not going to really find your product unless it's referred by Amazon. It's a search platform like we talked about before. However, since I was bringing a lot of my traffic there, I became an affiliate for Amazon. So I would have people go through my affiliate link and they gave me probably about 5% of that back also.
And Amazon spent billions of dollars getting people on the platform to be buying products. So even though it's annoying to have to pay 15% to Amazon, you're having to pay that instead of having to pay for marketing. So I think it's worth it. The next fee that you had was the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And that's the fee that every time Amazon picks, packs, and ships out one of the products to a customer, you have to pay them a fee. How much did you spend on that?
That was over $7,700 and worth every penny.
Why was it worth every penny?
Because I'm not shipping out product anymore, and honestly, they can actually ship the product to the customer and charge me way less than if I shipped it myself.
Not only are you saving money because you're not having to pay for shipping, but you're also not having to spend your time doing it. And it's allowed you to travel and your business keeps going even if you're traveling. You even came down and visited me in Mexico. I recently bought a house on the beach in Mexico. We had a great time hanging out.
A few times I went down there to visit you. And on top of that, there were around $1,000 in miscellaneous fees on Amazon as well.
But in your first month selling this product on Amazon, how much profit did you make?
Over $20,000 in profit.
In 1 month, in his first full month selling on Amazon. But let's talk about month number 2, because maybe your first month is really great, but you had this big launch. What did the second month look like? How many units did you sell and how much revenue did you do?
So we started the month pretty tough. We ran out of inventory. We're out of inventory for 2 weeks.
Again, another problem.
Again. But I did manage to do about 650 orders for around $22,000 in sales.
So even though you were out of inventory for 2 weeks, you still did around $22,000 in revenue, but that wasn't nearly as much as your first month. But something that's really cool is you actually weren't just selling on Amazon. You were able to sell on your own website. How much money in revenue did you do on your own website?
Yeah, that's part of the thing that was kind of nice. While I was waiting for inventory, I decided to use my website as a pre-order. And we ended up doing just shy of $15,000 in sales.
And that's one of the big benefits about selling a passion product is when you're selling a product that's unique, that's different, you can also sell it on your own website. And there are a lot of different methods for selling on Amazon. This way of selling that AJ's done, that I've done, is not the only one. There's also wholesale, retail arbitrage, and private label. And all these different methods can work, but I don't think they work nearly as well as creating your own passion product. But let's finish up the second month numbers for you. So you did about $22,000 in revenue. What was your cost of the products that you sold on Amazon?
It was over $7,000 that month.
What about your Amazon selling fee for that?
That was over $3,000.
And what about the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee?
Also around $3,000.
And I think there was another $1,000 of other random business expenses. What was your total profit in that second month just from Amazon?
Just from Amazon, it was around $7,500.
And then of course you were also selling on your own website and you probably did a couple extra $1,000 of profit there. Let's go into month number 3. And what was the revenue you did in month number 3?
So month number 3 was actually really exciting for me. Wasn't my biggest sales month, but we're definitely seeing it go back up a little bit after month number 2. And we did a little over $31,000.
And from that month, after you subtract all your different product costs and FBA fees and everything, what was the profit?
The profit was over $11,000.
And during that time, you were also selling on your own website as well. How much did you sell on your own website?
So on my own website, I did a little over $17,000 in sales.
What happened that month that increased your sales so much?
It was crazy. So my TikTok and social media really started kind of getting noticed by people. I got this random email of someone on Access Hollywood, producer of Access Hollywood, who wanted to bring me on for one of their shows. So I actually got to come down to LA and was able to be on Access Hollywood, and that really brought in a lot of sales for like a whole week.
Being on TV is a pretty big deal and a pretty big way to get marketing. How were you able to do that?
It's pretty wild. It was one of the scariest moments of my life, super exciting. But honestly, if I didn't create a brand from the beginning, get on social media, take chances, learn platforms, try it. None of that would have ever happened.
AJ was able to create such great content and so much content because he knew the product. He was passionate about being a bartender and making cocktails. Back when I first started my dance clothing business, I tried to make content, but I didn't know anything about dancing, so I would try to write an article, top 7 tips for dancers, having never danced in my life, and it was draining. This is why not only do the numbers need to make sense, but you need to create a product that you're actually passionate about, which leads us into month number 4. And this is around November of last year, starting to get close to Christmas. What was the revenue numbers from your 4th month of selling on Amazon?
So November was really good. Of course, we're ramping up for the holidays. A lot of people are starting to buy them for gifts. We did run out of inventory for a few days that month, which I'm sure we're going to talk about here, but we ended up doing over $31,000.
And after you subtract your product costs, all the different Amazon FBA fees, what was the final profit for that month?
So my profit for that month was actually over $11,000.
And we had a big expense that month. You ran out of inventory, so we had to fly in a bunch more inventory. We had to do air shipping.
Yeah.
Want to talk about that?
Yeah, that was a pretty tough one. So we didn't want to run out of inventory for Christmas.
Right.
Like I wanted to make sure I had it for the holidays. And I just did a poor job of inventory planning and committing to the product. And I ended up having to pay a pretty big bill that month. It was well over $60,000 to ship that product. So, a lot of the profit that I made, I had to reinvest most of it that month.
And keep watching this video because at the end of the video, we're going to talk about one mistake that AJ made that cost him over $100,000. It's kind of related to this, but it's a little bit different. But during that month, you also did over $20,000 of sales on your own website, which is a huge accomplishment. Let's go into the next month, month 5, and this is during the Christmas rush. How much in revenue did you sell during that month?
So almost that entire month I had inventory on Amazon, which was great. It was Christmas time, and we ended up doing over $46,000 in sales.
Again, after you subtract all your costs, what was the profit during that month?
I believe the profit, obviously profit margins were a little lower that month, but it was around $17,000.
And that's why it's sometimes worth paying for air shipping, because you're going to get your products into Amazon sooner, which means you're going to get more profit, especially during key times like Christmas. And during that time on your own website, you did another $4,000 in sales. So that leads us into January, into your 6th month. And January is when a lot of people set New Year's resolutions saying that they're not going to drink, that they're going to be sober. How did that month look in revenue for you?
Yeah, right. So we have November and then December. It's just like 30,
Blowing
40.
up.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
50,000, $13,000 in sales.
Wow. And after all the costs, we subtract all that, what was the profit for that month?
So with the lower profit margins, I only made around $4,400 that month.
What were you thinking? Like, how did you feel during that month?
I felt like spending 60 grand on shipping was the worst thing I've ever done.
Right.
I was really scared, actually. I knew it was going to be slow, but I wasn't going to let it bother me. The year was so awesome up until that point. And the product's done so well up until that point. I kind of just was like, you know what? I expected January not to do great. I'll live with whatever the outcome is.
What happened the next month after that, month number 7?
Sales went down even more.
Oof. How are you feeling at this time? Are you freaking out?
I'm like, wow, maybe I was a one-hit wonder. Maybe I reached all of my audience. I don't know. But we ended up only doing about $12,000 in sales.
And how much profit did that lead to?
That was around $3,700 in profit, I believe.
That's got to be scary because at this point, I think we had just ordered 7,500 units or so. So you had all this inventory sitting there, but now sales have been slowing down.
Yeah, not to mention my bank account's getting very, very, very low after the shipping costs and then paying for the next round of inventory.
So what happened the month after that? Month 8, are things starting to get better?
Not even close. It even went lower. We ended up doing about $11,000 in sales.
And how much in profit does that equate to?
I think that's around $3,400.
So what are you thinking at this point? It's 3 months of sales kind of going down. Are you freaking out?
I'm definitely freaking out because I've made a lot of investments in my business as well. Like I'm doing content. So I'm buying cameras, I'm buying computers. Obviously, I made the largest inventory yet, 7,500 units, and I'm thinking, what did I just do?
But in the next couple months, something interesting starts to happen. So keep watching. Let's talk about month number 9. What did the sales numbers look like, and how are you feeling at this point?
So month number 9 was a little bit better. Started to get a little bit more momentum, and we did a little over $14,000 in sales.
After subtracting all the costs, what was the profit for that month?
It was almost $6,000 in profit. And what's nice is at this point, I got rid of all that inventory that was air shipped, and we had our new shipment arrive. That was actually a seat shipment. So now my profit margins got a lot better.
It went from being around $11 per unit landed to around $7.50 per unit landed. So even though your revenue was down, your profit's actually been doing pretty good. So how'd you feel at that point? Were you starting to feel a little bit better?
At that point, I was like, thank goodness the profit margins are a little bit bigger in case these sales never go back up. But it was a little bit of breathing room for sure.
And $5,700 in profit in a month is pretty good, especially considering it's your own business.
Yes.
Let's talk about that, because when you were a bartender, life was very different.
Yeah, as a bartender, that's actually more money than I would probably make as a bartender.
I also remember though you talking about how when you were a bartender, you'd have to work late night shifts and you have to do all this crazy stuff. And I remember you also saying that you woke up happy and excited to work on your business versus when you were a bartender, it was kind of a drag.
That's a good point. Never at any point during those months did I ever wake up like depressed or not wanting to work. You know, bartending, I really enjoyed that job. I did. But I would say 80% of the time I woke up, I did not want to go to work. I didn't want to get out of bed, but really working on my own business, it was fun and I was motivated to figure it out. So.
And stick with us because we're gonna be talking about some of the biggest mistakes in just a minute, but some exciting news starts to happen. So let's talk about month number 10. What was the revenue like and what started happening during that month?
So month number 10, we did over $13,000 in sales, still pretty consistent. But again, with those good profit margins, it was around $5,700 in profit.
And you started to get some good news during that month. You want to talk about the news?
Yeah, obviously I was a little stressed having all this inventory and not selling as much as I was used to. But I thought, wait, I can kind of expand this business if I'm sitting on all this inventory. Let's think about wholesale. Let's think about some other options to sell the product. And 2 things ironically happened that month. One, I actually did get a wholesale order. Someone found me on TikTok and wanted to put it in their store. So that was pretty cool, my first ever wholesale order. But 2, I got an email from some people in Europe that actually wanted to expand the product into Europe.
Let's go into month number 11. Because I know you were still stressed because you still had a ton of inventory. We took a leap of faith and we were like, bought 7,500 units worth of inventory. How did month 11 go?
So by month 11, we actually started getting a little bit higher in sales. I had a couple TikToks get some good views, and we ended up doing about $18,000 in sales. A little over $8,000 in profit.
So things are starting to look better. Did you get any more wholesale orders during that time?
I did. I got like 2 or 3 different wholesale orders. I even got one person. Here's a cool story. Someone up in Canada ordered some. They sold them. She sold it so fast. She did a reorder, and she was actually getting featured in a local magazine for carrying cocktail cards. So I mean, I'm actually starting to get a little bit more confidence, a little bit more momentum. Things are starting to look up.
So let's go into month number 12. In month 12, how much did you do in revenue?
So we did a little over $16,000 in revenue, so still doing pretty good, which was a little over $7,000 in profit.
What else happened during this last month? I know there's some other exciting news that happened.
So I fully committed to wholesale at that point. Joined a couple websites and also rearranged my website for people to do wholesale orders. And our first real month pushing it, did a little over $17,000.
Wow. And you were also on Etsy during that month as well, right? Mm-hmm. How much in sales did you do on Etsy?
Yeah, we actually, so Etsy really wanted me to be on their platform. Decided, hey, why not?
Another platform again.
Another platform. Product. And we ended up doing a little over $3,000 in sales.
So in total, in your first year selling on Amazon, how much money did you make?
So on Amazon, we did $287,000 in sales.
And after you subtract the product cost, all the different Amazon FBA fees, and all the other business expenses, how much in profit did you do in your first year ever selling on Amazon?
$106,000.
And if that doesn't sound like a lot of money, you also made money in a lot of other ways. Mm-hmm. In total, when you include wholesale, Etsy, your own website, Indiegogo, how much money have you made so far with this business?
So here's something that's pretty crazy. Last week, I just crossed a milestone. We did over $500,000 in sales.
Wow. And how much in profit is that for you?
That's around $180,000 in profit.
How does that compare to back when you were a bartender and you had to wake up and do the late nights?
Oh my gosh. It would take me 3 years to make that much money.
So before we get into the 3 big mistakes that you made with this business, including one mistake that cost over $100,000, let's talk about what's next for you in cocktail cards.
Yeah, honestly, wholesale gave me a lot of hope. Social media gave me a lot of hope. So I really want to focus on those 2 things. Get my Amazon sales back up, get ready for the holidays. And what's really cool is we are expanding into Europe, as we mentioned, and we just sent over 3,000 units there. But we also got into a major retailer over there called Harvey Nichols.
And that leads us into the biggest mistake that AJ made that cost him over $100,000. But there's actually 3 mistakes. And the first mistake was not starting his Amazon business sooner. And this is the most common mistake. I teach a lot of different people how to start Amazon businesses. And by far, this is the most common mistake that people make. They get stuck in analysis paralysis. Talk about why this was a mistake for you and how you would have fixed it.
Honestly, when I lost my job, money's just draining my bank account with nothing going in. I kind of went down that rabbit hole of get rich quick or easy money. And I knew it wasn't right and it didn't work for me. And that was a really big struggle. And then by the time I was like, look, I need to start a real legitimate business. Then I have how the heck am I going to afford it? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a bartender. I don't know what I'm doing. That was a really, really hard step for me. And honestly, if I wasn't so backed up against a wall, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. And now looking at it, it's kind of silly, right? It's like I should have done it right away. Hell, I should have done it while I was bartending, honestly. It would have been a million times better.
And I know you joined my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula. Did that help relieve some of the analysis paralysis?
It did. I actually joined a couple courses, but a lot of them were, private labeling, stuff like that. I didn't have any confidence in that stuff. I would say you kind of gave me the confidence of creating something unique, something my own, which is more in line with what I would want to do anyway. And you kind of gave me the idea of taking my bartending knowledge, put it on cards and teach people. And, I didn't have much confidence in the idea at first. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, wow. And now all of a sudden, we were talking about this last night because we actually went out for dinner. I was the person who couldn't come up with ideas. Give me something, I'll run with it. And now I look around, I see ideas everywhere.
When I was first starting my first passion product business, I spent months trying to decide on which manufacturer I should go with. The funny thing is, if I would have launched my business 3 months earlier, I would have made an extra $10,000 profit every single month, which means I would have made $30,000 in profit by launching my product 3 months earlier. So even if I would have picked the wrong manufacturer and I would have had to spend an extra $5,000, it wouldn't have mattered. And that's the thing. If you do Amazon right, it can be so profitable that it doesn't matter if you make a few small mistakes here and there. And that leads us into the second mistake that you made, and that's not outsourcing more work sooner. Want to talk about that?
Yeah, for me, again, money is a very common role with my business and kind of holding it back. I was terrified to lose money, and I was terrified to really hire anyone to do any work. Even though I know I can get a VA for cheap to do work, I just felt like I had to do it myself. And at the end of the day, what makes me money is my social media, my networking, all that type of stuff. And that's hard to do when I'm packaging up stuff, editing videos, doing all that. So eventually I'm kind of coming around to it. I now have a video editor. I have people in Europe, and I think right away I'm already feeling like this alleviation of stress. I also have a newborn daughter, and I don't have a lot of time to work on the business.
And that's why I say that Amazon can be a passive income source, is that once you get your business up and running, you can hire people to do a lot of the different work that you don't want to do. For instance, I hired people to handle all my customer service. I hired people to do everything to run my business. Now, obviously with AJ, he's going to continue to do social media, but that's something he loves to do. He can hire people to do all the boring parts of his business. And this leads us into the third mistake you made, and this is the mistake that cost you over $100,000, and that was not having faith in this business. Want to talk about that?
Yeah, I would say not having faith in the business / me, because again, what have I done before? I'm a bartender. Things were pretty bad for me when I started this business, and when things were really, really trendy, really, really big on TikTok, man, if I had more inventory, I would have made so much more, there'd be so much more breathing room.
And AJ and I met every single week for the last year or two as he was doing his business. And this was a common thing that we would talk about, is like, how much inventory should we order? And we always ordered too little inventory because we were nervous. We were scared. We didn't realize how big this business would have been. And if we would have always been in stock, if we always would have had inventory, I think you would have made an extra $300,000-$400,000 in sales easily, because there was months at a time where you were out of inventory. There was months at a time where we even had inventory, but we barely had enough. And so you weren't using the full force of your social media. I remember you're like, I'm gonna stop filming videos because I'm too nervous. That's what happened partially in January. You're like, I'm scared. But now we finally have inventory, and I think you have more faith in yourself and in the business. Next up is Juliana, and this is the definition of a passion product. She saw that there was a hole in the market. She had this idea for a product that no one else was selling, and she did it, and boom, in her first year, she did around $100,000 in sales. Here's Juliana's story and how she was able to start such a successful business.
I've made over $100,000 selling my passion product on Amazon. Hey, I'm Juliana, and like most people, I was stuck doing a job that I hated. And when I got pregnant 4 years ago with my son, I knew that I had to create a massive change in my life so I could provide an income for my family and be available for my family. Then I saw one of Travis's videos, and I joined Travis's Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula, because it would take me step by step on how to start from zero and launch to a $100,000 business. And here's how I found my passion product. Back whenever I was a teenager, I would wear sports bras, and I hated the removable padding. It just doesn't make any sense. So I created a sports bra with sewn in pads, which means no coming out in the wash, no lumpy breast. And that's what I came up with Resile, my 6-figure Amazon product. So I took my new idea and I went to Helium 10, which is a tool to see what others are searching for on Amazon. And I paid $49 for 1 month of Helium 10, and then I just decided to cancel it because I didn't need anything else from that. So the next step was getting my logo done, and I went to 99 Designs and paid $516. What I did was I ran a contest, and I had over 300 submissions of different graphic designers submitting their logos. And then I just chose the best one. And next, I got on my state's website and applied for an LLC, which is a limited liability company. And it cost me $350 to do that, and the process was super simple. I got an LLC because what it does is it protects you from liabilities in case somebody tries to sue you. I paid $15 to get my domain name so I can have an online store if I choose to ever get away from Amazon. And next on my list was to find a manufacturer who could produce my passion product. So I got on Alibaba. I reached out to a few different factories that specialized in women's apparel, and I got super lucky. And one of the very first companies I talked to could do exactly what I needed to do, and she sent me a sample within a week. So that first sample cost me about $20, but there was some changes that I needed to make to improve the bra, one being the sizing. Next, I gave her all new dimensions off of my own sizing for American women, and I spent about $400 to get a bunch of different different samples. Then I took those samples and I spent $250 to ship them to my tribe so I could have all different shapes and sizes of women try them out. And after I got all the feedback from my tribe, I had to make just a couple more adjustments to the bra. And once that was done, I was ready to place a bulk order. I ended up ordering 2,000 black sports bras, and it cost me $6,325. After the 2,000 bras were made, I then had to get them shipped to my house, which cost $923 via sea shipping. I looked at the air shipping, but it was thousands of dollars and it would just eat up my profit. So I figured I could wait a little extra longer and get it delivered via sea. The bras arrived at my house and I inspected them and everything looked great. I was very thrilled with the quality of them, and the sizing and everything was wonderful. And I decided the one reason that I did want to ship them to my house was so that I could inspect them before they went to Amazon to be sold. After I inspected them and made sure everything was great, I then shipped them to Amazon, and it cost $97 to ship them to Amazon. Before you can sell something on Amazon, you have to create an Amazon listing. One of the things that you need for your Amazon listing is good quality photos, but sometimes you have a strict budget and you don't want to pay thousands of dollars for a professional photographer. So what I did was I found 2 or 3 different people on Fiverr and had them produce a video and edit some photos for me to make the infographics for my listing. And I ended up spending about $200 on those photos from Fiverr, which I thought was super affordable. And then you need to create a title for your Amazon listing with bullet points that highlight all of the features of your product. And it's really important to put keywords into the bullet points and the title, because what that does is when people are searching on Google or Amazon, if you do it right and use those great keywords, your product is going to pop up, and which means more eyes on your product, which means more sales. And then I spent $150 on UPC codes, which stands for Universal Product Code. Basically what that is it's the barcode on every single product. Kind of like when you scan your items at the register, you're scanning the UPC code. And Amazon requires that in order to sell a product so they can make sure that your product is a legitimate product. And UPC codes are $30 each, and it cost me $150 because I needed 5 UPC codes because I had 5 separate sizes of the bra. And I was just about ready to launch my product on Amazon, but I had 2 more expenses. The first one was my Amazon Professional Seller account, which is $39.99 a month. Next up, I had to get the trademark, which cost me $250. And I wanted to get a trademark because it's essential to be a brand name on Amazon. You don't want just a generic listing. And with the trademark, I made a huge mistake that I will tell you all about later on. Altogether, I spent about $10,000 to get my passion product going. And that initial investment from my savings account was a huge risk, but it was a bargain for chasing my dreams. And in my first month, I was able to do over $15,000 in revenue. Now remember, revenue is not profit. In that first month, I sold 657 units, which was a total cost of $2,500 to produce. And the next cost was the Amazon selling fee, which ran me $2,300, and they take 15% of the total sales. Next, I spent $4,400 on the Amazon FBA fee. FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon, and more or less, this is what makes Amazon so great to sell on because they handle everything for you. And I also spent over $2,000 on other fees. Part of that fee was Facebook ads, and I'll tell you later why that was a mistake. And in my first month, I made over $3,000 in profit. However, it would have been $5,000 if I didn't make that mistake with the Facebook ads. There's 2 reasons that I had such a successful first month. The first reason being that I had a winning product. I did my research, I knew the market, and I knew how to improve something that was already out there. And secondly, I built a tribe of women who were ready to buy and ready to support me and followed along in the whole process. And they were even included in on the entire process, and they loved it. Now, the key to having great success on Amazon is getting an influx of sales as soon as you launch, because Amazon is a search engine, and the more sales you get, the more that Amazon will organically boost your product to the top. And the products that hit the top on Amazon get most of the sales. In month 2 selling on Amazon, I did over $9,000 in sales. Product cost was $1,200. The selling fee was $1,300. And the Amazon FBA fee was $2,100. And I spent $50 on PPC, which is pay-per-click ads. And basically what they do is Amazon will put your product at the top of the search, and anytime somebody clicks on it, you pay. And in total, I did $3,900 in profit in month 2. So in month 2, we actually had less revenue, but we gained more profit, which was super exciting. Month 2, I was still ecstatic. I didn't know what was going to happen in month 2 after my whole tribe and everybody got over the excitement of the new launch in month 1. I was happy enough with that profit because it showed me that I had a great product that strangers want to buy. In month 3, we had a revenue of $9,700, and after we deduct all the costs, we had a profit of $2,700. After month 3, we were selling so much, I actually had to raise the price so I would slow down sales so I didn't run out of inventory. And in month 4, we did $5,300 in revenue and $1,500 in profit. And in month 5, I had a revenue of $5,900 and a profit of $2,900. But month 6 actually turned out to be my biggest month yet. I did $7,500 in revenue and over $4,000 in profit. And over the next few months, we did about $6,000 to $7,000 in revenue and about $3,000 in profit every month. And in month 11, something amazing happened. We had a revenue of over $11,000 and a profit of $4,500. Now, not quite sure why we had the jump in sales. It could have been because I lowered the price a little bit, or it could be because new year, new me, everybody's wanting to work out, so all the women are out buying sports bras. And in month 12, we had another amazing month. We did about $11,000 in revenue and almost $4,800 in profit. And in my first year of doing business on Amazon, I had a total revenue of over $101,000 with a profit of over $40,000. But I did make 3 really big mistakes, and I'm going to share them with you now. The first mistake that I had cost me over $2,500, and it was because I wasn't paying attention to my Facebook ads. I thought they were working, but I didn't really know how to track it. And in the end, once I figured out how to track it, I realized that we weren't making very much sales at all. Now, mistake number 2, cost me over $100,000. And it was a trademark issue. I just got super excited and rushed the process and just wanted to go, even though I was pretty sure my trademark was not going to be approved. And in the end, it was denied. So I have to rename, rebrand, and launch new products under a new name. And since I knew that my trademark had a good chance of being declined, I didn't launch more products last year. I just had that one product. And looking back, I could have made probably $400,000 or $500,000 in revenue had I picked a good trademark from the start. And this mistake costed me at least $100,000. And I say that because I missed out on at least $100,000 in sales from having other products launched. And the third mistake is the biggest mistake of all. I wish I would have started this 15 years ago. I would be in a totally different position than I am now. But I am glad that I started now. If you are thinking that you want a freedom lifestyle and make passive income so you can spend time with your family and travel the world and just do things that set your soul on fire, then go. Go now. Believe in yourself. Bet on yourself. You can do it.
Our next success story is even crazier than that. Calvin, a young kid, was able to join my Amazon FBA program and do $400,000 in sales in his first year. And this is how he did it in his story.
How did you start this business?
It cost me $14 to own a membership for Canva. It cost me $30 to do a 3D rendering. In California, it cost me about $800. And I did 250 units, which cost me $4,000. Shipping cost me $1,250. GS1 cost about $30. LegalZoom cost me about $650.
And we're going to share with you step by step how Calvin built his $400,000 Amazon FBA business. But Calvin, what do you sell on Amazon?
I was working full-time as an engineer, but I realized I didn't want to work 9 to 5 for the rest of my life. I wanted to build a business that I could retire young. So I tried to make money dropshipping, but that didn't really work out for me. And I realized that a lot of people were shopping on Amazon, but I was unsure if a beginner like me could still make money on Amazon. So I tested it out by selling print-on-demand t-shirts on Amazon, and I made some money, but I didn't want to sell t-shirts because I didn't think there was a lot of profitability moving forward. So I needed another way to sell on Amazon, and that's when I found Travis's videos on YouTube and his FBA program, which ultimately made me $400K in my first year.
And we're going to share with you what Calvin sells on Amazon, as well as step-by-step everything he did to start this business, including every cost he had, all his startup costs, his design costs, his shipping cost, and his revenue, as well as his final profit for his first year selling on Amazon. But make sure you stay till the end of this video, because at the end of this video, Calvin is going to share the 3 biggest mistakes he made in his first year selling on Amazon. And he made one mistake that cost him over $20,000. It's a very easy mistake to make. Almost all sellers make this mistake, but by watching this video all the way till the end, you can avoid making this mistake. Calvin, tell us, how did you start this business?
So the first step was actually signing up for Helium 10 using your discount code.
And so Helium 10 normally costs $99, but I do have the hookup with them. There's a link down below that'll get you a discount. So after you sign up for Helium 10, how did you use it? Like, what was the next step? And for people at home, Helium 10 helps you find products to sell on Amazon.
So I did research for about 3 months. It took a while. I really focused on the numbers and data, and then I realized there was a gap in the market. I actually noticed another seller was doing about $500K a month, but I figured I could do better than what he was doing and also do a better product.
How did you know that you could do a better product?
I think it just came down to looking at his listing, seeing that I could optimize on his photos, what the price he was selling at and everything, and actually just create a product that was differentiated from his own.
And that's a key when selling on Amazon. You can find people that are already having success and just make better products than them and make better Amazon listings than them. So as far as your branding and all that, how did you do your branding?
I actually used AI to come up with my brand. I did some research on it. I used AI and it generated a name for me. I then cross-checked that with the USPTO to figure out if I could actually trademark it, and then it was actually available.
And then now that you have your brand name, how did you come up with like the design, the logo, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, again, I kind of leveraged the AI. I typed in what would be a good design for this name, and it kind of gave me some feedback, and then I kind of used Canva and some other software tools to kind of design it myself.
How much did it cost you then to design your brand, design your logo, design all that stuff?
It cost me $14 to own a membership for Canva. And it cost me $30 to do a 3D rendering from someone on Fiverr.
And we're going to talk about how Calvin found a manufacturer for his product in just a minute. But before you did that, the next thing you did was you signed up for an LLC. And LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. It's how you legally are able to start a business here in the United States. How much did that cost you?
In California, it cost me about $800.
And you can get an LLC in different states for different amounts, but the problem is if you live in California, you have to pay $800 for an LLC, where, how much is it in Florida?
I think it's under $300.
So it's a big difference, but you also don't need to sign up for an LLC when you're starting a business. You can sign up for a DBA, which stands for Doing Business As, and that's only going to cost you $99 for around 5 years. But the benefit of signing up for an LLC is it does offer you legal protection, where a DBA does not offer any legal protection. But at this point, you're ready to do your first production run. How did you find a manufacturer for your product?
Using your course, actually, you listed how to reach out to manufacturers, so I used your template. And I reached out to a bunch of different manufacturers on Alibaba, and I chose the top 3 to decide who I would use my product with.
And how much did you spend on your first production run? Do you remember how many units you had produced?
And I actually did 250 units, which cost me about $4,000.
And I know at home that might sound like a lot of money, but keep in mind, this was the start of Calvin's $400,000 business, and we're gonna be sharing month by month how much money he made with this business. But there are still some other costs Calvin had when starting his business. And the next cost he had was shipping the product from his manufacturer over in China into the United States Amazon warehouse. And how much did that cost you?
My shipping cost me about $1,250. I did it by sea. Doing it by air was about 3 to 4 times more expensive.
And when shipping from overseas, you have 2 options. You can do sea shipping, which is what Calvin did, which is going to be way more affordable, but it's also going to be a lot slower. Or you can ship your products by air, which is going to be faster, but it's going to be a lot more expensive. And at this point, Calvin had his products produced and they were shipped into the Amazon warehouse. But in order to sell a product on Amazon, you need to create a title for your product. You need to upload images, bullet points, and a few other things. How did you create the images for your product listing?
I actually did that myself using Canva and also using Photoshop.
How much did that cost you then?
$0.
Boom. Another cost that a lot of people don't think about is you do need to get a UPC code for your product. UPC stands for Universal Product Code, and this is the barcode you see on all kinds of different products. Like when you go to Walmart or Target and they scan a product, that is the barcode. How much did it cost you to get a UPC code?
Using GS1 only costs about $30 to $40.
And before we get into Calvin's first month selling on Amazon, there was one other optional cost, and you don't have to do this, but Calvin decided to get a trademark for his brand. How much did that cost you and how'd you do it?
It cost me about $650. I reached out to LegalZoom and they were able to get it for me.
And you don't need to use a lawyer or LegalZoom in order to get a trademark. You can actually go to uspto.gov yourself and file it. It's really easy. I actually have a lesson in my Amazon FBA program showing you step by step how you can do it. And if you are interested in joining that program like Calvin did, there is a link down below in the description. And before we share the revenue and profit from that first month, at this point, you've spent over $7,000 to start your business. How are you feeling? Were you nervous? Were you scared?
Yeah, I was definitely nervous. There's always a risk when it comes to starting a business.
What did your family think about this?
I guess at first my parents were always thought I would lose my money. So did my siblings, but it worked out.
And it's finally time. Calvin launched his product on Amazon. And in your first month selling on Amazon ever, how much money did you make?
I made about $9,500.
Boom! Now, that is revenue, but not profit, but still over $9,000 in his first month ever selling on Amazon. But as I mentioned, there are some costs associated with selling on Amazon. But the first cost you had when selling on Amazon was paying for those products that you sold. How much did you pay in product costs?
So in total, it cost me about $2,600 for all the products for my first month.
The next cost you have when selling on Amazon is the Amazon selling fee. And anytime you sell a product on Amazon, you have to pay 15% to Amazon as their referral fee. And how much money did you spend on that Amazon selling fee in your first month?
That worked out about $1,400.
Another fee that a lot of people don't think about is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And FBA in Amazon FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. And the way it works when you sell a product on Amazon is you ship all the products that you want to sell on Amazon's website into an Amazon warehouse. And then when you get an order, Amazon will pick, pack, and ship your product out to the customer. But they do charge you a fee every time they have to ship one of your products. How much money did you spend in that first month on the Amazon FBA pick and pack fees?
So my Amazon FBA fee was about $1,200.
And I know that might sound like a lot of money that you're having to pay Amazon, but keep in mind, Amazon has over 300 million Prime customers. And by using the FBA program, it makes your product Prime eligible, meaning that those Prime customers can buy your product and get it shipped to them within 2 days. On top of that, by using the FBA program, you don't have to do any of the shipping yourself. In fact, you can travel or live wherever you want and your business will keep running and keep making you money. So in total, in your first month selling on Amazon, how much profit did you actually make?
I did about $4,000 in profit.
Boom, in his first month, $4,000 profit. How did you have so much success in your first month? Tell us all the secrets.
I think it was just putting in the work early, doing the proper research, finding a product that sells, and then also taking advantage of all the keywords and using PPC to leverage that to make sales.
You need to remember that Amazon is a search engine. People go to Amazon to search for things that they want to buy. These are the keywords. And you want to make sure that you take those search phrases, those keywords, and put them in your title, put them in your bullet points. And what were some of the keywords and search phrases you were targeting?
At the time, it was like Ziploc bag organizer, bamboo organizers. Just keywords that would show me number one on the listing.
And if you can find things that people are searching for in Amazon where there's no good product, in this case, he saw that people were searching for bamboo organizers, but there was no white or black bamboo organizers, it makes a lot of sense to make those products so that when people are searching for them, they'll buy your product instead of the competition. That brings us to your second month selling on Amazon. How much money did you make in your second month?
I made about $4,000.
What happened? How come the numbers went down?
I basically ran out of inventory. I wasn't prepared for the demand that the product had.
And we'll talk about that more later in this video, but after we subtract out the product cost, the selling fee, the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, what was your total profit for that second month?
I actually lost money that month. I lost about $2,000.
Oh no, so is that because you ran out of inventory? What happened?
Yeah, I basically just ran out of inventory and I couldn't fulfill any orders that was being made.
So in your third month, you were completely out of inventory, so you had $0 in sales, $0 in profit, right?
Yeah, basically nothing.
And then finally in month 4, you got your inventory back. And how much did you do in revenue month 4?
$23,000.
$23,000. That's amazing. And then after we subtract out the product costs, all the different fees, the selling fee, the FBA pick and pack fee, how much profit did you do in month 4?
About $8,500.
What happened this month that you had so much success?
Actually, my main competitor, his listing got taken down. I don't know why, but it just did, and I just took advantage of it. During this month, I also focused on PPC, and I also focused on optimizing my listing more using A+ content.
And PPC, for those that don't know, stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise on Amazon where your product will show up at the top of the search results. but you do need to pay a little bit of money every time someone clicks on your ad. How much money did you spend in PPC in this month for?
It was about $2,000, $3,000.
And taking advantage of Amazon advertising is a great way to reinvest your profit back into your business. And now let's get into month 5. How much in revenue did you do in month 5?
I did about $9,000.
What happened? You were making $20,000 and now it's down to $9,000. What happened?
Again, it came down to run out of inventory. I tried to scale, I tried to get more units, but the manufacturer just couldn't keep up with the orders.
And how much profit did you do in month 5?
In month 5, I did about $3,000 in profit.
Okay, so what happened in month 6? What was the revenue for month 6?
The revenue was only about $3,000. I was just out of inventory, and at that time, I was just trying to change manufacturer and see who could supply me with all these units because I had the demand, but I didn't have the product.
And this is a huge mistake, and this is something we'll talk about in depth later in this video, but month 7, did you get back in inventory? How much revenue did you do?
Yeah, month 7, I actually did about $15,000.
So if you would have had inventory for 30 days, that would have been $45,000 plus of revenue.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
And how much profit did you do in that month 7?
About $5,500.
So at this point, how are you feeling? Because $5,000 in profit is still really good, but it's, you could be making a lot more money if you stayed in inventory.
Yeah, definitely. I think I needed to focus on streamlining the business and getting all the right people in place to make it happen.
So that brings us to month 8. And finally, for month 8, you had inventory for the entire month. How much money did you make in month 8?
I did about $78,000.
That's insane. So how much profit from $78,000 did you actually make once we subtract out all the costs?
It was about $26,000.
$26,000 in profit in just 1 month. You haven't even been selling on Amazon for a full year yet. How are you feeling at this point? Are you telling your parents like, hey, look at me now?
Yeah, I was basically like, look at me now, it's making it work.
So what about in month 9? How much did you do in revenue?
In month 9, I was able to keep my revenue up. It was about $66,000.
And then after we subtract out all the costs, how much in profit?
About $22,000.
Month 10, how much in revenue?
$60,000.
And then how much in profit after we subtract out all those costs?
$17,000.
This is amazing. This is his first Amazon business ever, his first year selling on Amazon. And in total, it hasn't quite been a year yet. You're only on month 10. But in this first year, how much do you expect to make on Amazon?
In revenue, about $400,000.
And after we subtract out all the costs for your first year, how much in profit do you think you'll do?
About $100,000.
That is absolutely amazing. That's more money than most people make at their job. And you did this all while having a full-time job. Do you think you're going to quit your job and focus on this?
Yeah, I actually quit my job 2 weeks ago.
And this is exactly why I tell people it's not too late to start selling on Amazon. This is a beginner Amazon seller, and he was able to make $100,000 in his first year, be able to quit his job, and he's gonna probably make way more money in his second, third, fourth year. On top of that, you have freedom. You were talking about you might even move to South America.
Yeah, I might go back home, help out my parents' business, but I might also stay back and forth in Florida to send them this business more.
And that's one of the key reasons why you should start an Amazon business or some kind of an online business, because it gives you the freedom to live wherever you want, to do whatever you want to do with your time, to quit your job so you can wake up whenever you want. But there are 3 big mistakes that Calvin made in his first year. And the first mistake that Calvin made was the mistake you heard us talking about throughout this entire video. He kept running out of inventory. How much do you think this mistake cost you?
Run out of inventory 3 times probably cost me about $100,000.
That's a lot of money. And this is a key mistake a lot of beginner sellers make. What would you do different? Any advice you would give to yourself?
Just once you do the numbers and you feel more confident in yourself, just put in some more money and get more inventory.
And that's the hard part as a beginner. A lot of times you're nervous, you're scared. You don't know if Amazon FBA is going to work. I even recently made this mistake with my new product, Carnivore Electrolytes. This product is selling way better than I thought it would, and we're probably going to run out of inventory. So even more advanced sellers can still make this mistake, but I recommend believing in yourself, investing in yourself, and buying enough inventory. And if you do run out of inventory, make sure it doesn't happen again. The second mistake is something we haven't talked about yet, and it cost Calvin at least $10,000, if not more. What was that second mistake?
It was quality control. First I got my samples. I thought it was amazing, but I didn't realize from your samples to bulk runs, it's quite different when it comes to quality. Yeah. So I didn't take the time to hire a quality control agent to go over everything, and my manufacturer wasn't able to produce good qualities, resulting in a lot of returns.
And you can hire someone in China that will go and check the quality of your products for around $100. And this will make sure that the products that you receive are high quality, that you're not paying for junk products. And why was having bad quality products, why did that hurt you?
I think ultimately it caused me to get bad reviews, which in Amazon, reviews are currency.
And now let's talk about the third mistake that Calvin made, and that was around scalability, and it cost him at least $20,000. What was that mistake?
So at the time, when I was talking to my manufacturers, I only asked them about the MOQ.
MOQ stands for minimum order quantity. It's basically what's the minimum amount that you can order, and what is the question that you wish you would have asked them?
What was the total quantity you could do in 1 month?
So you would ask them what the minimum was, but you never said, hey, what's the max that you can do? And why did that end up hurting you?
Yeah, that ended up hurting me because as my sales grew, I tried to order more units. My manufacturer is just going to keep up per month.
Calvin did over $400,000 in his first year without any experience, over $100,000 in profit. Jeremy did over $100,000 in sales in just his first 6 months selling this product. And in this next video, we're going to show you exactly how he was able to do it.
I made $100,000 selling my passion product on Amazon in under 6 months.
And we're going to share with you what Jeremy sells on Amazon, how he did it, and every single cost he had, including startup costs, design costs, and all the other costs. Because you can start an Amazon business with little to no money if you know the secret that Jeremy used to launch his product. Jeremy, how did you start this business?
I had a 9-to-5 job and had a passion for inventing things and trying to pitch products to companies and not having success with it. Did that for several years, and I saw how big of an opportunity Amazon was because of their infrastructure.
And Amazon has over 300 million Prime customers. They're a $1 trillion company. Last year alone, they did over $500 billion in sales, and they allow people like you, me, Jeremy, to sell our products on their website. It's a huge opportunity. There's over 200,000 sellers that are making over $100,000 per year, and Jeremy is one of them.
So when I found out this trend on Amazon, I actually had a few ideas at that point and basically filtered out which ones I was passionate about that also could potentially generate a lot of income for me at the beginning. It had a lot of potential, and that's how I landed on Slim Caddies. Slim Caddy is an organizer that basically doesn't take up shelf space in your cabinets. I basically created it because I had a lot of tumbler lids, drink lids, a lot of lids, frankly, and didn't have a way to actually store them. And I found that all the organizers on the market were just a little bit too big.
This was something that did not exist that you wish existed, so you created it. It's the perfect product.
Exactly.
But you had a full-time job, and I know you weren't ready to quit your job yet. What made you decide to pursue Slim Caddy?
I actually was a PA in elective spine surgery. So eventually work was slow, found Travis's YouTube video, and then eventually I was let go from my job because of how slow it was. During that time, needed a way to pay the bills, and found of course, was watching Travis's course and just found everything with Amazon, and that's kind of when I jumped right in.
Jeremy, share with us how you did it and all your costs. And what was your first cost?
So it started with design the product. It cost $0 for me to do that. Just some research and design at my own house, believe it or not. Was able to, a kitchen product, was able to use my own home as a testing facility, if you will. After that was finding someone on Alibaba.
Talk about how did you find your manufacturer on Alibaba? Yeah. And obviously, for those at home that don't know, finding someone on Alibaba is free. You don't have to pay anything from it. You can just go to alibaba.com and start searching. How did you find your first manufacturer?
Basically going to Alibaba, looking through the manufacturers, and found ones that had great reviews, were on there for a little bit longer than the rest of them, had great expertise in their field. Some of them I even valued because of the input they had on my product itself for design.
And then the next step was you got a sample. How much did that cost, and what was that process like?
So the samples, actually, it was more than one sample. It was about 20 samples because I strategically made it so I could send some to influencers for the launch. And that, it was about $250.
So $250 for 20 samples, and that wasn't dead money. That was actually used as marketing, and we'll talk about that later. But there was an issue with your first factory. What happened?
So I found out the first production run was going to cost about $17,000, and I didn't have that kind of money.
And if you don't have enough money to start an Amazon business, you can use the secret that Jeremy used that I'll explain in just a second to crowdfund your product. Jeremy, how'd you do it?
Yeah, so I raised about $11,000 doing the Kickstarter.
And tell me, how much did it cost you to actually run your Kickstarter?
So kind of being scrappy and hungry, not a lot of funds available. Basically used influencer marketing, didn't cost
$0 right there. And then you shot the video for the Kickstarter yourself.
Shot on my phone using the InShot app.
So another $0 for that. But there was an issue. After your first week on Kickstarter, you'd only raised $3,000. And the way that Kickstarter works is you had a goal of $10,000. And if Jeremy didn't hit that $10,000 mark, he would get nothing. And usually the first week of a Kickstarter is when you make most of the money. So how are you feeling at that point?
Yeah, not good at all. Frankly, I kind of knew that it was going to be tough because I didn't have, I kind of jumped in, literally this is now or never. Didn't build a massive email list, used Facebook groups like Travis will talk about in his passion product formula course. That really helped. That was actually kind of my bedrock for making funds on my first couple of days, but it wasn't enough.
So then what'd you do after that?
Basically did a lot of cross promotions with other Kickstarters. try to get that Kickstarter fan base behind my product. And then even, just being a kitchen product, decided to go around my own neighborhood, knocking on doors and literally giving them little pamphlets about it. Even Christmas time, put a candy cane on the actual thing, just generate that emotional connection with them.
And when Jeremy told me that he'd only raised $3,000 in the first week, I was nervous. But then when he told me that he's knocking on doors, he's getting scrappy, it got me excited, and he ended up raising the $10,000 he needed 2 days before the end of his Kickstarter and finished with $11,000. And at this point, you took that money, you went to your manufacturer to get the product made, and what happened?
The manufacturer I had the samples made for the influencers, that same manufacturer kind of bailed on me. They actually were scheduled out too far in advance, couldn't get me in, so I instantly was back at ground zero trying to find another manufacturer.
And then from there, you did find a second manufacturer, but there was another issue.
So basically, I did a factory audit just to assess this factory in China because I wanted to work with them long term. Didn't know a whole lot about them beyond Alibaba. They got like a D or F on the factory audit. So that really terrified me. Especially being new into this business, I didn't want to work with someone who failed that bad at a factory audit. So then again, back at square one.
So what'd you do next?
I basically found this other manufacturer. It was really good. Decided to move forward with them based on their camaraderie I had with them. And they were the ones who ended up making the first production run.
And when you found this third manufacturer, it was time to send them the money. Were you nervous? Were you scared about sending $17,000 overseas?
So most manufacturers, they actually take 30%. So that's a huge thing. So you don't have to sweat it so hard, right? Because you only have to give them 30% of the funding up front. And then that gives you time to develop your packaging, right? And get on whatever else you need to do to start your business.
And then after your product was manufactured, the next step is to get your product sent from overseas into an Amazon warehouse, and you have to do shipping. And there's two types of shipping you can do. There's air shipping and sea shipping. Air shipping is gonna be faster, but more expensive. Sea shipping, on the other hand, is slower, but it's gonna be a lot cheaper. And you ended up doing both. At first, you did air shipping to send it to your Kickstarter backers. How much money did you spend on the air shipping?
Air shipping cost me about $3,000.
And that was to send 1,000 units from your manufacturer to your house so that you could send out to the Kickstarter backers. The rest of the other 2,000 plus units you did via sea shipping. And how much did that cost you?
$2,000. And I really wanted to do that air shipping up front because I needed to get these backers their orders. They're having all these backers, they're kind of waiting for their products, right? So you want to get those down as quickly as possible. So that's why I split it.
And now it's finally time for Jeremy to launch his product on Amazon, and we're going to share with you his first month honest results. But before we do that, there were a couple other costs in order for you to launch on Amazon. The first was getting photos for your product. How much did you spend on the photos for your Amazon listing?
Absolutely $0. I used my own phone in my own home using some of the samples that I had from my original manufacturer, did some work with Canva and InShot on my phone, these applications, and basically was able to create the whole listing through my phone and the apps on the computer.
Another cost you're gonna have when launching a product on Amazon is a UPC barcode. And you spent $250 on this, but you can actually get a UPC barcode if you just have one product for $30. And another optional fee you may want to consider is a trademark. And how much did it cost you for your trademark?
$250 was real easy to file. It took me a couple minutes.
You don't need to hire a lawyer. You can do it yourself. And now let's talk about Jeremy's first month results selling on Amazon. And in his first month, he did over $17,000 in sales.
Let's go.
Bam!
Yeah.
Jeremy, explain, how did you do this?
So you have to understand Amazon's a search engine and you need to have people be able to find your product.
And people go to Amazon, they search for products that they want to buy. And when they search for products, what do they see? They see the photo, they see the title, they click on it, they might see your actual bullet points and things like that. We already talked about how Jeremy optimized all those things. Another thing you have to keep in mind is you want to drive traffic from outside of Amazon to your listing. How did you get people to go to your Amazon listing and start buying?
So basically had these influencer relationships that I had cultivated through the Kickstarter and had new influencer relationships basically that helped me build a substantial audience that we generated our traffic on day one.
So you got those influencers to post about your product. People saw this on Instagram and on all the different apps. They went to Amazon to buy the product. And that leads us to the third step. If you want to have success on Amazon, you need to get reviews. How did you go about getting as many reviews as possible?
I used this Amazon Vibe program to help generate some really great reviews and showed a little bit more social proof to give people the confidence to buy my product.
Now keep in mind that $17,000 is revenue and not profit. Let's break down some of the costs. So first off, you had the cost to manufacture and produce all these products that you sold. How much money did you spend to produce the products that you sold in that first month?
It was about $5,700 or so.
The next fee you have when selling on Amazon is the 15% Amazon referral fee. And anytime you sell a product on Amazon's website, they charge you a little bit of money. They charge you 15%. How much money did you spend on that fee?
$2,500 or so.
Another fee that you have to think about is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And for those that don't know, FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. This is where you send in the products that you want to sell on Amazon's website to their warehouse, and when you get an order, Amazon picks, packs, and ships out the product for you. Also keep in mind when you do this, it makes your product Prime eligible. But you do have to pay a little bit of money because you have to pay for their handling and their shipping. How much money did you pay for Amazon FBA?
I think it was about $4,000. It's about $364 a unit.
Jeremy also spent $215 in other Amazon fees. These are fees that nobody tells you about, but it's things like receiving fees, storage fees, and other random things like that. Another thing that people don't consider is you actually paid for Amazon PPC. And PPC stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise your product on Amazon where you pay a little bit of money every time someone clicks on your ad. How much did you spend in PPC in your first month?
About $3,700.
And on top of all these other costs in your first month, you also spent another $2,000 in other fees.
Definitely adds up. Yeah.
How much money in profit did you make your first month?
Whew, so it ended up being negative, almost a negative $1,000.
How did you feel about that?
Not good, but I knew that a lot of those other fees were actually going to intellectual property that was going to benefit in the long run.
And we're going to talk about later in this video how Jeremy got a patent for his product without spending any money on legal fees. But keep in mind, in your first month with a new business, you might lose money. But what happened in your second month? How much money in revenue did you do?
Almost $27,000.
And let's break down all the costs for month 2 and talk about the product. After we subtract out the product cost, the Amazon selling fee, all the different fees, how much profit did you make?
Almost $5,500.
Bam, in his second month already, he was profitable. And I know in your first month you were a little bit nervous.
Yeah,
how did it feel in your second month to already be profitable?
Really good, especially going through everything at that point. To hit $5,500 or so in profit was major. Felt great.
So at this point, how did your wife feel about the business?
She was a little hesitant, up to this point, but after started seeing this revenue come in, she was a little bit more for everything. Started opening up.
In month 3, revenue went down a little bit. You were at $18,000 revenue. How much profit did you do in month 3?
About almost $2,500 or so.
Were you nervous that the numbers had gone down?
Good question. No, I wasn't, because I knew that this product, the peak season was when I first launched, and just knew that I was starting to get into this mindset of a steady flow of learning more from a business standpoint of how to run an Amazon business.
And one thing we didn't mention actually is in your first month selling on Amazon, that's when your patent got approved, and we'll talk in depth about that in just a minute, but let's talk about month 4 numbers. In month 4, you made $13,000 in revenue. How much money in profit?
Almost $1,000.
How about in month 5? How did you do in sales?
Yeah, about $16,500.
How much in profit was that?
About $1,700.
So at this point, you're seeing steady numbers, you're seeing good profit margins. How are you feeling now?
Pretty good about it. And knowing that my first inventory order was a little bit more than I knew that I could get it down to over time.
And in month 6, you went back up to $17,000. How much money in profit did you do?
About $1,900 or so.
And in total, in Jeremy's first 6 months, he made over $100,000 in revenue, over $10,000 in profit.
Yeah.
But he did make 2 really big mistakes, so pay attention, including one mistake that cost him over $10,000. And the first mistake you made was about patents. You want to talk a little bit about how you did your patent and what you would do if you had to do it over again?
That's a good question. It wasn't really a mistake more than if I had to do it over again, I would actually hire an attorney to do it, because I did it, but it takes a lot of time, a lot of time.
But this is a key point. It is possible to do it on your own. And how much money did it cost you to get a patent?
About $800 for the grant and everything. But with that came a lot of time of working with a patent examiner, a lot of prosecution over years, frankly.
And usually if you want to get a patent, it's going to cost you $10,000, if not $20,000 with a lawyer. But this is a key insight. You don't need to hire a lawyer. You can do it yourself. The second and the real big mistake that Jeremy made, and almost everybody makes this mistake, was waiting to launch the business. Talk a little bit about that.
I guess it wasn't really waiting. It was just this issue with my factories. And it taken months of my time to find a manufacturer that could actually make it for me.
And here's the key insight. Jeremy made over $10,000 profit in his first 6 months. If he would have been able to launch his business 6 months earlier, he could have made an extra $10,000 profit. And most people get stuck in analysis paralysis. They never start their business. But what they don't realize is every minute that you're waiting to start your Amazon business, your online business, you're losing money because you could have been making so much money. Congratulations for making it this far in the video. Most people never get this far. So the fact that you've gotten this far means that you're way more likely to succeed than the average person. But now let me show you how you can guarantee success when selling on Amazon. I've been an e-commerce entrepreneur for about 10 years. And on top of that, I've taught about 1,000 students this method for selling on Amazon FBA. And I've seen what works and what doesn't work, and what are the patterns, the principles that people use to make sure and guarantee that they're going to have success. There's 5 principles that people use to guarantee having success with entrepreneurship. The first principle is to follow a plan. A mistake that a lot of beginner entrepreneurs make is they try out all kinds of different stuff. They take 1 step forward and then 1 step backwards and 2 steps to the right and 3 steps to the left, and they end up going in circles. And the reason this is so common is because most people don't follow a step-by-step plan. They end up maybe watching a bunch of different random YouTube videos about all kinds of different topics. They say, well, maybe I want to do drop shipping. Maybe I want to do affiliate marketing. Maybe I want to do social media marketing. They're not really sure what they want to do. But the key here is to pick one thing and follow that plan. And that's part of the reason why I made this YouTube video right here, is because now you'll have a little bit more of a solid plan to follow step by step. The next key to having success with entrepreneurship, and specifically Amazon FBA, is find a mentor. Find someone that's already done what you're trying to do. If your goal is to make $100,000 in profit per year with your Amazon business, find someone that's already done that and learn from that person. Now, it doesn't need to be me. Even though I've got a ton of free material on YouTube, I'd still recommend hiring someone either for one-on-one coaching or doing some kind of a group program. Now, as I mentioned, you don't necessarily need to pay for this. There are a ton of free YouTube videos out there. The problem with just watching free videos like the one that you've been watching is, even though there's a ton of information in this video and all the videos online, the reason you want a mentor is because anytime you have a question, you want to be able to ask them that question and get a response. Now, if you do have questions, leave it in the comments down below, and I'm going to try to answer every single one of them. But obviously, if you find a mentor and you hire that person, you're going to be able to ask much more in-depth questions, and you're going to be able to get much more in-depth answers. The next secret is to find a group of people, because not only do you want a mentor that knows more than you do about the topic, it's very helpful if you find a group of people that are at the same level as you, peers, people that are going through the same problems. That way you can ask them questions and maybe they know something that you don't know, or if nothing else, this is another very important point, it's good just to have other people to talk about. Most people that are starting out being entrepreneurs, they don't know any other entrepreneurs. It's just themselves and maybe a few people that they've watched on YouTube. Most entrepreneurs, this is a huge mistake that they make, is they don't know any other entrepreneurs. I started having massive success when I actually joined a mastermind, which a mastermind in this case is a group of 5 other people that were also entrepreneurs. And I was able to ask them questions. They were asking me questions. We were all learning together, which made it so we learned how to do e-commerce so much faster. So try to find a group of people that you can learn from. Now, there's a lot of different ways to do this. You can go to meetups using meetup.com. That's a great way to do it. As humans, we're tribal creatures. We like being part of a tribe. We like engaging with other humans. So you want to find that mentor and you want to find a group of other people that you can learn with. The 4th secret is to commit. As I mentioned, most people that watch this video, they're thinking, maybe I want to do this, maybe I want to do this, and they get stuck in analysis paralysis. They get stuck trying to figure out what direction they want. If you commit to any method, and this isn't just for Amazon FBA, but any method of making money online, as long as it's a legitimate method, you'll eventually be able to figure it out and you'll eventually be able to have success. Now, again, in my opinion, Amazon FBA and specifically selling a passion product using Amazon FBA is by far the best way I've ever found to make a legitimate passive income business. And honestly, even if you're not doing a passion product, even if you're doing private label, as long as you have a strong brand, Amazon FBA is still a really great opportunity. Obviously, you can do retail arbitrage or wholesale, but here's the key. Whatever method you decide to do, commit to that. Spend 6 months, a year, committed to that one thing. And if you keep going down that path, you will end up having success. I can pretty much guarantee it. But the 5th secret, and probably the most important one out of this entire list, is you need to take action. You can commit to something, but until you actually take your first step, it's not going to be very easy to have success. So now that you've watched this entire video, you know how to start an Amazon FBA business. You need to take action, make a commitment, and do all the other things that it takes to actually be successful. And I actually have a special offer for you. And first off, congratulations for watching this entire video. More than 90% of people that started this video did not finish it. I guarantee it. I've seen my YouTube analytics for longer videos like this. You're one of those rare people that you actually watched this entire thing. And that's a really big deal. And I want to congratulate you on that because that means that you're actually committed. And because you're committed, I want to share this special offer with you. As I mentioned, there's 5 principles if you want to guarantee success with Amazon FBA. The first is you need to follow a plan. Well, in the Passion Product Formula, which is my Amazon FBA course, it's a step-by-step program. There's over 100 step-by-step video recorded, a lot of them are screen recorded lessons showing you how to start your Amazon FBA business. So if you're looking to follow a plan, the Passion Product Formula is a great option. That alone, I could easily charge $1,000. I've seen a lot of other Amazon FBA courses and they don't provide nearly as much value as the Passion Product Formula, my Amazon FBA course, provides. But the Passion Product Formula is more than just a bunch of video lessons. It also comes with mentorship from me. This is the only way to get my mentorship. I do sell, actually occasionally, I sell 1-hour sessions, but I charge a lot of money for that. I charge $750 for 1 hour. But for people that join the Passion Product Formula, not only do you get access to weekly Q&A calls with me, where you can ask me questions and I'm going to answer them every single week. But in addition to that, you get 2 private one-on-one sessions with me. And the weekly Q&A calls, you're gonna get lifetime access, which is easily worth at least $1,000 because weekly access to Q&A calls with me. Plus in addition to that is the 2 one-on-one calls with me. That's also worth at least, if you were to buy that alone, around $750, if not more. But with the Passion Product Formula, I also give you lifetime access to a Facebook group where all the members of the Passion Product Formula are a part of. And you can ask questions in the group. You can get feedback from all these different members. And as you go to launch your product on Amazon, you can let people know. People have raised thousands and if not tens of thousands of dollars from Kickstarter just from posting their product in the Facebook group, in our private Facebook group, because other members of this course support you. Now, of course, hopefully you'll support them as well. And that's what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to build a community of Amazon FBA sellers, of people selling products that they're actually passionate about. And that's what I'm doing here is I'm inviting you to join this community. Again, lifetime access to this Facebook group, I could easily charge at least $1,000 for that. In addition to that, I'm also offering $1,000 in bonus courses, a course on how to do YouTube if you're interested in marketing your business or creating a personal brand with YouTube, a Facebook ads course, and a Google ads course as well. I'm bundling all that in, again, at least another $1,000 in value right there. In addition to all this, I also have a ton of step-by-step checklists for starting your Amazon seller account, checklists for product research so you can find an Amazon FBA product, checklists for finding a manufacturer for your product. Really, with this program, I broke down everything step by step, created checklists, made it as easy as possible for you to start your Amazon FBA business. Now, with my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula, I only open up a limited number of spots and I only open it up every once in a while. If you're watching this video when it first came out, it is open right now, but there is a chance that if you're watching this in the future that it's not open right now. It doesn't matter. I do have a link down below to join the waitlist. And you can click on that link and find out if it's open right now. As I mentioned, I usually only let in 20 or maybe at times 50 people in for each session. And I keep it limited because I like to have small group class sizes. And the reason for this is it allows me to pay more attention to every single student. So there is limited space available. And again, this program is not always open. At the time of releasing this video, it is open. Take action, commit, click the link down below to find out more information about my in-depth Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula, and I'm excited to hopefully have you be part of the community.